Dragon Emperor Martial God Chapter 1178 to Chapter 1231. There will be 2 chapters tonight, and 1 more to go. Thank you for your monthly votes and appreciation votes. The content is exciting, and trendy. Please subscribe. Xianxia was extremely fast. He was still a few hundred meters away when he spoke, but he was already less than 100 meters away from Ling Yun by the time he finished his sentence. Tsk, tisk. Xianxia's figure flickered continuously. At the same time, he extended his index finger and shot out 2 gusts of wind from his finger. However, his target wasn't Ling Yun, but Ling Xiao and Ling Yu. This was one of the famous Shaolin 72 ultimate techniques, one finger Zen. Xianxia was too far away from Chen Jingtian and Chen Haiping. He was afraid that Ling Yun would kill them when he appeared. That was why he was using the strategy of attacking Wei to rescue Zhao. If Ling Yun killed Chen Jingtian and his son, then Ling Xiao and Ling Yu would definitely die under his one finger Zen. Not good. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't be bothered to deal with Chen Jingtian and his son anymore. Using his shifting shadows, he disappeared from his original spot and rushed to Ling Zhao's side. Pushing his father away, he struck out with his palm and dispersed the finger wind in front of Ling Yu. Tisk. That finger strike that was aimed at Ling Xiao didn't hit him, instead hitting the limestone floor behind him. The finger strike actually created an extremely deep hole in the limestone floor. Ling Yun scanned the area with his divine sense and was shocked. That wind actually penetrated the limestone floor and was more than 2 meters deep. One had to know that this was caused by Xianxia's finger from tens of meters away. If Ling Yun's reaction had been slightly slower, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu would have been pierced through by the wind. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. A formidable opponent, Xianxia was at least at the pinnacle of the first level of the divine power realm. At this moment, Xianxia arrived at the scene. He ignored everyone else and appeared beside Chen Jingtian and his son. His face turned ashen when he saw their injuries. Xianxia rushed over immediately after receiving news of Ling Yun's appearance. However, he was still 1 step too late. Second brother, you clearly know that thief from the Ling family doesn't play by the rules. Why didn't you wait for me to arrive? In a fit of rage, Xianxia used secret voice transmission to ask Chen Jingtian. When there was a conflict or hatred between the masters of the Jianghu, if both sides wanted to fight, they would usually pretend to be polite and only fight when it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, this kind of fight would usually take place on a good day and place, and would only take place after an agreement had been made. It was very rare for it to take place in public. But Ling Yun was different. Once he decided to attack, he didn't care where or when. If he wanted to fight, he would fight. If there was anything to say, he would wait until the fight was over. If things could be solved with words, then what was the point of fighting? If a fight was the only way to resolve this, then what was the point of being polite? To Ling Yun, the nonsense of treating each other was just brainless behavior. If you're ready, how am I supposed to hit you? As for Ling Yun's habit, he thought that it was perfectly normal. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was unreasonable, unruly, and disrespectful. It was always unexpected. Big brother, I didn't expect that little thief to attack me so quickly. Chen Jingtian knew that Ling Yun would definitely make a move, but he didn't expect Ling Yun to attack without giving him any time to think. Humph. Xianxia snorted angrily as he squatted down. He took out a few elixirs and gave them to Chen Jingtian and Ling Yun respectively. After doing this, Xianxia stood up and glanced at the Chen family, who were already scared out of their wits. All of you, come over and take good care of them. The Chen family seemed to have just woken up from a dream as they rushed over to take care of Chen Jingtian and his son. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't be idle during this period of time. After he rescued Ling Xiao and Ling Yu, he used telepathy to gather everyone in the Ling family under Ling Lai's protection. As for Ling Yun himself, he was sizing up Chen Jingxian. This was the #1 expert of the Chen family and also an expert of the Heaven team. Chen Jingxian was born with a unique physique. He was naturally tall and had a broad frame. His arms were abnormally long, and his fingertips almost reached his knees. His appearance was completely different from his younger brother, Chen Jingtian. He had an aquiline nose and circular eyes, which made him look ferocious. Chen Jingshuan's physique and appearance reminded Ling Yan of Chen Jianhao, whom he had killed. This kind of person who was born with an unusual appearance usually had extraordinary talent, and when they cultivated, they advanced at lightning speed. After Chen Jingxian finished treating Chen Jingtian and his son and made arrangements for his family, he stood up with a gloomy expression and a murderous look in his eyes. Suddenly, he took a step forward and pointed at Ling Lai and Ling Yun. He roared, "Ling Lai, Ling Yun, step forward." Obviously, Chen Jingxian could tell that only Ling Lai and Ling Yun had the right to speak to him out of all the Ling family members present. Humph. Ling Lai snorted coldly when he heard Chen Jingxian call out his name and was about to step out. However, Ling Yun stretched out his arms and stopped his grandfather. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and smirked. "Old man, who do you think you are? Do you think we'll go out just because you tell us to?" Chen Jingxian asked. Ling Yun knew that Chen Jingxian was a strong opponent, but he wasn't afraid. After all, he had defeated Xikong too, who was at the second level of the divine power realm from the devil sect. He didn't believe that Chen Jingxian was stronger than Xikong Tuesday. The Ling family didn't feel anything when they heard Ling Yun call them old man. However, Lei Xing from the Condor team, who had just alighted from the car, felt his eyelids twitching. He hurried forward and whispered to Ling Yun, "Ling Yun, Mr. Chen is from the Xianxia team. Even if there's a feud between the Ling family and the Chen family, you still have to be careful in such an occasion. If one were to ask Lei Xing of the Condor team who he was most afraid of, it would definitely be Ling Yun." He wasn't afraid of anyone but Ling Yun giving him trouble. As the captain of the Condor team, he had to take on the role of firefighter as long as something happened to Ling Yun. There was no other way. Now, on one side was Ling Yun, who gave him a headache, and on the other side was a member of the heavenly team that even the Condor team had to listen to. Lei Xing wouldn't even have time to cry if they were to fight over a personal grudge. "Humph, I'm already giving him face by calling him old man. It's already good enough that I didn't call him Lao Bang Chai." Ling Yun replied with a cold smile. "Ling Yun, you little thief, you're too arrogant." Chen Jingxian roared in anger. As he spoke, Chen Jingxian used his movement technique. In a flash, he dashed in front of Ling Yun, raised his hand into a claw, and clawed at Ling Yun's face. Sun Luo hidden footwork, heavenly slaying heart-destroying claw. In an instant, the shadow of the claw overlapped, and a strong gust of wind blew. Ling Yun had seen Chen Jianjia use these two moves before. However, Chen Jianjia was only at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 8, while Chen Jingxian was at the first stage of the divine realm. It was effortless for him to use them. "Humph, it's just an insignificant skill. How can a grain of rice shine?" Ling Yun snorted coldly and punched out, using force to break technique. The Tiangang demon fist blasted out directly at the shadow of the claw that was rushing towards his face. Boom! The fist and the claw collided, and a violent force exploded between Ling Yun and Chen Jingxian. It formed a strong gust of wind that scattered in all directions. The surrounding people were swept up by this force, and their bodies swayed unsteadily. They couldn't even open their eyes. Ling Yan's figure only swayed a little, but Chen Jingxian was forced back 3 steps by the force of the fist. Chen Jingshuan's expression became incomparably solemn after this move. His pair of leopard eyes suddenly narrowed. An expert would know if he had it with just a stretch of his hand. Chen Jingxian knew that even though Ling Yan's realm was lower than his strength wasn't inferior to his at all. In fact, Ling Yan might even be stronger than him in terms of strength. Chen Jingxian was shocked. He was surprised that an 18-year-old youth like Ling Yan could have such godly strength. One had to know that Chen Jingxian was 82 years old this year. He had been cultivating martial arts since he was young, and his skills were incomparably profound. Moreover, he had been gifted since he was young. Yet, he was forced back by this junior in one move. "Brat, no wonder you can kill so many people from my Chen family. You do have some skills." Chen Jingxian didn't step forward again. Instead, he stared at Ling Yun and said calmly. If he couldn't crush Ling Yun, there was no way he could fight. Ling Yun could fight regardless of the situation, but Chen Jingxian couldn't. Not only was he the #1 expert of the Chen family, but he was also a member of the Huaxia heavenly group. In Chen Jingshuan's opinion, the two of them were more or less evenly matched. With their realms, if they were to use their full power here and really fight, not only would neither of them be able to do anything to the other, but it would also shock the world and shock the world. At that time, it would be impossible to deal with. Xianxia didn't attack again. Instead, he turned to Ling Lai and said, "Ling Lai, I have something to say." This time, he remembered it and didn't call Ling Lai out. Instead, he requested to speak directly. Ling Lai saw that his grandson had the strength to fight Xianxia. His worries were immediately swept away, and he was greatly shaken. The Ling family finally had someone who could go head-to-head with someone of the divine realm. In this turbulent capital, Ling Yan could completely hold his own. Xianxia was the #1 expert of the Qin family and a member of the heavenly group. What did grandfather Ling have to worry about? Xianxia was the #1 expert of the Qin family and a member of the heavenly group. Ling Lai also understood that since Xianxia was here, either they wouldn't fight, or they would fight until the sky was dark and the earth was dark. Now that Xianxia had no intention of attacking, the next step was naturally to negotiate. Thus, Ling Lai stepped forward with a calm smile. "Xianxia, if you have something to say, just say it." Xianxia stared at Ling Lai for a long time. Suddenly, he raised his brow and said in a low voice, "Ling Lai, I didn't expect you to advance to the first stage of the divine realm." Ling Lai was delighted, but he didn't say anything. He waited quietly for Xianxia to continue. Xianxia was shocked, but he didn't mention it again. Instead, he said calmly, "Ling Lai, you and I both know that the Ling family and the Qin family are mortal enemies. Since that's the case, there's no point in talking nonsense. Let's settle this according to the old rules." First chapter. I owe everyone this chapter from last night. My body was at its limit last night, and my mind was blank, so I couldn't write it out. Please understand. Wherever there were people, there would be society. And as long as there was society, there would definitely be rules. There were many rules in the society, but there was only one rule that could be used to resolve conflicts, especially to resolve enmity between two parties. A duel to the death. The so-called old rule was that between people, families, or ancient martial arts sects, if there was enmity that could not be reconciled or resolved, then it would be resolved by a duel to the death. The old rule that Xianxia proposed was naturally a duel to the death between families. The Qin family and the Ling family were going to have a duel to the death. This sort of life and death battle had strict procedures and rules. Once both sides made an agreement, then they had to strictly abide by the rules of the life and death battle. Whoever violated the rules would definitely become the target of public criticism, be spurned by everyone, and be cursed and killed by everyone. After the agreement was made, both parties had to sign a life and death agreement, stating that the duel was voluntary. Regardless of victory or defeat, life or death, it was up to fate and had nothing to do with anything else. After signing the life and death agreement, the time and place were chosen. There could be witnesses, or there could be none. Both parties had to make their own preparations and wait for the day of the duel to arrive to fight to the death. In this kind of life and death battle, no matter what the goal was, whether it was reputation, women, benefits, hatred, or anything else, as long as one won, he would win everything, and whatever he said would be the law. As for the losing side, they could only allow themselves to be trampled upon, and everything would be over. Before the time of the duel arrived, it was time for both parties to prepare based on their own abilities. However, during this time, neither party could provoke or attack the other party. If either party provoked or attacked the other party, then there was no need to continue the duel and it would automatically be considered as the loser. During the duel, both parties could fight one-on-one or as a team. The specific method of fighting would be decided after the two parties reached an agreement. Of course, this wasn't important. The important thing was that in this kind of duel to the death that Xianxia proposed, the two families could invite anyone to help them, or even directly send someone to fight. During the duel, they could use all their trump cards and use any means at all. This was because once the result of this duel was revealed, it would decide the life and death of a family. Life and death would be decided immediately. In other words, the true binding force of this life and death duel was only before the duel began. The binding force was the time and place of the duel, as well as the method of the duel. Also, before the duel, no one could provoke the other. In addition, after the outcome of the duel, the winner could obtain whatever he wanted from the loser. Of course, the last condition was nonsense. In this kind of life and death duel, after the battle, the losing side would basically be dead. Of course, everything would be decided by the winning side. It could be said that this kind of life and death duel was a battle to the death. It was just that due to the difference in status between the two dueling parties, they chose a more dignified way of fighting to the death. This was the old rule that Xianxia had mentioned, one battle to determine life and death. Now, the hatred between the Ling and Qin families could no longer be resolved. Instead of constantly scheming against each other and exhausting each other's strength, they might as well do it this way. Both the Ling and Qin families were big families in Xianxia. They had to be dignified. Moreover, Qin Jingxian was a member of the heavenly team. This method of settling things was undoubtedly beneficial to both parties. This was especially beneficial to the Qin family. Otherwise, there would be no one left in the Qin family if Ling Yun bumped into the Qin family twice more. Even if there was only Qin Jingxian left in the end, what was the use of being a commander without an army? The Qin family would still be wiped out, and there would be no meaning for him to live. Ling Lai, of course, understood what the old rule that Qin Jingxian had mentioned meant. He asked directly, "Old rule? Which one?" Qin Jingshuan's lips curled into a vicious smile. Of course, the most ruthless one. Everyone prepared, inviting anyone, using any means necessary, and using all their trump cards. Life and death were up to fate. This was the most ruthless one. Ling Lai's heart trembled. Qin Jingxian had completely shed all pretense of cordiality. He wanted to use this battle to wipe out the entire Ling family. This was because the most ruthless method of dueling was advantageous to the Qin family and disadvantageous to the Ling family. Qin Jingxian had been in Huaxia's heavenly team for more than 30 years. It could be said that he had friends everywhere in the heavenly team. He even had a few close friends who were all in the divine power realm. Furthermore, the Qin family had some connections in both the East and the West. They were bound together for good or bad. At that time, not to mention the one-on-one battle, if it was a group battle, how would the Ling family fight? Now, there was no one left in the Qin family except for Qin Jingxian and Qin Jingtian. They could choose to fight with their backs to the wall, but the Ling family couldn't do that. The Ling family had just activated the Ling family's inheritance last night. Everyone in the family had received great benefits. This was just the beginning. It was only a matter of time before they would rise again. One of them happened to be the rising sun, while the other was the setting sun. Fighting like this was equivalent to a person who had won a lot of money going to a gambler who had lost so much that he was about to jump off a building to decide the outcome. Ling Lai didn't agree to Qin Jingxian immediately. He was hesitating. The Ling family would lose too much if they fought like this. What the Ling family needed now was time, but Qin Jingxian clearly saw something and didn't give them any time. What? Is the Ling family afraid? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Qin Jingxian stood with his hands behind his back, as though he was certain that Ling Lai wouldn't agree. Grandpa, agree to him. At this time, Ling Lai heard Ling Yun's voice. Ling Yun used telepathy to ask him to agree to Qin Jingxian. Yun you don't understand the old rules of Huaxia. Qin Jingxian proposed the most ruthless duel to the death. Both parties can invite anyone they want, and the Ling family will be at a disadvantage. Ling Lai also used telepathy and told Ling Yun the key points in a few words. Grandpa, the Ling family and the Qin family are like fire and water. If we don't agree, the Ling family will be at a disadvantage too. Ling Yun used telepathy again. Unlike Ling Lai, Ling Yun was thinking about something else. Now that the Ling family and the Qin family were at an irreconcilable state, Ling Yun could kill Qin Jianjia, Qin Jianhao, Qin Haishan, and so on. Similarly, Qin Jingxian could do the same to the members of the Ling family who were alone and kill them one by one. Qin Jingshuan's move just now made Ling Yun very cautious. In the past, Ling Yun was a loner. In terms of family, he only needed to protect Ning Lingyu and that would be enough. But now, Ling Yun had returned to his family. The Ling family had a large family, and they were all his family. If Qin Jingxian took revenge, the Ling family would only die faster. How would the Ling family rise then? So, instead of doing this, it was better to fight to the death. They were going to die sooner or later anyway. As if he could hear the urgency in Qin Jingshuan's words, Ling Lai's heart skipped a beat. Without thinking further, he looked up at Qin Jingxian and said, "All right, the old rules. The Ling family agrees to the most ruthless one." Ha 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 ha, awesome. Qin Jingxian laughed hysterically when he heard Ling Lai agree. Suddenly, he stopped laughing and said coldly, "It's been many years since a life-and-death duel between the big families of Huaxia happened. I didn't expect it to happen between the Ling family and the Qin family." Qin Jingxian looked at Ling Lai and said, "Then, let's set the life-and-death duel 10 days from now. What do you think?" Ling Yan's sudden appearance today caught the Qin family off guard. Qin Jingxian naturally had to make preparations. Even though he didn't want to give the Ling family too much time, he had no choice but to schedule the duel 10 days from now. Qin Jingxian had to wait for his friends, the Japanese ninjas. Since he agreed to the life-and-death duel, Ling Lai didn't care about the time. He smiled proudly and said, "All right, let's set it to the last night of this month." Today was the 20th of August, so the night 10 days from now would naturally be the 31st of August. Then, Ling Lai said, "However, since you've decided on the time, shouldn't the Ling family decide on the location?" If one party chose the time, the other party had to choose the location. That was the rule. Otherwise, if the Qin family picked the time and then chose the location, the Ling family would be too passive. Qin Jingxian put on an indifferent expression and said, "The Ling family can choose the location. Just let me know when you're preparing the documents." Since the Ling family had agreed to the old rule, Qin Jingxian didn't care about such small matters. If he wasn't confident of winning, why would he suggest this method to Ling Lai? Ling Lai smiled and said, "What about the format of the duel?" Qin Jingxian waved his hand and said, "2 one-on-one duels and 1 team battle. Best of 3? Or whatever you decide. I don't have any objections. In a life-and-death duel, one could resort to any means necessary." That wasn't important at all, so Qin Jingxian didn't care. However, this was too arrogant. "All right, old man, we'll do as you say. 2 one-on-one duels and 1 team battle. I'll accept it." Ling Yan sneered in his heart. Qin Jingxian abruptly turned his head and stared fixedly at Ling Yan, saying in a deep voice, "Ling Yan, I know the inheritance of my Qin family is in your hands now, but I won't take it today. However, don't forget to bring it to me on the day of the duel." "The blood element pearl," Ling Yan smiled coldly. "I will definitely bring it with me. Don't worry. However, do you really have the ability to take it back? Brat, you've been showing off for long enough. Don't cry 10 days later." Qin Jingxian sneered. He turned around and waved at the Qin family. "Let's go." Qin Jingxian didn't even ask about the lives of Qin Jianwei and Qin Senator. Hearing this, the people of the Qin family glanced coldly at the Ling family, then hurriedly carried Qin Jingtian and his son to the car and left. The Ling family and the Qin family were going to have a life-and-death duel 10 days later. The news spread throughout the capital in an instant. To be continued. The second chapter. All the spectators continued to read on. It was all an exciting story. In addition, please follow Bu Zheng's official WeChat account, Bu Zheng, Elder Ling. I'm Lei Xing from the Condor team. After watching the Qin family leave, Lei Xing walked forward and cupped his hands together to greet Ling Lai and the rest. Lei Xing from the Condor team was Ling Shue's boss. The Ling family was naturally familiar with him, so they returned the greeting. "Oh, Mr. Lei, how have you been?" With Ling Lai's age and status, he naturally didn't have to return the greeting. He only greeted Lei Xing before smiling and saying, "Our Ling family has caused you trouble again after all the trouble just now." As he spoke, Ling Lai turned his head to look at his surroundings. His gaze didn't linger on the hidden stalls in the distance. Instead, he looked at the vendors selling incense, paper money, wreaths, or fresh flowers. These were all ordinary people. They had seen the fierce battle between the Ling family and the Sun family, and the Ling family and the Qin family. Some were surprised, some were shocked, but most of them were frightened. Even though Ling Yun didn't want to shock the world during the battle just now, the scene of him slapping the 2 tigers of the Sun family, sending Chen Haipeng flying through the air, sending Qin Jingtian flying with a single punch, and Qin Jingxian almost flying over were all seen by these people. Some things in their hearts were distorted. These people naturally needed to be pacified. Someone had to clean up the mess here, and Lei Xing of the Condor team was undoubtedly the one to do this. That was why Ling Lai said that he had caused trouble for Lei Xing again. As for the fight between the three big families in public, it was a big deal. It was all up to Lei Xing, and Ling Lai believed that he wouldn't dare to say anything. Elder Ling, you're too polite. This is the responsibility of the Condor team. I'll handle it properly. What happened here wouldn't appear in the newspapers, nor would there be any videos on the major media or websites. It would be as if nothing had happened. Other than the top forces in Beijing, ordinary people wouldn't know anything about it. As for those who happened to witness the entire process, the Condor team naturally had their ways to shut their mouths or even brainwash them. Ling Lai nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Laurel." Ling Lai and Lei Xing were well aware of how to deal with such matters, so there was no need to say anything. However, Lei Xing's expression turned serious as he said, "Old Master Ling, you know that the Condor team is responsible for everything that happened here today. Lei Xing has to report everything that happened here to the higher-ups." When Ling Lai heard this, he waved his hand and said, "You don't have to say much about this. You don't have to hide anything either. Just report to the boss as you should." Ling Lai glanced at the spies around him and smiled. "Furthermore, you won't be able to hide it even if you want to." Since Lei Xing was the leader of the Huaxia Condor team, he naturally knew all the spies around the entrance of the cemetery. Some of them were even his own men. Therefore, he naturally understood what Lei Xing meant. "Thank you for your understanding, Grandfather Ling." Lei Xing cupped his fists again and bowed to Ling Lai. Lei Xing had been very polite to the Ling family from start to finish. It wasn't just because the Ling family's power had increased tremendously, allowing them to crush the Sun family and challenge the Chen family. It was also because of Ling Yun. Of course, he knew that the higher-ups were taking special care of Ling Yun. Even though he didn't understand the reason, Lei Xing had been in the Condor team for many years and naturally knew what to do. Moreover, Ling Yun's current strength and power were no longer something that a small leader of the Condor team like him could control. He could only look up to him. When Ling Yun killed Sun Tianbiao, Lei Xing wanted to stop him, but he was suppressed by Qin Dongxue from the Qin family. This was the same logic. Watching the immortals fight, he could only try his best to do what he was supposed to do. He didn't ask or care about things that he shouldn't. "Old Lei, look, I've troubled you again. I'm really sorry. This is a small token of my appreciation." Ling Yun walked forward and took out 3 dragon spirit pills that he had refined and placed them in Lei Xing's hands. Money makes the world go round. Ever since Ling Yun met Lei Xing, he knew that Lei Xing had helped him a lot. At the very least, Lei Xing had wiped his ass for him a few times, and each time, it was clean. It was time to return this favor. Lei Xing took the dragon spirit pills and immediately felt the spiritual energy. Of course, he knew that this was good stuff. He couldn't help but ask. "I won't harm you. Don't worry and eat it. After eating these 3 pills, you can at least advance 3 small realms." Ling Yun chuckled. Lei Xing was shocked and subconsciously said, How can I accept it? This gift is too expensive." Before coming to Beijing, Ling Yun had refined a large number of pills. Among them were 100 dragon spirit pills. Taking out 3 was nothing to him, so it didn't matter at all. "If you think it's too little, then return it to me. I still have use for it." Ling Yun chuckled. How could Lei Xing bear to give it away? "It's not too little, not too little. It would be impolite to reject such a big gift. I have no choice but to accept it," he said hurriedly. As he spoke, Lei Xing seemed to be afraid that Ling Yun would really take it back. He actually clenched his fist and hid the 3 dragon spirit pills in his sleeve. Lei Xing had been stuck at the pinnacle of Xiantian Realm Level 1 for so many years without any improvement. Now that he had a chance to advance, how could he bear to let it go? However, he also understood that after accepting this big gift from Ling Yun, he would have to be more lenient towards Ling Yun in many matters in the future. Ling Yun didn't stand on ceremony. He put his arm around Lei Xing's shoulder and chuckled. "Old Lei, I still have to stay in Beijing for more than a month. Please make things convenient for me in the future." Lei Xing said helplessly, "Of course. As long as it's within my responsibility, there's definitely no problem." However, if it's beyond my responsibility, then I really can't do anything about it. Since Lei Xing had received benefits from Ling Yun, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for Ling Yun. As long as he could take care of Ling Yun, he would naturally try his best. That was what Ling Yun wanted. He chuckled. Don't worry, I won't do anything that's beyond your responsibility. Lei Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. In his heart, which matter of Ling Yun's didn't exceed his responsibility, however, regardless of whether it was Ling Yun's strength or character, Lei Xing couldn't find fault with him. Rather than going by the book, he might as well turn a blind eye to Ling Yun. This way, at least he would be able to reap some benefits. Ling Lai stood at the side and couldn't help but laugh when he saw his precious grandson easily take down Lei Xing, who had always been impartial. Mr. Lei, we'll be going in then. Any more delays and we'll be late. Lei Xing was even more polite to Ling Lai now. He cupped his hands and said, Old Master Ling, today is the day to sweep the tombs. You don't have to worry about me. After everything was arranged, Ling Lai waved his hand and said, Sons of the Ling family, follow me to sweep the tombs and pay respects to our ancestors. Just a short while ago, the Ling family had trampled on the Sun family and the Chen family. At this moment, they were in the limelight. This time, the Ling family is really going to rise. Beijing is going to change. Lei Xing stood on the spot and looked at the backs of the Ling family members. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. At the same time, he couldn't help but grip the 3 elixirs in his hand tightly. After entering the cemetery, Ling Lai led the Ling family members to the forest of tombstones. Yun Er, remember this. This forest of tombstones is the ancestral tomb of our Ling family. It wasn't originally here. After the founding of the nation, your great-grandfather's generation moved it here after some discussion. This was also in response to the call of the nation. Along the way, Ling Lai specially introduced the tombstones to Ling Yun. Now that Ling Yun was the head of the Ling family, he naturally had to understand these things. Ling Yun nodded repeatedly. Actually, when Ling Yun and Mo Wudao came to this cemetery to cultivate the ghost divine willow last night, they discovered this place with their divine senses. At that time, they already knew that this was the ancestral tomb of the Ling family. The reason was simple. The names carved on the tombstones were all surnamed Ling, and many of them were on the memorial tablets in the Ling family's ancestral hall. Moreover, the names of the people who erected the tombstones were all on the tombstones. How could he not know? Actually, Ling Yun really wanted to ask Ling Lai where the original location of the ancestral tomb was. This would make it easier for him to investigate the origin of the ghost divine willow. The ghost divine willow was too mystical. It definitely contained a shocking secret. Ling Yun couldn't possibly not investigate it. However, this wasn't the place to talk, so Ling Yun resisted the urge to ask. Since they were here to visit the tombstones, the next step was naturally to sweep the tombstones. Flowers, incense, fruit plates, paper money, wine, and many other things were all placed neatly. These things were basically done by Ling Lai himself. Occasionally, he would ask Ling Yun and the other juniors to help out. Yun Er, take out our family's inheritance. This was the first time Ling Yun participated in the Ling family's ancestral worship after he returned to the family. Therefore, Ling Lai naturally asked him to bring the inheritance of the Ling family, the ghost divine willow. Ling Yun took out the ghost divine willow. After asking Ling Lai with his eyes, he found a place and planted the ghost divine willow into the ground. Once the ghost divine willow was planted, it immediately released a large amount of wood spiritual energy, which enveloped the entire forest. The nearby pine and cypress trees were nourished by such a strong wood spiritual energy, and their leaves began to glow brightly. When everything was ready, Ling Lai took Ling Yun's hand and led the way to kneel and worship the ancestors. At the same time, he muttered to himself. He told the ancestors about Ling Yun's return to the family, the ghost divine willow, and even how Ling Yun killed Ling Hao. Of course, he also told them about how the Ling family crushed the Sun and Chen families. His expression was solemn and emotional. Even though he was telling the dead, it was as if he was talking to the living. All in all, this time, the Ling family was really going to rise. After he finished his recitation, Ling Lai led everyone to stand up. This was the end of the tomb sweeping. Ordinary families would usually set off firecrackers after they finished sweeping the tombstones. However, this was a national cemetery, and it was prohibited. Thus, they could only give up. Yun, let's go home. Next, our family will be preparing for the battle to the death with the Qin family. Attention, students, Old Bu noticed that quite a number of students have subscribed to all the chapters of Martial God Dragon Emperor. Readers who have subscribed to all of them, please go and collect Bu Zheng's Glory of the Great God. The method to collect it was simple. On the page of Martial God Dragon Emperor, there was a red 5-star symbol to the right of Bu Zheng's name. Thank you, everyone. On the way back from the cemetery to the Ling family's ancestral home, the Ling family's hearts gradually became heavy after the excitement of trampling on the Sun and Qin families past. 10 days later, the Ling family and the Qin family would have a life-and-death battle. Everyone in the Ling family knew that the Qin family wouldn't be easy to overcome, even Ling Yun was thinking the same thing at this moment. This battle was too important. It concerned the life and death of the entire Ling family. The rise of the Ling family depended on this battle. If they won this battle, the Ling family would definitely rise. If they lost, the entire family would be wiped out. There were only 10 days left for the Ling family. 10 days later, their life and death would be decided. At such a crucial moment, who wouldn't have a heavy heart? On the Ling family's bus, Ling Lai pulled Ling Yun to his side. The two of them sat side by side and communicated via telepathy. Yun, the Ling family is rising day by day, while the Qin family is on the decline. Qin Jingxian wants a life-and-death battle with us. Why did you let Grandpa agree? If we fight like this, our family will be at a disadvantage. Ling Lai wasn't complaining about Ling Yun. As the head of the family, he had to consider the entire Ling family. That was why he had to analyze the situation with Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Lai knew that his precious grandson was someone who would never allow himself to be taken advantage of. He also knew that Ling Yun would be able to guess his concerns. Therefore, he couldn't understand why Ling Yun would choose to accept Qin Jingshuan's challenge. Ling Yun patiently explained to Ling Lai, "Grandpa, I know that the Ling family will be at a disadvantage if we fight like this. However, I also know that if we don't fight like this, the Ling family will be at a greater disadvantage." Ling Yun had said this a long time ago. Ling Lai couldn't understand this point. He hurriedly asked, "Oh? What do you mean?" Ling Yun already knew that Ling Lai was a straightforward person. He didn't have a dark corner in his heart and wasn't good at scheming against others. That was why he couldn't figure it out. So he smiled and said, "Grandpa, think about it. How did the Qin family end up like this?" Ling Lai was stunned, and he stuttered. "Because they provoked you." "That's right, it was because of me." Ling Yun smiled. Qin Jingxian, Qin Jingtian, and his son are the only ones left in the Qin family. That's because in the past few months, I've divided and devoured them. I basically wiped out the mainstays of their family and the main forces that they relied on. Ling Yun smiled. Counting carefully, starting from Xianxia's Qin Jianren, then Qin Haizhen, Qin Jianwei, Qin Jianjia, Qin Jianhao, Qin Haishan, more than 100 ancient martial arts masters invited by their families, nearly 1,000 blood clan bats, and dozens of Japanese ninjas, they were all killed by me. Ling Lai sucked in a breath of cold air. The Qin family actually sent so many people to kill you? Ling Yun, on the other hand, was calm and collected. At that time, I wasn't as strong as I am today. It can be said that the Qin family underestimated me when they dealt with me. If Qin Jingxian had chosen to attack me personally, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape, let alone fight him. Ling Yun couldn't help but smile as he said this. I think Qin Jingxian must be very regretful recently because the people that the Qin family sent to deal with me became the stepping stones for my rise. But today, after Qin Jingxian saw me, and through his 2 probing attacks, he has realized that I am no longer a lamb that he can slaughter at will. Instead, I am qualified to fight him. Ling Yun had fought with Qin Jingxian before. Naturally, he could tell that Qin Jingxian had the intention to kill the Ling family today. If Ling Yun couldn't withstand that heaven-slaying heart-destroying claw, none of the Ling family members would be able to leave alive. Qin Jingxian used his full strength against Ling Yun. He didn't hold back, but he didn't gain any advantage. That was why he chose to fight to the death with the Ling family. Ling Yun continued to explain. Xianxia suddenly realized that our Ling family's overall strength had increased explosively, while his family was already at the end of their road. Just now, in front of everyone, he didn't kill anyone from the Ling family because of his status. However, if we didn't agree to him just now, Xianxia would definitely attack personally after he left. He would assassinate the Ling family members one by one. Grandpa, with Xianxuan's strength, how many people in the Ling family would be able to escape his clutches? Even if I used all my strength, how many people in the Ling family could I protect? Ling Lai was dumbfounded. At the same time, he finally understood and murmured, so that's how it is. Yun, now that you put it that way, it really is like that. Wasn't that the case? Other than Xianxia, the rest of the Chen family were lambs for Ling Yun to trample on. On the other hand, other than Ling Yun, which member of the Ling family wasn't lambs for Xianxia to slaughter? Xianxia could kill everyone in the Ling family first and then challenge Ling Yun to a duel. That would be a huge loss for the Ling family. Ling Lai immediately understood the crux of the matter after Ling Yun pointed it out. He blushed and said shamefully, cough. Grandpa thought that Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing because he has been in the heavenly team for so many years. Ling Lai would never do such a thing. That was why he didn't think of it. Ling Yun chuckled. Grandpa, you're too righteous. Of course, you would think that way. Ling Yun flattered Ling Lai before continuing. Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing under normal circumstances. However, this is a matter of life and death for his family. Now that he knows my true identity, he will naturally put the score between me and the Chen family on the heads of the Ling family. Tell me, how is it possible for him to allow our Ling family to continue developing and grow so that we can destroy the entire Chen family? Ling Yan's analysis was meticulous and flawless. Furthermore, that was the truth. Needless to say, if Ling Yan couldn't block Xianxuan's all-out attack today, Xianxia would start a massacre in a fit of rage. As for the Huaxia ancient martial arts practitioners not fighting on the streets, it was nothing to the people of the heavenly team. They did not care about it at all. Yes, you're right. Grandpa understands, that's indeed the case. Ling Lai finally understood. From the looks of it, agreeing to Xianxuan's request for a duel to the death was indeed the best choice for the Ling family. Yun, what do you plan to do for the next 10 days? He asked immediately. Ling Yun smiled calmly. Of course I'll go all out and prepare for battle. Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The Ling family won't lose. Accepting the Chen family's request for a duel to the death was a helpless choice. However, Ling Yun wouldn't have agreed to it if he wasn't confident. Ling Lai felt much more at ease after hearing Ling Yun's words. He knew that Xianxia was strong, but he trusted Ling Yun more. Ling Yun would never do something he wasn't confident in. All right. We'll go all out then. Grandpa will listen to your arrangements for the next 10 days. As long as the Ling family wins, I'll do whatever you want me to do. Ling Lai no longer had any doubts. He heaved a sigh of relief when the day of the duel arrived. Ling Yun smiled confidently and nodded without saying anything else. At this point, he wasn't thinking about whether they could win or not. Instead, he was thinking about how to win beautifully and how to minimize the casualties on his side. Also, after the Ling family defeated the Chen family, if the other enemies of the Ling family seized the opportunity to attack and destroy the Ling family in one fell swoop, what kind of arrangements would they have to make? These were the problems that Ling Yun had to consider and solve. These problems could be summarized into 3 things: defend well, increase their strength, and have a way out. The traffic in Beijing was at its peak at 5 or 6 in the afternoon. It was the time when the roads were the most congested. Therefore, the Ling family took an hour and a half to return to the Ling family's ancestral home. After dinner, Ling Yun didn't participate in the Ling family's discussion about the duel to the death. Instead, he returned to his room. After returning to his room, Ling Yun sat on the sofa alone and began to think quietly. This took more than an hour. After considering everything thoroughly, Ling Yun smiled and went to look for Emma Wudao. Emma Wudao couldn't help but grumble when he saw Ling Yun. What took you so long? You almost got in the way again. Let's go. Even though the 14th of July was the time of year with the heaviest qi, the 15th of July was the Hungry Ghost Festival. The heaviest yin qi at night wasn't that far off. Therefore, at around 9:30, the two of them left the Ling family in the black van. Just like the night before, they continued to cultivate the divine ghost willow. With last night's experience, the two of them could be said to be familiar with the route tonight. Other than Beijing's Third Ring Road and Yenjing University, they went everywhere else. By 1 o'clock in the morning, the divine ghost willow had grown to 2.5 meters tall. Its trunk was thicker, and its crown was thicker. Its leaves were more luxuriant, and its roots were thicker. Seeing that the divine ghost willow was almost done, Ling Yan wanted to go back and cultivate in his spatial ring. However, Emma Wudao said that it was still early and suggested that they go to a few more places. After all, this only happened once a year. Ling Yan had no choice but to agree. The two of them drove out of the 6th Ring Road and began to wander around, allowing the divine ghost willow to absorb yin qi. This round of cultivation only ended at 4 in the morning. Even though the divine ghost willow absorbed a lot of yin qi, there weren't any changes. Obviously, the divine ghost willow was full in the short term. Alright, it's about time. Let's go back and cultivate. I still have a lot of things to do in the next 10 days. Attention, readers. All readers who have subscribed to Martial God Dragon Emperor, please hurry up and receive Bu Zheng's Glory of the Great God. Thank you. Requesting subscriptions, requesting monthly tickets. Ling Yan, how confident are you in the battle with the Chen family in 10 days? Mo Wudao couldn't help but ask Ling Yan on the way back. He looked concerned and slightly worried. That night, the two of them drove around for more than 6 hours. Of course, Ling Yan told Mo Wudao everything that happened during the day. Ling Yan smiled faintly as he drove. Don't worry, I'm 100% sure. If you're still worried, you can read my fortune for me. Mo Wudao almost vomited blood. He hurriedly waved his hands. Do I have nothing better to do? Even this counts? Don't you know, as long as it's a divination related to you, if I want to calculate it correctly, I will vomit blood, okay? The last time Mo Wudao tried to read Ling Zhao's whereabouts, he clearly felt that Heaven's Will was concealing him. In other words, it was more like Heaven's Will was obstructing him. That was why he vomited blood. If he tried to read Ling Yan now, he probably wouldn't be able to do it even if he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. Of course, Mo Wudao was already certain that Ling Yan would win this battle. He didn't need to read his fortune at all. Ling Yan chuckled and didn't explain further. He only said, "You'll know very soon whether I can win or not." With that, he stepped on the accelerator, and the van sped forward. It was daybreak when the two of them returned to the Ling family's ancestral mansion. Ling Yan planted the divine ghost willow in its original spot and pulled Mo Wudao over to sit down and cultivate. Ling Yan and Mo Wudao weren't the only ones cultivating in the Ling family. The entire Ling family, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the younger generation of the Ling family, didn't sleep or rest. They were all sitting cross-legged in meditation, stabilizing their newly advanced realms and trying to adapt to their newfound strength as soon as possible. Only when there was pressure would there be motivation. In the face of life and death, something that flowed in the blood of the Ling family was rapidly awakening. Regardless of gender or age, they were all cultivating with all their might. Ling Yan's divine sense enveloped the entire Ling family. He couldn't help but worry when he realized that everyone was in the Ling family except for Ling Zhen. Ling Yan knew very well that if there was a variable in the Ling family, it would be Ling Zhen. Of course, he knew that his uncle, Ling Zhen, was problematic. When Ling Yan killed Ling Hao back then, he had the intention of forcing Ling Zhen out. However, Ling Zhen's performance from the beginning to the end was watertight, and Ling Yan couldn't find anything to use against him. Therefore, there was no better way. Ling Yan could only wait and hope that Ling Zhen didn't become his enemy. Ling Yan spent the entire morning cultivating the stellar condensation technique. He only stopped when it was almost 8 in the morning. The signs of a breakthrough in the stellar condensation technique were becoming more and more obvious. However, Ling Yan knew that he would need at least 3 weeks to break through to the third major realm of the stellar condensation technique. He definitely wouldn't be able to make it in time for the duel with the Chen family in 10 days. However, he didn't care because he didn't intend to rely on the defense of the stellar condensation technique in this battle. After finishing his morning cultivation and breakfast, Ling Yan went to second uncle Ling Yu's courtyard. After greeting him, he went straight into the house. "Yun, you're here. Come in and have a seat." Ling Yu was full of smiles when he saw Ling Yun. He invited Ling Yun to the sofa and was about to make tea himself. "Second uncle, you don't have to trouble yourself. I've just had breakfast. Why would I make tea in the morning?" Ling Yan couldn't help but persuade Ling Yu when he saw him running around. "Haha, Yun, you don't understand second uncle. You don't have a taste for tea, but second uncle can't live without it." Ling Yu ignored Ling Yan's advice and brewed a pot of good tea. He was a cultured person. Ling Lai's 3 sons had the strongest scholarly aura. He dabbled in poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He also loved collecting antiques and was an expert in the way of tea. As a result, he was the one with the lowest cultivation among Ling Lai's 3 sons. The more hobbies he had, the more distracting thoughts he had. Of course, Ling Yu couldn't focus on his cultivation. "Yun, this is second uncle's Longjing tea. Try it and see how it tastes." After the tea was brewed, Ling Yu personally poured a cup for Ling Yun. Both of them enjoyed the tea before getting down to business. Ling Yun naturally had something important to discuss with Ling Yu early in the morning. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Second uncle, when I came to the capital last time, I asked my family to prepare a few things. How are your preparations going?" When Ling Yun first came to Beijing, he had already made some arrangements at the Ling family. Now that the battle with the Chen family was imminent, he needed to make arrangements. At that time, Ling Yan asked the Ling family to prepare a few things. Ling Yan wanted to set up multiple illusory arrays and killing arrays in the 9 courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral home to increase the Ling family's overall defense. Therefore, he asked his family to prepare a few hundred iron ingots or lead balls for the arrays. Secondly, he personally took out 200 million yuan to get the Ling family to continuously purchase large amounts of Chinese medicine ingredients for him. He also got Ling Yu to help him purchase 1 or 2 medicine companies. The requirements were that the factory had to be large, and the warehouse had to be large to store the large amounts of medicinal ingredients. Finally, he wanted the Ling family to help him purchase a metal smelting factory and a coal company in Zhangjiago. The larger the scale, the better. These were all important things that Ling Yan asked the Ling family to prepare in advance. They were all very useful to him. Setting up arrays, refining pills, making talismans, and forging weapons were all indispensable. These were all Ling Yan's skills as a cultivator. Of course, he had to prepare in advance so that he wouldn't be at a loss. Of course, apart from these 3 things, Ling Yan also requested to build a Ling family villa for him to stay in Beijing in the future. Without a doubt, these were all arranged by Ling Yu. That was why Ling Yan came over to ask about them. Ling Yu took a sip of tea and smiled. "Yun, when you came to look for me the last time, you didn't speak because your auntie was around. However, I know that you definitely want to ask about these things. Don't worry, I've already prepared those things for you. I prepared more than 1,000 iron ingots or lead balls for you. Each of them is about this big," Ling Yu said as he stretched out his arms and gestured in the air. Then, he said, "Each of them weighs about 300 to 400 kilograms. Is that enough?" "Second uncle, I don't remember specifying the size of the lead balls." "How did you know?" Ling Yan asked in bewilderment. Ling Yu laughed. "Kid, aren't you underestimating your second uncle? You've forgotten about Chui Lao." Ling Yan understood. He knew that Ling Yu didn't know what to do with the lead balls, so he could only ask Chui Lao. Chui Lao had stayed in Qingshui City for a long time, so he naturally knew what Ling Yun wanted these things for. "So, you've asked Chui Lao?" Ling Yun smiled. Second uncle was indeed the brains of the Ling family. He did things flawlessly, which was really reassuring. Hearing that Ling Yu had prepared 1,000 shot balls for him, Ling Yun was completely at ease. With so many shot balls, the Ling family would at most use half of them. As for the other half, he had a great use for it. That would save him a lot of trouble. "Are you at ease now?" Ling Yu smiled and nodded. "As for the purchase of medicinal herbs that you mentioned, our Ling family has not been idle during this period of time. We have been helping you purchase all kinds of Chinese medicinal herbs from all over the country. You can say that we bought as many as we could. Now, they are stored in the warehouse of our medicinal herbs company. At this point, Ling Yu seemed to have thought of something and added, "Oh, right. Our Ling family really doesn't know how to purchase these medicinal herbs. Hence, we found someone from the Shui family to purchase them on our behalf." Ling Yan was surprised. "Oh? So this deal was given to the Shui family?" Needless to say, the Shui family was Miracle Dr. Shui's pharmaceutical business north of the Yellow River. Currently, it was managed by Shui Mining's father, Shui Xianxia. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. "What do you think? You have such a good relationship with Miracle Dr. Shui in Xingshui City. His two precious granddaughters are pestering you every day. Who else would you give this deal to if not them? Is there a more suitable one? This is called keeping the goodies within the family." Ling Yan smiled sheepishly and said, "Hee hee, second uncle, how do you know everything?" Ling Yu laughed heartily. "Nonsense, you're the treasure of our family, and now you're the head of the Ling family. Your grandfather asked me to help you. If I didn't know you at all, how could I help you?" "Second uncle, did the Shui family ask us for money?" Ling Yu laughed. "Money? What money? Are you talking about the OEM fee? How is that possible?" "When old Shui heard that you wanted to purchase medicinal herbs, he took on the job without hesitation. Not only did he not ask for a single cent, but he even paid for the transportation." Speaking of this, Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. That was because he had never done such a comfortable deal in his life. The Shui family was completely paying for him and they even served him to the end. Ling Yan quickly stopped him with a red face. All right, I got it. Second uncle, can you stop teasing me about this? Let's get down to business." "All right, second uncle, I won't talk about it anymore." Ling Yu knew that it was about time, so he continued the original topic. "As for the metal smelting factory and the coal company, our Ling family bought them silently. They're in Zhangjiago City. They're the biggest company in the same industry. I'll bring you there when the time comes." Ling Yu had completed the 3 major tasks that Ling Yun had requested. Everything was ready. This made Ling Yun excited. This way, many of his plans could be implemented immediately. It saved him a lot of trouble. Ling Yu continued, "Oh, right. I've already picked out a few suitable locations for the Ling family's residence. As for which one you want to buy, you'll have to decide for yourself." Ling Yu nodded. "I understand, second uncle. This last matter isn't urgent. It's just a place to stay." According to Ling Yun's plan, the Ling family's residence would take at least 2 to 3 years to be built. Picking a location was even easier. With him and Mo Wudao around, they would definitely pick a place with good feng shui. Ling Yun didn't waste any more time. He stood up and said, "Second uncle, where are the iron ingots and lead balls now?" Ling Yun wanted to set up the formation immediately. To be continued. Good news, Bu Jing would like to remind all readers that League C is back from overseas. Everyone might be able to collect their monthly tickets tonight. Ling Yun was in a hurry to leave, but Ling Yu didn't move. He waved his hand and smiled. "Yun Air, there's no need to go through so much trouble. It's just some solid shot balls. What's so special about them?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed to the north. "Just north of our house, near the 6th Ring Road, in an old factory. There are more than 1,000 lead balls, enough to fill 20 trucks. After we bought them, we didn't even unload them. They're just waiting for you to use them. Tell second uncle where you want to use these shot balls. I'll arrange for someone to transport them over." Ling Yu was confident and managed to convince Ling Yun with just a few words. Ling Yun thought about it and agreed. It was just some shot balls. Why would he need to make a trip personally? Thus, he turned around and sat down again. He released his divine sense and enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral home. He carefully observed the layout of the Ling family's buildings and quickly and meticulously calculated everything in his mind. All formations needed to be calculated. Once the structure of the formation was known, the position and distance had to be calculated accurately. Only with the addition of the eye of the formation could the formation be formed. Ling Yan's divine sense was now strong and condensed. It took him less than a minute to come up with the result. Then, he said, "Second uncle, I need a total of 512 shot balls. I want them all to be transported to the Ling family's ancestral home today." Ling Yu nodded. "Alright, 512, right? 10 carts would be enough. I'll call them now." Ling Yu immediately took out his phone and made a call. He asked someone to transport 10 trucks of shot balls to the Ling family's ancestral home as soon as possible. After making the call, Ling Yu put down his phone and looked at Ling Yun with a smile. "Yun this matter is settled. Is there anything else?" Ling Yun was no longer anxious after seeing that Ling Yu had prepared everything so perfectly. He glanced at Ling Yu and chuckled. "There's something else, but it's not about our family. It's about you, second uncle." Ling Yu was stunned. He looked down at himself and asked in confusion, "Me? What can I do for you?" "Second uncle, it will take more than half a day to transport those lead balls over. Why don't I help you cleanse your tendons and marrow in this period of time?" Ling Yu was even more puzzled. "Help me cleanse my tendons and marrow?" Second uncle has already advanced to the innate realm and has already opened up the conception and governing vessels. Why would he still need to cleanse his muscles and marrow? Ling Yan shook his head and said, "Second uncle, the cleansing of your tendons and marrows is actually the result of your body becoming stronger and purer along with the improvement of your cultivation technique. The cleansing of your tendons and marrows I'm talking about is to completely remove the impurities in your body. It will allow you to be reborn and truly cleanse your tendons and marrows. Apart from my grandfather, everyone in the Ling family has to start over." This was something that Ling Yun had planned for a long time. Before he came to Beijing, he had specially refined 150 marrow cleansing pills. These pills, of course, had their uses. Of course, Ling Yun wouldn't let Ling Zhen use these elixirs before he understood Ling Zhen's background. "Oh? There was such a saying? Alright, second uncle will listen to you. However, when shall we start?" Ling Yu had long heard of Ling Yan's reputation and knew that he wouldn't be wrong. Ling Yan smiled at Ling Yu and said, "Now is the time." As he spoke, a marrow cleansing pill appeared in his hand. The pill was the size of a soybean. It was round and crystal clear, emitting a faint glow. Ling Yu asked curiously, "Yun what is this?" Ling Yan smiled and said, "This is a marrow cleansing pill. Second uncle, you don't have to ask anymore. Hurry up and find a place for me to cleanse your tendons and marrows." "Then, how about my bedroom?" Ling Yan shook his head decisively and said, "Definitely not on the bed in the bedroom." He raised his head slightly and used his chin to point at the marble floor in the middle of the living room. With a mischievous smile, he said, "Why don't you just sit on the floor? It'll be easier to clean up later." Ling Yu didn't know what was going on and could only do as he was told. Under Ling Yan's urging, he first went back to the house and took off his shirt and trousers. He walked out wearing only a pair of underpants. His handsome face couldn't help but look slightly embarrassed. "Hee, that's enough, second uncle. There's no one else in this yard other than the two of us. What's there to be embarrassed about?" Ling Yan teased Ling Yu. At the same time, he passed the marrow cleansing pill to Ling Yu and let him sit on the floor. He passed the marrow cleansing pill to Ling Yu and let him swallow it immediately. Then, without hesitation, he flew behind Ling Yu and sat down. Ling Yu swallowed the marrow cleansing pill and felt that it actually melted in his mouth. A strong medicinal effect quickly seeped into all the major meridians in his body and then went straight to his energy center. At this moment, Ling Yan's palms were already on Ling Yu's back. He helped him activate the medicinal effect of the marrow cleansing pill and started to cleanse Ling Yu's tendons and marrow. This time, Ling Yan did not hesitate to use a drop of God energy to transfer his own spiritual energy into Ling Yu's body. He guided the huge amount of black-yellow immortal spiritual energy stored in Ling Yu's body and made it circulate through Ling Yu's energy center and meridians. The night before yesterday, the Ling family had received a huge amount of black-yellow immortal spiritual energy from the ghost Divine Willow. Their energy center and meridians were almost about to explode. Ling Yu was no exception. In order to improve the strength of his family, Ling Yan spared no effort. He was giving it his all. With the medicinal effect of the marrow cleansing pill, Ling Yan's spiritual energy, and the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, Ling Yu finally received the true cleansing. Very quickly, a layer of black impurities started to seep out from the surface of his skin. Moreover, the amount increased until it was as black as ink. Ling Yu had completely turned into a black man. How powerful was Ling Yu now? He only used a few minutes to complete the cleansing of Ling Yu's tendons and marrow. Then, he retracted his palms and let Ling Yu take a shower. Ling Yu felt that his body had become much lighter. It was indeed a magical experience. He could feel that he was truly reborn. However, when he opened his eyes and saw his appearance, he was shocked. I can't believe that there are still so many impurities in my body even after I advanced to the Xianxia realm. No wonder Ling Yan made him take off his clothes and sit on the living room floor for the cleansing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to use the bedsheet. Ling Yu loved cleanliness. He couldn't care less about anything else. He rushed into the bathroom and only came out when he was clean. After being completely reborn, Ling Yu's skin was glowing, and he was brimming with energy. The feeling he gave off was different. "Second uncle, how do you feel?" "Comfortable and light. I feel like my body can float at any time. Also, I just broke through a realm. It seems like I reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 5. Before the transformation of the ghost divine willow, Ling Yu was only at Xiantian realm level 1. The night he received the gift, he rose 3 levels and reached the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 4. Now, after the complete cleansing, he instantly advanced a realm. Ling Yu felt the changes in his body. He looked at Ling Yun with admiration and nodded. "Good lad. Now, second uncle is really confident about the deathmatch in 10 days. Hehe, second uncle, you should be able to reach the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 in less than 3 days. When that time comes, I'll give you an elixir to ensure that you break through to Xiantian realm level 7 immediately." Ling Yun laughed. Everyone below Xiantian realm level 7 was an ant. As long as Ling Yu broke through to Xiantian realm level 7, he would have the ability to protect himself. Ling Yan was slightly relieved. Ling Yan had his own plans for the Ling family. The Ling family still had to rely on himself, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and the rest of them. When the 3 of them fought, the rest of the Ling family had to at least have the ability to protect themselves. However, it wasn't difficult to achieve this. One had to know that the Ling family had the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy stored in their bodies. As long as Ling Yun could make use of the Xian Huang immortal spiritual energy in every member of the Ling family, the strength of the Ling family would naturally increase by a large margin. Just like what Ling Yu was doing now. However, Ling Yun understood that even though it was urgent to cleanse the Ling family, things like raising one's realm still depended on the individual's aptitude. It had to be done step by step and couldn't be spoiled. For example, Ling Yan could let Ling Yu consume the Dragon Spirit Pill and Dragon Tiger Pill in one go to help him break through to Xiantian realm level 7 in one go. However, that would be spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm. Ling Yu's advancement was natural, and the main reason was because of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. However, in just 2 short days, Ling Yu had crossed 4 realms. No matter what, he needed to stabilize and adapt. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to unleash his full potential, but it would also negatively affect his future cultivation. Ling Yu sighed emotionally. "Sigh, second uncle, I really didn't expect our Ling family's inheritance to be so powerful. The ghost divine willow only gave the Ling family one gift, and the Ling family received endless benefits." Ling Yin smiled. "Second uncle, this is just the beginning." Ling Yu asked, "Yun Er, do you have anything else? If not, I'll go get dressed first. This is really too much." Ling Yin shook his head. "Second uncle, I'm fine for now. You should stabilize and adapt to your new realm first. We'll talk about the rest after a few days." Ling Yu knew that Ling Yin had something to do, so he smiled. "Okay, second uncle, I'll listen to you. No matter what you need in these 10 days, you can look for me. I'll help you settle it." Ling Yu nodded to show that he understood. Then, he bid farewell to Ling Yu and left his courtyard. On this day, Ling Yan could be said to be extremely busy. He went through the halls and rooms of the Ling clan, sweeping through the courtyards one by one. Starting from Ling Yu, he repeated the same method, cleansing Ling Yong, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the rest. In the afternoon, he didn't even let Mo Wudao off. However, there were 3 people that Ling Yun deliberately avoided: Ling Xiao, Ling Xiu, and Ling Shui. Ling Yun had a complete plan on how to improve his father, so he wasn't in a hurry. As for Ling Xiu and Ling Shui, they were girls, so it wasn't convenient for them to do so. After this collective cleansing, everyone in the Ling family experienced a different degree of improvement in their realms. Their strength skyrocketed once again. To be continued. Readers who subscribe to the book, don't forget to come and claim your glory of the great God. As the saying goes, when a man achieves the Tao, his chickens and dogs rise to the heavens. Ling Yin was now at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2. After he recognized his ancestors, the ghost divine willow underwent a transformation. Using the elixirs he refined and his divine energy, he managed to increase the realms of all the direct descendants of the Ling family in just a few days. There were only 9 days left before the battle with the Chen family. In these 9 days, the stronger the Ling family became, the more at ease Ling Yun would feel. It was too late for Ling Yun to impart some combat techniques to the Ling family. He could only settle for the next best thing, which was to increase the realms of the Ling family first. At the very least, this would allow him to fight without any distractions, and he wouldn't have to worry about anything else. Moreover, it was necessary to cleanse the meridians. The Ling family had the inheritance, but they couldn't make use of it. That was why the Ling family was on the decline. Not to mention the Long family and the Yi family, even if they were compared to the Sun family and the Chen family, the Ling family would still lose at the starting line. Right now, the Ling family members all had the black-yellow immortal energy stored in their bodies. It was the best opportunity to cleanse their meridians and marrow. It could be said that if they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't get another one. If the Earth Emperor's book were to show its prowess one day and absorb the other ghost divine willow, Ling Yin would be in deep sorrow. This was especially true for the black-yellow immortal qi. If one could not guide it in time, cultivate it inappropriately, and use it effectively, then it would all be wasted. Therefore, the first thing Ling Yin thought of after he was done with paying respects to the ancestors and cultivating the ghost divine willow was to cleanse the meridians of the Ling family. The busy day passed just like that, and it was night time. After dinner, Ling Yin deliberately cultivated for 3 hours to completely replenish the true qi that he had consumed. At 10 o'clock at night, he walked out of the house and went to the courtyard, releasing his strong divine sense. The 500 or so big shot balls that Ling Yin wanted had all arrived during the day. They were piled up in the corner of each courtyard by the Ling family's men of sacrifice. Because these big shot balls were custom-made, each of them was the same size. They were all solid, with a diameter of about 35 centimeters, which was 10 centimeters larger than the diameter of a basketball. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and all the juniors of the Ling family, as well as Qing Niao, Mo Wudao, and Chui Lao, came out to Ling Yun's courtyard. Ling Lai couldn't help but ask, "Yun are you going to start setting up the formation now?" Ling Yun nodded his head in agreement. Then, he said in a low voice, "Pass down the order from the patriarch. All unrelated people in the Ling family are to retreat into the house. Within half an hour, they are not allowed to walk around the courtyard." Ling Yun's words were directed at the Ling family's men of sacrifice, chefs, and servants. He wanted to set up a formation in the Ling family, so he naturally did not want to be affected by these people. If Ling Yun wanted to set up a formation again, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of asking people to move the balls and find the right place. Because he had enough divine essence. "Grandpa, father, and all of you, stand closer to me. Don't block my position." Everyone in the Ling family looked at each other. Wasn't Ling Yun going to set up a formation? There were so many balls, and each of them weighed close to 400 kilograms. Was he going to move them alone? They came out to help Ling Yun. Only Mo Wudao guessed what Ling Yun wanted to do. He stepped forward without hesitation and took the initiative to stand behind Ling Yun. In Xianxia City, on that night when the celestial light shone on Xianxia City, Ling Yun fought Grand Duke Dracula. That was a shocking scene. Hundreds of iron balls hovered in the air and instantly arranged themselves into a formation. Mo Wudao would never forget that scene. Ling Yun had no intention of helping, and the Ling family didn't ask anymore. Seeing Mo Wudao step forward, they all gathered around Ling Yun to see what he was up to. Under the envelopment of his divine sense, the Ling family's men of sacrifice and servants all returned to their houses. The entire Ling family became extremely quiet. Other than the sound of insects, there was no other noise. Ling Yun calculated in his mind once again to confirm the position and distance. After he was confident, he used 9 drops of divine essence at once. Boom! Using 9 drops of divine essence at the same time, Ling Yun's realm skyrocketed in a short period of time. He actually had the divine sense and magical power of a mid-stage Qi cultivation cultivator. Burning divine essence was magical power. At this moment, Ling Yun's divine sense became unprecedentedly strong. However, it didn't spread out. Instead, it still enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral home. Rise! Following Ling Yun's shout, a scene that left everyone in the Ling family dumbfounded appeared. All they saw in the 9 main courtyards of the Ling family, the huge lead balls that were piled up everywhere actually left the ground and floated in the air at the same time. F***CK. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were shocked. Wow, Ling Xiao and Ling Shui exclaimed. This. Yun Air, this is, Ling Xiao was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. At this moment, everyone standing in the yard was stunned. They wondered if these were shot balls or balloons. What kind of power could make these? Hundreds of kilograms of shot balls float up and stop in the air like balloons? However, this was only the beginning. Move! Ling Yun let out another soft shout, and under the activation of his magic power, the lead ball that was floating in the air above the Ling family's 9th courtyard actually started to move horizontally at high speed. It circled and danced in the air, going through a series of dazzling combinations, and then once again stopped moving. More than 500 lead balls flew at the same time, but none of them collided. Ling Yun had the soul of a tribulation cultivator. His deep understanding and control of magical power had long reached an unimaginable level. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had magical power. He didn't have it in the past, but now that he had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2, he could condense 72 drops of divine essence between his eyebrows every day. He now had magical power. Ling Yun's divine sense told him that it was a perfect array formation after the 500 or so lead balls were placed in position in the air. This time, Ling Yun set up a total of 3 arrays at the same time. Outside the Ling family's courtyard was the spirit gathering formation. Surrounding the courtyard was the 1000 Chance 9 slaughter formation. In the 9th courtyard where Ling Lai lived, there was the armillary sphere maze formation. Descend! Ling Yun shouted again. The lead balls started to descend slowly. When they landed on the ground, they seemed to be as light as a feather and didn't make a sound at all. When the lead balls landed on the ground, the array formation was completed. Boom! The moment the array formation was completed, the spirit gathering formation started to play its role. With the Ling family as the center, the spiritual energy within a 10-kilometer radius started to gather towards the Ling family's ancestral home. As for the 1000 Chance 9 slaughter formation, as long as no one triggered it, it wouldn't be activated. Therefore, other than Ling Yun, no one else felt anything. However, at the same time, the 9th courtyard of the Ling family had turned into a vast expanse of white due to the success of the armillary sphere maze formation, as if it was shrouded in a thick white fog. Phew, Ling Yun finally let out a long breath. He clenched his fist and shook his arm lightly. It's done. The title of Array Master naturally didn't come from nowhere. At this time, other than Mo Wudao, who had already experienced it, everyone in the Ling family was already dumbfounded. It's done? So fast? Yun Air, it's done? Ling Lai couldn't help but ask after a long time. Yes, it's just a few small arrays. It's not difficult. Ling Yun raised his hand and wiped the sweat off his forehead as he smiled. After obtaining the divine energy, the formation became easier for Ling Yun to operate. Refining pills, drawing talismans, and forging weapons were more troublesome because of the complicated procedures. Grandpa, I set up a total of 3 arrays for the Ling family. They are the Spirit Gathering Formation, the 1000 Chance 9 Slaughter Formation, and the Armillary Sphere Maze Formation. Everyone, come and take a look. Ling Yan began to explain the uses and usage of the three formations to the Ling family, especially the 1000 chance 9-layer killing formation. Since it was a killing formation, anyone who triggered it would die a violent death. Hence, he emphasized on explaining it. Soon, Ling Yan brought everyone to the 9th courtyard of the Ling family. Looking at the white courtyard, he said, "This is the armillary sphere maze formation, Grandpa, this is an illusory formation. It is used to prevent the invasion of a truly strong enemy. If our Ling family encounters a truly strong enemy one day and we are no match for them, everyone can quickly hide here. If an enemy barges in, it is equivalent to being blind and you can kill them as you please. However, when you don't need it, you can remove the lead ball in the eye of the formation, and the formation will naturally be closed. It's just an ordinary lead ball." The spirit gathering formation automatically absorbed spiritual energy, the 1000 chance 9 slaughter formation was activated passively, and the armillary sphere maze formation could be used by controlling the eye of the formation. Ling Yan led everyone into the white fog. Following the path that he took, the Ling family was shocked to discover that the white fog actually disappeared after they entered. Ling Lai's courtyard returned to its usual appearance. "The eye of the armillary sphere maze formation is here." Ling Yan came to the east side of Ling Lai's house and pointed at the lead ball. With that, he gently lifted his foot and kicked the lead ball slightly to the side. As the lead ball moved, the effect of the armillary sphere maze formation immediately disappeared. Everyone must remember this position. Once a strong enemy comes, all you have to do is hide here and activate the formation. As Ling Yan spoke, he repeatedly kicked the lead ball and rolled it back and forth in that position. He demonstrated it to everyone, and everyone was amazed by it. As for the 1000 chance 9 slaughter formation, it has no eye and is activated passively. Only the main door and side door of our ancestral home are the doors of life. In the future, we can only enter and exit from those two doors. As long as an expert below Xianxia realm level 7 tried to force their way in, they would be severely injured even if they didn't die. That night, Ling Yan burned his divine energy and used his dermic powers to set up 3 large arrays in an instant. This directly increased the defensive strength of the Ling family. The Ling family no longer had any worries. To be continued. Attention, students, all subscribers, remember to collect the glory of the great God. It's not troublesome. Also, it's the end of the month, please subscribe. Come, I'll bring everyone through the armillary sphere maze formation a few more times. After the demonstration, Ling Yan reactivated the formation and brought everyone in and out of it 6 times. Actually, the armillary sphere maze formation wasn't difficult to learn as long as one understood it. Even an ordinary person could memorize it after walking 3 to 5 times. As long as a person knew how to move, even if the armillary sphere maze formation was activated, it would just be an ordinary courtyard for him. The only difference was that there were 36 big shot balls in the courtyard. The armillary sphere bewildering formation would only confuse those who didn't understand it. Once the formation was activated and someone barged in, the surroundings would instantly turn into a vast expanse of whiteness, as if they were in a thick fog. Even if they were standing right in front of them, they wouldn't be able to see them. Soon, everyone expressed that they had memorized the armillary sphere maze formation and didn't need to walk anymore. The armillary sphere maze formation isn't difficult, but you have to remember that once the formation is activated, you mustn't take a wrong step. One wrong step and the maze will turn into a killing formation. Ling Yan's expression turned solemn when he saw that everyone had memorized it. As he said that, he pointed to the big lead balls around him. See that? As long as these lead balls don't shatter, the person who walks the wrong way will be hit by them. Hearing this, Ling Yang's expression suddenly changed as he asked, Ling Yan, then, if that's the case, wouldn't it be too crowded when everyone comes in and walks on the same path? Plus, we won't be able to do anything? He raised a fatal question. Although the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral home was large enough, with more than 1,000 square meters, if many people came in at the same time, everyone could only walk in one direction and could not move freely in the courtyard. What was the point of that? Big brother, that's a good question. Ling Yan looked at Ling Yong in surprise, but he was laughing in his heart. He explained patiently, all the formations in the world, once activated, are only related to the walking method, not the position. As long as your walking method is correct, you can go to any corner of the armillary sphere maze formation. Are you relieved now? All the formations in the world were only related to the way of walking, and had nothing to do with the position of the person in the formation. Ling Yong was stunned. He couldn't help but open his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. So that's how it is. I'm relieved. Seeing Ling Yong's expression, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. However, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the rest felt a weight lifted from their hearts. Ling Yong was not the only one who was worried. Ling Yun flew forward and moved the lead ball away from the eye of the armillary sphere maze array. He removed the array formation and said to Ling Lai, "Grandpa, I placed the eye of this array formation at your door. With your realm, you can activate and deactivate the array formation at any time if the Ling family is invaded." Ling Lai was already overjoyed. He nodded happily. "Good kid. What a good boy. Now that our Ling family has a killing formation and a life-saving maze formation, our defense has increased by more than 10 times. These few hundred shots are no less than 500 Xianxia experts." At this moment, Ling Yun was equivalent to an army of thousands in the hearts of the Ling family. Ling Yu couldn't help but ask, "Yun, can an ordinary person break this array formation?" Ling Yun heard this and smiled proudly. "Don't worry, second uncle. Even an ordinary array master wouldn't be able to break it in a short time, let alone an ordinary expert." Back in the cultivation world, Ling Yun was someone who had successfully broken through an immortal-grade killing formation. He had the capital to be proud of his array formation skills. Ling Yu laughed happily and nodded. "Then second uncle knows what to do." Ling Yong was so happy that he forgot himself. He shouted, "F***CK, then why would the Ling family be afraid of the Qin family? Wouldn't destroying the Qin family be child's play? In my opinion, since the location is up to us, we should set the deathmatch at our house and kill as many people as they come." Ling Yun couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He was completely speechless. Arrays were also divided into different levels. If an expert at the first level of the divine power realm came, as long as he had enough time, he would be able to break through the 1000 chance 9-layer killing formation or the armillary sphere maze formation. At the very most, it would take some effort. Qin Jingxian, for example, wouldn't be killed by a few hundred kilograms of lead balls. As long as he knew that this was a formation, he would be able to send all the lead balls flying far away. When the number of lead balls maintaining the formation was insufficient, the formation would break by itself sooner or later. Ling Yong wasn't the only one who thought this way. The rest of the Ling family seemed to be thinking the same thing. They looked at Ling Yun expectantly, thinking that Ling Yun was setting up the formation to deal with the Qin family. Ling Yun had no choice but to smile and explain to everyone that the two formations weren't omnipotent. "The deathmatch with the Qin family definitely can't be carried out at our house. That's because Qin Jingxian will definitely be 100 times more vigilant if we choose to do it at our house. That would be disadvantageous to us. Also, even though the Ling family's ancestral home is outside the 5th Ring Road, it's still within the boundaries of Beijing. If the two families were to engage in a deathmatch, it would attract the attention of the higher-ups. Our Ling family would have no more secrets to speak of. Thirdly, this is our home. After all, it's where our family lives. It wouldn't look good to see blood flowing everywhere and killing all day long." Ling Yun gave a few reasons, which the Ling family members nodded in agreement. Finally, he said, "Actually, I've already chosen the location for the deathmatch with the Qin family. Don't worry." At this point, Ling Yun didn't say anything else. He didn't mention the specific location of the deathmatch. It wasn't that Ling Yun didn't trust the people around him, nor was he keeping them in suspense. It was his principle. If a ruler wasn't secretive, he would lose his country. If a subject wasn't secretive, he would lose his identity. The deathmatch with the Qin family was extremely important. No matter how competent Qin Jingxian was, he had to think carefully about where the Ling family would choose the location of the deathmatch. In fact, the Qin family would use all sorts of methods to get their hands on it. Knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy, they had to plan ahead. How could Ling Yun mention something that concerned their life and death so easily? However, according to the rules, the location of the deathmatch had to be informed at least 3 days in advance. However, Ling Yun had already arranged everything in the next 6 days. He wasn't afraid of the Chen family finding out. The Ling family understood that Ling Yun didn't mention the specific location, so they didn't rush to ask him. If the Ling family had these two formations back then, even if Big Sister was pregnant, she would still be able to kill all the enemies, Qing Niao mumbled to herself as she looked at the big shot balls in the courtyard. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the rest were stunned. They couldn't help but sigh. That was right. If the Ling family had had these two grand formations, then with Yin Qingxuan's skills, no matter how many people from the righteous and corrupt paths came, they would have been able to easily destroy them. The Ling family wouldn't have been exterminated, and Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxian wouldn't have been forced to separate. Little sister Qing Niao. Ling Xiao comforted her softly. However, he became speechless after saying little sister Qing Niao. He was the person involved, and his emotions were 100 times more complicated than Qing Niao's. How could he comfort her in such a short time? It was Ling Yun who went forward to persuade her. Auntie Qing Niao, what happened 18 years ago is in the past. We don't need to talk about it anymore. Next, we just need to find our enemies and kill them one by one. Ling Yun knew that no matter how other people would feel about the past 18 years, to Green Bird, who had just recovered her memory, it was as if everything had happened yesterday. That was because Qing Niao had no other memories other than blindly chasing after Seacombe Tuesday. Now that she had regained her memory, all she could remember were the things that happened 18 years ago. How could she not say anything? Qing Niao nodded and gritted her teeth. Yes. Revenge. We must take revenge. Qing Niao remembered it clearly, so the hatred in her heart was the heaviest. My sister once said that as long as she was able to escape from the Devil Sex headquarters one day, she would definitely kill all her enemies. As she spoke, Qing Niao's body automatically emitted a sharp murderous aura, causing the juniors of the Ling family to shiver. Ling Yin could feel Qing Niao's strong murderous intent. He walked forward slowly and held Qing Niao's hand. Auntie Qing Niao, don't worry. Mother doesn't need to do anything. I will take revenge for the Ling family and my parents. However, the battle with the Chen family was just around the corner. It was still too early to find the enemies for revenge. Hence, after comforting Qing Niao for a while, they didn't mention it again. Cui Lao, please teach the men of sacrifice from the Ling family the use of these three formations, as well as the way to traverse the Killing formation and the Mace formation. Ling Yan turned to Cui Lao after comforting Qing Niao. Master, don't worry, I understand. Ling Yan nodded and said, tomorrow night, gather all the men of sacrifice from the Ling family and all the trustworthy servants. I have something to say then. Since he was the master, he naturally had to carry out his duties. Ling Yan had been too busy these few days and hadn't had the time to meet the men of sacrifice from the Ling family. Cui Lao said excitedly, Master, the men of sacrifice from the Ling family have great respect for you. They have been waiting for you to speak to them for a long time. Even someone as thick-skinned as Ling Yin felt a little embarrassed to be praised by Cui Lao in front of so many people. He chuckled and said, all right, let's set it for tomorrow night. After instructing Cui Lao, Ling Yin turned to Ling Lai and said, Grandpa, I'll need your help tomorrow night as well. Of course, Ling Yin didn't want to summon the men of sacrifice from the Ling family just to speak to them. He wanted to cleanse their tendons and marrow. To be continued. After settling the matter of the formation, Ling Yin let everyone disperse to cultivate, while he brought Qing Niao and Mo Wudao straight to the 6th courtyard, to the place where the divine ghost willow was planted. Ling Yong, Ling Feng, and Ling Li were curious and wanted to follow Ling Yin to see what he was going to do. However, they were chased away by Ling Yun's words. Hurry up and go back to cultivate. Otherwise, the effects of today's marrow cleansing will be discounted. Ling Yun's words were more effective than anything else. Hearing that the effects of marrow cleansing would be discounted, the three of them ran off in a hurry to cultivate. Bam! After the three of them left, Ling Yin took out the Dragonstone Imperial Green Jade King and threw it on the ground with a loud thud. F***ck, such a good piece of jade. It's really big. Mo Wudao's eyes lit up when he saw the Imperial Green Jade King, which was the size of a huge urn. Hee hee, Ling Yin smiled proudly and took out the Devil's Underworld Essence Blade. Chi. Ling Yin sliced the Devil's Blade into the Imperial Green Jade King. With a twist of his wrist, he dug out a huge ball-shaped piece of jade from the Imperial Green Jade King. That ball-shaped jade was the same size as the lead ball on the ground. It had a diameter of 35 centimeters, and its entire body was crystal clear. Under the illumination of the surrounding lights, it looked green and radiated brilliance. Emma Wudao couldn't help but ask excitedly, "Ling Yun, what are you doing?" Ling Yun held the ball-shaped jade in his right hand and used the tip of his blade to point at the only lead ball on the ground. This lead ball is the eye of the entire spirit-gathering formation. But the effect of using a lead ball as the eye of the spirit-gathering formation is too poor. I have to return it to you. Emma Wudao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard that. F***ck, you're really willing to part with your capital. Ling Yun chuckled. Compared to the spiritual energy, this imperial green jade was nothing. Of all the array formations in the world, any array formation had the same method of setting up the array. The only difference was the materials used to set up the array, which determined the level and energy of the array formation. Aside from real spirit stones, the best material to use for setting up formations was jade stones. Jade stones were many times more powerful than lead balls. However, for such a large formation, if he had to use all the jades of the same size, he wouldn't be able to set it up even if he emptied the entire Ling family. Thus, Ling Yun had no choice but to settle for the next best thing and only change the key material for the formation eye. With another thought, he took out the spirit-gathering talismans from his spatial ring. Each of them was a level 6 spirit-gathering talisman. Then, he turned the jade ball in his left hand and pasted the talismans on the surface of the jade ball. The spirit-gathering talisman was a passive talisman. If the person holding the talisman didn't use it, it could passively absorb and condense all kinds of spiritual energy in the surroundings for a long time until it was full. Now that the level 6 spirit-gathering talismans were pasted all over the jade ball, the spiritual energy in the air immediately began to gather. The effect was very strong. Next, Ling Yun came to the side of the spirit-gathering formation and lightly kicked the lead ball to the side. Then, he took out the devil's blade and used it to quickly dig a pit more than a meter deep in the original position. Then, he carefully placed the jade ball with a diameter of 35 centimeters and pasted it with the level 6 spirit-gathering talismans into the pit. Ling Yun stood on the ground and silently activated the Emperor of the Netherworld technique. Then, a scene that shocked Green Bird and Emma Wudao appeared. They saw that the soil that he had dug out from the pit just now actually moved and automatically filled up the deep pit. This was absolutely heaven-defying. F***ck. Emma Wudao was inexplicably shocked. It was as if he had seen a living ghost, and both his eyeballs were about to pop out. Of course, to Emma Wudao, seeing a living ghost was even calmer than seeing a person. He had the spiritual body and was born with yin-yang eyes, so it was really normal for him to see such things. Qin Yao was naturally very shocked. Even though Ling Yun's ability to make more than 500 lead balls float in the air with just a raise of his hand had already shocked her enough, seeing the soil automatically fill up the hole made her even more dumbfounded. However, Ling Yun was incomparably indifferent because this was originally a normal thing to him. The Emperor of the Netherworld technique was also a top-notch cultivation technique. This technique was a technique that controlled the earth and was particular about communicating with the earth and controlling the movement of the earth and rocks. It was similar to Ning Lingyu's omnipotent water manipulation technique, which allowed her to control water. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had reached the realm. He had to have divine sense, divine energy, and magical powers. Now that Ling Yun had reached the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2, it was naturally not a problem for him to use this technique. Soon, the soil that had been dug out was all filled back into the hole and the jade ball was completely buried. Looking at the surface of the ground again, the soil was very firm as if no one had touched it at all. F***ck. Ling Yun, who exactly are you? Is there anything you don't know? Emma Wudao was really excited. Ling Yun was really too heaven-defying. His techniques were simply endless, constantly raising the limits of Emma Wudao's thinking. Ling Yun laughed out loud. Haha, this is a cultivation technique called the Emperor of the Netherworld technique. It cultivates the technique of controlling earth and rocks. You can slowly learn from me, boom. After replacing the new array I and successfully setting up the array, the entire spirit gathering array instantly came into play. It was more than 100 times stronger than before. At this moment, with the Ling family's ancestral home as the center, the range of the spirit gathering array had actually expanded to a radius of 30 kilometers, completely covering the entire city. In the sky above the entire capital, all kinds of invisible and untouchable spiritual energy rushed endlessly towards the Ling family as if they were being summoned. Ling Yun was very satisfied. This is the right effect. This is the true effect of spirit gathering. Now, the Ling family can be considered a small paradise. As long as it was a place with sufficient spiritual energy, it could be called a paradise. Now that the Ling family had this spirit gathering array, all the spiritual energy in the entire capital was gathered here. How could it not be sufficient? From now on, as long as the Ling family cultivated in the Ling family's ancestral home, regardless of their physique or preference for the 5 elements of spiritual energy, they would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. After that, Ling Yan lifted his chin slightly and pointed at the big shot that had been replaced. He smirked at Emma Wudao and said, "I won't need this shot anymore. You can use it to practice your martial arts." Emma Wudao was stunned. Looking at the nearly 400 kilograms shot, he said dumbfoundedly, "Use it to practice martial arts? Practice what? How?" Ling Yun chuckled. "Do you even need to ask? Train your strength. Of course, you can also use it as a basketball to train your breathing and techniques." Emma Wudao was so scared that he almost covered his head and scurried away. He waved his hands and refused. F***ck, I'm not practicing such a heavy thing. Ling Yan glared at him. "Are you practicing or not?" Emma Wudao shook his head. "I said I'm not practicing, so I'm not practicing." Humph. Ling Yan suddenly stomped his foot. He used the Yellow Springs Earth Emperor technique again. Chi. The ground beneath Emma Wudao's feet suddenly split open, and an earth sword suddenly rushed out from the ground beneath his feet. F***ck. Emma Wudao subconsciously closed his eyes and leaned back. That earth sword almost brushed past the tip of his nose, and the smell of earth assailed his nostrils. Emma Wudao was scared half to death. He hurriedly raised his hands and begged for mercy. He was still in a state of shock. I'll practice. I'll practice. I'll practice whatever you want me to practice in the future." Ling Yan laughed heartily after subduing Emma Wudao. After a long time, he finally stopped laughing and said, "I've already imparted the stellar condensation technique to you. Today, I've truly cleansed your tendons and marrow. It's too late to say no now." Emma Wudao wanted to cry. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have stayed in the Ling family's ancestral home. How comfortable would it be to stay alone in a 5-star hotel? Next, Ling Yan brought Qing Miao and Emma Wudao to the 5th courtyard of the Ling family. In an extremely secretive place, he found the Eye of the Thousand Opportunities 9-layer killing formation. Using the same method, he dug out another jade ball of the same size and pasted level 6 defensive talismans and teleportation talismans all over it. Then, he dug a hole and buried the jade ball in it, replacing the lead ball in the eye of the formation. This way, the level of the 1000 Opportunities 9-layer killing formation in the Ling family's ancestral home was greatly improved. When someone triggered the killing formation, the lead balls would fly up and hit the formation. Not only would their speed increase by a few times, but the impact force would also be extremely heavy. They wouldn't be easily sent flying or destroyed by a high-level Xianxia realm expert. With this, the Ling family's spirit gathering formation and 1000 Opportunities 9-layer killing formation were even more powerful than before. Their defensive capabilities were also increased by several times. From then on, the Ling family had become an impregnable paradise. F***ck, the Chen family still wants to fight to the death with you? That's courting death. After looking at Ling Yan's series of arrangements, Emma Wudao knew that if the Chen family didn't have super strong helpers, they would definitely lose. Since Ling Yan could do this in the Ling family, he could do the same in other places. If that was the case, what good would it do to the Chen family? Ling Yan put away the Devil's Blade and the King Emerald Stone. Then, he reached out and grabbed the lead ball. He sucked it into his hand and played with it like a basketball. He smiled faintly. The Chen family is courting death. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. Then, he turned to Xianxia and said gently, Auntie Xianxia, I asked you to watch this with me because I wanted to tell you that it's not difficult for us to take revenge. Facts spoke louder than words. Ling Yan displayed a few of his trump cards to Xianxia in order to reassure her. Xianxia nodded heavily and smiled. Good boy, if Miss knew that she had a son like you, she would be so happy. After waking up, Xianxia completely understood Ling Yan's strength. She was overjoyed. Ling Yan held the lead ball that weighed a few hundred kilograms and spun it casually like a toy. He brought the two of them back to the 7th courtyard of the Ling family. He threw the lead ball to one side and asked Xianxia, Auntie Xianxia, can you take back the life and death goo now? It's the end of the month, please subscribe. Thank you. One of Ling Yan's daily tasks was to torture Xikong Tu and Xikong Wuji in the Ling family's dungeon. He was even more diligent than his cultivation. There was no other reason why he tortured these two people like this. It was for revenge. However, Xikong Tu's energy center had been destroyed by Ling Yan, and he was now a cripple. Even though Ling Yan would treat him more or less every time he was done torturing him, Xikong Tu's energy center had been destroyed by Ling Yan. However, this kind of treatment was very casual. Ling Yan healed Xikong Tu so that he could continue torturing him. Of course, he wouldn't put much effort into it. Xikong Tu suffered such torture every day. Not only was his body riddled with holes, but even his mind was completely broken. He was about to go crazy, and he didn't have much time left. Of course, Ling Yan tortured the two of them not only for revenge, but also to pry out a lot of useful information from them, which was very useful to Ling Yan. For example, Ling Yan got many secrets about the Devil Sect's main altar, the Devil Sect's elders, the Black Fiend sect, and the Hades sect from Xikong Tuesday. At the same time, Ling Yan had left someone alive to interrogate Xikong Wuji. He had also gotten all of Xikong Wuji's secrets, including the Assassins Organization's branch in Hudong and the distribution of the Devil Sect's forces overseas. Since he had already pried open their mouths and gotten everything he wanted, there was no point in letting them live any longer. Other than torturing them, the only thing left for Ling Yan to do to them was to kill them for revenge. This was to prevent any undue delay from causing trouble in the future. However, to kill Xikong Tu, Xianxia had to retrieve the life and death goo first. Otherwise, Xianxia would die as well if Xikong Tu died. After Ling Yan had completely healed the green bird, he realized that not only was the green bird completely healed, but it also remembered everything that happened in the past. Both its physical and mental state were slowly returning to their peak. Moreover, Xianxia was now half a step into Xiantian realm. She could break through to the first stage of divine power realm at any time. Ling Yan felt that the reason why Xianxia couldn't break through for the time being should be related to the life and death goo that she had planted in Xikong Tu. Life and death went hand in hand. On the other side, Xikong Tu was tortured to a horrible state and was on the verge of death. Of course, the cyan bird would be affected as well. Naturally, it would be impossible for her to break through. Sure enough, after hearing Ling Yan's question, Xianxia frowned and pondered for a while. She nodded and said, there should be no problem withdrawing the life and death goo now. However, I still need your help next. The life and death companion goo was easy to plant but hard to harvest. It was planted in Xikong Tu's body, but it made the amnesiac green bird chase him for 18 years. How tyrannical was this goo? Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he nodded and said, alright, let's go and try it out now. If you need me to do anything, just let me know. Alright. Yuner, take me to him now. These few days, Xianxia had locked herself in the house and focused on recovering. That was why she couldn't be bothered to find trouble with Xikong Tu. Now that she was going to see Xikong Tu, a look of hatred appeared on her pretty face. Her beautiful eyes flashed with killing intent, and her voice was even colder. From Xianxia's personal point of view, she was the one who brought Ling Yan out of the Devil Sect's headquarters but was chased by Xikong Tu all the way. In the end, Xianxia was forced to use the Sky Demon disintegration technique, which caused her face to be disfigured, her meridians to flow in reverse, and she even lost her memory for 18 years. This in itself was a blood feud that wouldn't end until one of them died. Ling Yan nodded and immediately brought Xianxia into the Ling family's dungeon. The two of them quickly arrived at the place where Xikong Tu was locked up. Kill me. Quick, kill me. I want to die. I want to die now. At this moment, Si Kongtu's entire body was nailed to the wall of the dungeon, just like when he nailed Ling Xiao to the wooden frame. The only difference was that there were more nails on his body. His current appearance was too horrible to look at. There wasn't a single part of his body that was whole. His entire body was a bloody mess. Under the illumination of the dungeon's lights, he looked even more horrifying than an evil spirit that had crawled out of a sea of blood hell. Si Kongtu had almost tasted all the torture in the world. He was no longer as arrogant as before. He was in a state where he could neither live nor die. Besides Si Kongtu, his son, Si Kongwuji, wasn't much better off. He was also a bloody mess, lying motionless on the ground. He could only maintain weak breaths. Si Kongtu was almost completely crazy from the torture. The little bit of clarity he had left was for him to quickly beg for death. After Xianxia walked into this room, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly when she saw Si Kongtu. Even if she was once the #1 Gu witch of the 18 villages of Miaojiang, even if she had followed the devil sect's holy virgin, Yin Qingxian, and seen countless unimaginable and terrifying methods of the devil sect, she couldn't help but be shaken when she saw Si Kongtu now. It could be said that other than not skinning Si Kongtu alive, Ling Yin had used all the torture methods he could think of on Si Kongtu. After seeing Si Kongtu's miserable state, Xianxia instantly gave up on the idea of using Gu to torture him because it was completely unnecessary. Xianxia quickly adapted to this scene, but she didn't say much to Ling Yun because Ling Yun was taking revenge. Even if Ling Yun didn't do that, she would definitely use her Gu skills to deal with Si Kongtu after seeing him today. Si Kongtu, open your eyes wide and look at who I am. Xianxia said. I don't care who you are, kill me quickly. I beg you, kill me quickly. Ugh. You are Qing. Xianxia saw that Si Kongtu still recognized her, and a murderous intent appeared in her cold eyes. However, she said faintly, that's right, it's me, Xianxia. Now, I'm here to take back what belongs to me. After saying that, Xianxia flashed forward and stretched out her index finger. Her fingertip shot out like lightning, right between Si Kongtu's eyebrows. Yun Er, the Gu worm of my life and death Gu is now under Si Kongtu's skull. Now, I'm going to communicate with it and let it enter Si Kongtu's heart. During this period, you just have to protect Si Kongtu's heart so that he won't die from the pain. When the life and death Gu was planted, the Gu worm would be injected into any part of the other party's body. Then, the Gu worm would enter the blood vessels and go straight to the heart. From the heart, it would invade the brain and finally hide under the skull. This was an imprint Gu that accompanied one in life and death. Not to mention Si Kongtu, who was at the second tier of the divine power realm, even the current Ling Yun wouldn't be able to force the life and death Gu out of the skull with his condensed divine sense. Back then, Xianxia had planted this Gu in Si Kongtu out of anger. Her hatred and determination could be seen clearly. Don't worry, Auntie Xianxia. I can do this. There won't be any problems. Just do your best and retrieve the Gu worm. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he completely released his powerful divine sense and enveloped Si Kongtu. Then, he activated the Yin Yang God Eye and looked directly into Si Kongtu's skin to observe the condition of his body. Then, Ling Yan also came forward and placed his palm on Si Kongtu's heart. This was to ensure that he wouldn't die at a critical moment. After doing all this, Ling Yan gave Xianxia a look, indicating that she could retrieve the Gu worm. Xianxia's finger didn't move from Si Kongtu's forehead. She started to close her eyes and mumble something. It was obvious that she was chanting some kind of incantation to communicate with the Gu worm. This was a very complicated and long process. After more than 20 minutes, Xianxia's smooth forehead was already covered in sweat, but Ling Yan still didn't feel any movement. Ling Yan frowned slightly and thought to himself, as expected, this Gu worm has been in Si Kongtu's body for too long. It definitely doesn't want to move. Even Xianxia, its master, isn't willing to come back now. Another 7 to 8 minutes passed quickly. Xianxia was already drenched in sweat. Her hair stuck to her cheeks, and her expression gradually became fierce. At the same time, Xianxia's chanting speed increased. Ling Yan couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Suddenly, Xianxia stretched out her finger and lightly poked Si Kongtu's skull. Come out. she yelled in a stern voice. Ling Yin knew that this was the critical moment. He didn't dare to delay and immediately burned a drop of divine energy. His divine sense expanded, and he transferred a strong wood spiritual energy into Si Kongtu's body to protect his heart meridian. He naturally took this opportunity to widen his eyes, wanting to see what the goo worm hidden in Si Kongtu's skull looked like. Unfortunately, even so, he still couldn't see anything. Miaojiang's goo sorcery naturally had its mysterious and unique aspects. Yun air, it's willing to come out. Be prepared, Si Kongtu will be in a lot of pain later. Qing Miao didn't forget to remind Ling Yin to be extra careful while she was doing her best. Auntie Qing Miao, don't worry. Si Kongtu won't die so soon. Before Ling Yin could finish a sentence, he saw Si Kongtu's body suddenly tremble violently. He was actually bouncing crazily. At the same time, he let out a miserable wail that sounded like a ghost's cry. Ling Yin used his eyesight to try his best to see what the goo worm looked like. However, before he could see anything, he already felt something extra in Si Kongtu's heart. Unfortunately, he could only feel it and not see anything. The moment the goo worm appeared in Si Kongtu's heart, Ling Yin felt Si Kongtu's heartbeat speed up. At the same time, the blood in his veins flowed faster. His heart also expanded and contracted violently, as if it would explode at any time. At this time, Ling Yin finally understood why Qing Miao asked him to protect Si Kongtu's heart meridian. If he didn't protect it, Si Kongtu would have died countless times by now. Whoosh! Not long after, following Qing Miao's yell, a greenish-white light suddenly rushed out of Si Kongtu's chest. In a flash, it entered Qing Miao's body and disappeared. The accompanying life and death goo was successfully retrieved. To be continued. Ling Yin had a new supernatural power. Last day of the month, asking for monthly votes. Everyone, save your minimum monthly votes. There will be a deluge of monthly votes tomorrow night, all at $6 one. That greenish-white light was, of course, the life-death goo. It seemed real and illusory. It was only the size of a needle tip, and its speed was unbelievably fast. It was still in Si Kongtu's head a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, it entered his heart and mixed with his blood. Even with Ling Yun's powerful eyesight, he couldn't find it or see it clearly. Before the life-death goo rushed out of Si Kongtu's body, it used some kind of innate ability to make Si Kongtu's heart beat wildly and the blood in his body boil. Ling Yun looked at Qing Miao again. Qing Miao's pretty face suddenly turned pale. Her delicate body shook, and a devilish bright red appeared on her pale face. Pfft! Suddenly, Qing Miao opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Yun was very clear that this mouthful of blood wasn't ordinary blood. It was Qing Miao's own blood essence. She would need at least 3 to 5 days to recover from vomiting such a mouthful of blood. Even if Qing Miao was the #1 goo lady in Miaojiang, she would suffer a backlash and pay the price for forcefully retrieving the life-death goo. That was because the life-death goo was a goo that was very difficult to retrieve. The longer it was used, the harder it was to retrieve. Especially since this goo was very intelligent. It felt that Si Kongtu was about to die, so it was even more unwilling to come out of his body. Goo were living creatures, and they were living creatures with intelligence. Once they found an opportunity, they naturally wouldn't want to be controlled by others. As long as Si Kongtu died, Qing Miao would definitely die, and the life-death goo would naturally gain its freedom. It could go anywhere in the world. That was why it was so difficult for Qing Miao to communicate with it just now. Auntie Qing Miao, are you okay? Ling Yin immediately retracted his palm from Si Kongtu's body. At the same time, he placed another palm on Qing Miao's back and transferred some spiritual energy into her body. Qing Miao raised her hand and used the back of her hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. She said lightly, I'm fine. This life and death companion goo is easy to plant but hard to harvest. It's extremely intelligent, and it's waiting for Si Kongtu to die. As long as Si Kongtu dies, I'll die, and they'll both be free. That's why this one doesn't want me to take it back. But just now, when I was communicating with it, I threatened that if it didn't come out, I would kill the goo in my body first. Then, they would die before me, so it had no choice but to come out. Now that it's back, it's fine. Green Bird was afraid that Ling Yun didn't understand, so she explained it to him in detail. Then, she sighed and said, these goo worms are born in pairs. When they live together. When they die together. There are no exceptions. No matter how far apart they are, as long as they are alive, they will definitely look for the other. That's why it's called companionship in life and death. Ling Yun nodded. Suddenly, he thought of the heart-devouring goo worm that Miao Fenghuang planted in Miracle Dr. Shue's body. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Before leaving Qingshui City, Ling Yun was already 100% sure that he could force the goo worm out of Miracle Dr. Shue's body. However, he and Miracle Dr. Shui were both worried that Miao Fenghuang would suffer a backlash, so they didn't do it. Ling Yan also promised Miao Xiaomiao that he would accompany her to Miaojiang after he was done with the important matters at hand. Qing Miao turned her head slightly and suddenly revealed a surprised expression. I didn't expect the life and death companion goo to absorb more than half of his blood essence before it came out. He's actually still alive. Ling Yan didn't care about Si Kongtu's life anymore. He asked curiously, Auntie Qing Miao, can this life and death companion goo still absorb human blood essence? Qing Miao nodded. That's right. Not only blood essence, but it can also sense the host's memory. This life and death companion goo is originally a blood essence imprint. Moreover, it has such a special ability. It's born with a strong memory. That's why when one leaves, the other will definitely find it. I relied on the memory of the goo worm in my body to chase after Si Kongtu for so many years. Ling Yun, hearing Qing Miao's explanation, this life and death companion goo was more like a love goo. Seeing Ling Yun's strange expression and silence, Qing Miao's pretty face suddenly turned red. Don't guess blindly. This is the most overbearing love goo in Miaojiang. It's just that before I planted the goo in Si Kongtu, I used a secret technique so that I could only chase after him. Even though Ling Yun had long guessed this was the case, he was still very shocked. At the same time, he was extremely touched by Qing Miao's actions. Auntie Qing Miao, I've made you suffer. Qing Miao smiled sweetly and patted Ling Yun's shoulder lightly. She said gently, good child, I didn't let Miss down since you're still alive. Now that you have such achievements, I'm very happy. That little bit of suffering is nothing. At this moment, they heard Si Kongtu's voice suddenly. Ling Yun, Qing Miao. Kill me. Ling Yun and Qing Miao turned their heads at the same time to look at the dying Si Kongtu. Qing Miao only glanced at him once before turning to look at Ling Yun. She gave him a questioning look as if she wanted to ask him how to handle this. At this moment, even though Si Kongtu was on the verge of death, his eyes were exceptionally bright. His mind was also extremely clear, but there was no emotion in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at this world from another world. Needless to say, this was the final radiance of the setting sun. Si Kongtu, I'm torturing you to avenge my Ling family, my parents, Auntie Green Bird, and myself. Now, I've tortured you enough. Ling Yan's heart was clear, but he said coldly, Si Kongtu, I tortured you to avenge my Ling family, my parents, Auntie Green Bird, and myself. However, I won't kill you. The person who will send you on your way isn't me. It was Ling Xiao. The person most qualified to kill Si Kongtu for revenge wasn't Ling Yun, but Ling Xiao. Ling Yun decided to not care about Si Kongtu's life anymore. Instead, he would let his father personally kill him for revenge. Before that, you can live and die on your own. No one will care if you want to die. With that, Ling Yun attacked Si Kongwuji, who was lying on the ground. He sent out a strong gust of wind, shattering his internal organs and killing him on the spot. Si Kongwuji was Ling Yun's real enemy. Ling Yun had chopped him up into a human swine and tortured him for so long. Finally, he had personally sent him on his way, letting him die in front of Si Kongtu's day. This time, Si Kongtu was expressionless as he watched his son die. There was still no emotion in his eyes. It was as if the one who died wasn't his son, but an ant that had nothing to do with him. Auntie Qing Miao, let's go. After that, Ling Yun helped Qing Miao out of the Ling family's dungeon. Ling Yun sent Qing Miao back to her room. He took out a jade bottle, filled it with dragon saliva, and passed it to Qing Miao. Auntie Qing Miao, this is dragon saliva. You need to nurse your body for the next few days. Drinking it will be the best. Qing Miao was shocked. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't. She took the jade bottle, nodded and said, Yuner, now that I've taken back the life and death companion goo, I can finally be free of distractions. I feel that as long as I replenish my blood essence and restore my body to its peak, I can make another breakthrough and reach your mother's realm. Half-step Xianxia 9. If she broke through again, she would naturally be at the first level of the divine power realm. Ling Yun chuckled. That's not all. He still had the dragon spirit pill and dragon tiger pill. When Qing Miao broke through, he would let her eat too. The effects would definitely be good. She might even have a chance to reach the peak of the first level of the divine power realm. However, he looked at Qing Miao and hesitated. Auntie Qing Miao, please don't cultivate Sikong Tu's Black Fury Demon skill. He heard clearly just now that the life-death goo that flew back into Qing Miao's body carried many of Sikong Tu's memories over the years. Qing Miao glanced at Ling Yun and couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, brat. Auntie learned all my martial arts from your mother. I wouldn't cultivate that lousy Black Fury Demon skill even if you begged me. After the life-death goo was taken back, Qing Miao's personality started to recover. She was obviously more cheerful, and even her tone of voice was different. Ling Yun was relieved. He said goodbye to Qing Miao and left her room. However, Ling Yun didn't return to his room to rest that night. Instead, he returned to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family and sat down beside the ghost god Willow to cultivate seriously for the night. This time, he cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance, yin-yang true qi. At the peak of qi cultivation stage 2, Ling Yan's yin-yang true qi could flow out of his body at will. Every time, Ling Yan's entire body would become hazy and ethereal. His control of the yin-yang true qi had also reached an unimaginable level. He could use the yin-yang true qi in more ways than one. When the yin-yang harmony balance was cultivated to the extreme, it could evolve into the infinite heaven and earth holy technique. Using this infinite heaven and earth holy technique, Ling Yun didn't need to chant any of his opponent's techniques. He only needed to see his opponent use it once to imitate it. The effect was almost the same as the opponent's original technique. The infinite heaven and earth holy technique was a combat technique. Now, his divine sense could cover a radius of 2,000 meters. Moreover, he didn't need to use his divine essence to control the green shadow flying sword to kill enemies within 200 meters. If the flying sword was like that, then his true qi was even more so. Ling Yun sat cross-legged and released the yin-yang true qi from his body. Under his control, the true qi that leaked out of his body began to change endlessly. Sometimes it turned into a knife, sometimes it turned into a sword, and sometimes it condensed into a giant axe, a long spear, a huge halberd, and so on. Finally, Ling Yun transformed the yin-yang true qi into 2 chains that were tens of meters long. They were visible to the naked eye, and each chain was as thick as a wrist. The end of the chain turned into the spearhead of an ancient cold weapon. It looked extremely sharp, one black and one white. One hot and one cold, yin-yang true qi chain, with Ling Yun's body as the center. These yin-yang chains were like 2 dragons that were tens of meters long. Sometimes, they intertwined with each other. Sometimes, they turned into a rod that was tens of meters long and shot straight up into the sky. That scene was absolutely heaven-defying. The yin-yang true qi chain can be used for both offense and defense. It can be used from a far or close range. Let's just treat it as my ancient martial arts technique. Attention, students, tonight at midnight, our headquarters will be giving out a large number of monthly red packets. Remember to come and grab them. Late at night, Ling Yun cultivated the yin-yang harmony balance. He used the yin-yang true qi to evolve his own battle prowess, the yin-yang true qi chains. The yin-yang true qi chains were formed by the condensation of Ling Yun's yin-yang true qi. Ling Yun controlled them with his mind. They could be long or short, thick or thin. He could control them with his mind as though they were part of his body. Ling Yun repeatedly practiced the yin-yang true qi chains, making them dance in the air. They were ever-changing, like 2 dragons dancing in the air. It's so useful. Ling Yun was excited. He used his mind to control the yin-yang true qi chains. They passed through the high walls of the 6th and 7th courtyards and found the big lead ball that he had thrown in the 7th courtyard. The yin-yang true qi chains went straight for the big lead ball. Suddenly, the black and white chains that were visible to the naked eye wrapped around the big lead ball layer by layer until it covered its entire surface. Rise. Ling Yan's thoughts moved again, activating the yin-yang chains and giving it a violent tug. That big shot was instantly lifted off the ground by the yin-yang chains and hovered in the air above the Ling family's ancestral home. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely be so shocked that their jaws would drop. One had to know that Ling Yun was sitting under the ghost god willow in the 6th courtyard. He hadn't moved at all. The big lead ball in the 7th courtyard weighed close to 400 kilograms. He was using his divine sense and mind to control the yin-yang true qi chains. It was unbelievable that it could have such an effect. This was, of course, a divine prowess. However, this was just the beginning. Ling Yin used the yin-yang true qi chains to wrap around the big lead ball. He threw it into the air and removed the yin-yang true qi chains from the big lead ball. The 400 kilograms shot up into the sky. When it reached its apex and was about to fall, Ling Yin smiled and used the yang qi chain to strike the shot from left to right. That big shot was hit by the huge force of the chain and immediately flew sideways. When it was about to hit the ground, Ling Yin activated the yin qi chain again and whipped it from right to left, sending the big shot flying in the opposite direction. Then, under Ling Yan's deliberate control, the yin qi and yang qi chains actually acted like two living dragons. They faced the giant shot put and began to play the twin dragons playing with a pearl in the sky above the Ling family ancestral home. The chains of yin and yang genuine qi repeatedly hit, whipped, entangled, and fought against the big lead ball, preventing it from falling to the ground. If a big lead ball of 400 kilograms could be played like that, what about a living person? Ling Yin used this huge lead ball to repeatedly practice his yin-yang true qi chains until he was more and more familiar with them. He was able to control them as he wished. With just a thought, the yin-yang true qi chains were as nimble as his fingers. Only then did he use the two chains to wrap around the lead ball, allowing it to slowly land on the ground. It was like a feather landing on the ground, not making a single sound. Mo Wudao, this lazy pig, he's sleeping in again. Ling Yin put down the lead ball and scanned the room with his divine sense. He found that Mo Wudao was sleeping soundly in his own room. A naughty smile appeared on his face as he used his will to control the yin and yang true qi chains. The chains turned into two long snakes and drilled into Mo Wudao's room. Hee hee, you can only blame your bad luck for following me. Ling Yun chuckled. Ling Yun chuckled. Suddenly, he activated the yin-yang true qi chains and wrapped them around the sleeping Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao was less than 130 kilograms, which was only a third of the weight of the big lead ball. Ling Yin used the yin-yang true qi chains to pull him along easily. Whoosh! Ling Yin activated the yin-yang chain with his thoughts. With a sudden tug and pull, Mo Wudao was entangled by the layers of true qi. His body was pulled off the bed and out of the open window. F***ck, what the F***ck is going on? That yin-yang true qi had a temperature, one cold and one hot. It could be said that the moment it wrapped around Mo Wudao's body, he could already feel it. Shocked, he immediately opened his eyes. However, Ling Yun's speed was too fast. Before he could react, Ling Yun had already dragged him out of the room and thrown him into the sky. Mo Wudao couldn't even dream of such a dream. He felt like he was sleeping soundly on his bed, but he was suddenly wrapped up by two hot and cold ropes. Then, he was pulled out of the window and sent flying into the night sky. He couldn't imagine how terrifying this scene was if he hadn't experienced it himself. He was having a good night's sleep, but he suddenly flew into the sky. Who wouldn't be scared to death? Haha, I'll let you be lazy again. Ling Yan laughed loudly. Just like how he played with the big lead ball, he played with Mo Wudao as if he was a flying man. F***ck, Ling Yun, are you crazy? What the F***ck is this? Mo Wudao took a long time to recover from the shock. He finally found the culprit, Ling Yun, after being teased in the sky for so long. He flew into a rage and yelled at Ling Yun. Do you still dare to be lazy? If you are, I'll let you fly in the sky. Look at how beautiful the night sky is, how fresh the air is, how good it feels. Ling Yun ignored him and continued to do what he wanted. Alright, I won't sleep anymore. I won't be lazy anymore. Put me down now. Mo Wudao knew that he wouldn't die even if he fell, but it was too embarrassing for him to be in this state. He didn't think much and quickly begged for mercy. That's what you said. Hurry up and come down to cultivate. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson every day. Ling Yan smiled faintly. Only then did he stop Mo Wu Dao, allowing him to safely return to the ground. Holy sh*t, Ling Yan, what's this? It's too impressive, isn't it? Mo Wu Dao was no longer sleepy at this time. He landed in front of Ling Yan and noticed the Yin-Yang True Qi chains dancing around Ling Yan's body. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Under Ling Yan's control, the Yin-Yang True Qi chains were alive. Even though it was retracted, it was still entwined and spinning non-stop. It looked extremely domineering. Ling Yan flew up and chuckled. This is my new mystique, the Yin-Yang True Qi chains. How is it? Cool, right? Mo Wu Dao's jaw almost dropped. He nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Cool, really cool, this is a mystique. Ling Yan laughed heartily and then said seriously, if you want to reach my level, you have to hurry up and cultivate. In order to get Mo Wu Dao to cultivate diligently, Ling Yan resorted to threats and temptations. Looking at Ling Yan's majestic and domineering appearance, Mo Wu Dao felt a tinge of envy in his heart. Finally, he stopped bickering with Ling Yan and started to cultivate diligently. Ling Yan smiled. I've put in so much effort to create such good conditions for you to cultivate, but you only think about sleeping all day. How can you face me? With that, Ling Yan ignored Mo Wu Dao and focused his divine sense on the appearance of wings. He used his heart to control the Yin-Yang True Qi outside his body to evolve them into Yin-Yang wings. The Yin-Yang True Qi in Ling Yan's body was so strong that it could transform into Yin-Yang True Qi chains. Naturally, he could also condense them into a pair of wings. Ling Yan actually wanted to evolve a pair of wings and try to fly. Even though the Yin-Yang True Qi that Ling Yan used to evolve the chains was thick enough, it was far from enough to evolve a pair of wings. Without hesitation, Ling Yan circulated the Yin-Yang harmony balance and forced the Yin-Yang True Qi out of his body. At the same time, he piled them up on his back and tried to evolve them into the shape of wings. With enough True Qi, it wasn't difficult to evolve wings. A pair of wings, one black and one white, appeared on Ling Yan's back. The wingspan was actually close to 4 meters. Wings grew from Ling Yan's ribs. This was the Yin-Yang wings. Ling Yan could materialize his True Qi now. Therefore, this pair of wings could even be seen with the naked eye. Ling Yan materialized the wings with his True Qi and controlled them with his mind. He wanted to flap the air and use the reaction force of the airflow to fly like a big bird. Let's try it. When the wings materialized, Ling Yan started to use his mind to flap the wings on his back. He wanted to fly. Ling Yan flapped his wings, and the strong reaction force of the airflow caused his body to slowly leave the ground and float in the air. Without hesitation, he increased the frequency of his wings, and his body rose again. He was 8 meters above the ground, but very quickly, Ling Yan felt that it was a little strenuous. This wasn't Qigong, but flight by flapping the Yin-Yang True Qi wings. Even with Ling Yan's strong divine sense and soul, it was too difficult for him at his current realm. That was because he had to ensure that the Yin-Yang wings would stay together and not dissipate. He also had to divert his attention to activate the wings and fan the airflow. Ling Yan struggled for a long time, but he still couldn't fly. He could only land on the ground helplessly. With a wingspan of 4 meters, my True Qi is barely enough, but my divine sense isn't strong enough. Currently, my divine sense can barely maintain the formation of this pair of wings. Once I'm distracted, it'll break down. I can't fly too high or too far. Not to mention flying and fighting like this, flashy but impractical. Ling Yan knew that his current realm wasn't high enough. It was still too early for him to materialize wings and fly. Therefore, he gave up decisively. Ling Yan wouldn't do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. Forget it. Ling Yan wasn't too disappointed in his first attempt to fly. He knew that as long as he broke through to Qi Cultivation Stage 3, his divine sense would increase by 3 times. Then, there wouldn't be a problem if he wanted to fly again. Qi Cultivation Stage 4 could use the sword kinesis flight. In that case, as long as Ling Yan reached Qi Cultivation Stage 3, he would be able to fly in advance. When the time comes, I'll be able to fly with 5 members of the Blood Clan. That would be so cool. It's better than running on 2 legs, Ling Yan chuckled as he imagined the scene of flying in the sky. Then, he calmed himself down and sat down. He began to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. To be continued. Attention, students, there are still 4 hours left. Tonight at midnight, that's right, at midnight, the Dragon Emperor Martial God Alliance will be giving out monthly red packets. Keep it as a guarantee, come and collect it. At around 6 in the morning, Ling Yan stopped practicing the stellar condensation technique. He opened his eyes and raised his head to look towards the east, sighing silently in his heart. Beijing was much more prosperous than Xianxia city. The Ling family's ancestral home was blocked by these tall buildings. When the sun rose, the sunlight couldn't reach it at all. At the same time, because he was in Beijing, he couldn't fly to the rooftops to cultivate as he pleased like he did in Xianxia city. If he did that, the people in the surrounding buildings would think that he was a lunatic if they saw him. This matter has to be resolved as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will affect my cultivation, Ling Yan thought to himself. Once the battle with the Chen family was over, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Ling family anymore. He had to find a new place. Now that transportation was developed, it didn't matter where he stayed as long as he had money. Cultivation was the priority. This time, Ling Yan ended his cultivation 1.5 hours earlier than usual because he realized that Ling Xiao had woken up. After cleaning the Ling family's ancestral hall, Ling Xiao went to the training room in the 8th courtyard and started cultivating. Ever since they met, Ling Yan hadn't gone to Ling Zhao's courtyard to avoid awkwardness. The father and son hadn't had a proper conversation. Ling Xiao didn't call him over on purpose either. From this point, it could be seen that Ling Xiao and Ling Yan had a tacit understanding. What are you looking at? Stay here and cultivate until 7:30. Otherwise, don't even think about eating. Ling Yan stood up and looked at Mo Wudao, who had opened his eyes after hearing the commotion. Then, he left the ghost god Willow and went straight to the training room in the 8th courtyard. In the 8th courtyard of the Ling family, there was a large independent courtyard that was separated by a wall. It was mainly used for the Ling family to practice martial arts. The Ling family members would usually come here to practice or spar with each other. Of course, the Ling family's men of sacrifice didn't cultivate here. Otherwise, the Ling family wouldn't be able to live with so many people cultivating and shouting. Ling Yan dashed into the training room and greeted Ling Xiao, "Father. Yuner is here?" Ling Xiao seemed to have expected that Ling Yan would come over. He stopped his cultivation and stood up without any surprise. Ever since the divine ghost Willow's transformation, Ling Xiao had not done anything other than paying respects to the ancestors, sweeping the tombs, and cleaning the Ling family's ancestral hall. Every day, he cultivated in order to consolidate his strength and adapt to his new realm. The pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6. After a few days, he was more or less used to it, and there were signs of another breakthrough. The reason why the Ling family could improve so quickly was because of the black-yellow immortal spiritual energy. It was far superior to the black-yellow true qi that the Ling family usually cultivated. Ling Yan stepped forward, scratched his head and said, "Father, I've been too busy these days, so I haven't had the time to visit you. Please don't blame me." Ling Xiao smiled and patted Ling Yan's shoulder. "You don't have to say any more. I understand what you want to say. It's fine." This was the relationship between father and son, connected by blood and connected by heart. Although they had just met, there was no need for any superfluous words. "Tell me, what business do you have with me today?" Ling Xiao pressed on Ling Yan's shoulder and said with a smile. This son of his had brought him too many surprises and pride. Ling Xiao was naturally happy to see Ling Yan. "Father, you should be close to a breakthrough after these few days, right?" Ling Yan asked. Ling Xiao nodded. "That's right. I could have broken through the day the divine ghost Willow changed, but I was afraid that my realm would be unstable, so I suppressed it and didn't try to break through immediately. I estimate that I will be able to break through as soon as tonight, or as late as tomorrow." If Ling Xiao broke through again, he would reach Xiantian realm level 7 and enter the advanced stages of the Xiantian realm. He was looking forward to it now. However, Ling Yan said, "Father, I'm here to remind you not to rush to break through for now." Ling Xiao was surprised. "Oh? Why?" "First of all, your old injuries have just healed. Your energy center and meridians have just returned to normal, so your foundation isn't stable enough. Also, with the help of the divine ghost willow, you broke through from Hotian realm level 5 to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6 in one go. This improvement is too fast, and a few days of adaptation is far from enough. Even though breaking through isn't a problem, it could easily cause an unstable foundation and leave behind future problems. Also, when you break through to Xiantian realm level 9 in the future, there might be a false breakthrough. Ling Yan spoke frankly and confidently, expressing his worries. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Of course, he understood what Ling Yan meant, but he was anxious about the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Chen family. Ling Xiao frowned. But we're going to have a life and death battle with the Chen family in a week. If I don't break through, wouldn't I be a burden to you? Ling Yan smiled. So that's what you're worried about, father. You don't have to worry about the life and death battle with the Chen family. There will be 2 solo battles and 1 team battle. I alone will be enough. Ling Yan had just mastered the Yin-Yang True Qi chain last night, so he was full of confidence. He didn't care about the life and death battle with the Chen family at all. What he was worried about was that he would have to face the Long family and Yi family after wiping out the Chen family and Sun family. That would be the real battle of strength and foundation. That was why Ling Yan was helping the Ling family to improve in various ways. Ling Xiao was shocked, and he stuttered, "Son, you alone? 3 battles in a row?" Ling Yan nodded with a smile. That's right, I alone will be enough to deal with them. Then what about us? Ling Xiao asked worriedly. Ling Yan chuckled. You just have to guide me. When the Qin family loses, just don't let them escape if they want to go back on their word. Since ancient times, fighting had always been about tactics and goals. In a life and death battle like this, once one side really lost, they would definitely go back on their word. There wasn't even a need to ask. Begging for mercy, escaping, or finding someone strong to suppress the Ling family were all possibilities. Ling Yan didn't believe that the Chen family would obediently let the Ling family do whatever they wanted after losing the life and death battle. Father, regarding the problem of breaking through to the next realm, I already have a plan in mind. There's no need to rush it. You just have to solidify your current realm. The stronger it is, the more advantageous it will be for you in the future. Ling Yan finally revealed his motive. He didn't want Ling Xiao to rush to break through to the next realm now. He was afraid that there would be endless trouble in the future. Seeing the anxious look on Ling Yan's face, Ling Xiao knew that his son was worried about him. Thus, he smiled. All right, since you say so, I'll listen to you. I'll just stabilize my realm and not attempt to break through. Ling Yan finally relaxed. He smiled cheerfully. Father, there are some combat techniques that I gave to Grandpa. If you have nothing to do these few days, why don't you take a look and find some suitable ones to cultivate? Before leaving Beijing previously, Ling Yan had specially taught Ling Lai many combat techniques in order to increase the combat power of the Ling family. Dragon Fish Phantom Ability, Tiangang Demon Fist, Vault of Heaven's Palm, Storm Diamond Kick, Raging Waves Internal Skill, Formless Sword Technique, Ninth Killing Technique, Heaven Destroyer Technique, Spirit Potency Art, Stellar Condensation Technique. And the Secret Technique, Dragon Elephant Divine Force, Footwork, Fist, Palm, Leg, Internal Strength, 2 sets of Peerless Sword Techniques, 1 set of Knife Techniques, 1 set of Spirit Potency Art, 1 set of Heaven-Defying Physical Cultivation Techniques, and a set of secret techniques that could multiply one's combat power. Ling Xiao couldn't break through to the next realm now, but it wouldn't be a problem for him to cultivate these combat techniques. Hearing this, Ling Xiao smiled. Oh, your grandfather has already explained these techniques to me in detail. It's just that I've been thinking about raising my realm these few days and haven't started cultivating yet. Hearing this, Ling Yan panicked. How can that be? What's the use of having a realm if you can't fight? Father, you should listen to me. Cultivate your martial arts first before you raise your realm. Not knowing how to fight, even if he raised his realm, he would only be at a disadvantage if he met an expert of the same realm. Ling Yan's combat techniques were top-notch techniques that could allow him to kill people of a higher realm. Once he mastered them, the effects would be far more effective than raising his realm. Seeing that Ling Yan was lecturing his father in a moment of desperation, Ling Xiao couldn't help but find it funny. He could only nod and say, "All right, I'll listen to you. Father will cultivate those martial arts first before we talk about raising his realm." Ling Yun finally finished talking about this matter. Then, he said in a low voice, "Father, I've tortured Si Kongtu in our family's dungeon enough. He's no longer of any value. He doesn't have long to live. What do you think we should do with him?" As expected, Ling Zhao's expression changed instantly when he heard Si Kongtu's name. His brows furrowed tightly. Ling Yan released his divine sense and enveloped Ling Xiao completely. He didn't dare to be careless because he knew that Si Kongtu was Ling Zhao's inner demon. It was like that 18 years ago. 18 years later, Ling Xiao was kidnapped and tortured by Si Kongtu again. Of course, it would be even worse. This was what Ling Yun was truly worried about. It was also the reason why he stopped Ling Xiao from raising his realm. If he didn't kill Si Kongtu, it would be difficult to get rid of Ling Zhao's inner demon. If he couldn't face the enemy, he naturally wouldn't be able to face himself. No matter how high Ling Zhao's realm was, it was just an illusion. Si Kongtu had been locked up in the Ling family's dungeon for the past few days, but Ling Xiao hadn't entered the dungeon. He wanted to prevent his emotions from fluctuating too much and causing his state of mind to become unstable, which would affect his cultivation. That was why Ling Yun didn't kill Si Kongtu so that his father could get rid of the inner demon. Yun our battle with the Chen family is imminent. I don't want this person to affect my state of mind. I want to kill Si Kongtu for revenge after the battle. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, but he didn't say much. The inner demon was in everyone's heart. No matter how powerful Ling Yun was, he wouldn't be able to help Ling Xiao. I'll listen to your arrangements, father. Then I'll let him live for another 10 days. When the matter with the Chen family is over, we'll kill him for revenge. Ling Xiao was very smart. He could roughly guess Ling Yun's intentions. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he said, "Good child, I've made things difficult for you." Ling Yun smiled. "It's not difficult at all. As long as Ling Xiao could successfully get rid of the inner demon and let Si Kongtu live for a few more days, this matter was nothing to Ling Yun." To be continued. Everyone, take note. Super monthly ticket red packets will be given 24 hours a day on the 1st of June. The headquarters will be giving out monthly ticket packs of 610, and everyone is welcome to collect them. After breakfast, Ling Yun called Cui Lao over and instructed him to send someone to the courtyard of the Ling family's outer residence to bring the medicinal herbs to the Ling family's ancestral home. When Ling Yun first came to Beijing, he had asked Tang Meng to deliver a batch of herbs that had absorbed spiritual energy from Mansion No. 1 for a long time. Ling Yun hadn't had the time to use them, but now that he was going to refine talismans again, he naturally had a use for them. "Family head, have they all been transported back?" Cui Lao asked respectfully. "Cui Lao, didn't I tell you before? When there are no outsiders, just call me Ling Yun," Ling Yun replied helplessly. "You have no idea, but I feel especially comfortable calling you family head." Cui Lao laughed. Cui Lao had been hoping that Ling Yun would become the family head. Now that Ling Yun was the family head, he seemed to have become 10 years younger. Ling Yun had no choice but to drop this topic and answer Cui Lao's question. "Yes, transport all the herbs over." Now that the Ling family spirit gathering formation was set up, the effect was several times better than Mansion No. 1 in Xianxia City. Even if Ling Yun didn't need the herbs, he had to leave them there to continue absorbing spiritual energy. One more thing. Cui Lao, give Tang Meng a call today and ask him to ask Miracle Dr. Shui or Miao Xiaomiao for some spiritual herb seeds. Just tell him I want them. The 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family were planted with landscaping plants. It would be a waste not to plant spiritual herbs in such a huge area. All right. Cui Lao left with the order. After settling Cui Lao's matters, Ling Yun immediately went to the front yard to find his big sister, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's house in the Ling family's residence was in the first courtyard. It was an independent courtyard. "Hey, rascal, you finally came to find me? I thought you wouldn't recognize me as your big sister after returning home." Ling Xiao was happy to see Ling Yun, but she couldn't help teasing him. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed. He blushed and said, "Hey, look at what big sister said." "How can I? I'm here, aren't I?" Ling Xiu giggled as she looked at Ling Yan's blushing face. Tell me, there must be a reason for you to look for me at this time, right? Big sister, you really have a divine foresight. You've guessed correctly. Ling Yan started sucking up to her before saying, Big sis, shall we go shopping today? What? Ling Xiu couldn't believe her ears. She widened her beautiful eyes and repeated, shopping? Ling Yan chuckled. Yes, I'm going out for a walk. I haven't gone out for a proper walk since I came to Beijing. Ling Xiu still didn't believe him and asked hesitantly, Are you really going to go shopping? Do you really have the leisure and time to do that? Ling Yan was speechless. Do I not look like I'm shopping? Tell me, what do you want to buy? Ling Xiu knew that Ling Yan had to have something to buy if he suddenly suggested going shopping. I want to buy a ring, a platinum ring. Ling Yan knew that he couldn't hide it, so he told her the truth. Ling Xiu was extremely surprised. She glanced at Ling Yan with her beautiful eyes and said, Buy a ring? A token of love? Tell me honestly, which girl have you taken a fancy to this time? Ling Yan sweated profusely. What did she mean by again? He hurriedly explained, Big sis, it's really not what you think. I'll tell you the truth. I plan to make a few new spatial rings. Have you seen the one I'm wearing? It can store things inside. There's one for you too. Ling Yan was now at the peak of Qi cultivation stage 2, and he had a large amount of black-yellow immortal spiritual energy in his body. This black-yellow immortal spiritual energy could be used. Coupled with his stored divine energy, it was enough to make a bunch of ordinary spatial rings. Ling Yan wanted to forge weapons. Since he wanted to forge weapons, the first thing he needed to do was naturally the spatial ring. This time, Ling Yan decided to go all out. He wanted to make 8 to 10 of them in one go and give one to each of the important people around him. That way, it would be convenient for everyone in the future. Ling Xiu's jaw dropped when she heard that Ling Yan wanted to make a spatial ring. How heaven-defying was a spatial ring? Moreover, Ling Yan said that he had one for her too. Let's go, let's go. Ling Xiu quickly recovered from her shocked state. She was so anxious that she pulled Ling Yan and ran out. However, Ling Xiu suddenly stopped when the two of them reached the entrance of the courtyard. She turned her head and asked Ling Yan, Rascal, who are you going to make the spatial rings for? Ling Yan started counting with his fingers. One for grandpa, one for father, one for second uncle, and you, sister Ling Shui. One for Auntie Green Bird, and Shui Lao. There was also Xianxia, Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, and Chao Shanshan. However, Ling Yun didn't mention these people directly. He was afraid that Ling Xiu would tease him again. Of course, Ling Yun decided that this time, Xianxia and Ning Lingyu's spatial rings would be similar to his. He would use the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone to make them. There was no need to buy a platinum ring. Ling Yan had his own plans, but Ling Xiu couldn't care less. She frowned and asked, Have you measured their sizes? Ling Yan was stunned. Size? Ling Xiu giggled. It's the thickness of their fingers. Everyone's fingers are different in thickness. Spatial rings were still rings. Girls were naturally more sensitive to things like rings than boys. Ling Yan finally understood. He shook his head and said, There really isn't. How could I have overlooked this? Ling Xiu let go of Ling Yan's arm and giggled. Luckily, I asked. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of money. If it wasn't suitable, I would have had to go back and replace it. Ling Xiu laughed. Ling Yan laughed awkwardly. Hee, big sis is really thoughtful. What do we do now? Ling Xiu patted her chest proudly and said energetically, All right, you don't have to worry about buying rings. You just have to give me a list of names and tell me who to buy them for. I'll handle the rest. Ling Yan thought about it carefully and listed the names. Finally, he stared at Ling Xiu's hand and said, Apart from these, big sis, can you buy a few more for me? As for the size, I'll make them according to your fingers. Ling Xiu's fingers were as slender as spring onions. Ling Yan felt that the rings for Qin Dongxue and Chao Shanshan wouldn't be too far off if they were bought according to Ling Xiu's measurements. Ling Xiu heard that Ling Yan wanted to buy a few more but didn't report his name. She couldn't help but glance at Ling Yan and smile. rascal, there are more for other girls, right? Ling Yan had no choice but to nod his head. Seeing that Ling Yan admitted it, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She punched Ling Yan on the chest and said, I knew it. Alright, don't worry, I won't ruin your business. Seeing that Ling Xiao had taken care of everything, Ling Yan was glad that he didn't have to make a trip. He took out a 10 million yuan check and stuffed it into Ling Xiao's hands. You don't have to save money for me. Pick the best material and buy it. However, I don't want it to be flashy or have patterns on the surface. It just needs to look simple and elegant because I have to carve many arrays on it. Of course, the more arrays there were, the better. If there were already many patterns on the ring, it would be useless to buy it. Understood. Ling Xiao was smart and understood immediately. She glanced at the ring on Ling Yan's hand and said, I'll buy it according to the style in your hand? Ling Yan nodded and smiled. That's right. However, Ling Xiao looked at the check in her hand and rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. Wow, rascal. You gave Ling Yang and the rest 100 million, but only 10 million for me. Ling Yan chuckled. If big sister needs money, not to mention 100 million, even 10 billion won't be a problem. This sentence made Ling Xiao's heart burst with joy. She didn't want to argue with Ling Yan anymore. She greeted Ling Yan and said, I'll go find Grandpa and the rest to take measurements now. I'll pass the ring to you before dinner. Then, she used her movement technique and dashed away. Ling Yan couldn't help but shake his head and smile as he looked at Ling Xiao's elegant back view. Big sister was really decisive and decisive. After Ling Xiao left, Ling Yan found a quiet place and took out his communication device to call Xianxia. Why are you looking for me? Xianxia didn't beat around the bush after the two of them connected. Ling Yan had prepared an opening speech, but after hearing this sentence, he decisively gave up and went straight to business. Golden black devilish silk, or cloth made from golden black devilish silk, do you have any more? Ling Yan's previous battle with Xikong II had exposed three major problems. The spatial ring didn't have enough space, the golden black devilish silk didn't have enough defense, and the green shadow flying sword had a problem with its attack power and speed. Now that Ling Yan's realm and divine sense had increased exponentially, the problem with the green shadow flying sword had been easily solved. What was left was naturally to refine a new spatial ring and new clothes. Whether it was refining a spatial ring or making magical equipment clothes, they were all within the scope of equipment refining. Ling Yan originally had 2 sets of golden black devilish silk clothes, but he gave one to Ling Xiao to save his father. The other one that Ling Yan was wearing had already been cut into pieces by the black malevolent demon blade. Xianxia answered, also, they're all ready-made cloth, but there's not much left. If you wear it, there's only enough to make 20 sets. The night Ling Yan captured Xikong II alive, he left shirtless. Of course, Xianxia knew what Ling Yan needed the golden black devilish silk for. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard this. 20 sets? That's enough. I'll get Xiao Mimi to pick it up and send it to the Ling family's ancestral home tonight. Xianxia was silent for a moment before replying, come and get it yourself. I'm busy with the battle with the Chen family, I want to talk to you about the Chen family. To be continued. Hearing that Xianxia wanted to talk to him about the Chen family, Ling Yan knew that she must have found out something important, so he agreed immediately. The two arranged to meet tomorrow night. The life and death battle between the Ling and Chen families was right in front of them. Ling Yan was busy making arrangements. Of course, he knew that the Chen family was definitely doing the same thing as him. They were planning to use this battle to completely destroy the Ling family. Chen Jingxian wasn't a fool. If he wasn't completely confident, why would he suggest a battle to the death with the Ling family? The only thing he didn't understand about the Ling family was Ling Yan's true strength and trump cards. Ling Yan might be confident, but he didn't dare to be careless in a battle to the death. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. At a crucial time like this, Xianxia's information was crucial. One in the open and the other in the dark. Looks like the results are pretty good. After ending the call with Xianxia, Ling Yan thought about it for a long time before he smiled. With a thought, Ling Yan took out the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone and held it in his hand. He raised it in front of his eyes and looked at it closely. His face showed a hint of pain. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone was a meteorite from outer space. Cultivators could use it to test and cultivate their divine sense, making it stronger and more condensed. Ling Yan had reached the Qi refinement stage and was in the Qi refinement stage. With the help of this stone, Ling Yan's divine sense cultivation would definitely progress by leaps and bounds. Moreover, it wasn't just for the Qi refinement stage. During the Qi refinement stage, using this stone to cultivate one's divine sense would be even faster and more effective. In fact, it could even be used at the void refinement and Tao integration stage. Moreover, this Cosmos Stone was a wondrous spatial spirit stone. There was no need to carve any arrays. The Cosmos Stone had its own space inside. Some of the top-grade storage artifacts in the cultivation world, such as storage bags, spatial rings, and interspatial bracelets, were all made from this stone. Because the attribute of this stone was too heaven-defying, it was extremely rare in the vast universe. Powerful cultivators often couldn't find one even after searching for a star field. Ling Yan always felt that it was a miracle that he could find such a large piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone on Earth. To Ling Yan, and to any cultivator, this was a true treasure. Anything that was related to space and time was a true treasure to cultivators. Now that Ling Yan's divine sense was stronger, he realized that the quality of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone was of the highest quality. It's good, but it's a pity that it's too little. Ling Yan looked at the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, and he could not help but sigh. This was because he was going to use this God-refining cosmos stone to make a spatial ring, so he needed to chop off a piece. Even though this palm-sized spirit cultivation cosmos stone only required a small amount to make a few spatial rings, it was enough to make Ling Yan's heart ache for a long time. After looking at it for a long time, Ling Yan gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Holding the stone in his right hand and the devil's blade in his left, he aimed at one of the sharp corners of the stone and slashed it down with all his might. Shwa, a rock about the size of a ping-pong ball was chopped off by him. Ling Yan kept his blade and grabbed the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his hand. Good steel had to be used on the blade. No matter how good an item was, it was meant to be used. Only when it was used could its value be realized. It's enough to make 3 spatial rings. The pained expression on Ling Yan's face disappeared. Then, he opened his mouth and threw the small spirit cultivation cosmos stone into his mouth. It was as if he was swallowing an elixir. Swallowing gold to fossilize, the pinnacle of the second major realm of the stellar condensation technique, the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2. Not only did Ling Yan possess a strong body, but he also possessed the true samadhi fire. He could swallow gold to fossilize. A true cultivator's cultivation had to complement each other. Otherwise, many of the techniques of a cultivator wouldn't be able to be used even if one had reached a certain realm. In terms of complementary cultivation, Ling Yan could be said to be a master. He entered the path of cultivation through medicine. Whether it was alchemy, forging weapons, or drawing talismans, he had reached the level of a grandmaster. He had no shortcomings. Ling Yan's cultivation speed far exceeded that of countless other cultivators. His heaven-defying physique was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that he was diligent and knowledgeable. As long as it was useful to him, he would try his best to learn it and turn it into his own ability. If a person wanted to succeed, it wasn't enough to rely on talent alone. He had to possess other factors. Of course, with Ling Yan's current realm, he could only swallow gold but not fossilize. He couldn't really refine the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. He could only swallow it into his stomach and use the true samadhi fire to remove the impurities and nourish it. The spirit cultivation cosmos stone was different from the green shadow flying sword. It couldn't change its size. It was what it was after it was swallowed. At this moment, it was in Ling Yan's stomach. Moreover, Ling Yan's divine sense was strong enough to detect it. This feels weird. Ling Yan swallowed the stone and felt a strange sensation in his stomach. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, this weird feeling only lasted for a while. He got used to it quickly and started to circulate the yin-yang harmony balance. He activated the true samadhi fire in his body and calcined the spirit cultivation cosmos stone. Ling Yan's weapon forging technique mainly relied on the yin-yang harmony balance. His weapon forging technique was called the yin-yang refining technique. It should be ready in 2 days. I'll start forging then. Ling Yin made a rough judgment after feeling the speed of the nourishment. He didn't keep the big spirit cultivation cosmos stone. He just held it in his hand and returned to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. Other than the courtyard where the Ling family practiced, there was another courtyard. Most of the Ling family's death warriors lived there. There used to be about 100 people in this courtyard. However, after the Chen family sent Japanese ninjas to attack the Ling family, more than 60 of them died. Now, there were only 36 of them left. These 36 people had to carry out various missions every day. It was usually difficult to gather all of them. It was considered a lot if there were more than a dozen of them staying here in a night. However, last night, Ling Yin told Cui Lao to cleanse the 36 Ling family's death warriors. Cui Lao had already given the order. Therefore, today, the Ling family's death warriors came back in groups of 2s and 3s. They entered the Ling family through the hidden side door and gathered here. The courtyard was no longer deserted. It started to get lively. Ling Yin used his divine sense to investigate the situation in the courtyard. Then, he smiled and flew into the courtyard. Oh, everyone's back? It's quite lively. At this moment, many Ling family's death warriors were in the courtyard. They only saw a blur before they saw another person in the courtyard. Everyone was stunned. The next moment, all the Ling family's death warriors in the courtyard knelt on one knee in front of Ling Yun. Ling 1 greets the family head. Ling 7 greets the family head. Ling Jiu, more than a dozen Ling family's death warriors shouted in unison. Seeing Ling Yun come in, the Ling family's death warriors' eyes flashed with sincere respect, gratitude, excitement, and even fanaticism. This, of course, had something to do with Cui Lao. Cui Lao was a loyal servant of the Ling family. He was also the head coach of the Ling family's death warriors. He was also the leader of the Ling family's death warriors. Ever since Cui Lao went to Qingshui City to meet Ling Yun had become the best candidate for the future family head in his heart. After communicating with Ling Lai and obtaining Ling Lai's permission, Cui Lao had been quietly establishing Ling Yun's position in the hearts of the Ling family's death warriors. Of course, Ling Yun's deeds and his contributions to the Ling family had been personally witnessed by the Ling family's men of sacrifice. Coupled with Cui Lao's deliberate manipulation, Ling Yun was practically a godlike existence in the hearts of the Ling family's men of sacrifice. That was why Ling Yun's sudden appearance caused such an effect. If it were the previous Ling Zhen, the Ling family's death warriors would at most kneel on one knee. However, it was impossible for them to look fanatical. Everyone, get up. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled slightly. He opened his arms with his palms facing the sky. The Ling family's death warriors kneeling in the courtyard instantly felt a gentle force lifting them up from the ground. They looked at each other and dismay and shock appeared on their faces at the same time. Ling Yan's expression was solemn as he began to speak. All of you survived the previous war. I know that all of you are loyal to the Ling family. The Ling family needs all of you. I, too, thank all of you for your contributions to the Ling family. For the Ling family to rise, I can't do it alone. If one person is strong, he can only be strong himself. Only when all of us are strong can the Ling family truly rise. I believe Cui Lao has already told all of you. Tonight, in this courtyard, I will conduct a true marrow cleansing for all of you. After this round of marrow cleansing, I guarantee that all of you will advance to the Xiantian realm. After Ling Yan finished speaking, the courtyard was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. All the Ling family men of sacrifice present were dumbfounded. 36 of the Ling family's death warriors had all advanced to the Xiantian realm. But very quickly, the shock turned into ecstasy, and excited cheers rang out in the courtyard, rising and falling one after the other. Ling Yan raised his hand and gestured for everyone to quiet down. Then, he smiled slightly. However, since everyone is here today, I still need your help. Ling Yi was one of the leaders of the Ling family's death warriors. Seeing that Ling Yun had something to ask of him, he immediately said, "The master has ordered that the Ling family's death warriors will not hesitate to go through fire and water." Ling Yun laughed heartily. He raised his hand and pointed to the front courtyard. "Now, all of you, go to the 5th and 6th courtyards and pull out all the flowers and plants for me." Attention, students, the 600 yuan monthly pass red packet is still being distributed. Come and collect it quickly, uproot, uproot? When the Ling family's men of sacrifice heard that Ling Yin actually wanted them to uproot the weeds, they couldn't help but look at each other in shock. After a while, Ling Yi suddenly raised his hand and scratched his head. With a troubled expression, he said, "Master, those flowers and plants," but Ling Yi wanted to remind Ling Yun that the flowers and grasses in the 5th and 6th courtyards were personally planted by Ling Yu after much effort. Looking at Ling Yi's hesitant expression, Ling Yun smiled and said, "Why? This is the first time I've given you guys an order, and now it's not working?" With that, Ling Yun smiled and swept his gaze across the Ling family's men of sacrifice in the courtyard. Hearing this, Ling Yi suddenly shuddered and directly threw the mountain that was Ling Yu out of his mind. He suddenly waved his hand and said, "What are all of you standing there for? Follow me to uproot the weeds." Thus, more than 10 Ling family's men of sacrifice rushed out of this courtyard and started to uproot the flowers and plants in the 5th and 6th courtyards. Hee, if the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Ling Yin released his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh as he watched the Ling family's men of sacrifice busily uproot the flowers and plants in the 5th and 6th courtyards. In the morning, he had already informed Shui Lao and asked him to contact Tang Meng in Qingshui City to get some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicine seeds over. According to Tang Meng's character, as long as he got the seeds from miracle Dr. Xuan Miao Xiao Miao, he would definitely arrange for them to be transported by air. Those seeds would reach the Ling family by tonight at the latest. In the Ling family's ancestral home, every courtyard was more than 1,000 square meters. The area of the 2 courtyards wasn't small, and it was enough for Ling Yun to plant many rare herbs. This was the only way that the spirit gathering array that he had painstakingly set up would be more effective and not go to waste. Humans were alive and needed to move around. Naturally, they couldn't stay in the Ling family's ancestral home every day to cultivate. However, once the herbs were planted, they would be able to absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit gathering array for a long period of time. This way, when they grew, they would definitely be filled with spiritual energy and their medicinal effects would multiply. In this way, whenever Ling Yun was refining pills or crafting talismans, he would be able to use any elixir he needed. It was very convenient. After assigning tasks to the Ling family's men of sacrifice, Ling Yun didn't have anything urgent on hand. He thought for a while and went to the Ling family's dungeon to perform a simple treatment on Si Kong-tu. Only after ensuring that he could live for another half a month did he feel relieved and leave the dungeon. Ling Yin returned to his room and sat cross-legged on his bed. He held the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his hand and started cultivating his divine sense while waiting for the night to come. "Hey, brat, I bought it for you. Come out and see if it fits." In the evening, Ling Xiao, the eldest sister of the Ling family, returned from outside. She came to Ling Yan's room and called him out. Ling Yan opened his eyes slightly when he heard the shout. With a thought, he retracted the Yin True Qi that was leaking out of his body. He smiled and said, "Big sister, the door isn't closed. Come in and talk." Ling Xiao answered and entered. When she saw Ling Yan sitting cross-legged on his bed, her eyes were filled with admiration. She said sincerely, "Brat, no one in the Ling family can compare to you when it comes to cultivation diligence." Ling Yan didn't smile cheekily in the face of Ling Xiao's praise. He smiled and said, "I'm used to it." Ling Xiao nodded deeply when she saw Ling Yan's serious expression. She seemed to have understood something and said, "Hey, this is what you asked big sister to buy for you. See if it fits." As she spoke, Ling Xiao poured out all the platinum rings she had bought from her bag. Ling Yin used his divine sense and realized that Ling Xiao had bought a total of 16 rings. They were all made of platinum and packaged beautifully. One could tell that they were expensive just by looking at the packaging. Ling Yin didn't need to open the packaging to know that these rings were carefully selected by Ling Xiao. They were high-end, classy, and simple. The inside and outside of the rings were as smooth as mirrors, making it easy for him to carve formations. Ling Yin looked at the rings and knew that they were about the same size as the one he was wearing. With his current divine sense, it wasn't difficult for him to carve 5 spatial formations on them. I'm sorry to trouble big sister. These rings are all very suitable." Ling Xiao pretended not to hear him. She buried her head in the pile of rings and finally picked up a box. She raised it to Ling Yun and said, "Hey, look carefully. This ring is mine. You have to make it for me. Don't let big sister run errands for nothing." Ling Yun laughed. "Hee hee, of course not. Big sister, don't worry. I'll make it for you now." "How about that?" Ling Xiu was shocked, and she asked in astonishment, "Do it now? Don't you need to prepare?" In her heart, making a spatial ring was a very troublesome task. It was a huge project. How could she do it just like that? Ling Yun smiled. "Buying the ring means that it's ready." As he spoke, Ling Yun took the box from Ling Xiu's hands and opened it directly. He took out the exquisite platinum ring, and with a thought, the green shadow flying sword flew out from his mouth. The green shadow flying sword was extremely sharp and could change its size according to Ling Yun's will. With it, Ling Yun didn't need to use the emperor brush to carve spatial formations anymore. Ling Yun didn't care about the stunned Ling Xiu. He kept the green shadow flying sword the size of an embroidery needle and threw the platinum ring into the air. Then, with a thought, the green shadow flying sword flashed in the air and met the ring. It immediately started carving on the surface of the platinum ring. After cultivating the Yinyang True Qi chain last night, Ling Yun's control of his True Qi had reached the microscopic realm. He didn't need to use his hands to hold the platinum ring. He used his True Qi to lift it into the air. It rotated slowly and didn't fall to the ground. At the same time, the green shadow flying sword the size of an embroidery needle was rapidly carving spatial formations on the inside and outside of the ring. Ling Yun was multitasking. The entire process didn't take long. In less than 2 minutes, Ling Yun had carved 5 spatial formations on the platinum ring. Therefore, this ordinary platinum ring, which was just an ornament that he had just bought, had now become a priceless spatial treasure. After he was done, Ling Yun put away the green shadow flying sword and reached out to grab the brand new spatial ring. Ling Yun used his divine sense to explore the ring. He realized that the space inside the ring was actually 3 meters long, wide, and high. The internal space was much larger than the one he was wearing now. Then, he flipped his hand over, opened his palm, and presented it to Ling Xiu. "Big sis, it's done." Ling Xiu smiled. Ling Xiu was flabbergasted. Her beautiful eyes stared at the platinum ring in Ling Yun's hand with a look of disbelief. In the next moment, she suddenly reached out and snatched the ring. Then, she put it on her finger. Seeing this, Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh. "Big sis, don't be so anxious. This spatial ring is still ownerless. You can't use it just because you put it on. This ring was made by Ling Yun, and he was still its current owner." "Rascal, don't keep me guessing. Tell big sis, what should I do?" Ling Xiu asked anxiously. "It's actually very simple. You just have to bite the tip of your tongue, dip a drop of blood on your fingertip, and wipe it on the ring. Then, it will truly belong to you." Ling Yun smiled. The blood on the tip of a person's tongue was the essence of the human body. Normally, blood from the tip of the tongue was needed to make the ring recognize its owner. "Oh, I see. I got it." Ling Xiu suddenly understood. After she understood, she bit the tip of her tongue without hesitation. She used her fingertip to dip a large drop of blood on her fingertip and wiped it on the spatial ring. The moment the blood touched the surface of the ring, it was immediately absorbed and disappeared. In the next moment, Ling Xiu felt that she had established a mysterious connection with the ring. However, Ling Xiu wasn't in a hurry to test it out. Instead, she asked doubtfully, "Hey, rascal, this ring is obviously made of platinum. How can it absorb blood?" This showed how intelligent Ling Xiu was. Ling Yun nodded to himself. He smiled and explained, "Big sis, the ring on your finger is now a Dharma treasure. Moreover, it's a rare treasure. When I made it just now, I already set up an owner recognition method for it. That's why it can absorb that drop of blood." What a joke. If such a precious treasure could be used by anyone, wouldn't it be the same as anyone being able to withdraw money from the bank? Simply put, that drop of blood from Ling Xiu was the password for her to use the spatial ring. In the future, she would only be able to store things in or take things out of this spatial ring. Understood. As Ling Xiu spoke, she had already put on the spatial ring. Then, she grabbed a teacup on the coffee table and was about to put it into the spatial ring like Ling Yun usually did. However, no matter how hard she tried, the teacup was still in her hand. Ling Yun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Big sis, what's the use of just using your hands? This isn't physical work. Then, he said seriously, you have to use your consciousness to feel the space inside the spatial ring. Then, use that space to envelop the teacup. You can put it in with just a thought. Consciousness? Let me try again. With that, Ling Xiao held the teacup again. At the same time, she used her consciousness to communicate with the space inside the spatial ring. When she felt that the space had completely enveloped the teacup, she used her consciousness. Store. Whoosh, the teacup disappeared. Oh my god. How magical. Ling Xiao exclaimed in shock. Rascal, I was wondering how you could store such a big thing into your spatial ring when it's so small. So that's how it works, Ling Yun chuckled and nodded. The spatial ring might be small, but it had a lot of space. As long as the item inside was smaller than the space inside the spatial ring, he could store it with just a thought. That was the trick. Big sis, try taking it out again. Hence, Ling Xiao began to repeatedly store visible items into her spatial ring and take them out again. She repeated this cycle and had a lot of fun. Only when she was completely familiar with this process did she finally stop. She turned her head and stared at Ling Yun without blinking. Then, she said something that made Ling Yun want to cry but have no tears. Brat, I finally know how you swindle the hearts of those girls. To be continued. Students, take note, Big Brother Yun is done with his preparations. The climax is about to begin. The 600 yuan monthly ticket red packet was still being distributed. As long as you subscribed to Martial God Dragon Emperor, you would be able to receive the red packet. Those who didn't have a monthly ticket would receive a monthly ticket. Big Brother Yun's heart ached when he heard that. Big sister, if you say that, you'll capsize our little boat of familial love. Ling Yun paused for a moment before continuing bitterly. After pausing for a while, Ling Yun continued bitterly, this is too hurtful. Your brother has always been upright and aboveboard. What do you mean by deceiving? Ling Xiao covered her mouth and giggled until she swayed back and forth. In the end, she trembled uncontrollably and almost lost her breath. In the end, she held on to her willowy waist and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun. Rascal, where did you learn such witty words from? Ling Yun raised his head. Even though I wouldn't dare to say that I'm handsome, I'm at least suave, right? I'm so handsome and so capable. It's normal that there aren't many girls who like me. Big Brother Yun turned a deaf ear to Ling Xiao's words as he continued to defend himself. Ling Xiao laughed and waved her hands. Stop, stop, stop. I can't take it anymore. Alright, I'm not lying, okay? Then, she pointed at the remaining rings on the coffee table and asked, when do you plan to refine these rings? Ling Yun stopped joking and replied seriously, is there a need to ask? I'll refine them now. It won't take up too much time anyway. As he spoke, Ling Yun picked up another platinum ring, opened the box, and started to refine another spatial ring. In for a penny, in for a pound. Ling Yun knew that even though he was still at the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2, his true Qi and divine sense were far stronger than when he was in the cultivation world. Because he had the soul of a tribulation stage cultivator, and it was his second time cultivating, it could be said to be a piece of cake for him. He did not have to take any detours. Furthermore, even though the spiritual energy on Earth was extremely scarce, Ling Yun had obtained a large amount of dragon spiritual energy from the water spout and the Emperor Brush Spirit's spiritual energy when he first started cultivating. He had also obtained the dragon's saliva from the crater. Coupled with the various spirit gathering formations, spirit gathering talismans, elixirs, and talismans, his foundation had been extremely solid throughout his cultivation journey. After all, back in the cultivation world, Ling Yun didn't have such good treatment before he reached the foundation establishment stage. Talismans weren't made when he started cultivating either. It was the same for elixirs and formations. Those were skills that he learned when he reached a certain realm. Therefore, he didn't need to compare himself with others. Compared to his peers, Ling Yun was stronger at the same realm. For example, Back in the cultivation world, Ling Yin didn't know how to make spatial rings before he reached the foundation establishment stage. That was because he didn't know how to make spatial formations at that time. But now, he refined an interspatial ring with Qi refinement level 2 peak realm and actually did not even need to expend divine essence. He could easily complete it just by relying on his own divine sense. To Ling Yun, crafting a spatial ring was just a physical task. Therefore, under Ling Xiu's watchful eyes, Ling Yun made 7 spatial rings in no time. He made 7 spatial rings according to the size of the rings, from big to small. Each ring was engraved with 5 spatial formations, and the space inside each ring was 3 square meters. Without a doubt, the rings with large diameters were for men. Then, Ling Yun glanced at Ling Xiu. "Big sis, which one of the remaining rings belongs to Auntie Green Bird? Which one belongs to Ling Shui?" Ling Xiu lowered her head and picked carefully. She found Green Bird's and Ling Shui's rings and passed them to Ling Yun. "Here, these 2 belong to me." Ling Yun quickly turned these 2 rings into spatial rings. Then, he stopped making more. Instead, he put the remaining 6 platinum rings into his own spatial ring. Once he was done, Ling Yun smiled and pointed at the 9 spatial rings on the coffee table. "Here, big sis, you're the one who measured them. You can give them to them and teach them how to use them." The usage of spatial rings was actually very simple. As long as the theory was explained clearly, one would be able to learn it. The better the item, the easier it was to use. If a good item was troublesome to use, its effectiveness would be greatly reduced. Instead, it would be abandoned by people. For example, when humans invented the electric light, you could turn it on at home by pressing a switch. However, if you had to get a generator every time you wanted to use the electric light, and then you had to set up the wiring and so on, would you still want to use it for lighting? You might as well just light up the candle. Ling Yan's intention for Ling Xiu to give the rings was self-evident. He was giving Ling Xiu a huge favor. Ling Xiu blinked her beautiful eyes, but what she said made Ling Yan vomit blood again. "Little brother, big sis said you know how to lie to girls just now. Now, it seems like big sis was right, right? Here it goes again." Ling Yan flew into a rage this time. "If you're not going to do it, I'll do it." Ling Xiu waved her hands hurriedly. "Hey, don't be like that. Why are you angry? I'll do it, I'll do it. I'll take back what I said just now, alright?" Ling Xiu giggled as she spoke. She kept all the 9 interspatial rings on the coffee table into her own interspatial ring before she turned around and disappeared without a trace. After Ling Xiu ran out, Ling Yan chuckled. "Hee, who do you think I am? If I really want to lie to a few girls, it'll be a piece of cake." Ling Xiu's voice came from afar. That might not be the case. Ling Yan sat down on the sofa. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. He thought to himself, this big sister of mine is really different from other girls. Very different. Even though Ling Yan's newly made spatial rings had a bigger space than the one he was wearing, Ling Yan was indifferent and didn't care at all. That was because he knew that when he used the spirit cultivation cosmos stone and the divine energy to make the spatial rings, the space would be shockingly huge. The spatial rings he made with these platinum rings were only for convenience for his family. At the same time, he could use them as practice. Ling Yan used his divine sense to scan the 5 to 6 courtyards and couldn't help but laugh. This bunch of fellows, I told them to pull out the flowers and plants, but they really only pulled out the flowers and plants. Don't they know that those big trees will affect the growth of the spirit herbs? It turned out that during the time Ling Yun was cultivating, the Ling family's men of sacrifice had already removed all the flowers and plants in the 5 to 6 courtyards. However, they strictly followed Ling Yan's instructions and only pulled out the flowers and plants. Sigh, it seems like I have to do it myself. Ling Yan sighed and shook his head. He flew out of the house and arrived at the 5th courtyard in a flash. After he landed, he didn't move but released his Yin-Yang True Qi. He used the Yin-Yang True Qi chains and used the Yin-Yang True Qi chains to wrap around a big tree that was as thick as the mouth of a bowl. Then, he used his will to pull it out. The huge tree, which was as thick as a bowl, was uprooted. With a rumble, the tree fell and crashed to the ground. What's that sound? What happened now? The Ling family's men of sacrifice heard the commotion and ran out one by one. They followed the sound to the fifth courtyard. Then, everyone was dumbfounded again. They happened to see a big tree being wrapped by layers of black and white chains. Then, it was uprooted and fell to the ground. And the person who did this was the head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't say anything. He purposely displayed his ability for the Ling family's men of sacrifice to see. Hence, he did it repeatedly. Sometimes, when he was in the mood, he even pulled out 2 trees at the same time. Soon, all the big trees in the 5th and 6th courtyard that Ling Yun felt were in the way were pulled out by him. Ling Yi, lead everyone to clear out these trees. Then, find the tools to dig up all the exposed soil in these 2 courtyards. Ling Yun finished everything in a few minutes. He didn't explain anything and just gave a new order to the dumbfounded Ling Yi and the rest. Everyone shouted in unison, yes. Now, in the eyes of the Ling family's men of sacrifice, Ling Yun was a true god. Before dinner, Cui Lao returned to the Ling family's ancestral home and found Ling Yun to report to him. Master, according to your instructions, all the medicinal herbs in the Sihiyuan have been transported here. Ling Yun nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, Cui Lao shouted for 3 of the Ling family's men of sacrifice to bring in a snakeskin bag each. Head, these are the spiritual herb seeds that Tang Meng asked to be flown over. They were just delivered to our house. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan and nodded in satisfaction. He smiled and said, not bad, it's really complete. Alright, we'll plant them after the 5th and 6th courtyard is dug up. Cui Lao chuckled and waved his hand, dismissing the 3 Ling family's men of sacrifice. Then, he turned to Ling Yun and said, Head, the foundation you've built in Xianxia City is really solid. Cui Lao was referring to the efficiency of Xianxia City under Ling Yun's command. Ling Yun smiled and said, Of course, that's our base camp. Now, what I want to do is to build the Ling family into a real base camp in Beijing. Ling Yun wanted the Ling family to be impregnable and unbreakable. He wanted it to become a paradise that everyone envied. Cui Lao smiled and asked, Head, now that the 36 Ling family's men of sacrifice have returned to the Ling family, are we going to give them a cleansing? Ling Yun said. Seriously, tonight, after dinner, get everyone to gather in that courtyard. As he said that, Ling Yun took out 2 medicine bottles and passed them to Cui Lao. These 2 types of elixirs, the marrow cleansing pill and the dragon spirit pill. Give them 1 each and distribute them. Oh, right, Cui Lao, give yourself 1 too. Cui Lao beamed with joy. He did not stand on ceremony and reached out to take the 2 small medicine bottles. After dinner, Ling Yun and Ling Lai came to the courtyard where the Ling family's men of sacrifice were. After Ling Yun explained everything, he got the Ling family's men of sacrifice to take off their outer garments and get them ready to take the marrow cleansing pill. Ling Yun and Ling Lai worked at the same time, cleansing the 36 Ling family's men of sacrifice. After the cleansing, Ling Yun immediately got them to take the dragon spirit pill. Ling Yi broke through. Ling 7 broke through. Ling Jiu broke through. The Ling family's men of sacrifice were breaking through at a crazy speed. In the end, these Ling family's men of sacrifice all reached the early stages of the Xiantian realm. They varied from Xiantian realm level 1 to Xiantian realm level 3, but most of them were above Xiantian realm level 2. As for Cui Lao, he naturally received special care from Ling Yun. He first cleansed his meridians and then ate the dragon spirit pill. Finally, Ling Yun gave him a dragon tiger pill. Ling Yun didn't hesitate to use his divine essence to help Cui Lao break through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. At this point, the strength of the entire Ling family skyrocketed once again. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Ling Yun was a heaven-defying person, so everything he did was naturally heaven-defying. To be continued. Attention, students, 600 monthly pass red packets are still being given out. Don't forget to subscribe to the Dragon Emperor Martial God to receive your monthly pass red packets. With the help of Ling Yun and Ling Lai, the 36 Ling family's loyalists finished upgrading their realms when it was almost midnight. They all advanced from the late stages of the postnatal realm to the early stages of the Xiantian realm. Every one of them opened their conception and governing vessels, and their energy reached an unprecedented peak. Everyone was excited, and their morale soared. After each person's realm had increased, they automatically stood up and silently formed their own formation. 6 people to a row, until the last death warrior had completed his advancement. Finally, they stood in a square formation with 6 horizontal and 6 vertical lines. These Ling family's loyalists all looked excited and expectant. They were waiting for the Ling family's grandfather and grandson to speak. Ling Yan smiled and turned his head to look at Ling Lai. Ling Lai was extremely happy. He laughed heartily and said to Ling Yun, "You are the Ling family's master now, and they are all your subordinates. You can say whatever you want." Ling Yun didn't decline. He took a step forward and said, "Since everyone is a Ling family's loyalist, you are all part of the Ling family. You don't have to be so formal when you see me in the future. Just be casual. Seeing that everyone is hoping that I can say a few words, I shall have a chat with everyone." What was a loyalist? A loyalist was someone who was willing to sell their life for you. If someone was willing to sell their life for you, even if they weren't family, they were more like family. Ling Yun naturally understood such a simple logic better than anyone else. That was why he never treated these Ling family's loyalists as if they were his own family. As expected, after Ling Yan's words, the Ling family's loyalists experienced excitement, and gratitude. Their eyes were filled with gratitude. This was because Ling Yan treated them as people and not as servants to be ordered around. First of all, I want to tell all of you that although my grandfather and I have used some methods to help everyone advance from the acquired realm to the Xiantian realm in such a short period of time, it seems like we are pulling up seedlings to help them grow. I can guarantee that none of you will have any side effects from this advancement. This is because you have consumed the pills I refined. I have complete confidence in the marrow cleansing pill and the dragon spirit pill I refined. The foundation of each of you now is actually several times stronger than the ordinary innate experts in the underworld. With that, Ling Yan smiled and said, "You are all cultivators. If you don't believe me, you can use your own techniques and feel the flow of true qi. You will understand." Ling Yan's dragon spirit pills were made with dragon spirit grass as the main ingredient. Taking out 36 of them at once tonight was definitely a huge sacrifice. These Ling family loyalists naturally wouldn't have any side effects from using the dragon spirit pills to advance their realms. Before Ling Yan could finish his sentence, Ling Yi took the lead and shouted excitedly, "I understand. This subordinate absolutely believes in patriarch." Ling Yan smiled and nodded. Secondly, our Ling family is now a paradise filled with spiritual energy. I'm sure everyone has felt it this time. Whether it's your meditation or true qi circulation, it's all different from before, right? The Ling family loyalists nodded furiously. Ling Yun didn't need an answer at all. He continued, "Therefore, in the future, when you don't have any missions, you should make the most of your time to cultivate and improve yourselves." The Ling family loyalists replied in unison, "Yes." Their momentum shot through the clouds. Ling Yun smiled. "Very good. Then for the next period of time, I won't assign any missions to anyone. You can stay in the Ling family to cultivate, consolidate your realms, and improve yourselves. Moreover, even though all the big families in Beijing have loyalists, and our Ling family also calls you loyalists, I, Ling Yun, will treat all of you as my brothers. From now on, I don't need you to die for me. All you have to do is do what I want you to do. I've already said this in the day. Our Ling family needs you, and I need you too. We are brothers, and we will share blessings and misfortunes together." Ling Yan's words were too impactful, therefore, before Ling Yan could finish his last sentence, the Ling family loyalists all knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. "We, the Ling family loyalists, would like to ask the old master and family head not to worry. We are willing to die for the Ling family. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I will not hesitate." These words were said by the Ling family loyalists as they knelt on the ground with tears in their eyes. Even though they worded it differently, the meaning behind their words was more or less the same. Behind Ling Yun, Ling Lai and Cui Lao couldn't help but look at each other. They were both impressed by Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun wasn't lying. What he said was the truth, and he wasn't trying to stir up emotions. However, the same words had a different effect coming from his mouth. There was nothing he could say better, and it was impossible for him to say it better. Ling Lai was so happy that his beard was about to reach the sky. He grinned and sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao. Lao Cui, what do you think? What do you think of my precious grandson leading troops to war? Cui Lao was also someone who had received countless benefits from Ling Yun. He chuckled. There's no need to ask. If Ling Yun were to lead troops to war, he would definitely be invincible. Ling Lai's grin became even more exaggerated. He smiled proudly. That's true. At this moment, Ling Yun continued, all right, everyone, let's slowly experience the new realm tonight. From tomorrow onwards, I'll get Cui Lao to impart some martial arts to everyone. Once you've mastered it, you can go out and face the other family's loyalists. It won't be a problem for you to take on 5 of them at once. Wow, 1 against 5? The Ling family loyalists were completely shocked. Ling Yun chuckled and pointed at himself. Why? With those martial arts, I can easily take on more than 10 people of the same realm. Saying that one of you can take on 5 is already an understatement. After he finished speaking, Ling Yun got Cui Lao to stay behind to guide the loyalists in understanding and adapting to the new realm. He then left the courtyard with Ling Lai. The moment they walked out of the courtyard, a bottle of aged Maotai appeared in Ling Lai's hand. He passed one to Ling Yun and another appeared in his hand. Good lad, come, drink with Grandpa. Ling Yun laughed in his heart. He knew that Ling Lai was ecstatic. He glanced at the spatial ring on Ling Lai's left hand and chuckled. Grandpa, is this ring useful? Ling Lai didn't reply. He casually opened the bottle cap and took a big gulp of wine. Then, he twirled his beard and shook his head. Grandpa, I really didn't expect to be able to use such a magical treasure in my lifetime. I wouldn't trade it for being 30 years younger. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Ling Yun. When he realized that Ling Yun hadn't opened the bottle, he glared at him. Why? I'm asking you to drink with me, and you're still so slow? Grandpa can't control you anymore, right? It could be said that ever since Ling Yun returned to the Ling family, saved Ling Xiao, successfully activated the Ling family's inheritance, nurtured the ghost god Willow, trampled on the Sun and Qin families, set up 3 heaven-defying formations in the Ling family's ancestral mansion, and raised the realm of everyone in the Ling family, the power of the Ling family had increased exponentially. In just a short week, the overall strength of the Ling family had increased by more than 100 times. The entire Ling family spirit was completely different from before. These were all magical changes brought about by Ling Yun alone. Grandpa Ling Lai saw this and was overjoyed in his heart. This kind of joy could no longer be described with words. There was a saying that when a family had a joyous occasion or produced a great talent, it would be said that the family's ancestral grave was emitting green smoke. Right now, the Ling family's ancestral grave wasn't emitting green smoke, it was emitting 7-colored divine light. Even though Ling Yun killed Ling Hao for revenge, that was because Ling Hao deserved to die. Even though the battle between the Ling family and the Qin family was right in front of them, Ling Lai was confident that the Ling family would win. Just like what Ling Yong said, the Ling family was already like this. Why would they be afraid of the Qin family? Ling Lai even believed that even if the Qin family invited a living god from heaven, Ling Yun would still be able to defeat them. Ling Lai's worries were all gone, and he only wanted to drink. Seeing Ling Lai's expression, Ling Yun knew that he had to drink. Thus, he could only open the bottle cap and drink with Grandpa Ling. Hee, that's more like it. When Ling Lai saw that Ling Yun was drinking, he was as happy as a child and started laughing. However, the next moment, Ling Lai glared at him and said, Rascal, you didn't even tell me that you were going to refine a spatial ring for me. You even got that last Ling Xiao to deliver it to me. How rude. Ling Yun muttered in his heart. Grandpa Ling was taking advantage of his seniority. He gave him a treasure, but he was picking on the details. He laughed and said, Grandpa, isn't it the same to get Big Sis to deliver it to you? Ling Lai pretended to be angry. She is she, and you are you. How can it be the same? At this point, Ling Yun finally realized that Grandpa Xing was trying to tease him. He was being completely unreasonable. He glanced at Ling Lai and couldn't help but tease him. Grandpa, it's such a waste to use such a good treasure to store wine. Ling Lai raised his head and said proudly, furthermore, the space inside is about the size of a house. I can't even use a corner if I put a few boxes of wine in it. At this point, Ling Lai's expression finally turned serious. He said seriously, rascal, I heard from that last Ling show that you refined so many of these treasures in one go. Wouldn't it affect you if you gave so many out in one go? Ling Yan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, Grandpa. I wouldn't do this if it really affected me. I just wanted to make it convenient for the core members of the Ling family. However, Grandpa, these spatial rings are truly priceless treasures. You have to help me remind them that this is our family's top secret. If outsiders know about it, our Ling family will become the public enemy. Ling Lai nodded solemnly. Is there a need for you to say that? When Ling Xiao gave me the spatial rings, I had already instructed that no one other than you are allowed to use these spatial rings in front of outsiders. The level of confidentiality is the same as the inheritance of the Ling family. Ling Yan smiled and said, Grandpa is wise. I can rest assured now. After that, the two of them chatted for a while until both of them finished a bottle of Mao Tai. Ling Lai then asked, Rascal, what do you plan to do in the next few days? Ling Yan already had a plan. He smiled and said, Grandpa, I still have something to do tonight and tomorrow. After tomorrow night, I'll have to go into seclusion. The author of Qidian's Bali Salon has ended. Bu Zheng will be returning to the country tonight. Tomorrow, there will be a steady stream of new updates. Ling Yan accompanied Ling Lai to drink and chat before they parted ways. Ling Yan went straight to the 6th courtyard, where the divine ghost willow was planted. At this moment, Emma Wu Dao was sitting cross-legged under the divine ghost willow, cultivating seriously with his eyes closed. Emma Wu Dao was completely convinced by Ling Yun now. He knew that he had to cultivate, so he didn't dare to slack off anymore. He knew that if he continued to slack off, he would definitely be thrown into the sky by Ling Yan's Yin-Yang True Qi again. Of course, there was another more important reason why Mo Wu Dao took the initiative to cultivate, and that was to cultivate a truly good cultivation technique. Once you started cultivating, you would become addicted. After a successful breakthrough, one's body, essence, energy, and spirit would suddenly improve, bringing about new changes to one's entire body, making one unable to stop even if they wanted to. This guy had a special physique and was at the pinnacle of Hotian realm level 9. After his meridians were cleansed by Ling Yun, his cultivation of the stellar condensation technique improved by leaps and bounds. He had already reached the 3rd minor realm of the 1st major realm of the stellar condensation technique. Seeing Mo Wu Dao cultivating seriously, Ling Yun laughed in his heart. He knew that Mo Wu Dao was on the right track. Hey, Mo Wu Dao, wake up. Stop cultivating. Ling Yan called out to Mo Wu Dao. Mo Wu Dao's cultivation was interrupted, and surprisingly, he frowned slightly, showing an annoyed look. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. The situation was like a sleepy person who had just fallen asleep and was woken up by someone. So noisy, can't you let me cultivate properly in the middle of the night? Mo Wu Dao flew into the air and glared at Ling Yun. Ling Yun chuckled. Alright, stop pretending. Let's go, I'll bring you to a good place. Good place? The moment Mo Wu Dao heard this, he was instantly invigorated. His 2 eyes suddenly lit up. Follow me. Ling Yan plucked out the divine ghost willow and stored it in his spatial ring. Then, he brought Mo Wu Dao to the main gate. When they arrived at the gate, the two of them got into the black van and drove directly to the suburbs. Hey, Ling Yun, where are we going? Mo Wu Dao had no idea where Ling Yun was going, so he couldn't help but ask. Don't talk too much. You'll know when we get there. Ling Yan brought Mo Wu Dao to the Ling family's weapon workshop in the middle of the night. After exiting the 6th ring, Ling Yan released his divine sense to confirm that no one was following him. He stepped on the accelerator and sped all the way to his destination. On the surface, the Ling family weapon workshop looked like a dilapidated factory in the outskirts of the capital. From the entrance, there were only a few old factories in the courtyard. The area was not small, but it was extremely dilapidated. It looked as if it could close down at any time, and no one usually paid any attention to it. This caused Mo Wu Dao to feel disappointed. He directly deflated and said gloomily, F***ck, why did you bring me to such a broken place in the middle of the night? Ling Yan ignored him and drove directly into the courtyard, parking the car in a corner. Get off. After the two of them got out of the car, Ling Yan released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings again. Then, he brought Mo Wu Dao straight to the warehouse and passed through the huge and tightly sealed transportation tunnel. F***CK. F***CK. High tech. Is this even possible? Following Ling Yun into the real Ling family weapon workshop, Mo Wu Dao was shocked along the way. When he saw the bustling scene inside the workshop, he was completely dumbfounded. Ling Yun glanced at him proudly and chuckled. "You're too naive." Ling 17 was already waiting inside. When he saw Ling Yun enter, he immediately went forward to greet him. Ling 17 pays his respects to the family head. Ling Yun casually waved his hand and said, "No need for formalities." Ling 17 straightened up and carefully glanced at Mo Wu Dao, who was beside Ling Yun. There was a trace of vigilance and hesitation in his eyes. According to the Ling family's rules, outsiders were not allowed to enter the Ling family weapon workshop, let alone a stranger. Mo Wu Dao's hair stood on end when he saw Ling 17's emotionless gaze. He could feel that even though the person in front of him was crippled, he could explode at any time like a poisonous snake and give him a fatal blow. Ling 17 stared at Mo Wu Dao for a long time before his gaze returned to Ling Yun. Ling Yun naturally saw through Ling 17's worry and smiled as he introduced, "This is the Mao Mountain Taoist Mo Wu Dao. He saved my father and my life before. He is my brother." Following Ling Yun's introduction, the indifference and vigilance in Ling 17's eyes quickly turned into respect and gratitude. He even bowed slightly. Regarding the Ling family's matters, as long as it was not a secret mission, the Ling family's death warriors would communicate with each other to prevent any mishaps. Therefore, Ling 17 naturally knew that Mo Wu Dao had successfully calculated Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Ling 17 pays his respects to the Taoist. "Due to my duty just now, I was disrespectful to the Taoist. I hope the Taoist can forgive me." Not just anyone could be called a brother by Ling Yun. Mo Wu Dao did not care at all. He waved his hand casually and said, "It's all right, it's all right. I don't blame you for not knowing." Mo Wu Dao's eyes darted around as he spoke, looking around at this place that was filled with modern technology, a look of surprise on his face. To him, this was definitely a novel place, and it was an eye-opener for him. Seeing this, Ling Yun smiled and said to Ling 17, "This is a child from the mountains. He has never been educated and has not seen much of the world. Don't bother about him." Ling 17 pursed his lips and nodded, allowing Mo Wu Dao to observe. "Family head, I have prepared the things that you asked 17 to prepare. I will bring you to see them now." Although Ling 17 was disabled, he was in charge of the Ling family's weapon workshop. Naturally, he was a core member of the Ling family's death warriors. Of course, Ling Yun had his contact number. If there was anything that needed to be arranged, he would not need Cui Lao to relay the message. This time, Ling Yun asked Ling 17 to prepare a special furnace that could produce a temperature of more than 10,000 degrees. Ling Yun wanted to refine a new spatial ring for himself. He needed the spirit cultivation cosmos stone as the material, and it was impossible to melt it without a high temperature of 10,000 degrees. "This is the furnace? How big could the weapon workshop be?" Ling Yun followed Ling 17 for a short distance before he saw the special furnace. Ling 17 nodded in agreement and began to introduce the usage of the furnace to Ling Yun. After the introduction, Ling 17 asked, "What kind of metal are you going to melt? When are you going to start?" I'm just going to melt a piece of stone. I'll start tomorrow evening." Although the spirit cultivation cosmos stone was called a stone, it was actually a type of metal. Ling Yun wanted to make a new spatial ring. It was different from carving a spatial array on a platinum ring. He first needed to melt the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, then forge it into the shape of a ring, and then carve the spatial array. Melt the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, cool it down, condense it into the shape of a ring, and carve the spatial array. A total of 3 steps were required. However, the small piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone in Ling Yun's stomach had yet to be fully nourished. It needed to be nourished for a day and a night, so he could only wait until tomorrow night. "Family head, what's next?" Ling Yun smiled. "Do you still need to ask? Since I'm already here, I'll naturally stay here. Just do your things as usual. Don't worry about me." Mo Wu Dao came over and asked in confusion, "What about me?" Ling Yan laughed heartily. Don't you want to cultivate? Then you can cultivate here. You can watch and forge if you want, it's up to you. Emma Wu Dao was completely dumbfounded. F***CK. The Ling family weapon workshop started operating normally. It was scorching hot, and people would be drenched in sweat if they stayed for a while. How could Mo Wu Dao endure it? However, Mo Wu Dao looked up and said, "This weapon workshop is completely sealed. There are no stars, moon, or sun. How do you expect me to cultivate the stellar condensation technique?" Ling Yun chuckled. "I'll teach you something else." For the rest of the day and night, Ling Yun and Mo Wu Dao stayed in the weapons workshop, eating, sleeping, and cultivating. They didn't leave the workshop at all. Ling Yun held the large piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his hand and strengthened his divine sense. At the same time, he used the yin-yang refining technique to nourish the small piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his body. The next evening, Ling Yun woke up from his cultivation state. At this moment, both his body and divine sense were at their peak. More than 200 drops of divine energy had been accumulated in the space between his eyebrows. The spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his abdomen had also been nourished. Ling Yan opened his eyes and channeled his energy. The muscles in his abdomen squirmed as if they were alive. He opened his mouth and spat out the small piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone in his hand. Haha, the heat is just right. Ling 17, open the furnace. Ling Yan needed Ling 17's help to forge the spatial ring. He had been waiting for a long time. In less than half an hour, the furnace had already reached a terrifying temperature of 10,000 degrees. Ling Yan threw the small piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone in when he felt it was about right. The temperature around the furnace was too high, and Ling 17 didn't dare to go near it. He watched from afar and didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw that Ling Yan was only going to melt such a small piece of stone. Ling Yan chuckled and didn't say much. He thought to himself, "You're going to be dumbfounded later." Under the terrifyingly high temperature, the spirit cultivation cosmos stone in the furnace started to melt slowly. Gray liquid metal started to appear on the surface of the stone. When a thin layer of liquid appeared on the surface of the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, the liquid metal started to change. It turned into countless gray bubbles at the same time. There were so many of them that they couldn't be counted. They were all tightly packed together, forming a mysterious and complicated pattern. Countless fine bubbles piled up, lined up, and quickly reorganized. Finally, they all started to boil. Boom! With a loud explosion, the fine bubbles expanded and exploded at the same time. Mo Wu Dao and Ling 17 were dumbfounded. Good timing. Ling Yan smiled and instantly burned 18 drops of divine energy. At the same time, he released all the yin-yang true qi in his body and wrapped it around the spirit cultivation cosmos stone, preventing the bubbles from escaping. The spirit cultivation cosmos stone had its own space inside. After it melted, each bubble contained a small space. Once it exploded, it would turn into nothingness and disappear. Otherwise, why would it be called a cosmos stone? Ling Yan used his yin-yang true qi to form a spherical air sac, completely enveloping these bubbles. He started to squeeze them inwards, and at the same time, he used the yin-yang refining to refine them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to take shape. Inside the furnace, the temperature was still high. The spirit cultivation cosmos stone was also melting layer by layer. New liquid metal seeped out, and a series of explosions occurred. However, throughout the entire melting process, Ling Yun used his powerful divine will to form an air sac with his yin-yang true qi. He kept these boiling and exploding bubbles tightly, not allowing them to escape. Using the spirit cultivation cosmos stone to forge a spatial ring, melting it and forming it was the most crucial step. Very soon, the small piece of spirit cultivation cosmos stone was completely melted. After it melted, it wasn't liquid. Instead, it exploded into a ball of gray chaotic gas. Condense. Ling Yan burned his divine energy again and started to use his divine will to compress this huge ball of gray gas, once again condensing it into a liquid state without bubbles. As he compressed it with all his might, Ling Yan also used the yin qi in his body to cool down the gas, turning it back into a liquid state. When the huge ball of gray gas condensed back into a liquid state, Ling Yun shouted again. Split it. Almost half of the liquid metal was extracted by Ling Yun using his yin-yang true qi. Form. Ling Yan burned his divine energy now. With his strong divine will, he didn't even need a model to turn the liquid metal into the shape of the ring. The ring took shape very quickly. The ring slowly rotated 1 meter in front of Ling Yan. It was half liquid, half solid. Ling Yan used the Yinyao refining and started refining. Only when the ring was completely solid did Ling Yan start the last step, carving the formation. He spat out the green shadow flying sword and burned his divine energy at the same time. He used his divine will to carve the spatial formation on the inside and outside of the ring. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7. Ling Yan carved 9 spatial formations in one go. This was Ling Yan's limit. He stopped immediately after carving 9 formations. Then, he used the Yin Qi to completely cool down the new spatial ring until it was frozen solid. Pooh! Ling Yan grabbed the ring, bit the tip of his tongue, and spat a drop of blood onto it. Then, he put it on his right index finger. Not bothering to observe the size of the space inside the ring, Ling Yan started to refine the other 2 rings. This was made for Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen. In the end, Ling Yan successfully forged all 3 spatial rings. He was already exhausted and sweating profusely. This round of refining took 2 hours. The more than 200 drops of divine energy that Ling Yan had accumulated over the past few days were all used up. Ling Yan didn't have time to wipe his sweat. He immediately checked his new spatial ring to see the size of the space inside. Then, Ling Yan was dumbfounded. F***ck, there's actually such a big space? Ling Yan was extremely shocked. That was because the diameter of the newly refined spatial ring was actually close to 50 meters. This space was too big. The next moment, Ling Yan was ecstatic. The Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone is indeed of the highest quality. Then this ring shall be called the Great Void Ring. To be continued. Today, the first chapter. Attention, students, C-League is giving out 700 coins worth of monthly tickets now. Subscribe quickly and don't let others take it away. There are at least 2 more chapters today. The climax is about to begin. The reason why the space inside the Great Void Ring was said to have a diameter was because the space was no longer a regular cube. Ling Yan's original spatial ring had a length, width, and height of about 2.5 meters. It was a perfect cube. Other than a perfect sphere, a cube was the most standard, perfect, and simplest spatial structure in the 3-dimensional space. Because it was the simplest, Ling Yan had to carve the simplest formation on the surface of the ring. This was also the easiest way to make a spatial ring. Even though Ling Yan had a powerful soul at the tribulation stage, his current cultivation level was still too low. Even if he burned his divine vitality to increase his divine sense in a short period of time, Ling Yan could only carve 9 space formations on the surface of the universe ring. That was Ling Yan's limit now. Of course, when he made his first spatial ring, he used the immortal spiritual energy from the Emperor Brush to reach Qi Cultivation Stage 9 in a short period of time. If he had the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone then, he would definitely be able to make a spatial ring that was many times larger than it was now. The problem was that Ling Yan didn't have the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone then, and the immortal spiritual energy in Ling Yan's body was almost depleted. Ling Yan only had time to carve 4 spatial formations before the Emperor Brush's immortal spiritual energy was absorbed by the Emperor Brush and returned to its original form. At that time, Ling Yan had just started cultivating and was only at the peak of physique tempering stage level 3. He was poor and had nothing but the Emperor Brush. It turned out that the creation of the spatial ring had been too hasty. But it was different this time. This time, Ling Yan's realm was high enough and he was well prepared. He only started making the spatial ring after planning. The main material to make the ring was no longer platinum but the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. It was the best material. It was just that Ling Yan's realm was relatively low this time. To put it simply, Ling Yan's realm was high enough, and his divine sense was strong enough. It was a pity that the materials weren't good, and time was tight. This time, after burning his divine energy, Ling Yan's realm could only reach the middle stage of Qi cultivation in a short period of time. His realm was barely enough, but the materials were good and there was enough time. He had enough time to carve the spatial formation. This time, Ling Yan carved a total of 9 spatial formations. However, these 9 spatial formations were not engraved on the spatial ring side by side. Instead, they were intersected, overlapped, and stacked on top of each other. In other words, Ling Yan might only need to draw a line on the universe ring with the green shadow flying sword, but this line could become a part of two or more space formations at the same time. This principle was the same as drawing a horizontal or vertical line in the middle of a rectangular figure to turn it into two rectangles. The size of a storage magic treasure space only depended on two aspects: the materials used to make the magic treasure and the space array engraved on the magic treasure. Of course, the level and complexity of the space array, as well as the number of them, also determined the size of the space inside the magic treasure. It was the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone that allowed Ling Yan's Cosmos Ring to have a diameter of 50 meters with the help of the 9 perfectly combined space formations. It was also because of these 2 points that the shape of the universe ring's internal space was no longer a standard cube like the Rubik's Cube. The internal space of the universe ring was an irregular hemispherical shape. From afar, it looked like a large bowl that was buckled on a table. To put it more accurately, it should be a round beehive that was cut in half and buckled on the ground. That's right, the internal space of the universe ring was a hemispherical beehive-shaped space. The walls of the space weren't smooth. Instead, they were stacked with countless beehive-like spaces of different sizes. Without a doubt, such a spatial structure was more suitable for storing and retrieving items. From now on, if Ling Yan wanted to store items, he could place them directly into the appropriate beehive according to the size of the item. When he needed to use it, he would be able to retrieve the item with just a sweep of his divine sense. It was as accurate and efficient as taking something out of his pocket. Of course, the hemispherical shape of the internal space was intentional by Ling Yan. It was something he had thought about when he was carving the array. Even though the cube was symmetrical and beautiful, it was actually very impractical to store items. It was like a house or a storage room. It was understandable if it was 10 meters long and 10 meters wide, but it didn't need to be 10 meters tall. That would be too much of a waste of space. The hemispherical space with a radius of 25 meters was about 2,000 square meters. Such a large area was more than enough for Ling Yan to store items. Ling Yan wasn't surprised at all by the densely packed honeycombs of various shapes and sizes on the inner wall of the space. This was the spatial characteristic of the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. Haha, this space is really too big. It's actually twice as big as the best result I expected. Ling Yan couldn't help but feel elated as he scanned the space inside the universe ring with his divine sense. But that's right, 50 meters is just in line with the number of Dian, Ling Yan couldn't help but mutter as he stared at the universe ring on his right index finger. Next, Ling Yan hurriedly observed the internal space of the other 2 rings and realized that they were actually 25 meters in diameter. He nodded in satisfaction. Such a large space was definitely enough for Ning Lingyu and Yi Xingchen. They wouldn't need to change it for a long time. Ling 17, turn off this furnace and leave it here. I'll need it in the future. Ling Yan kept the 2 rings and turned around to instruct Ling 17. Then, Ling Yan went to the pile of weapons that he picked up from the Heavenly Assassin's capital branch and stored them all in the universe ring. Now, not to mention this pile of weapons, even the dozens of tons of gold from the Heavenly Assassin's capital branch would only occupy a small corner of the internal space of the universe ring. At this point, Ling Yan's purpose for coming to the Ling family weapon workshop had been achieved. He gave a few instructions to Ling 17 and told him to prepare to make various kinds of arrows in case he needed them. At around 9:30 p.m., Ling Yan and Mo Wudao got back into the black van and drove away from the Ling family weapon workshop. Hee, you don't say. The advanced technology of humans is more or less useful. On the way back, Ling Yan couldn't help but exclaim. What do you mean? And Mo Wudao's eyes lit up. He was very clear that Ling Yan had gained a lot from this trip to the Ling family weapon workshop. Ling Yan smiled. If only, if not for the furnace that can reach a temperature of 10,000 degrees, I wouldn't be able to melt the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. Ling Yan was so happy that he almost spilled the beans. In fact, what he really wanted to say was that if Ling Yan didn't reach the Golden Core stage or the 4th major realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique, he wouldn't be able to melt the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone at all. In other words, before the Golden Core stage or the 4th major realm of the Divine Yang cultivation technique, Ling Yan wouldn't even have the ability to melt the Spirit Cultivation Cosmos Stone. This was because the spirit cultivation cosmos stone wouldn't melt unless it reached a temperature of 10,000 degrees. One had to know that the temperature on the surface of the sun was only about 5 or 6,000 degrees. If it couldn't even melt, how could he use the spirit cultivation cosmos stone to make a spatial ring? Mo Wudao nodded in agreement. However, he asked doubtfully, what kind of stone is this? Why does it explode after melting? Of course, Mo Wudao could still remember the shocking explosions that came from the smelting furnace in the Ling family's weaponry workshop. Ling Yan drove the car onto a fork in the road heading northeast. He took out the spirit cultivation cosmos stone and smiled. That wasn't an explosion. It was actually a turbulent space flow. This spirit cultivation cosmos stone is formed from the most violent turbulent space flow. What is a turbulent space flow? Mo Wudao asked curiously. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Go read it yourself. Ling Yan focused on driving instead of answering Mo Wudao. Where are you going? Why are we getting further and further away from the capital? Mo Wudao asked in confusion. The place where my father was saved, the Heavenly Assassin's capital branch, Ling Yan answered. At the junction of the Yunming Mountain and the Dragon Cloud Mountain, there was a huge mansion. This was the place that Ling Yun had chosen for the final battle with the Qin family. Before the final battle, Ling Yun definitely had to make some arrangements for this place. But before that, Ling Yun had to pack up the dozens of tons of gold. This would have been troublesome in the past, but now that he had the Cosmos Ring, it was a piece of cake for him to collect the gold. Ling Yun drove along the mountain road and arrived at the vicinity of Longyun Mountain in no time. He stopped the car and gestured for Mo Wudao to alight. Then, he placed his hand on the roof of the van. Ling Yan used his will to store it. The Cosmos Ring opened, and a huge space enveloped the van. Ling Yan stored it in the ring instantly. What the F***ck, that works? Mo Wudao fell to the ground on his butt, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Ling Yan turned around and chuckled. See that? If you dare to slack off in the future, I'll put you in too. Of course, Ling Yan was just scaring Mo Wudao. Even though the Cosmos Ring was heaven-defying, it could only store inanimate objects or plants without spirituality. If Ling Yan really used the Cosmos Ring to store living people or animals with spirituality and suffocate them to death, he would be punished by the heavens, even if they were Ling Yan's enemies. That kind of heavenly tribulation could descend at any time, and even those in the tribulation stage would be blasted into smithereens. Looking at Ling Yan's faint smile, Mo Wudao suddenly had the urge to cover his head and run away. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Big brother, you're joking, right? Ling Yan chuckled. Hee, won't you know if I'm joking or not if you slack off again? With that, he kicked Mo Wudao. Alright, stop pretending. Let's go into the mountain, there's still a long way to go. In the dark of the night, the two of them used their movement techniques and rushed into the deep forest. After passing through 4 mountain ridges, they finally arrived at the manor. Ling Yan ignored Mo Wudao's exclamation and brought him to the backyard. Edward, Chester, come out. In the next moment, 2 Blood Clan members hidden in the secret underground room opened the door and flew out. Boss. Ling Yan nodded and smiled at the dumbfounded Mo Wudao. There's something you like down there. Do you want to go down and take a look? Mo Wudao's eyes lit up instantly. Ling Yan didn't say anything else and flew into the secret room with Mo Wudao. Wow, this, so much gold? Under the dazzling light, tens of tons of gold lit up the entire underground chamber. That kind of strong visual impact directly caused Mo Wudao to be dumbfounded. After a long time, Mo Wudao finally recovered from his shock. Without any hesitation, he rushed towards the largest pile of gold bricks and directly threw himself on top of it. He spread out his arms and lay on top of the pile of gold bricks, as though he was afraid that someone would snatch a piece away. Mo Wudao murmured, Ling Yan, dear brother, there's so much gold, can you share some with me? Ling Yan laughed and said, sure, take as much as you can, it's all yours. With that, Ling Yan didn't bother with him anymore, leaving him alone with the gold. He opened the space in the universe ring and with a thought, the neatly stacked gold bricks and gold bars in the secret room started to disappear silently. They were all stored by Ling Yan in the universe ring. I haven't experienced this in a long time, it's really satisfying. I'm sorry to say that the upcoming plot won't be easy to write. Old Boo wasn't in a good state yesterday, so I've been thinking about the plot. I owe everyone 2 chapters, so I'll make it up to you. It had been a long time since Ling Yun had experienced the exhilarating feeling of being able to take in a huge amount of items with just a thought. It was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Ling Yun remembered that when he was in the cultivation world, he used his celestial artifact spatial ring to collect 81 top-grade immortal spiritual veins that were 1,000 miles long in a desolate land. At that time, Ling Yun was about to undergo his tribulation, and those immortal spiritual veins weren't of much use to him anymore. However, the exhilarating feeling of collecting all those immortal spiritual veins still made Ling Yun reminisce about it for a long time. If those 81 immortal spiritual veins were still around, it would be enough for hundreds of Ling Yuns to cultivate to the tribulation stage. But now, not to mention 81 immortal spiritual veins, finding a top-grade spirit stone on earth was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Sigh, this gap. I can only reminisce about the past, Ling Yun smiled bitterly as he sighed. His divine will flickered, and he quickly collected all the gold in the room and put it all into his Taishu ring. Only the pile of gold bricks under Mo Wu Dao's body was left. At this time, Mo Wu Dao was still lying on top of that pile of gold bricks. His entire body had not moved at all. His arms were wide open, and his 2 hands were moving all over the surface of the gold bricks. He kept muttering to himself, "These are all gold bricks, ah, they're all mine, ah." Ling Yun turned back and exchanged glances with Edward and Chester. The 3 of them couldn't help but smile at the same time. "They're all mine." Chester shrugged and said, "They're just worldly possessions." Edward didn't even look at the gold bricks. Then, he turned to look at Chester and added seriously, "It's all Master's." Ling Yun laughed heartily as he flew forward. Aiming at Mo Wu Dao's buttocks, Ling Yun lifted his leg and kicked him hard. This kick was quite heavy, causing Mo Wu Dao's body to have an even more intimate contact with the pile of gold bricks, slamming heavily into the gold bricks that were half the height of a person. The neatly stacked gold bricks were almost knocked over by the huge force. "Ah, who kicked me?" Mo Wu Dao finally woke up from the pain. He turned around and glared at Ling Yun angrily. "Didn't you say that all these belong to me? Why did you kick me?" Ling Yun pointed at the pile of gold bricks and said, "Yeah, you can have them all. Take them away if you can." Mo Wu Dao was dumbfounded. That pile of gold bricks weighed at least a ton, and they were in pieces. Mo Wu Dao wouldn't be able to bring them away even if he exhausted himself to death. "Hee, big brother Yun, dear brother, can we discuss this? This pile of gold bricks belongs to me. Can you help me bring them back?" Mo Wu Dao put on a fawning expression as he begged Ling Yun. Ling Yun shook his head like a rattle drum. "No way, bring it yourself if you want it, hee." Mo Wu Dao scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. "What kind of brother are you?" Ling Yun laughed in his heart and continued to tease him. "You can take so much gold, isn't that enough for a brother?" This sentence was very powerful, and Mo Wu Dao was instantly speechless. He looked longingly at the pile of gold and finally gritted his teeth. "Take it yourself, do you really think I can't do anything about it?" As he spoke, Mo Wu Dao took off his Taoist robe and laid it flat on the ground. Then, he grabbed the gold bricks and stuffed them into his Taoist robe. However, after picking up a gold brick, Mo Wu Dao's arm suddenly sank. He was stunned. So heavy. Gold was very dense. An ordinary brick the size of a normal brick weighed more than 50 kilograms. It would be strange if it wasn't heavy. When Ling Yan's clinic opened, Miao Xiao Miao gave him 6 gold bricks as a gift. They added up to more than 300 kilograms, and they were still in Ling Yan's spatial ring. These gold bricks were about the same size as the ones Miao Xiao Miao gave Ling Yun. Ling Yun crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked down at the dumbfounded Mo Wu Dao. He smiled and said, "Little Daoist, I advise you not to be greedy. Just take 2 pieces. This is pure gold. 1 brick is worth more than 7 million. Now you know why I asked you to cultivate, right? If you don't cultivate properly, you won't be able to take the money away even if it's right under your nose, let alone fight." Ling Yun looked at the completely dumbfounded Mo Wu Dao, and began to teach him by example, finally revealing his motive. This world belonged to the strong. If you weren't strong enough, even if you were given something, you wouldn't be able to get it, accept it, or protect it. Mo Wu Dao blinked, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He threw the gold bricks aside and stood up silently, putting on his Taoist robe again. With Ling Yan around, Mo Wu Dao naturally knew that he wouldn't be short of money. He only wanted to take the gold bricks for psychological satisfaction. After all, this was gold. Who wouldn't want it? However, what he wanted was psychological satisfaction. Ling Yan taught him the profound truth of the world. Ling Yan brought Mo Wu Dao along to break through his psychological barriers and bring him to the path of cultivation. Until one day, Mo Wu Dao truly realized the importance of cultivation and started to take the initiative to cultivate like Ling Yan. Seeing Mo Wu Dao's expression, Ling Yan smiled. "Why, you don't want it anymore?" Mo Wu Dao glared at Ling Yan and said insincerely, "Moreover, we Taoists have long seen through the world of mortals. Money is just a worldly possession, we don't care about it." However, even though he said that, he could not help but grab a gold brick with one hand and hold it tightly to his chest. He said fiercely, "I'll take this one. When I return to Mao Mountain, I'll show off to my poor master that I'm also a person with a gold brick." Ling Yan laughed heartily. He thought to himself, Mao Mountain is really rich. How could they be poor? Mo Wu Dao had a body-securing talisman with him. His master must have told him to bring it with him when he went down the mountain. It could be used to protect his life at a critical moment. That body-securing talisman could easily be sold for more than 10 million. Ling Yan let Mo Wu Dao take that gold brick. Ling Yan casually swept up the rest of the gold bricks and kept them all in the Taishu ring. Mo Wu Dao was extremely envious of Ling Yan's move. He knew that the spatial ring on Ling Yan's hand was the real treasure. "I've made quite a few of these rings in the past 2 days. I originally had one for you, but your cultivation level isn't high enough. Wearing it would be a disaster. I'll give you one when your cultivation level is high enough," Ling Yan said faintly. Ling Yan said it calmly, but Mo Wu Dao was ecstatic. Mo Wu Dao had been eyeing the spatial ring on Ling Yan's hand for a long time. He dreamed of owning one. Mo Wu Dao asked in disbelief, "Oh really?" Ling Yan wasn't joking this time. He nodded with certainty and smiled. "I'll give you one as long as you reach Xiantian realm level 4. Mo Wu Dao immediately jumped up and shouted after getting Ling Yan's confirmation, F***CK, then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and go back, don't delay my cultivation." There had never been a moment where Mo Wu Dao couldn't wait to cultivate and raise his cultivation level. "No rush, I'll leave after I make the arrangements." Ling Yan waved his hand and called Edward over. "Master." Ling Yan instructed, "There's nothing worth guarding here after the gold is taken away. However, we'll be having a life and death battle with the enemy here in a week. So, Edward, you'll have to stay here for a while. Help me look after this place." Edward nodded happily. "Edward will follow your instructions." Ling Yan smiled. He thought of something and asked, "How do you feel carrying the blood element bead these days?" Ever since the night they rescued Ling Xiao, Ling Yan had never taken the blood element pearl back into Edward's body. Edward said excitedly, "Master, this mystical bead is simply too wonderful for words for us blood clan. I feel like my cultivation speed has increased by more than a few times. Furthermore, when I use the blood clan's secret techniques, the effects are also many times stronger than when I was in the same realm." Edward bowed to Ling Yan. "Master, Edward is sincerely grateful for your selfless help. I feel like I can level up anytime now." Edward was at the pinnacle of the Marquis realm. He would become a Grand Duke if he leveled up again. Ling Yan smiled. Blood element bead, blood clan, on the right path. The Qin family made Qin Jianwei enter the Blood Demon sect first and then sent him to the west to become a member of the Blood clan. It seemed like they had planned this a long time ago. They wanted to find a new path to maximize the effects of their family's inheritance. It was a pity that this plan was foiled by Ling Yan. This bead is called the Blood Element bead. Continue your cultivation with it for the next few days. Look after this place." Ling Yan waved his hand after giving his instructions. "Chester, let's go." Ling Yan, Jester, and Mo Wu Dao flew out of the secret underground chamber and went to the yard. Outside the courtyard, a bright moon hung in the sky. The Milky Way was dazzling, and the sky was filled with stars. Without waiting for Ling Yan's call, Chester transformed into a huge bird in human form and spread his wings, waiting for Ling Yan to come up. Ling Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He dragged Emma Wudao onto Chester's back. Emma Wudao was shocked. He held onto the golden brick with one hand and Ling Yan with the other. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. Ling Yan frowned slightly. "Please, can you not hold on to my waist? Can you hold on to my shoulders?" Ling Yan would be more than happy to do so if it was Xianxia or Xianxia. But Emma Wudao, forget it. Emma Wudao grabbed Ling Yan's shoulders with all his might. Ling Yan laughed when he saw how nervous the little Taoist was. He raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the south. Then, he smiled and said, "Come, let me show you off and fly." Ling Yan's current position was in the northeast of the capital. He was going south to meet Xianxia in the eastern suburbs of the capital. To be continued. The first chapter was about to begin, in the sky, thousands of meters above the ground. Above the mountains, Chester kept increasing his speed, but his flight was fast and steady. The wind blew against Ling Yan's face, causing his clothes to flutter. Stepping on Chester's back, Ling Yan felt as though he was walking on flat ground. His expression was even more relaxed than taking a stroll in the park. As he looked left and right, the corner of his mouth curled into a charming smile. Because he was going to see Xianxia soon. However, this was Emma Wudao's first time experiencing such a flight. Not to mention enjoying the night scenery, he was so scared that his eyes were tightly shut and his legs were trembling. One of his hands was tightly wrapped around Ling Yan's neck, and his whole body was practically hanging onto Ling Yan's body. However, the little Taoist had also performed the classic proverb, "Men die for wealth, while birds die for food." Even though he was already so frightened, his left hand was still tightly clutching onto the golden brick. If Emma Wudao dared to open his eyes at this moment, he would be so shocked by the terrifying scene that appeared on Ling Yan's body that he would fall from the sky. Unknowingly, Ling Yan had sunk into a strange state because he was cultivating the stellar condensation technique. Currently, Ling Yan's cultivation of the stellar condensation technique had reached the peak of the second major realm, and he was already at the doorstep of the third major realm. He could break through at any time. The Milky Way shone brightly in the sky, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The Milky Way shone brightly with billions of stars. The moonlight was like water, and the starlight was dazzling. Ling Yan was circulating the stellar condensation technique, absorbing the power of the moon and the power of the billions of stars. A stream of moonlight, like a long river or a divine rainbow, fell from the sky from a height visible to the naked eye and enveloped Ling Yan's body. At the same time, the power of the billions of stars was also frantically entering Ling Yan's body. From the sky, the starlight turned into countless threads that entered Ling Yan's body, cleansing his body. From afar, it looked as though Ling Yan's body was emitting countless threads of starlight that shot into the night sky, connecting the billions of stars. At the same time, he released a huge curtain of light that shot into the sky like a divine rainbow. This was a scene that could be seen with the naked eye. While Chester was flying, Ling Yan was moving fast in the sky. Wherever he went, the waterfall of moonlight and starlight followed him, not leaving him for even an inch. Unintentionally or unintentionally, Ling Yan seemed to have become the center of the universe. He was receiving the worship and baptism of the moon and billions of stars. Even if the stellar condensation technique could only be used to refine one's physique, it would still shock the world. Now that Ling Yan's body refinement realm was complete, he had long since advanced to the treasure body refinement realm. There were no longer any impurities in his body. The moonlight and starlight shone on Ling Yan and poured into his body. There were no longer any obstacles as they repeatedly cleansed Ling Yan's body. Leveling up and breaking through was just a matter of time. Ling Yan frowned as he felt the force on his neck getting stronger. "Let go. Emma Wudao, you're about to strangle me to death." Emma Wudao's eyes were still tightly shut. No. He wouldn't let go even if he was beaten to death. If we die together. The little Taoist would never have dreamed that Chester would actually fly to such a high altitude. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have come up even if he was beaten to death. Ling Yan laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I'm here. I promise I won't let you fall to your death." Ling Yin now had the yin-yang true energy chain ability. Even if Mo Wu Dao really fell from the sky, Ling Yin could immediately pull him back. Mo Wu Dao closed his eyes and screamed, "Only a ghost would believe you." Mo Wu Dao refused to let go. Ling Yin had no choice but to say sincerely, "Little Daoist, it's not a bad idea to cultivate the stellar condensation technique at a time like this. When cultivating the stellar condensation technique, the higher your position, the better the effects." Ling Yin wasn't lying. If one was in space, without the layers of haze and atmosphere, the power of the sun, moon, and billions of stars wouldn't be wasted. Instead, they would enter the body directly. Cultivating the stellar condensation technique would be twice the result with half the effort. Of course, a cultivator had to fulfill 4 conditions to reach the stage. They had to be able to go without food or air for a long time, be unafraid of extreme cold and heat, and be able to fly on their own. Abstain from eating, breathe internally, be unafraid of cold and heat, and be able to fly. These were all necessary skills for a true cultivator. Not a single one could be omitted. Cultivating was for use, and using was also for cultivation. They complemented each other. That was why Ling Yin chose the extremely difficult stellar condensation technique as his one and only body tempering technique. Who knew that Mo Wu Dao would turn a deaf ear to Ling Yin's advice? One sentence left Ling Yin completely speechless. "I'm not free." Between survival and cultivation, the little Daoist decisively chose survival first. He, boss, this is the first time this little Daoist has flown like this. You're asking too much of him. Mo Wu Dao didn't cultivate, but that didn't mean that others wouldn't. Chester was enjoying the process of carrying Ling Yin more and more. Whether it was purely flying or fighting side by side, he could reap countless benefits. Ling Yin's cultivation of the Black-Yellow Sutra was extremely beneficial to Chester. His cultivation of the stellar condensation technique was also extremely beneficial to Chester. That was because the blood clan was active and cultivated at night. The only reason they could actively cultivate was by absorbing the essence of the moon. The blood clan's closest relative was the moon. In short, humans relied on the sun, while the blood clan relied on the moon. Right now, Ling Yin's cultivation of the stellar condensation technique had reached a critical juncture. The moonlight enveloped his body like a divine rainbow, and Chester was right under Ling Yin's feet. Of course, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. He had also received the baptism of the moonlight. Chester was originally much younger than Paul, so his strength was naturally slightly weaker. However, because he had spent more time with Ling Yin and absorbed the black-yellow true qi and the essence of the moon, his strength had completely surpassed Paul's. He could advance to a marquis at any time. They had become Ling Yin's slaves, but they had become more and more loyal to Ling Yin. Even if they were to become the blood clan's eldest prince or great lord, they wouldn't change their allegiance to Ling Yin. That was because they had received too many benefits by following Ling Yin. Their bloodlines were now the most noble masters of the blood clan with purple eyes and wings. Their future was limitless. Moreover, Ling Yin's speed of growth was too terrifying. New abilities and methods were simply endless. While Chester, Paul, and the others were secretly shocked by the abilities of cultivators, they also became more and more respectful of Ling Yin. They even worshipped him and swore to serve him with their lives. Seeing Chester interrupt, Ling Yin asked with a smile, "Chester, you're about to break through, right?" "Yes, boss. Your slaves can break through to a marquis at any time." Ling Yin nodded and said with a smile, I think the 5 of you should be about to break through. Cultivate well during this period. After I'm done with this, I'll use the blood pearl to help all of you break through." Edward, Pierce, Els, Paul, and Chester were the 5 slaves of the blood clan. They were of great help to Ling Yin, so he decided to nurture them well. Moreover, they were slaves who were willing to die for Ling Yin at any time. They were loyal to Ling Yin and were even more reassuring than the death warriors. Ling Yin had no qualms about improving them. Ling Yin was also very curious about the mysterious physique and ability of the blood clan. What would it be like if they cultivated to the extreme? Ling Yin chose the 15th day of the 8th month of the lunar calendar for these 5 blood clan slaves to break through together. Of course, it might be earlier, but that depended on their individual cultivation. "Thank you, boss. Where are we going now?" Chester asked delightedly. Normally, Chester was Ling Yan's slave. They should only execute Ling Yan's orders and shouldn't ask too many questions. However, Ling Yan was obviously in a good mood now. Moreover, they had been together for a long time and were naturally familiar with each other. Hence, Chester was happy and asked one more question. "Oh, I'm going to see an acquaintance, Xianxia," Ling Yan replied with a smile. Chester stopped talking. His flapping wings slowed down abruptly. He wasn't afraid of anything. Beside Ling Yan, there were two women that Chester was most afraid of. One was Xianxia, and the other was Xianxia. Xianxia was a nine-tailed celestial fox and a fire fox. It was very normal for her to be the natural nemesis of the blood clan. On the other hand, Chester was afraid of Xianxia entirely because of her powerful aura and her arrogant personality. "Boss, why do you bring me along every time you go to see her?" Chester asked with a bitter face. Ling Yan was stunned. He thought about it carefully and realized that it was true. It was Chester who negotiated with Xianxia at the Immortal Ridge. After saving Ling Xiao, he gave Xianxia a gift. Now, he was still carrying Ling Yan when they were going to see Xianxia. I can only say that it's a coincidence. Or perhaps you're exceptionally lucky? Chester couldn't help but roll his eyes. Ling Yan was obviously just brushing him off. Ling Yan casually found an excuse and said with a smile, "You don't have to pull a long face. Can't you tell? Xianxia is the mistress of our family. You should interact more with her now. It'll be beneficial for you in the future." It would have been better if Ling Yan didn't explain. Now that he said it, Chester was on the verge of tears. Which servant wouldn't be afraid of the mistress? However, Ling Yan was the master, so Chester naturally didn't dare to have any objections. He could only accept his bad luck and fly forward. "Hurry up, we're almost there." Ling Yan turned on his communicator and looked at Xianxia's GPS before urging them. After another 4 to 5 minutes, this strange trio arrived in the sky above the eastern suburbs of Beijing. Ling Yan released his divine sense and saw an independent farmhouse appear below them. Ling Yan stopped cultivating the stellar condensation technique, and the moonlight and starlight that enveloped his body disappeared instantly. He pointed to the farmhouse below and said to Chester, "It's that farmhouse. Let's go down." Chester stopped flying forward and began to descend slowly. Mo Wudao finally dared to open his eyes a little. He was covered in cold sweat, and he felt chills down his spine. To him, this arduous journey was finally over. To be continued. Today, I'll start the second chapter, Eastern Suburbs of Beijing. About 50 kilometers east of the city center and 60 kilometers south of the Miyun Reservoir, there was a small, secluded mountain village. The surrounding mountains were all unknown wild mountains. Although the ridges were low, they seemed to rise and fall continuously. The greenery was also very good, with dense vegetation and green trees forming a forest. A clear river flowed slowly around the foot of the mountain. It could be said that the mountains were green and the water was clear. Amidst the green mountains and clear water, there was an independent farmhouse with its back to the mountain and the water. The scenery was beautiful. This farmhouse was one of the temporary residences of the Devil Sex Holy Maiden, Xianxia, in Beijing. This place was far from the bustling city, 30 kilometers away from the East 6th Ring Road. The nearest road was 4 to 5 kilometers away, and it was even separated by wild mountains. It was like a paradise. As the saying went, the little hid in the wild. With Xianxia's special status, this place was naturally the most suitable for her to stay. Normally, no one would come here to investigate, and with Xianxia's Qinggong, it would only take her half an hour to get to Beijing. If she wanted to leave, she could do so without any worries. Unlike the villas in Qingshui City, this farmhouse was built entirely out of wood. The internal facilities were also made of bamboo from the mountains. It was simple and crude, but it gave off a refreshing feeling. At this time, the farmhouse's doors were tightly shut, but the windows and doors were wide open. Xianxia wasn't in the yard, but in the room. She sat on a bamboo chair facing the window, enjoying the cool night breeze as she waited for Ling Yan's arrival. On the wooden table in front of Xianxia was a long and narrow jade box. It was the one that Ling Yan had given her, and it was open. Inside the jade box lay 5 sets of jade jewelry. Under the moonlight, they glowed with multicolored brilliance, dazzling and beautiful. Beside the jade box were two translucent green sculptures. They were the gifts that Ling Yun had given Xianxia. The sculptures of Ling Yun and Xianxia were vivid and lifelike, facing each other. On the bamboo bed behind Xianxia, clean bedding was neatly folded. There were two piles of clothes on it. One was pure black cloth woven from the golden black devilish silk. The other pile contained 3 complete sets of clothes, which were also neatly folded. The clothes were black and shiny, and were actually shining with flowing light. One look and anyone could tell that they were of excellent quality. Xianxia wasn't wearing a black veil, and her peerless beauty was on full display. No one knew what she was thinking, but the corners of her beautiful lips curled up in a smile, and she would occasionally let out a light chuckle. To Xianxia, this was a rare moment of leisure that belonged to her. The last time she followed the green bird to the assassins' organization in Beijing, she didn't expect to run into Ling Yun saving his father. It was also because of this that she confirmed Ling Yun's true identity. He was the descendant of the Ling family, the son of her master. To Xianxia, confirming Ling Yun's identity was the most important matter. She hoped he was, she feared he wasn't, and he really was. After receiving Ling Yun's gift, Xianxia's state of mind had undergone an earth-shattering change in the few days since they parted ways. Because he had personally removed her veil, Xianxia would no longer need to use a veil to cover her face from now on. Ling Yun's performance was sufficiently strong, many times stronger than Xianxia had imagined. From now on, she no longer needed to worry about the Ling family. Ling Xiao had been successfully rescued, the green bird had regained consciousness, and their common enemy, Sikong too, had also been beheaded. Ling Yun had returned to the Ling family would rise again, her master would be saved, and freedom from the clutches of the devil sect was just around the corner. After Xianxia parted with Ling Yun, she immediately sent this news back to the devil sect's headquarters through secret channels and reported it to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't know how Xianxia spent that day, but she knew that after hearing the news, Xianxia found a place to stay alone for a day and a night, drinking 8 jars of aged wine. Then, Xianxia received the news from the Green Phoenix. Xianxia wanted her to support the Ling family and assist Ling Yun with all her might. She would kill anyone who stood in her way. If Ling Yun wanted money, give it to him. If Ling Yun needed resources, give it to him. If Ling Yun needed manpower, give it to him. If he wanted manpower, give it to him. If he wanted money, give it to him. Pfft! Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. Her beautiful eyes blinked as she murmured, "If he asked for me, I wonder if you would give it to him?" As she thought about it, Xianxia floated up and looked out the window. It was already close to midnight, but Ling Yun still hadn't arrived. Why isn't that guy here yet? I wonder what I'm waiting for, he's here. A light laugh rang out from outside the courtyard. Ling Yun's voice rang out beside her ear, and the air outside the courtyard flowed rapidly, sending dust flying everywhere. Chester flapped his wings and landed on the ground. Ling Yun flew down from his back and landed in the courtyard. Seeing Ling Yun's appearance, Xianxia blushed. Luckily, she hadn't said the word anxious. Otherwise, if that guy heard it, he would definitely make fun of her again. Swoosh! After Ling Yun landed, he ignored Chester and Mo Wudao behind him and teleported into the room with fulgurating shadows. He stared at Xianxia. He chuckled and said, "You must be anxious from waiting, right? Did you miss me?" Xianxia's beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yun. She was secretly delighted, but she said indifferently, "TCH, don't flatter yourself. I'm just impatient from waiting." Big Brother Yun was immediately dealt a heavy blow. However, Ling Yun had long understood Xianxia's style. He didn't mind at all. Sweeping his gaze across the room, he saw the bamboo chair in front of the window and sat down on it. The lower part of his body was slightly warm, and there was an especially pleasant fragrance lingering in the air. Ling Yun was instantly intoxicated. He leaned back slightly and narrowed his eyes, enjoying the place where Xianxia had just sat. Seeing the jade box and the 2 statues on the table, Ling Yun said carelessly, "You still say you didn't miss me? Then why did you take these things out to look at?" Xianxia was embarrassed that Ling Yun had seen through her. Flustered, she said carelessly, "Don't be so smug. I haven't touched these things since I brought them back." After saying that, Xianxia became even more depressed. This was because even she didn't believe her own lies. Hearing this, Lingyan chuckled and didn't expose her. Outside the courtyard, Mo Wudao was swayed by Lingyan in the air. He lost his balance and landed on the ground with great difficulty, almost falling flat on his face. After stabilizing himself, he immediately shouted, F***ck, why didn't you tell me you were coming down? I almost fell to my death. As he spoke, Mo Wudao was about to rush into the house. He wanted to settle the score with Lingyan. Little Daoist, come with me quickly. However, before he could move, Chester grabbed him with one arm and flew out of the courtyard with a flap of his wings, disappearing without a trace. As Lingyan's loyal servant, Chester's awareness was much stronger than Mo Wudao's. He swore that he would never be a third wheel. Inside the room, Xianxia couldn't help but giggle at this scene. She turned around and asked, this little Daoist is the one who calculated Uncle Ling's whereabouts, right? His name is Mo Wudao? Lingyan replied lazily, since you've already done your research, why are you still asking me? That's right, it's him. Xianxia pursed her lips and reminded Lingyan, Mao Mountain's righteous sect is actually very strong. Their hidden power isn't much weaker than Mount Longhu's celestial master abode. It's just that their people like to travel the world and focus on cultivation, so they don't stay on Mao Mountain. Lingyan hummed through his nostrils to express his understanding. Xianxia reminded Lingyan out of goodwill, but Lingyan continued to lazily ignore her. She immediately became angry and scolded angrily, hey, I'm talking to you. Look at how half-dead you are. Lingyan finally turned around and stared at Xianxia's beautiful face for a long time before saying, I've been really busy and tired these past few days. Can't I rest here for a while? Lingyan's words weren't false. Ever since he and Xianxia had parted ways, Lingyan had been working non-stop and hadn't had a chance to rest. Although he had gained a lot during this period of time, even if Lingyan was a cultivator, his body wouldn't be able to endure such exhaustion. Moreover, in order to refine the 3 spatial rings tonight, Lingyan had used up more than 200 drops of divine energy he had accumulated over the past few days. He was long exhausted and in need of rest. One reason was that he truly liked Xianxia. The other reason was that every time Lingyan was with Xianxia, he would feel an inexplicable sense of security. So much so that he couldn't muster up any energy and just wanted to lie down lazily. Hearing this, Xianxia finally gave Lingyan a serious look. She found that Lingyan's face was indeed a little pale, and there was a deep sense of exhaustion between his brows. She actually felt an inexplicable sense of heartache. Xianxia floated forward and asked gently, are you really tired? You've been working so hard, how can you not be tired? I can't help it. I'm a man after all. Don't be too tired. I know. After this battle with the Chen clan, I should be able to rest for a while. Why don't you sleep here for a while? Lingyan didn't respond. After chatting with Xianxia for a while, he actually really fell asleep just like that. This time, he didn't circulate any techniques. He let down all his guard and even retracted his divine sense, falling into a deep sleep. Xianxia was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. This guy, Xianxia's heart surged. She suddenly floated to the side of the bed, took out a thin blanket, and gently covered Lingyan's body with it. Then, she stood by Lingyan's side just like that, guarding him and carefully driving away the mosquitoes. Lingyan slept for a whole 5 hours, and Xianxia also stood by his side for 5 hours. It wasn't until 5 in the morning when the sky was bright that Lingyan finally woke up. He slowly opened his eyes. The bright light outside the window was very dazzling. Lingyan blinked again before opening his eyes again. I actually slept for so long. The sky is already bright? Xianxia giggled and rolled her eyes at him. She said coquettishly, yeah, you slept so soundly. I even wiped your saliva several times. I'll start updating today, the 3rd update. Begging for monthly votes, begging for subscriptions, Lingyan immediately let out a strange cry. That's impossible, right? How can I drool? If that was really the case, Big Brother Yan's reputation would be completely lost. How would he face Xianxia in the future? Moreover, Lingyan was a cultivator who had reached the peak of Qi cultivation level 2. Even if he withdrew his divine sense and fell into a deep sleep, his body would still have a certain degree of self-control. He definitely wouldn't drool like an ordinary person. As expected, when Xianxia saw Ling Yan's exclamation, she convulsed with laughter and only stopped after a long time. "Idiot, I'm just teasing you. F***ck. Ling Yan nodded hatefully and said through gritted teeth, "Fine, Xianxia, remember this, I'm not a gentleman if I don't get my revenge. If you're so capable, don't let me watch you sleep in the future." When Xianxia heard this, her beautiful face immediately flushed red. She stomped her foot and scolded, "Shoo shoo shoo, do you know how to speak human? Only a ghost would let you watch me sleep." As soon as Ling Yan said this, he immediately realized the ambiguity in his last sentence and felt a little embarrassed. How could he watch Xianxia sleep? He should at least hug her. Ling Yan lowered his head and noticed the thin blanket covering his body. He couldn't help but feel touched. This deep sleep lasted a full 5 hours. Although he didn't cultivate, he was now full of energy. His exhausted divine sense had also recovered by more than half. He was in high spirits and his thoughts were extremely agile. Of course, Ling Yan knew that Xianxia had covered him with this blanket after he fell asleep. Moreover, Ling Yan also noticed the unconcealable traces of exhaustion in Xianxia's expression. It was obvious that she had watched over him all night. Ling Yan straightened his expression and said with concern, "Why don't you sleep a little longer and catch up on your sleep before we talk business?" Feeling Ling Yan's concern, Xianxia was secretly delighted. However, she shook her head. "No need. I've rested well these past few days, so I'm not that tired." What a joke. Even if Xianxia was extremely sleepy, she couldn't possibly sleep now. Otherwise, wouldn't that be exactly what Ling Yan had said and let him watch her sleep? Alright, then let's get down to business. As he spoke, Ling Yan stood up and walked to the side of the bed with a thin blanket. He threw it on the bed and said to the 2 piles of clothes, "This is the cloth made from the golden black devilish silk, right?" Xianxia floated over and said with a smile, "Yes, this pile is all cloth, all woven from the finest golden black devilish silk. There are 4 bolts in total, enough to make at least 20 sets of clothes." Ling Yan said. He pointed to another pile of clothes and asked, "What about these? I can see that the quality of these clothes is several times better than this cloth." Xianxia glanced at Ling Yan and said with a smile, "You have good taste. This cloth is made from the silk spat out by the golden black devil silkworm king, so of course the quality is much better." Then the clothes were made. "Try it on and see if it fits you." Xianxia was too embarrassed to say that she had personally made these 3 sets of clothes for Ling Yan the other night after seeing his clothes torn and bare from the battle. These were the silk of the golden black devilish silkworms, golden. They were rare, and Xianxia only had this much. She had used all of them on Ling Yan, but she had only made 3 sets. Ling Yan grabbed the clothes and turned to look at Xianxia with a burning gaze. "Are they really for me? Did you make them?" Xianxia's heart beat wildly as she shook her head vigorously. "Tisk, dream on. I'm so busy, how could I have time to make clothes for you?" Ling Yan laughed inwardly when Xianxia refused to admit it. He glanced at the clothes in his hands and said casually, "Oh, I knew it. This workmanship is really terrible. Of course it couldn't have been made by you." Xianxia stomped her feet in anger. She hated Ling Yan to death. In terms of needlework, Xianxia had learned it from Qing Yuan since she was young. It could be said that she had made her own clothes since she was young and had never bought them. Xianxia was even more confident in her needlework than the heavenly demon tactics she had cultivated. Now that Ling Yan said that her workmanship was terrible, how could she not be angry, but she had no way of refuting him. If she did, it would be the same as admitting that she had made it. So she said in a bad mood, "Try it on and see if it fits." Ling Yan laughed. Xianxia was really good at holding back. Why bother? It was a standard warrior's uniform, similar in style to what Ling Yan had worn before. But when it came to needlework, Ling Yan had to admit that Xianxia's needlework was even better than Aunt May's. He didn't stand on ceremony and took off his clothes in front of Xianxia. His hands and feet were nimble, and he quickly put the clothes on. Although the workmanship is terrible, it fits me well." Looks like it was made according to my figure. It's passable, I guess. It was indeed a good fit. Not only did it fit him, but it was also very smooth on his body. Ling Yan stretched his arms and moved them, praising Xianxia in his heart. His words finally enraged Xianxia. She put her hands on her hips and said, Ling Yan, if you dare to say that the workmanship is bad again, then take off your clothes and get lost. I'm not going to serve you anymore. She roared. Big Brother Yun immediately backed down. He spread out his hands and hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. It was just a joke. Why are you so angry? Alright, to be honest, the craftsmanship of this dress is the best I've ever seen in my life. No one can compare. Xianxia snickered. That's more like it. But in the end, Xianxia didn't admit that she had personally made these clothes. Since the clothes fit him well, there was no need to mention the pants. Ling Yan didn't even need to try them out. He put all 3 sets of clothes into his universe ring. Then, he put the 4 rolls of cloth into his universe ring as well. Xianxia asked, why do you need so much cloth all of a sudden? Who are you making clothes for? Ling Yan had to explain the use of these things since he had taken their things for free. Thus, he smiled and replied, of course it's mainly for the core members of the Ling family. At the very least, everyone should have a set to protect themselves. What else? Then, of course, there are the 5 blood breeds. As you can see, those 5 guys have to transform back and forth every day. Every time they transform, their clothes will be completely ruined. It's really embarrassing to see them like that, so I have to make a few sets of extremely elastic clothes for them. The elasticity of the silk was, of course, excellent. That was why Ling Yan asked Xianxia for the golden black devilish silk cloth. This way, Chester and the others could wear it without transforming. Their clothes wouldn't be torn when they transformed into human-shaped birds. Naturally, a lot of awkwardness could be avoided. Xianxia smiled and said, Master, you're really thoughtful. Ling Yan sighed and said, Sigh, if you don't manage the household, you don't know how expensive rice and fuel are. Since I'm their master, I have to think for them. Xianxia knew that Ling Yan always had a glib tongue. She didn't take it to heart and said with a smile, if that's the case, these 4 rolls of cloth won't be enough. We have to go to the ancient martial arts auction house to buy 8 or 10 more. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly asked, Ancient martial arts auction house? They really sell this kind of cloth? I thought only the devil sect had it. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ling Yan. You finally admit it? I knew it. An idiot like you wouldn't even know where the ancient martial arts auction house is. How could you buy this kind of cloth from one? After rebuking Ling Yan, Xianxia then explained, the golden black devilish silkworm isn't just found in our devil sect. It can be found in other places as well. Moreover, there are people in the underworld who specialize in cultivating them. Then, they bring them to the auction house to exchange for the resources they need. The modern world is different from the ancient world. Not only is commerce developed in the modern world, but information and transportation are also very convenient. Therefore, even though everyone is a cultivator of ancient martial arts, they also keep up with the times. The various auction houses in the underworld are actually very prosperous. Ling Yan listened with interest and asked, then, where are these ancient martial arts auction houses hidden? Xianxia smiled and said, there are too many. Every once in a while, they might be in some ancient martial arts sect or some hidden family. Of course, the most important ones are those who specialize in the auction house business. They might be in any place and hold a large-scale ancient martial arts auction house. Moreover, most of the smaller ancient martial arts auction houses don't need to be hidden at all. In any case, ordinary people can't even come into contact with them. For example, you. Xianxia was obviously taking revenge on Ling Yan for saying that she was lacking in needlework. Ling Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. He thought to himself, this bro just didn't know before. Since when did he become an ordinary person? Then, are there such ancient martial arts auction houses in the capital? Of course there are in the prosperous capital under the feet of the emperor. Ling Yan nodded. His mind flashed and he asked again, then, who is in control of the ancient martial arts auction houses in the capital? Xianxia finally revealed a look of admiration. Ling Yan had finally gotten to the point after asking so many questions. She didn't keep him in suspense and immediately answered, Huaxia Group, the Long family, and the Yi family. Among them, the Yi family's auction house is the most mysterious and also the largest. It's slightly better than the Long family's. Ling Yan's heart trembled when he heard that. This was because the cultivation world also had auction houses. Ling Yan understood that those who could open an auction house were all top forces. To open such an auction house, one had to trust two parties and ensure that the money and goods were paid off. Moreover, for some large transactions, the identity of the buyer and seller had to be kept secret. Moreover, they had to be responsible for the safety of the buyer and seller in the auction house, as well as the safety of the goods. Only by being able to do all these would they dare to open an auction house. Otherwise, if something happened, the organizer would lose their credibility and would never be able to run an auction again. The Yi family's auction house in the capital was the most mysterious and the largest. What did that mean? Everything was self-evident. The Yi family's hidden heritage was definitely super strong. As Ling Yan's thoughts flashed like lightning, he heard Xianxia continue. If I'm not mistaken, you might be able to buy the things that you cultivators need at the Yi family's auction house. What? Hearing this, Ling Yan was once again shaken to the core. Things that cultivators needed could be bought at the Yi family's auction house? Xianxia's words had inadvertently revealed far too much hidden information. If this was true, then Ling Yan could confirm at least three things. First, it further confirmed that there were cultivators in Huaxia, and the number of cultivators far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to have a situation like the auction of Dharma treasures. Second, since the Yi family could obtain Dharma treasures or numinous treasures of cultivators to auction, then the Yi family must have close and frequent contact with cultivators. Third, the Yi family was extremely powerful, even terrifying. Even cultivators had to give them face. Thinking of these 3 points in an instant, Ling Yan's straight eyebrows furrowed deeply. Because these 3 points weren't the most important. Admittedly, if the Yi family's auction house could provide the things that cultivators needed, it would undoubtedly be very convenient for Ling Yan's future cultivation. Things that he wouldn't need in the future could be sold through the auction house. Things that he needed could also be bought through the auction house. He might even obtain a pleasant surprise. But the first thing that Ling Yan thought of wasn't himself. Because people who bought and sold things had to go through the auction house, then the organizers would be in a favorable position and would have the right to inspect any goods. How great of an advantage was that? They could even act as dealers and personally buy important or rare goods before hoarding them. When the time was right, they could find someone on their side and borrow their hands to sell these goods at sky-high prices, thus reaping huge profits. Moreover, running an auction house wasn't about making money. The most important thing was to use the auction house to communicate with people, control resources, and gather information. This was because the organizers could get to know people who had resources and wanted to sell, as well as people who urgently needed certain resources for cultivation, through the auction house. Connections, resources, information, and profits. Through the auction house, he could control all 4 items in his own hands. In that case, the organizers, such as the Long family and the Yi family, would have a terrifying foundation that couldn't even be imagined. In this way, although Ling Yan's future cultivation would be convenient, he would be very passive when facing the Long family and the Yi family. At least for a period of time, that was for sure. Unless he had the ability to topple the Long and Yi families in one go. Ling Yan's brows furrowed as he thought deeply about this. This was because he knew too much about auctions. Back in the cultivation world, Ling Yan had been an expert in managing auctions from the Qi refinement stage to the tribulation stage. Moreover, he had earned countless benefits through auctions. Ling Yan started out as a doctor, and he was a master of alchemy, blacksmithing, talismans, and spell formations. He had sold too many spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, spiritual veins, spiritual pills, spiritual weapons, talismans, and spell formations through the auction. What? Do you really think that you are the only cultivator in this world? Could it be that your mysterious master didn't even tell you about this? Seeing that Ling Yan was frowning and silent for a long time, Xianxia thought that Ling Yan was worried because he heard about the existence of other cultivators. Ling Yun, I don't know who that mysterious master of yours is. He didn't even tell you such basic knowledge. But let me tell you, to many people, it is no secret that there are cultivators in Huaxia. It is widely acknowledged that Mount Zhongnan is the gathering place for cultivators in Huaxia. Many people who are successful in their cultivation will choose to go there to continue their cultivation. Moreover, there are sword immortals in Shushan, mystic realms in Kunlun, and even immortals in Punlai in the East Sea. Even our Devil's Doctrine is called the Devil's Doctrine not because of the righteous martial artists in Huaxia, but because of the cultivation sections. Yi Xingchen clearly misunderstood. She was busy explaining to Ling Yun, but she didn't know that Ling Yun was thinking about the auction. Oh, no, there are many cultivators in this world. I knew that a long time ago. Not only were there many cultivators, but there were also many powerful existences. Ling Yun knew this better than anyone else. The Emperor Brush and Earth Emperor's book on Ling Yun, the Shenong Cauldron, Bodhi Seed, Green Lantern Buddhist beads, and the mysterious gourd in his spatial ring were all immortal treasures. These treasures were undoubtedly magical treasures used by ancient powers. The true dragon, the diamond-glazed body, the divine willow. He had seen them all with his own eyes. Moreover, on the night of the 14th of July, Ling Yun triggered the Dark Lock Dragon imprisonment spell in Yan Garden. The man in green that was attracted was a real cultivator. Ling Yun had seen it with his own eyes. However, it was Ling Yun's first time hearing the secrets that Yi Xingchen mentioned. He thought to himself, so that's how it is. It seems like many of the legends are true. This made him feel a lot more at ease. Doubts, guesses, and imagination were all just imagination. But now, all of these were unnecessary. Ling Yun had confirmed it. At the same time, Ling Yun felt a strong sense of urgency in his heart, as well as a sense of competitiveness. Ling Yun came from the cultivation world and had been cultivating against the heavens. From the beginning of cultivation to the tribulation stage, he was almost invincible. It was the same here. Ling Yun's eyes lit up like never before. He was in high spirits and his eyes were filled with anticipation. Seeing Ling Yun's strange expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but laugh. Since you know, why are you frowning? Ling Yun smiled faintly. I was thinking about the ancient martial arts auction house. Yi Xingchen was puzzled. Ancient martial arts auction house? There are so many auction houses. What's there to think about? Ling Yan's eyes flashed with great confidence. He smiled mysteriously. You don't understand. Since I'm here, the ancient martial arts auction house in the capital can't be controlled by the Long family and the Yi family. Not to mention the ancient martial arts auction house, even the cultivation auction house was left behind by Ling Yun. Now that Ling Yun had enough power, the Ling family wanted to rise. How could he let the Long family and the Yi family continue to grow? Yi Xingchen was exceptionally intelligent. After hearing Ling Yun's words, her beautiful eyes lit up. She said in shock, "Are you going to steal business from the Long family and the Yi family?" Ling Yun laughed heartily and raised his hand to pat Yi Xingchen's shoulder. However, Yi Xingchen dodged. He could only smile. Smart. That's right, I want to steal business from the Long family and the Yi family. Steal business, even if they weren't enemies before, they would soon become enemies. Moreover, Ling Yun had long felt that the Long family and the Yi family were the Ling family's greatest enemies. Yi Xingchen was a fearless person. After hearing Ling Yun's words, she immediately asked excitedly, "Are you really going to steal business from them? What do you plan to do?" Ling Yun shook his head. There's no rush. Wait until I destroy the Sun and Chen families first. We can discuss it in detail then. At the mention of the Sun and Chen families, the two of them finally got to the main topic of this meeting. The matter of the ancient martial arts auction house was just a digression. One of the reasons why Ling Yun came to see Yi Xingchen last night was to obtain the golden black devilish silk cloth. His real purpose was to find out information about the Sun and Chen families. Know thyself and thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. In the face of a life-and-death battle, Ling Yun didn't dare to be careless. He needed the information from Yi Xingchen. This time, it was Yi Xingchen's turn to have a serious expression. She was no longer relaxed. Her beautiful brows were shrouded in a layer of deep worry. Looking at Yi Xingchen's expression, Ling Yun knew that something was out of his control. Hence, he asked, "What is it?" Yi Xingchen nodded and said in a low voice, "Ling Yun, this battle with the Chen family will not be easy. You need to prepare carefully and make sure nothing goes wrong." Hearing this, Ling Yun laughed immediately. His expression was relaxed as he said casually, "I thought you were going to tell me something important. So this is what you're talking about? Don't worry, I know this better than anyone else. It's a life and death battle. It concerns the life and death of a family. Of course it won't be easy." Up until now, Ling Yun's preparations were more or less complete. Later, when he returned, he would go into seclusion to refine some medicinal pills and high-level talismans. At the same time, he would adjust his condition to the peak and prepare for the life and death battle with the Chen family. However, Yi Xingchen's expression was still serious. She shook her head slowly. "Ling Yun, things aren't as simple as you think. As far as I know, Qin Jingxian has already found at least 4 helpers in the heavenly team. Moreover, all of them are peerless experts above the Xiantian 9th stage. Including Qin Jingxian himself, that's at least 5 Xiantian 9th stage masters. Moreover, Qin Jingxian has already sent people to Japan to invite high-level Japanese ninjas to help on the day of the life and death battle with the Ling family. Moreover, the Japanese ninjas he invited are also your arch-enemies, the Tokugawa family and the Yagyu family. If everything goes according to plan, those Japanese ninjas will arrive at the Chen family today or tomorrow. 5 Xiantian 9th stage masters, in addition to the high-level ninjas of the Tokugawa family and the Yagyu family." Ling Yun couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. Because in that case, even if Ling Yun really won, he would completely offend the heavenly team. At the same time, he would become the archenemy of the entire Japan. Thinking of this, Ling Yun rolled his eyes. F***ck, Qin Jingxian is still trying to make enemies for me before he dies. Seeing Ling Yun's nonchalant expression, Yi Xingchen couldn't help but glare at him. "Don't ignore what I'm saying. This time, the Japanese ninjas that Qin Jingxian invited are all Kage ninjas. Also, we don't know how many there are, but there definitely won't be less than 5. Ling Yun frowned. "Kage?" Back then, Ling Yun had interrogated the 2 leaders of the Ling family, Yamada and Mitsui, in the dungeon of the Ling family. He had successfully pried open Yamada's mouth and obtained a large amount of information about the Japanese ninjas. Before Yamada died, he proudly told him that in Japan, the ninjas that were stronger than the Chunin were the Jonins, and those that were stronger than the Jonins were the Tokugawa family. The Tokugawa family had many Kage, and they even had the most powerful and mysterious divine Kage, that was the strongest existence among the Japanese ninjas. To be continued. These 2 chapters are counted as yesterday's. Begging for monthly votes and subscriptions. Full subscription, please receive the glory of the great God. Thank you for your support. Ling Yun had a deep understanding of the Japanese ninjas' strength levels after listening to Yamada's detailed explanation. Yamada was at the early stages of Xiantian realm level 7. Among the Japanese ninjas, he was the lowest level. In the Immortal Ridge, Ling Yun had once killed a Tokugawa clan ninja called Tokugawa Muto, who was half a step into Xiantian realm level 9. When he used his secret technique, he was at the first stage of Xiantian realm level 9. Without a doubt, the Japanese Tokugawa clan's Tokugawa ninja had just reached Xiantian realm level 9. The shadow ninjas were even stronger than the Tokugawa ninjas, at least at the second stage of the divine realm. If Qin Jingxian could really invite at least 5 shadow ninjas, that would be 5 masters at the second stage of the divine realm. For now, it was only a matter of realm. Japanese ninjas practiced body techniques, jutsu, and genjutsu. They were also proficient in hidden weapons and various secret techniques. Their fighting methods and tricks were endless. Their comprehensive strength was definitely the strongest among the experts of the same realm. 5 masters of the divine realm from the heavenly group and at least 5 shadow ninjas made Ling Yun feel immense pressure. No wonder Yi Xingchen specially called him over to remind him. With the Chen family's plan and the Ling family's fight to the death, it was hard to say who would emerge victorious. Moreover, this was only the information that Yi Xingchen had obtained on the surface. What about the information in the dark? Ling Yun didn't believe that Qin Jingxian didn't have a backup plan. Seeing that Ling Yan's expression finally changed, Yi Xingchen smiled and teased, "Why, finally feeling the pressure?" This time, Ling Yan could only nod obediently. He snorted and retorted, F***ck, Qin Jingxian invited so many masters. Don't you feel the pressure? But Yi Xingchen's next sentence almost made Ling Yan vomit blood. That's not all. That's just on the surface. Now that the battle is imminent, I'll tell you everything I know. Ling Yan was stunned. There's more. Yi Xingchen nodded seriously. That's right. This time, the Sun family has chosen to ally with the Qin family in order to deal with the Ling family. The Sun family will not sit still and wait for death. I know that to you, the Sun family's own strength is nothing, but the Sun family has the shadow of an ancestor. They have also invited a divine power realm expert from the Heaven Squad to oversee them, and they have also invited a hidden family from overseas. There's also a divine tier elite among those from the hidden family. If that's the case, you'll have 2 more divine tier enemies. Ling Yan's eyes flashed as he asked in a low voice, "You mean to say that the Sun family will also be involved in the deathmatch in a week's time? The Sun family and the Qin family will work together to deal with the Ling family?" Yi Xingchen nodded and said, "Of course, because this is the Sun family's only chance. If I'm not wrong, within 2 days, your Ling family will receive the letter of challenge from the Sun family. This way, Ling Yan would have to face 6 divine powers from the heavenly group, at least 5 shadow ninjas, and a hidden family from overseas. There were at least 12 divine tier experts." Feeling a little dizzy, Ling Yan swallowed hard and looked left and right. "Where's the chair? Find me a chair, I need to sit down and digest it slowly." Yi Xingchen lifted his chin and said, "Right behind you." Ling Yan plopped down on the chair. Yi Xingchen was right. This battle was countless times more difficult than Ling Yan had expected. Other than Qin Jingxian, Ling Yan still had to face 5 divine powers from the heavenly group. If he really won, it would be equivalent to forming a complete feud with the heavenly group. Trampling on the Qin family but offending the heavenly group, which was many times stronger than the Qin family, was not a good deal. Killing the shadow ninjas was equivalent to openly challenging the entire East Asian nation. If the East Asian ninjas took the opportunity to invade, would the Ling family be able to withstand them with their current strength? Ling Yan forced himself to calm down. After thinking for a while, he asked faintly, "Can the Ling family reject the Sun family's letter of challenge?" Yi Xingchen asked in return, "Of course we can reject it. But if the Sun family really sends a letter of challenge, will you reject it?" Ling Yan pursed his lips and said helplessly, "Of course I'll accept it." Was there a need to ask? If he didn't accept it, the morale that Ling Yan had painstakingly gathered would be reduced by more than half. All the preparations he had made these days would be for naught. Moreover, even if the Ling family didn't accept it, the Sun family could still fight them. According to the rules of the deathmatch, Qin Jingxian could find anyone to help him. If the Sun family sent someone, the Ling family would have to accept the challenge. After a pause, Yi Xingchen reminded him, "Ling Yan, you have to be careful of that overseas hidden family. They actually have a very powerful background." Ling Yan felt a headache coming on. He braced himself and asked, "Just a hidden family? What's their background?" Yi Xingchen said, "That hidden family is a big family belonging to the East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance." Ling Yan was surprised. The East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance? That's right, the East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance. Yi Xingchen explained, "The distribution of ancient martial powers in China can be roughly divided into 2 parts, the mainland and overseas. You already know about the mainland, so I won't go into more detail. As for overseas, it's mainly the East Sea and Nanyang. The East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance is a force jointly established by many ancient martial arts sects and hidden families in the East Sea. There are actually many islands in the East Sea. For thousands of years, many ancient martial arts sects and hidden families have chosen to leave the mainland in order to avoid the flames of war or to make enemies with other ancient martial arts sects on land. In order to avoid the flames of war and enemies, they have chosen to leave the mainland and move to the sea to live in seclusion. Moreover, the legend of the East Sea Punlai Immortal Island is too alluring. Therefore, some masters of the divine realm and some wandering cultivators have gone out to sea in search of immortals, hoping to have a fortuitous encounter. It's precisely these ancient martial arts sects, hidden families, and wandering cultivators who have left the mainland for various reasons. They have formed an extremely large force called the East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance. On the East Sea, the islands there are scattered like stars in the sky. The forces there are complicated. The laws and regulations of the country can't restrict them at all. Therefore, in that place, strength is everything, and the weak are prey to the strong. For a hidden family to be able to fight for territory and survive on the East Sea, it means that they are very strong and definitely have strong connections. Ling Yan's head swelled when he heard that. The East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance? What the hell was all this? What about the Nanyang? Xianxia couldn't help but roll her eyes at Ling Yan. I really don't know what's going on in your head. You're in such a desperate situation, and you still have the time to ask about the South Sea? However, she still explained seriously, the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance is, of course. There are more islands there, and the various forces are more complicated. I can't explain it to you in a short time. However, the development over there is completely different from the East Sea. Let's put it this way, the East Sea is still mainly focused on ancient martial arts and cultivation. On the Nanyang side, they play with religious forces, such as Buddhism, Taoism, Miajiang's Gu, witchcraft, and Thailand's tame headmasters and ghost-rearing masters. Have you heard of them? Ling Yan was speechless once again. The East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance can still be considered a real alliance. Even though there are endless internal conflicts, they can still unite against a foreign enemy in the face of a life-and-death situation. On the other hand, the Nanyang side is purely a general name. Because of the different sects and beliefs, it's always a chaotic mess over there. It's a complete mess. At this point, Ling Yan had more or less understood. He immediately asked, "Are you done?" The above was originally an off-topic topic. Xianxia nodded and said, "I'm done." Ling Yan nodded and stood up again with a smile on his face. The East Sea Wandering Cultivators Alliance and the Nanyang Wandering Cultivators Alliance are quite interesting. In the future, we'll visit these places. As for that hidden family, it doesn't matter to me whether it's on land or overseas. If they don't provoke me, everyone will naturally live in harmony. However, since they want to stand up for the Sun family, I might as well eliminate them. This was Ling Yan's logic. If people don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If people provoke me, I will definitely kill them. As Ling Yan spoke, he gradually released the powerful aura of the peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 2. His entire person looked tyrannical, domineering, and full of confidence. Xianxia looked at Ling Yan, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She asked in surprise, "After saying so much to you, aren't you afraid?" Ling Yan laughed. "Afraid? To tell you the truth, the word afraid doesn't exist in my dictionary." Ling Yan had received so much information from Xianxia in one go. He understood too many new things. He just needed some time to digest it, but he definitely wouldn't be afraid. The peak of Qi Cultivation Stage 2, a powerful divine sense, the green shadow flying sword, the Taishu ring, a nature-defying immortal weapon like the Emperor Brush and the Earth Emperor's book, and the Ling family's inheritance, the ghost divine willow. Ling Yan really had too many trump cards. What was there to be afraid of? Seeing Ling Yan's domineering manner, Xianxia couldn't help but feel admiration for Ling Yan. Only a man like this was worthy of Xianxia's heart. However, Xianxia laughed again. "It seems like you really don't care about the Sun and Qin families. Then what if I tell you that the Long family and Yi family may also secretly attack you in this deathmatch? How will you deal with it?" Ling Yan's breath instantly stopped. He said in disbelief, "That fast? It can't be." No matter how competent Ling Yan was and how well prepared he was, he couldn't possibly face the Dragon family, Yi family, Sun family, and the Japanese ninjas at the same time, unless it was like the time on Turtle Island when Ling Yan faced the terrifying nine-colored tribulation cloud. All the immortal treasures on him went berserk. Xianxia snickered. Of course they won't do it openly, but they will definitely use some tricks in the dark to trip you up. These big families are good at this, to begin with. Phew, Ling Yan heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. "You almost scared me to death." He glared at Ling Yan. "You're just playing some tricks? Then I'll take them all." To be continued. At this point, Ling Yun knew that Xianxia had called him over to tell him almost everything he needed to tell him. He suddenly took a step forward and came to a mere step away from Xianxia. He lowered his head slightly, his handsome eyes shining as he stared straight into Xianxia's limpid eyes. Xianxia was flustered by Ling Yun's stare. She couldn't help but lean back a little as she asked warily, "What are you doing?" Ling Yun smiled brightly, revealing his perfect white teeth. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly as he said gently, "Thank you for your hard work." TCH. Xianxia's heart warmed, but she couldn't help but spit lightly. She bit her lower lip and turned her head to look out the door. She said faintly, "I'm just arranging for people to gather information." "What's so hard about it?" Ling Yun naturally knew that Xianxia had her own intelligence network in the capital, but it was easy to imagine how much effort she had put in to gather so much useful information in a few short days. Ling Yun didn't say anything else. Instead, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Xianxia's hand with lightning speed. "You." Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She didn't expect Ling Yun to suddenly grab her. She subconsciously used her movement technique and flew backward. "Heh, you think you can run?" Ling Yun's grasp missed, but he wasn't worried. He only chuckled and used his dragonfish phantom ability to pounce forward. Swoosh swoosh, Xianxia's long hair fluttered as she flew backward once more. Ling Yun didn't stop at all. His figure shot straight ahead, his hand maintaining the motion of grabbing Xianxia. His entire being was domineering and forceful. He had to catch Xianxia no matter what. The two of them, one retreating and one advancing, moved as fast as lightning. They were actually playing hide-and-seek in this small room. However, when they first met, Ling Yun's movement technique was already on par with Xianxia's. Now that he was at the peak of Qi cultivation level 2, it was naturally easy for him to chase after Xianxia. The distance between the two grew smaller and smaller. In the end, Ling Yun was almost right in front of Xianxia's face. "Ling Yun, are you done yet?" Xianxia's smooth forehead was covered in sweat. She was extremely embarrassed and angry as she shouted. Ling Yun smiled instead of replying. He suddenly reached out again and grabbed Xianxia's soft hand. Their bodies came to a halt, and the two of them stopped in an instant. "What are you hiding for? It's not like I haven't grabbed your hand before." After grabbing hold of Xianxia, Ling Yun didn't let go and teased her with a grin. Xianxia struggled with all his might, trying to break free from Ling Yun's grasp, but to no avail. "Ling Yun, I'm warning you, if you dare to bully me, I'll report this to Master." He couldn't beat them, but he couldn't run either. In his panic, Xianxia seemed to have no choice but to use this move. But in the next moment, Xianxia's delicate body suddenly shook, and she was completely dumbfounded. As it turned out, after Ling Yun had grabbed her hand, he had directly transferred a stream of true qi into her body. That stream of true qi was extremely similar to the sky demon true qi that Xianxia cultivated, and it didn't conflict with hers at all. Then, the stream of vital energy passed through Xianxia's meridians and entered her dantian. Then, it came out of her dantian and passed through her 8 extraordinary meridians to the Yongquan acupoint at the bottom of Xianxia's feet, where it began to circulate. Circulating his true qi in such a manner, Xianxia felt as if his body were floating and illusory like never before. "Xianxia, remember this circulation path." As it turned out, Ling Yun hadn't grabbed Xianxia to be rude to her, but to directly impart his cultivation to her. "Follow me." As he spoke, Ling Yun held Xianxia's hand and used the dragonfish phantom ability to float out of the room. Heavens! What kind of qigong is this? At this time, the sky demon true qi in Xianxia's body had completely circulated under Ling Yun's guidance, giving Xianxia an extremely strange feeling. She felt as if her body had become as light as a feather, so much so that she was about to become one with the surrounding air and become illusory. When she used her qigong, she almost couldn't feel any resistance from the air. "This is my qigong, the dragonfish phantom ability. Once you've learned it, you can use fulgurating shadows. Xianxia, you're from the devil sect and the holy maiden of the devil sect. You're not accepted by the righteous sects, so you can learn the dragonfish phantom ability to protect yourself." Xianxia had always been exceptionally talented, and coupled with the fact that she had long since cultivated it, She had already memorized the circulation path of the true qi in her body after only 2 or 3 cycles. Xianxia scolded exasperatedly, "Just tell me when you're teaching me martial arts. Why do you have to do this? Seriously?" Lingyun chuckled. "I'm just afraid you won't want to learn it. Try it a few more times yourself." With that, Lingyun continued to hold Xianxia's hand and flew out of the farmyard. "Where are we going?" Xianxia asked Lingyun as she was forcefully dragged out of the yard by Lingyun. The moment she landed, she stopped moving forward. Lingyun smiled brightly and pointed to a mountain ridge in the east. "It's not far. Let's go to that mountain." Xianxia looked up and couldn't help but look back at the farmyard, her heart struggling. Lingyun's gift was still on the table, and Xianxia was worried about leaving just like that. As if reading Xianxia's thoughts, Lingyun smiled and said, "Don't worry, it'll be fine. Those things won't be lost." Xianxia blushed slightly when Lingyun saw through her thoughts. She said casually, "None of your business." Then, she abruptly broke free from Lingyun's grasp and rushed towards the mountain ridge. The movement technique she used was Lingyun's dragonfish phantom ability. The dragonfish phantom ability was a qigong and a combat technique. It was only related to the circulation path of the true qi in the body and had nothing to do with the true qi cultivated. Therefore, even though Xianxia cultivated heavenly demon true qi, she could still cultivate this qigong. Lingyun followed behind Xianxia slowly. He didn't keep up with her, but rather admired her graceful figure to his heart's content. He couldn't help but nod repeatedly. At first, Xianxia was still a little unfamiliar with the dragonfish phantom ability, but after a few ups and downs, Xianxia was already incomparably adept at it. By the time she reached the peak of the mountain ridge, she could already control it as she pleased. Xianxia arrived at the peak, but she didn't stop. She continued to use her movement technique, her figure drifting as she came and went as fast as lightning. She was still trying to figure out how to circulate the dragonfish phantom ability. Xianxia was in high spirits. Her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. Every step she took seemed to teleport, and the distance between them grew larger and larger, leaving behind afterimages where she stood. When this qigong is cultivated to the extreme, it's equivalent to shifting positions. You can create 36 afterimages at the same time. Whether it's fighting an enemy or escaping, it's wonderful. Lingyun arrived at the peak and smiled as he looked at the fluttering Xianxia. Whoosh! Xianxia suddenly stopped in front of Lingyun. Her beautiful eyes were smiling as she pouted, "What a peerless qigong. No wonder so many experts couldn't kill you even after besieging you." Lingyun burst into laughter. "Just them? They're still 100 years too early." After saying that, Lingyun's expression turned serious as he looked straight at the eastern horizon. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of rays of light, and a red sun was about to burst forth. "Xianxia, listen well. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is chaotic. The stars shine in ancient times, the sun and moon shine in the present. The 3 lights, the sun, the moon, and the stars, the heaven, the earth, and the man." Lingyun slowly recited a set of incantations and imparted them to Xianxia. This was the stellar condensation technique. This set of incantations wasn't very long, only less than 1,000 words. Lingyun quickly recited it once, then turned his head and asked, "How much do you remember?" Xianxia was deeply attracted by Lingyun's incantations. As Lingyun recited them, she was actually immersed in them and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, Xianxia's expression turned serious as she nodded solemnly. "I've memorized it all." She memorized it all after listening to it once. Lingyun was very surprised. No wonder Mom took Xianxia as a disciple. There really wasn't a second person with this kind of cultivation talent. Of course, in Lingyun's heart, there was still one person whose talent could be mentioned in the same breath as Xianxia. Naturally, it was Ninglingyu. When Lingyun imparted the incantations to Ninglingyu, she had also memorized them after only one time. This is a top-notch physique cultivation technique. It relies on absorbing the sun's great sun fire essence, the moon's extreme yin energy, and the billions of stars' energy. I'll teach you the basics of cultivation now. Lingyun and Xianxia sat side by side, facing the east. Facing the rising sun, they sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the stellar condensation technique. Under Ling Yan's meticulous guidance, Xianxia completely mastered the technique after 2 hours. She even reached the 6th minor realm of the first major realm of the stellar condensation technique in one fell swoop. Compared to Qin Dongxue, she wasn't just one level higher. The stellar condensation technique was related to a person's physique, talent, and cultivation realm. When the sun rose high in the sky, Ling Yan stopped cultivating. He floated up and said to Xianxia, "This technique increases one's defense and strength from the start. It's easy to get started, but it's extremely difficult to cultivate. Once you've mastered it, it's just a matter of time." Xianxia opened her eyes. She felt the huge changes in her body. In just a short 2 to 3 hours, she felt that her strength was at least several times stronger than before. Qinggong, defense, and strength. If she met Xikong Wuqing again, Xianxia was confident that she could win. The dragonfish phantom ability combined with the stellar condensation technique was originally used to fight above one's level. Xianxia stood up silently. When she looked at Ling Yan again, there was a deeper meaning in her beautiful eyes. Ling Yan smiled lightly. "I'm not done yet. I'll teach you another heaven-defying secret technique." After saying that, Ling Yan immediately used telepathy to pass on the Dragon Elephant Divine Forces mantra, as well as some key points to pay attention to Xianxia. After Xianxia had memorized everything, she was completely dumbfounded. The Dragon Elephant Divine Force could increase one's combat strength by up to 10 times. What a terrifying secret technique this was. When Ling Yan finished, Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. She sighed faintly and said, "Now, I finally know why you're so confident." She suddenly asked, "But these are all secret techniques. Why are you teaching them to me?" Xianxia's eyes were filled with anticipation. Ling Yan smiled. "You guard me for a night, and I'll protect you for a lifetime." Because the previous chapter and this chapter are chapters 1213 and 1214, the homonym is one love for a lifetime, so I've added these 2 chapters. I hope everyone will like them. "You watch over me for a night, I'll protect you for a lifetime." Ling Yan's reply was casual. He wasn't impassioned, nor was he making a solemn vow. It was as if he was narrating an extremely ordinary matter, but there was an indescribable firmness in his calm tone. Suddenly, Xianxia's breathing stagnated as her heart trembled. On the mountain ridge, under the morning sun, Xianxia, who had always looked disdainfully at the world and always had a card up her sleeve, was suddenly at a loss of what to do. She was momentarily flustered. Xianxia didn't dare to meet Ling Yan's eyes. She frantically turned her head, but she didn't know where to look. Her beautiful eyes flickered uncertainly, and a hint of a young girl's shyness flashed across her pretty face. After a long while, Xianxia finally steadied herself, and the expression on her face gradually calmed down, returning to her usual self. She suddenly smiled sweetly and turned her head to roll her eyes at Ling Yan. She teased, "Don't try to coax me with flowery words. Ling Yan, don't think I don't know. You don't know how many girls you've tricked with flowery words like that. Only a ghost would believe you. Since young, Xianxia suddenly stopped talking. Because Ling Yan had actually grabbed her hand again. This time, Ling Yan didn't move quickly. In fact, he was very slow, so slow that it could be described as gentle. But Xianxia didn't dodge. If he continued to hide at this time, it would really be hypocritical. "What do you want now?" Xianxia felt the heat from Ling Yan's hand, and her heart raced. Her large eyes blinked, flashing with wariness and a trace of inexplicable anticipation. Ling Yan only smiled. He suddenly raised his left hand, and a gray ring appeared on his hand. Pinching it between his index finger and thumb, he raised it to Xianxia's eyes. "Which finger do you want to wear it on?" Xianxia was dumbfounded. She had been watching over Ling Yan all night, so naturally, she had noticed the gray ring on Ling Yan's right index finger. The ring wasn't beautiful, but it was simple, and elegant, with complex and mysterious patterns on it. The ring on Ling Yan's finger was exactly the same as the one on Ling Yan's right index finger. The only difference was the size. Xianxia's heart suddenly began to beat wildly for some reason. She lowered her head and said, Do whatever you want, then, just use your right index finger like mine." As Ling Yan spoke, he raised Xianxia's right hand and gently placed the gray ring on her right index finger. "Hee, the size is just right." Ling Yan praised his divine sense and memory greatly. Xianxia abruptly withdrew her hand and abruptly turned around. With her back facing Ling Yan, she stealthily raised her right hand and carefully examined the ring. She discovered that apart from the mysterious patterns on its surface, there was nothing unusual about the ring. From the looks of it, it was just an ordinary ornament. However, even though it was just an ornament, it was still a ring, and it was exactly the same as the one on Ling Yan's finger. To Xianxia, it held a different meaning. "What do you mean?" Xianxia was secretly delighted, but she still didn't turn around and continued to ask with her back facing Ling Yan. Ling Yan smiled brilliantly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. If you want to use this ring, you'll need a drop of your blood. You'll have to suffer some pain. Bite the tip of your tongue and drip a drop of blood on the surface of the ring." A spatial ring still needed to recognize its master. Although Ling Yan knew that with Xianxia's intelligence, she should have already guessed that this was a spatial ring, he still deliberately kept it a secret and kept her in suspense. Xianxia was overjoyed. Without another word, she immediately bit the tip of her tongue and did as Ling Yan said. When she dripped a drop of blood on the surface of the gray ring, she discovered to her surprise that the drop of blood actually immediately seeped into the ring and completely disappeared. Then, Xianxia felt that her consciousness had actually established some kind of mysterious connection with this ring. Ling Yan smiled. "Xianxia, try to use your consciousness to communicate with this ring." Thus, Xianxia tried to use her consciousness to communicate with the ring. Oh my god! In less than 10 seconds, Xianxia suddenly became dumbfounded and cried out in surprise. This was a true cry of surprise. Xianxia was screaming at an extremely high decibel level. Her voice could travel a full 3 li. Through communicating with the gray ring, she could actually feel, or even see, an incomparably huge space. That mysterious space was a full 25 meters in diameter. It was like a semi-spherical beehive on the ground, and the inner walls of the space were densely packed with beehive-like spaces of different sizes. Oh my god! This was, of course, the spatial ring. Ling Yan had personally refined it last night with his divine energy and specially given it to Xianxia. It was definitely a huge surprise. Don't shout it out. Ling Yan smiled faintly and said through telepathy, "This is the spatial ring. I made it for you. It's brand new." Before they parted last time, Ling Yan had promised to give Xianxia a spatial ring. Xianxia had jokingly said that he would give her a new one. Now, Ling Yan had done it. Xianxia suddenly raised her hand and covered her mouth. She didn't know if it was to prevent herself from crying out loud, or if she was afraid that she would be moved by this huge surprise and cry out loud. She suddenly turned around and stared straight at Ling Yan. Her breathing quickened, and her chest rose and fell. Ling Yan smiled and said, "I promised you last time. It's just an ordinary gift. You run around all day. With it, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, it will be much more convenient." As he spoke, Ling Yan raised his right hand and estimated the height. With a thought, the black van that he had put into the universe ring the night before actually appeared out of thin air beside the two of them. Oh my god! Xianxia, who was still immersed in a state of great surprise and gratitude, was instantly stunned by this scene. "Come, Xianxia, use it to practice and learn how to use the spatial ring." It wasn't difficult to learn. Under Ling Yan's guidance, Xianxia quickly learned how to use the spatial ring. She repeatedly put the van into the spatial ring, and with a thought, took it out again. Since she could casually put a van in, it was naturally a piece of cake to take in other things. It's enough that you've learned it. Stop playing around. After Xianxia took the van out again, Ling Yan directly put it into his universe ring. Then, he said seriously, "Xianxia, remember, there's one more taboo when using this universe ring. This ring can only store inanimate objects. It can't store living things, especially not animals or living people. Not even the enemy. The space inside the universe ring is a different dimension created through a spatial formation. It's a vacuum inside, and living animals and people will suffocate to death if they enter it. Especially when facing an enemy, you absolutely can't use it to cheat, because the rules of the heavenly Tao forbid it. Doing so will result in divine retribution. Ling Yan's expression was very solemn, even strict, as he reminded Xianxia. However, you can store living plants occasionally, but you have to be careful not to store them for too long. Ling Yan was afraid that Xianxia would think herself clever and do something that went against the heavenly Tao because she was carrying a rare treasure, so he carefully explained to her the things to take note of when using the spatial ring. At this time, no matter what Ling Yan said, Xianxia would just nod her head. Her heart had long since drifted away with joy. What a huge space, what a convenient place. Xianxia was beside herself with joy, so happy that she couldn't say anything. Alright, I've given you what should be given, and I've said what should be said. I'm leaving. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he saw that the sun was already high up in the sky, so he didn't waste any more time and said that he was leaving. Wait. Xianxia was still immersed in great happiness when she suddenly heard that Ling Yan wanted to leave. She immediately shouted in panic. Ling Yan stopped in his tracks, turned his head, and asked, "Is there anything else?" Xianxia woke up from her happiness. She lightly patted her dazed forehead and thought carefully for a while before saying, "You still have to come back to the courtyard with me. I haven't given you the softening potion for the golden black devilish silk cloth yet." After saying that, she actually reached out and took the initiative to grab Ling Yan's hand. Then, she flew directly to the farmhouse. Big Brother Yun had put in a lot of effort, teaching Xianxia the dragon fish phantom ability, the stellar condensation technique, the dragon elephant divine force, and giving her a peerless spatial ring in the morning. Finally, Xianxia took the initiative for once. Big Brother Yun thought to himself that he didn't make a loss this time. It was worth it. Xianxia grabbed Ling Yan's hand, her pretty face also burning up. Her cheeks flushed red. She seemed to be moving fast, but she was actually moving slower and slower. Eventually, she seemed to be taking a stroll. After Ling Yan left this time, she didn't know how long it would be before she could see him again. However, it was less than a kilometer away. No matter how slow they walked, they arrived very quickly. They flew into the courtyard. Xianxia returned to the house and took out a few bottles of the softening potion for the golden black devilish silk cloth. She handed them to Ling Yan and said reluctantly, "4 bolts of cloth. These softening potions are definitely enough. As for how to use them, Uncle Ling definitely knows." "Yes." Ling Yan said in his heart, "I know that too. After you go back, you have to prepare carefully. Don't be careless, especially against the Long family and the Yi family, understood? Don't worry, on the day of the deathmatch, I will send people to protect the Ling family. On that night, I will also arrange for people to receive you, understood? In the next few days, if I get any new information, I will inform you immediately." Alright. In the end, Xianxia was so angry that she secretly stomped her feet. Her beautiful eyes widened as she glared at Ling Yan and scolded, "Will it kill you to say a few more words?" Ling Yan laughed and spread his hands. "It's not that I'll die, I'm just afraid that I won't be able to bear to leave after saying a few more words." "Humph. Use your flowery words to coax other girls, I won't fall for it." "Scram." Xianxia scolded Ling Yan, turned around, and flew back into the house. Ling Yan was speechless. He rubbed his nose helplessly. Why did Xianxia change her attitude so quickly? "I'm leaving." Ling Yan waved at the house, then flew out of the courtyard. After Ling Yan's figure disappeared from the courtyard, Xianxia floated into the courtyard. Her expression was one of loss. She muttered to herself, "Master, I once asked you what it feels like to like someone. You said that you would be willing to sacrifice yourself for him, willing to give up everything for him, but I didn't believe you at that time. Now, I believe you." Without any hesitation, Ling Yan left the farmyard in no time. He enjoyed spending time with Xianxia, but the battle between the Ling and Chen families was imminent. Ling Yan didn't have the time to be sentimental. 3 days had passed since he accepted Chen Jingshuan's challenge on the 15th day of the 7th month. That day was the 20th day of the 8th month of the Gregorian calendar. Today was the 19th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the 24th day of the 8th month of the Gregorian calendar. In the following days, Ling Yan still needed to complete the final preparations. He didn't have much time left. Time was of the essence. After leaving the farmyard, Ling Yan released his divine sense and quickly found Mo Wudao and Chester, who were waiting for him. The three of them quickly crossed two low mountains and found a mountain road. Seeing that there was no one around, Ling Yan took out the black van on the road. The three of them got in and drove in the direction of the capital. On the way back to the Ling family, Ling Yan drove in silence. He didn't speak much, so the atmosphere in the van was a little heavy. Actually, after Ling Yan heard from Xianxia about the Chen family's preparations, the alliance between the Sun and Chen families, and the Long and Yi families, he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared to be. He wasn't just facing the Sun and Chen families, but also the Long and Yi families. The enemies in the dark were even stronger. Moreover, even if it was just the Sun and Chen families on the surface, the pressure they brought to Ling Yan was immense. There were at least 12 divine powers. On the way back, Ling Yan kept thinking about how to fight this battle and what preparations he needed to make. His brows were knitted into knots. However, there was motivation with pressure. This time, the alliance between the Sun and Chen families had successfully aroused Ling Yan's fighting spirit. In 7 days, Ling Yan would be able to accumulate at least 300 drops of divine energy even if it was consumed. This amount of divine energy was definitely enough to fight 12 divine powers. Ling Yan was full of confidence. What he was worried about was the occurrence of unexpected situations. They were silent the entire way. At 8:30 in the morning, Ling Yan and the other two returned to the Ling family's ancestral home. Ling Yan didn't have time for breakfast. He entered the Ling residence and went straight to the 5th courtyard. The new spirit gathering formation that Ling Yan had set up was extremely powerful. Even though it had only been 3 days since the completion of the formation, the spiritual energy gathered in the Ling family was already very abundant. The density of the spiritual energy in the Ling family had long surpassed that of Mansion No. 1 in Xianxia City. Feeling the dense spiritual energy around him, Ling Yan could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. He first took out the divine ghost willow from his spatial ring and planted it back in its original spot. The Ling family's spiritual qi instantly skyrocketed. Ling Yan released his divine sense and realized that Cui Lao was cultivating in the technique practicing room. He immediately used telepathy to call him over. Cui Lao rushed over immediately and asked respectfully, "What instructions does the family head have?" Ling Yan smiled. "Cui Lao, get someone to bring the seeds over. I want to plant them first." In the day and night that Ling Yan was gone, the 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral home had already been plowed. Now that he was back, it was the perfect time to plant the spiritual herbs. Cui Lao could not help but ask, family head, it's the middle of summer now. I'm afraid it's not the right season to plant spiritual herbs, right?" Ling Yan smiled. "It's all right. Just get someone to bring the seeds over." He had the supreme green arch technique. Why would he care about the seasons when he wanted to plant spiritual herbs? Cui Lao immediately gave the order. Very soon, 3 snakeskin bags of spiritual herb seeds were brought to Ling Yan. The spiritual herb seeds that Miracle Dr. Xue sent to Ling Yan were very complete. There were more than 10 types of spiritual herb seeds. As long as they weren't too rare, he more or less had a certain reserve of them. Ling Yan got someone to open the 3 snakeskin bags and took out all the spiritual herb seeds. He identified them one by one, categorized them, and placed them properly. Cui Lao looked at the seeds and felt a headache. "Family head, there are so many seeds in such a huge courtyard. How are we going to plant them?" Every courtyard of the Ling family was more than 1,000 square meters. The 2 courtyards added up to more than 2,000 square meters, which was a full 3 acres of land. If they were to rely on manpower, it would take at least 2 days. Ling Yan smiled faintly. "You don't have to worry about it. I have my ways. Men, open all the small bags of seeds." After all the small bags were opened, Ling Yan used his divine sense and directly burned a drop of divine energy. "Rise." Following Ling Yan's shout, all the spiritual herb seeds in one of the bags flew out with a ping and shot straight into the sky. This scene was similar to someone carrying a dustpan filled with rice and suddenly tossing it into the sky. Separate. After the spiritual herb seeds rushed into the sky, they automatically lined up under the control of Ling Yan's divine sense. The distance between each seed was exactly the same. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Then, according to the growth habits of these elixirs, he moved them in the air to a corner of the courtyard. Fall. Chi 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 chi, thousands of spiritual herb seeds fell to the ground like raindrops. They had a force of their own as they directly drilled into the soil. No more, no less. They drilled exactly 10 centimeters into the ground. This scene in the Ling family's courtyard was magical. The 7 or 8 Ling family warriors of sacrifice beside Ling Yun were dumbfounded. In their eyes, this was the work of a god. However, in the eyes of the Ling family, who had seen how Ling Yun used a few hundred kilograms of lead balls to form a formation, it was not strange at all. Ling Yun could make hundreds of lead balls form a formation in an instant, let alone thousands of small spiritual herb seeds. Next, Ling Yun didn't waste any time. Using that drop of divine energy, he repeatedly used the same method and planted the seeds according to the growth habits of the various spiritual herbs in the right places. In less than 10 minutes, the 5th and 6th courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral residence were filled with spiritual herbs. Dozens of spiritual herb seeds were all planted by Ling Yun. Cui Lao, bring everyone out and leave these 2 courtyards. After the planting was complete, Ling Yun asked everyone to leave. He floated to the middle of the 2 courtyards and sat down cross-legged. Using that drop of divine energy, Ling Yun began to use the Supreme Green Emperor art. Then, a truly shocking scene appeared. The spiritual herb seeds that had just been planted began to take root and germinate. Soon, countless spiritual herbs grew in the 2 courtyards of the Ling family. They were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Oh my god, someone in the Ling family exclaimed. This was the first time Ling Yun used the Supreme Green Emperor art in the Ling family. It was the first time everyone had seen it. It was too unbelievable. Ling Yun remained unmoved. With a smile on his face, he continued to sit with his legs crossed and unleashed the Supreme Azure Emperor art to mature the herbs on a large scale. Ling Yun only stopped when the drop of divine energy was completely used up. He stood up and looked around with a smile. All the spiritual herbs in the 2 courtyards of the Ling family's ancestral residence were flourishing. Some spiritual herbs were even about to bloom and ripen. That's more like it, Ling Yun nodded his head in satisfaction and smiled. He ignored the shock of the people around him and flew directly to the 7th courtyard. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the other core members of the Ling family all followed closely. They looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. They were not surprised by Ling Yun's method of planting spiritual herbs because it was just a simple version of a formation. At least, it was much simpler than what Ling Yun had done on the night of the 16th of July. However, after Ling Yun planted the spiritual herbs, he instantly made them germinate and grow on the ground. Moreover, they were all thriving. This was completely incomprehensible. Ling Yun did this publicly and didn't hide it from anyone in the Ling family. Everyone was shocked, and they were dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. Yun Ling Lai was shocked. After chasing after Ling Yun, he hesitated for a long time. His precious grandson had brought too many shocks to the Ling family. He had continuously challenged the limits of everyone's knowledge. Even if one's worldview was destroyed like this. Ling Yun smiled and explained, Grandpa, this is the Supreme Green Emperor art. I have already cultivated it and can accelerate the growth of plants on a large scale and shorten their growth period. Supreme Green Emperor art, Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and the rest couldn't help but look at each other after hearing Ling Yun's explanation. This art was definitely a cultivation art. It had nothing to do with ancient martial arts, and the effects were too terrifying. After the shock, of course, there was ecstasy. It was self-evident what Ling Yun's method meant to the Ling family. Grandpa, I need to go into seclusion for a period of time. 3 days if I'm quick, 5 if I'm slow. I'll leave the matters of the family to you guys during this period. Ling Yun didn't explain much. After planting the spiritual herbs, he needed to make the final preparations. He adjusted his own state, accumulated divine energy, made talismans, and forged weapons. Ling Yun had already told Ling Lai about his seclusion. Ling Lai didn't ask much. He only said, Yun rest assured and go into seclusion. You don't have to worry about the matters of the family. Ling Yun nodded and said, Grandpa, during this period of seclusion, I still need some help. Let Cui Lao assist me. With that, Ling Yan glanced at his father, Ling Xiao, then waved at Cui Lao and brought him straight to the 8th courtyard, the Ling family's training room. This was where Ling Yan went into seclusion. Ling Yan instructed Cui Lao, arrange for people to bring all the medicinal herbs that were transported from the courtyard house here. Also, I need a few big cauldrons, and, that fellow Mo Wu Dao actually went back to sleep, call him over. After Cui Lao received his orders and left, Ling Yan used telepathy to call Green Bird over. Since Qing Miao was the #1 Gu witch of the 18 stockade villages, her medical skills, Gu witchcraft, and poison were all above Miao Xiaomiao's. Ling Yan wanted to make talismans and start forging weapons. To be continued. Dozens of snakeskin bags were moved to the courtyard of the training room by the Ling family's men of sacrifice. They were piled up according to the names of the herbs pasted on the bags. These herbs were personally sent to Beijing by Tang Meng from Qingshui City 2 months ago. They had been stored in Qingshui City's mansion #1 for a long time and absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy. They could be considered spiritual medicine. After being transported to the capital, these medicinal herbs were stored in the courtyard of the Ling family's outer residence. Even though Ling Yan had placed a small spirit gathering formation around the storeroom to prevent the spiritual energy from dissipating, that spirit gathering formation had been casually set up by Ling Yan and its effects could only be said to be average. It was only 3 days ago that Ling Yan asked Cui Lao to send people to transport all the spiritual medicine back to the Ling family's ancestral home and into the spirit gathering formation that these herbs could absorb new spiritual energy. The spiritual energy contained in the herbs began to increase again. During his seclusion, Ling Yan had to draw talismans and forge weapons. Of course, he couldn't do without these spiritual medicine. While the Ling family's men of sacrifice were moving the herbs, Ling Yan entered the training room alone and closed the door with his divine sense. Inside the training room, Ling Yan raised his left hand and looked at the platinum spatial ring on his left hand's middle finger. For a moment, he felt a little emotional. Even though this spatial ring was made in a hurry, it was a great help to Ling Yan during his initial stage and his heaven-defying rise. It even allowed him to survive several life-threatening situations without any mishaps. Now that Ling Yan had the cosmic ring, he naturally didn't need the spatial ring anymore. Therefore, Ling Yan wanted to take out all the things stored in the spatial ring and put them into the cosmic ring. Looking at this spatial ring, Ling Yan couldn't help but think of Tang Meng. He couldn't help but smile. That fellow was probably as busy as him now, right? Hee, you were the one who insisted on setting up the Heaven and Earth group. You deserve to be busy to death. Ling Yan muttered to himself. However, this was good too. Tang Meng couldn't help him with the current situation in Beijing. It was better for him to stay in Qingshui City and develop the Heaven and Earth group. If Ling Yan needed anything, he could just give him a call, and Tang Meng would naturally do his best. In the next moment, Ling Yan started to take things out of the spatial ring with a thought. The Devil's Blade, the Devil's Sword, the Dark Storm, the Mysterious Gourd, the Shenong Cauldron, the Bodhi Seed, the Green Lamp, the Buddhist Beads. The King Emerald Stone, the King Sugar-Coated Fruit, the King Emerald Stone, the Night Luminescent Pearl, the Gold and Silver Needles, and the Psychic Jade Box that Miracle Dr. Shui gave him. There were jade bottles filled with all sorts of elixirs, bundles of talismans, all sorts of 1,000-year-old elixirs brought back from Xianxia, and the rare herbs gifted to him by Miracle Dr. Shui when the Ordinary People's Clinic opened. There were also Tai Xiaohu's 2 judgment weapons, the golden bow and silver arrows, a large amount of cash, bank cards, checks, cell phones, communicators, and so on. Of course, due to Big Brother Yan's personality, there were some daily necessities in the spatial ring, such as a complete set of picnic utensils, food and drinks, and a few sets of clothes that he liked to wear. It had to be said that Ling Yan's trump card was definitely solid. In short, Ling Yan took out everything that was stored in the spatial ring in one go and put them into the Taishu ring in an instant. In the past, these things had filled the original space ring to the brim. However, after they were all put into the Great Void Ring, they only took up a very small space. F*CK, this space is really F*King huge, 50 meters in diameter, close to 2,000 square meters, and 25 meters in height. Even a 200 square meter mansion could fit 8 to 10 of them. Ling Yan was very excited. This newly made Great Void Ring could be used until the foundation establishment stage without any problems. The space inside was really too big. This feeling was really amazing. After putting all the things that he didn't need into the Great Void Ring, Ling Yan finally took out the remaining things in the spatial ring. There were dozens of brushes of different sizes, bundles of yellow joss paper, a few bags of high-quality cinnabar, and the dog blood of the 2 big black dogs that he had specially collected in Xianxia City. The 2 big black dogs had been raised in Xianxia City's mansion number 1 ever since Ling Yan could draw talismans. They absorbed spiritual energy all day long and had long become psychic. Their blood also carried spiritual energy, far surpassing that of ordinary dogs. When a man attained the Tao, his chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven with him. This saying was definitely true. The brushes were used to draw talismans, the yellow joss paper was used to make talisman paper, and the cinnabar and dog blood were used to make talisman ink. These things would naturally be used in the future, saving him the trouble of preparing them at the last minute. At this point, the original spatial ring had been emptied by Ling Yan. Not a single item was left in it. This ring is already useless to me, so I'll just return it to Tang Meng. It can be considered as returning it to its rightful owner. Ling Yan took the ring off his finger and was a little reluctant as he muttered to himself. It was taken from Tang Meng, so naturally, he had to return it to him. With Tang Meng's ability and the strength of his mental strength, he just happened to be able to use such a large space. Even if he could put it in, he wouldn't be able to take it out. Thank you for the past 6 months. Ling Yan took one last look at the spatial ring, smiled, and put it directly into the Great Void Ring. He would give it to Tang Meng the next time he met him. After doing all this, Ling Yan opened the door to the cultivation room and returned to the courtyard. At this point, the Ling family's kamikaze warriors had already transported dozens of bags of spiritual herbs into the courtyard and stacked them neatly. Apart from that, there were also a few large cauldrons with a diameter of nearly 1 meter that had been placed in a row in the courtyard. Cui Lao, Mo Wudao, and Green Bird, whom Ling Yan had specially called over, had all arrived at the courtyard. Auntie Green Bird. Ling Yan greeted Green Bird as soon as he stepped out of the door. Green Bird had rested for a few more days and was now in peak condition. Her entire being was reserved, and there were already signs of a breakthrough. Yun Air. Green Bird responded with a smile and didn't say anything else. Mo Wudao hadn't slept at all last night. His eyes were bleary and he was extremely tired. When he saw Ling Yan, he grumbled, "Ling Yan, you had a good sleep last night, but I was exposed to the mountain wind for the whole night. Can't you let me have a good sleep?" In Mo Wudao's opinion, Ling Yan and Yi Xingchen must have been up to no good after spending the whole night alone. Hearing that, Ling Yan's forehead was instantly filled with black lines. What did he mean by a good sleep? However, to be honest, Ling Yan's sleep last night was really solid and comfortable. Mo Wudao wasn't wrong. Ling Yan laughed coldly. Mo Wudao, stop complaining. I called you over for your own good. Before coming to Beijing this time, Ling Yan had specialized in refining elixirs and drawing talismans. At that time, he had already consciously allowed Mo Wudao to participate. That was because Mo Wudao was an orthodox Taoist and had a good foundation in refining elixirs and drawing talismans. In this aspect, Ling Yan was teaching him by example, deliberately nurturing him. Cui Lao was already used to the bickering between the two. He chuckled. "Master, do you have any other instructions?" Ling Yan nodded and said directly, "Get someone to prepare charcoal to boil the medicine." Ling Yan was pressed for time as the battle with the Sun and Chen families was imminent. He couldn't afford to waste any time. "Oh, right, and this," as Ling Yan spoke, he took out 4 bolts of golden black devilish silk cloth and a few bottles of softening medicine and handed them to Cui Lao. "Cui Lao, please tell grandfather to use these cloths to make a set of clothes for the core members of the Ling family and the 5 members of the blood clan as soon as possible." "Yes, master, I'll make the arrangements now." Cui Lao received the cloth and left once again to carry out his orders. Very quickly, Cui Lao returned to the courtyard with many of the Ling family's men of sacrifice. He also brought over charcoal and other ingredients to boil the medicine. Everything was finally prepared according to Ling Yan's requirements. Ling Yan got people to close the courtyard doors and not allow any outsiders to disturb him. he began his seclusion. Now, Ling Yan had the Yin Yang pill, Dragon Spirit pill, Dragon Tiger pill, Yang Qi pill, Marrow Cleansing pill, and so on. He definitely had enough elixirs. This seclusion was mainly to focus on refining talismans and forging weapons. In the next 3 days, Ling Yan, Mo Wudao, and Green Bird were busy refining all kinds of talismans. Now, whenever Ling Yan made a move, he would refine level 6 talismans. This included the Spirit Gathering Talisman for absorbing spiritual energy, the Healing Talisman for healing, the Fire Talisman for combat, the Defense Talisman, the Gold Talisman, the Speed Talisman, and even the Sharp Metal Talisman. There were also the Lightning Trap Talisman and the Water Trap Talisman. Ling Yan didn't avoid Mo Wudao and Green Bird at all during the entire process of making talismans, from the selection of ingredients to the completion of the talismans. He explained everything to them and guided them in detail so that they could learn how to make talismans as soon as possible. Of these two, one was a direct disciple of the Maoshan righteous sect, and the other was the #1 Gu Witch of the 18 villages of Miaojiang. Together with Ling Yan, the talisman master, the three of them worked together with great chemistry. Initially, Mo Wudao and Green Bird were still very unfamiliar and needed Ling Yan's guidance. However, after a day, the two of them were incomparably familiar with every step of making talismans. They didn't need Ling Yan's instructions. When to do what medicinal ingredients to use, how to control the temperature of the medicine, how to mix the ink, and so on, they could do it all by themselves. However, there was one thing that was indispensable when it came to drawing talismans, and that was the drawing method for each type of talisman. This wasn't something that could be learned in a day or two. It still required a long period of practice. However, Ling Yan wasn't in a hurry. For 3 days, Ling Yan's main focus was on making talismans. He made 5 to 6 bundles of each type of talisman and dozens of bags of spiritual herbs. He actually used up more than half of them. Moreover, in order to prepare for the life and death battle, Ling Yan didn't hesitate to expend his divine energy to make a few level 7 talismans of each type. Level 7 talismans couldn't be called spiritual talismans anymore. They were magical talismans. After using them, they possessed magical power, and their power was naturally several times stronger than level 6 talismans. This was specially prepared by Ling Yan to prevent any accidents from happening. Moreover, apart from making talismans, Ling Yan also took out a day to forge weapons, mainly to forge the battle Dharma robes. Ling Yan executed the Yin Yang refining and used the green shadow flying sword to engrave all kinds of defensive formations on the 3 sets of golden black devilish silkworm robes that Xianxia gave him. He even drew flowing cloud talismans on them, turning the robes into real magical weapons. In this way, Ling Yan's new golden black devilish silkworm robes were not only several times stronger than before, but Ling Yan's qigong would also be much faster after wearing it. 4 days later, on the night of the 27th of August, the courtyard where the training room was located opened wide. Ling Yan, Mo Wudao, and Green Bird walked out together after his seclusion. To be continued. Master. Ling Yan came out of seclusion and saw Cui Lao waiting outside. Looking at his expression, Ling Yan could tell that he had something urgent to report. Ling Yan nodded at Cui Lao and gestured for him to wait for a while. He turned to Mo Wudao and smiled. Mo Wudao, go and have a big meal now. Then, you can have a good sleep. I promise that no one will disturb you. At this moment, Mo Wudao's face was full of exhaustion. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. With a bitter face, he complained, Ling Yan, you're just in seclusion, but you've exhausted me half to death. Mo Wudao couldn't help but complain. Ling Yan had been in seclusion since the afternoon of the 24th until 9 p.m. on the 27th. It had been a total of 4 days. Other than the occasional meditation to recover their energy while brewing the medicine, they didn't sleep or rest. With Mo Wudao's current realm, it was already a miracle that he could persist until now. Looking at Mo Wudao's tired and depressed face, Ling Yan chuckled. He quickly put on a straight face and said, What are you complaining about? Don't you understand the principle of bitterness before sweetness? Think about it, how much have you learned in these few days of seclusion? And how much have you gained? Humph, don't think I don't know that you stole at least a dozen of every kind of level 6 talisman from me. After being exposed by Ling Yan, Mo Wudao immediately shut up. No matter how thick-skinned he was, a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. Of course, Mo Wudao could steal 8 or 10 talismans from Ling Yun and keep them for his own use. That was just an insignificant benefit. In fact, Mo Wudao knew very well that Ling Yun's seclusion this time was mainly to draw talismans and forge weapons. However, Ling Yun took the initiative to call him over and let him participate from start to finish. Asking for his help was a lie, but Ling Yun wanted to teach him the art of making talismans, from choosing the herbs, brewing the medicine, how to control the fire, which brush to use, how to mix talisman ink, how to make talisman paper, as well as the principles of making each talisman, its use, drawing methods, as well as how to dry talismans and so on. Ling Yun taught him everything step by step. This was absolutely teaching him everything he knew. Mo Wudao was a true disciple of the Maoshan sect of Righteous Tao. The Tao of the Righteous Tao had always been the art of talismans. He had been following his master since he was young and was influenced by what he saw and heard. Even if he was too lazy to learn, his foundation in making and using talismans was already extremely solid. Moreover, he was already talented. Now that Ling Yun was willing to teach him step by step for 3 days, it could be said that Mo Wudao already knew how to make these talismans like the back of his hand. He was just short of drawing them himself. Over the past few days, Mo Wudao had witnessed with his own eyes that Ling Yun's ability to make talismans far exceeded that of any of the old antiques from Maoshan. Ling Yun's control over every step of the process was impeccable, and Mo Wudao was sincerely impressed. As the saying goes, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. Truly grasping the method of refining talismans was the greatest benefit that Mo Wudao had obtained in these few days. Moreover, in addition to making talismans, Ling Yun had also taught Mo Wudao some basic knowledge of refining weapons. These were all master-level skills and were of vital importance to Mo Wudao's future growth. Compared to the above, Mo Wudao hadn't slept for a few days and nights. So what if he suffered a little? What were the hundreds of level 6 talismans that he had stolen? One had to know that there were many people in the Ling family now, and they were all Ling Yun's trusted relatives. He could totally bring them for seclusion, but he still chose Mo Wudao. From this, it could be seen how much Ling Yun cared for Mo Wudao. What kind of trust and brotherly relationship was this? Mo Wudao had once used the soul-calling technique to save Ling Yun from the gates of hell. He had also used the art of divination to help Ling Yun successfully rescue his father, Ling Xiao. Ling Yun was naturally indebted to him. Even though Ling Yun had never mentioned repaying a debt of gratitude, and he didn't treat Mo Wudao well either, he had always been repaying Mo Wudao with his actions and actions. Mo Wudao wasn't stupid. He knew that Ling Yun was sly and cunning. Therefore, Mo Wudao was truly grateful to Ling Yun from the bottom of his heart. However, gratitude was just gratitude. Mo Wudao's body had already reached its limit. His face was red as he huffed and puffed for a while. Then, he shouted, F***ck, what do you mean by stealing? I'm taking. Besides, I've refined thousands of talismans with you. Even if I don't get any credit, I've still worked hard. Can't I take a few of them and use them? Mo Wudao didn't dare to look at Ling Yun. He tried to defend himself before frowning. I'm starving now, I have to go eat something. Goodbye, Auntie Green Bird, goodbye, Chui Lao. After saying that, Mo Wudao directly executed his movement technique, slipping away as if there was oil on his feet. Haha, this kid. After Mo Wudao slipped away, Ling Yun, Green Bird, and Chui Lao couldn't help but smile at the same time. Ling Yun scanned with his divine sense and realized that Mo Wudao had actually returned to his room. He rushed to the side of the bed and lay down to check if the gold brick he had hidden was still there. Of course the gold brick was still there. Yup, if we're talking about money grubbing, this guy is on par with Tang Meng. He's definitely a match. Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Once again, he transmitted his voice to Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao, I don't need your help for the following matters. Rest well for a few days and cultivate when you need to, but don't be in a rush to break through. When the battle is over, I will help you break through. Mo Wudao had already reached the half-step Xianxia realm after Ling Yun's thorough cleansing. With Ling Yun's careful guidance these few days, he had reached his limit and could break through to the Xianxia realm at any time. It seemed like he couldn't suppress it any longer, but Ling Yun still wanted him to suppress it. Got it, Mo Wu Dao replied casually as he lay on the floor and looked at the gold brick that was still under the bed. He knew that Ling Yun could definitely hear him. Anti-Green Bird. After making arrangements for Mo Wu Dao, Ling Yun turned to look at Green Bird. Ling Yun and Green Bird had spent 4 days and 3 nights in seclusion. The two of them were very familiar with each other now. They were like real family. In Ling Yun's eyes, Green Bird was no different from his mother. Of course, Green Bird treated him the same. Green Bird looked at Ling Yun with eyes full of love and admiration. She smiled and said, Yun, your formation skills were already an eye-opener for me, but I didn't expect your attainments in medicine and talismans to be even more shocking. Auntie is much more at ease now. Good child, you're really promising. If Big Sister knew about this, she would be so happy. Ling Yun was a little embarrassed by Green Bird's praise. He scratched his head and said, Auntie Green Bird, you've been busy with me for so many days. I'm sorry to have made you tired. Green Bird smiled and shook her head. Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? Auntie isn't tired, I'm actually very happy. Auntie is very clear about your intentions. You've opened a window for Auntie during this seclusion. I've also benefited a lot. Talisman ink was necessary to make basic talismans, and talisman ink had to be mixed with various spiritual herbs. It had something in common with refining elixirs, such as choosing and decocting the herbs. Green Bird came from Miaojiang and was the #1 Gu lady. Her attainments in Gu, medicine, and poison could be said to be at the peak. Even so, the Green Bird still couldn't be compared to Ling Yun. The main reason why Ling Yun asked the Green Bird for help this time was to allow it to improve further. Even though Ling Yun didn't say it clearly, Green Bird had benefited a lot in these 4 days. How could she not understand? Moreover, to an expert who was half a step into Xianxia 9th stage, these 4 days of hard work was really nothing. Ling Yun chuckled. Auntie Green Bird, you should be breaking through soon, right? In these 4 days, apart from refining talismans, as long as Ling Yun had free time, he would transmit a message to Qing Miao, explaining some battle techniques. Qing Miao understood tacitly and comprehended them very quickly. Compared to her original strength, her current strength had already undergone a tremendous change. Green Bird smiled and nodded. That's right, you can break through anytime you want. Then, Auntie Green Bird, have a good rest first. Tomorrow night, I'll protect you and help you break through. How about that? As long as Green Bird made another breakthrough, Ling Yun would have a true Divine Realm expert by his side. It was impossible for him not to be by his side for such a crucial matter. All right. Green Bird nodded in agreement. She raised her hand lightly and patted Ling Yun's shoulder. Yun, don't just think about us. The life and death battle between the Ling and Chen families is about to begin. You have to rest well too. Even a body made of steel wouldn't be able to take it if you keep working around the clock. Even Cui Lao could see that Green Bird's love for Ling Yun surpassed that of a real mother. It was written on her face and engraved in her heart. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Auntie Green Bird. I know what I'm doing. This round of seclusion lasted for a total of 4 days and 3 nights. Coupled with a night's rest at Yi Xingchen's place, Ling Yun had completely replenished the divine energy he had expended after forging the 3 great void rings. Even though Ling Yun had expended close to 100 drops of divine energy to forge the level 7 talismans and the battle Dharma robe, he still had more than 200 drops of divine energy in his sea of consciousness. There were still 4 days and 3 nights until the life and death battle with the Chen family. Ling Yun could still accumulate close to 300 drops of divine energy. A total of 500 drops of divine energy was definitely enough. Moreover, after 4 days of meticulous recuperation, Ling Yun's divine sense was full, and his body was full of true qi. His entire body was at its peak. As for the fatigue from the 4 days of no rest, it was completely negligible for Ling Yun, who had achieved great success in body tempering. He would be able to recover completely after meditating for 2 to 4 hours. Green Bird gave Ling Yun a few more reminders before nodding at Cui Lao and returning to her room to rest. Family head, many things have happened in the family while you were in seclusion. Now, after Green Bird and Mo Wu Dao left, Cui Lao's expression finally turned serious and was about to report to Ling Yun. Ling Yan's face darkened as he waved his hand lightly. There's no need to say anything. I'll go see Grandpa first before heading to the front yard. After laying the groundwork for so long, the real climax was finally here. The Long family's interference, Ling Yan's rage, and the rest of the plot would be exciting until the end of the month. The Ling family's training room was in the 8th courtyard, and behind it was the 9th courtyard. Under Cui Lao's accompaniment, Ling Yan quickly arrived at Ling Lai's courtyard and met him. Ling Lai was pacing back and forth in the courtyard alone. His face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with anxiety and struggle. He only relaxed a little when he saw Ling Yan enter. Ling Yan greeted Ling Lai the moment he entered. Grandpa. Yun, you're out of seclusion? Come, follow Grandpa into the house. Ling Lai stepped forward, grabbed Ling Yan's hand, and strode directly into his house. Cui Lao naturally followed closely behind and entered Ling Lai's house. Once inside, Ling Yan noticed that there were a few things neatly arranged on the square table in Ling Lai's house. There were 2 thick documents, 2 letters, and even a few keys. Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately used his divine sense to scan the 2 documents and the 2 letters. He understood something, but he didn't ask immediately. After entering the house, Ling Lai sat on the armchair on the east side of the square table, picked up the 2 documents, and passed them to Ling Yan. Yun, take a look. These are the deathmatch documents sent by the Sun family and Chen family. The deathmatch documents were, of course, letters of challenge. Ling Yan held the 2 documents in his hands because they were too thick. Each document added up to at least 7 to 8 centimeters thick. It was obvious that they were very formal. They were slightly heavy in his hands. These were 2 letters of challenge to determine the life and death of the 3 big families. Ling Yan held the 2 letters of challenge with one hand and flipped through a few pages with the other. Then, he spread out his divine sense and looked at them seriously for a while. His expression was calm, and he was very calm. Ling Lai said, Yun, these are the standard letters of challenge for the deathmatch between the big families of Huaxia. The basic format and content are similar. In short, it's a battle to determine life and death. The document at the bottom belongs to the Chen clan, while the one at the top belongs to the Sun clan. These 2 documents were drafted by your second uncle, Ling Yu, and were officially signed the day after you went into seclusion. The contents of the document are not important. At the end of the day, it's just a battle to decide life and death. Both sides will fight to the death. The winner will get whatever he wants, and the loser will naturally have nothing to speak of. Ling Yan nodded his head and replied with a soft hmm. Then, he placed the 2 letters of challenge back on the table. Ling Lai's face darkened as he spoke. That's not the main point. The main point is that everything is as you expected. The Sun and Chen families have arranged for the death duel to be held on the same day, which is the end of this month. Before Ling Yan officially went into seclusion, he had already told Ling Lai about the news he had received from Xianxia. He specifically reminded Ling Lai that if the Sun family really wanted to have a life and death battle with the Ling family, there was no need to reject it. From the looks of it now, the information Xianxia had gathered was very accurate. Ling Yan smiled faintly, but a cold murderous intent surfaced in his eyes. After a flash, he smiled and asked, both on the 31st of August? Ling Lai was obviously not as calm as Ling Yan appeared to be. He nodded his head heavily and let out a long breath. Then, he said, that's right. Then, he gritted his teeth and slammed the octagonal table angrily. The Sun and Chen families publicly announced their alliance right after signing the letter of challenge. That's too shameless. They're going too far. Who knew that Ling Yu would smile brightly and say, Grandpa. Since we already expected this, why are you so angry? It's not worth it. After advising Ling Lai, Ling Yan's smile faded, and his tone became cold. Since the 2 families are willing to die on the same day, I'll grant them their wish. Otherwise, it'll save us trouble. At this moment, Cui Lao suddenly interrupted and said, Family head, you might not know this, but after the Sun and Chen families publicly announced their alliance, they also secretly announced that they were going to fight to the death with the Ling family. Right now, the entire situation in Beijing is very disadvantageous to the Ling family. Ling Yan turned his head and looked at Cui Lao. With a smile, he asked, after these few days of fermentation, it has become a one-sided situation, right? Chui Lao's expression was solemn as he nodded his head. That's right. Ling Yan heard this and looked past Chui Lao. Through the door, he seemed to see the scene in the front yard. At this moment, there were noisy arguments coming from there, and the scene was a mess. Now, Ling Yu was dealing with everything by himself. That was why Ling Yan's expression suddenly turned gloomy. It seemed that Ling Yan's calmness had infected Ling Lai. After Ling Lai's speech, his anger was vented, and he gradually calmed down. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Yun Er, Grandpa knows that this battle is actually the battle for the rise of the Ling family. Since we want to rise, we have to go through the baptism of blood and fire. Otherwise, there's no way to talk about rising. Now that things have come to this, it's useless to say anything. All that's left is to fight. Grandpa has seen everything you've done for the Ling family these few days. I also know that you're more or less prepared, but," when Ling Yan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He noticed that the old master's body was trembling slightly, and his eyes were filled with an inexplicable resentment. He saw Ling Lai turn his body slightly and raise his slightly trembling hand to pick up a thin letter on the table before passing it to Ling Yun. Ling Lai avoided Ling Yan's gaze, and his voice trembled as he said angrily, "There's a new change in this matter. The Long family has interfered." Ling Yan laughed coldly in his heart as he took the letter and opened it. He took out a plain white piece of paper. On that plain white paper, there were only 8 big words. "I advise the Ling family to value peace." Further down was the signature. The name of the person who signed it was Long Haoren. The words were written in a flamboyant style. It said to value peace, but no matter how Ling Yan looked at it, he could see a domineering intent in these 8 words. Ling Yan frowned and didn't care about the content. He only asked, "Grandpa, who is this Long Haoren? Why is he so king arrogant?" Ling Lai remained silent. Chui Lao's body trembled as he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. He said softly, "Master, Long Haoren is the current master of the Long family." F*ck, so what if he's the master of the Long family? Ling Yan rolled his eyes and laughed coldly. He's also the master of the Long family, and so am I. We're all masters of the Long family. Why is he even more arrogant than me? Ling Yan was very unhappy because he could tell from Ling Lai's expression and Chui Lao's reaction that the Long family's interference in this matter was giving them a lot of pressure. This kind of pressure was simply devastating. For the past 10 days, all the preparations that Ling Yan had painstakingly made, the brand new situation that he had brought to the Ling family, and the soaring morale that they had painstakingly built up, could be completely destroyed by Long Haoren's words. Ling Yan was instantly enraged at this thought. Ling Yan realized that the Ling family would be in big trouble if this matter wasn't handled well. He waved the letter casually and asked Chui Lao in a deep voice, "Chui Lao, who sent this letter?" Chui Lao saw Ling Yan's unfriendly expression and knew that he was really angry. He replied hurriedly, "Master, the person from the Long family is Long Haoren's cousin. His name is Long Haoqiang, and he's a half-step into Xianxia 9th stage expert." "Humph." Ling Yan snorted coldly and rebuked, "Sending a half-step into Xianxia 9th stage expert to my house to deliver a letter is obviously a show of force. Why didn't you break his legs for me?" It was only because Ling Yan was in seclusion that he didn't know about this matter. If he had known about it, he would have broken both of Long Haoqiang's legs without hesitation. Ugh, Chui Lao sweated profusely when he heard this. How could the legs of a member of the Long family be broken so easily? "Yun Er, don't spout nonsense." At this moment, Ling Lai finally spoke. He looked at Ling Yan and sighed in his heart. "Yun Er, no matter what, the Long family has been a benefactor to our Ling family. The Long family is the #1 family in Huaxia. Now that the 3 big families in Beijing are about to have a life-and-death battle, it's only natural that the Long family wants to intervene. Moreover, the Long family didn't specifically say anything about our Ling family. They just want to mediate and make peace." Ling Lai's explanation was naturally to appease Ling Yan's anger. However, Ling Yun was in a fit of anger and couldn't listen to any of this. He snorted coldly and argued, "Grandpa, the Long family is a benefactor to our Ling family, so we should repay them. However, they want us to make peace, which is obviously bullying our Ling family. Also, if the Long family really wanted to make peace, They should have gathered the three big families and persuaded them at the same time. That would be fair and reasonable. What right does he have to deliver a letter to our Ling family alone? Moreover, what I'm most annoyed about is the tone of Long Haoren's letter. He even talked about persuading the Ling family to make peace. What the f***ck is that? Ling Yan flipped out. Cui Lao couldn't help but wipe his sweat when he heard Ling Yan's rebuttal. According to Ling Yan's temper, he would have broken Long Haoqiang's legs if he had seen this letter. Without a doubt. Grandpa, what did that grandson Long Haoqiang say to you? Ling Yan asked again. Ling Lai knew that the Long family's actions had really angered his precious grandson. He pondered hard, choosing his words carefully, and said in a low voice, Long Haoqiang didn't say anything, but he insisted on seeing you. However, you were in seclusion at that time, so I used that as an excuse to stop him. Before he left, he told me to read the letter and think about it seriously for a night. He also asked us to give the Long family an answer tomorrow. Ling Yan laughed coldly when he heard that. Very well, since the Long family has intervened, I'll give them an answer soon. First update. Begging for monthly tickets. Begging for recommendation tickets. Also, students who have fully subscribed, please collect Bu Zheng's Glory of the Great God as soon as possible. You will be participating in Martial God Dragon Emperor's event in a week. Ling Yan's lips curled into a faint sneer. As he spoke, he folded the letter carefully and put it back into the envelope. Then, he kept it in his Taishi ring. He couldn't tear the letter now. Even if he wanted to, he had to tear it in front of the Long family. Otherwise, Ling Yan wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Ling Yan looked at Ling Lai and said seriously, Grandpa, if I may be so bold, from now on, you don't have to worry about the matters between the Ling family and the Long family. Just leave it all to me. Ling Yan's attitude was clear. He wouldn't let Ling Lai interfere with the matters between the Ling family and the Long family. This wasn't because Ling Yan was arrogant, nor was it because he didn't respect his elders. It was because he had deeper considerations. This was because Ling Yan had completely understood that to the Ling family, everyone else, from Ling Lai and Ling Xiao to the younger generation of the Ling family, had a sense of gratitude and even respect for the Long family. Whenever the Long family was mentioned, the expression on the faces of the Ling family would change. Gratitude, respect, hesitation, struggle, helplessness. There were all kinds of expressions. Ling Yan was very clear about the formation of this situation. Firstly, the Long family had done the Ling family a great favor. Everyone in the Ling family was grateful to the Long family. Naturally, they would be restrained when facing the Long family. Secondly, the Ling family had gone through a battle of life and death 18 years ago. In these 18 years, there wasn't a single true expert in the Ling family. There was a gap in the Ling family. Therefore, after so many years, the Ling family didn't improve at all. Instead, they declined day by day. This caused the Ling family to instinctively rely on the Long family. The Long family treated the Ling family with kindness and authority. After a long time, the Ling family had a sense of respect and fear when facing the Long family. Even though they were one of the 8 big families in Huaxia, the Ling family had to rely on others to survive. To put it nicely, it was an alliance. To put it bluntly, it was actually a vassal. In fact, from Ling Yan's point of view, the Ling family's attitude towards the Long family was that of a slave. Otherwise, when Long Haoren was writing to the Ling family, he definitely wouldn't have written something like I advise the Ling family to value peace. How high and mighty was this? How overbearing was this? Furthermore, this was under the condition that the Ling family had Ling Yun and were showing signs of rising up. They even dared to go against the alliance of the Sun and Qin families. What if the Ling family didn't have a Ling Yun? Long Haoren would probably be too lazy to even write this letter. At most, he would send someone over to say a few words. As long as it was in order for the Ling family to be more well-behaved and not cause any trouble, the Ling family would not dare to move and obey his orders. On the other hand, Long Haoren's actions showed that he had never looked at the Ling family in the eye for so many years. In his heart, he didn't care about the Ling family at all. How terrifying was that? However, there was no doubt that Long Haoren had made a grave mistake this time. This was because Ling Yun had returned. Not only did he return, but he had also become the head of the Ling family. in the past, Long Haoren's move would definitely work on the Ling family. However, the Ling family now had Ling Yun. Long Haoren's actions would only incite Ling Yun's anger. The Ling family might be afraid of the Long family, but Ling Yun definitely wouldn't. When had Ling Yun ever needed others to tell him what to do? The sun would rise from the west if he wanted to get Ling Yun to give in to Long Haoren. Not only would Ling Yun not listen to the Long family, but he also wanted the Ling family to completely break out of their psychological cage. He wanted them to be free from their shackles of gratitude and fear. Otherwise, even if the Ling family could emerge victorious in the upcoming life and death battle, they would still be a subordinate of the Long family. It would just be a more powerful subordinate. If that was really the case, the Ling family would never be able to stand out. How could they even talk about rising up? It was precisely because of this that Ling Yun volunteered to take over all the affairs of the Long family. He wanted to face the Long family personally. Indeed, after hearing Ling Yun's words, Grandpa Ling Lai's face suddenly stiffened. His eyes were filled with struggle and helplessness. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He hesitated for a long time before letting out a long sigh. Sigh, all right. Ling Lai agreed to Ling Yun. After agreeing, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Ling Lai's tensed body visibly collapsed. Yun Grandpa is old and useless. In the future, the Ling family will really have to rely on you. Hearing Ling Lai's discouraged words, Ling Yun sighed in his heart. Once again, he deeply felt the suppression that the Long family had on the Ling family. He felt how much pressure Ling Lai and the rest felt when facing the Long family. That kind of pressure was heavier than Mount Tai. It was enough to crush Ling Lai and the entire Ling family. In this situation, he had to use some means to forcefully break through. Grandpa, what are you saying? Ling Yun stepped forward and grabbed Ling Lai's hand. He channeled a large amount of spiritual energy into Ling Lai's body to boost Grandpa Ling's morale. Then, he smiled and said, Grandpa, you're a straightforward person who values relationships and righteousness. All these years, you've been thinking about the Long family's kindness. That's why you've always tolerated the Long family and caused our Ling family to be controlled by them. But Grandpa, that's not how you repay kindness. Ling Yun suddenly raised his head, and the aura of a Qi Cultivation Stage 2 erupted from his body. His aura enveloped the entire room as he said proudly, it's not too late to talk about repaying kindness when our Ling family truly rises or even subdues the Long family. Ling Lai and Cui Lao were completely dumbfounded by Ling Yun's words. Talk about repaying kindness after subduing the Long family. What kind of godly logic was that? Big Brother Yun's train of thought was too shocking and heaven-defying. Looking at Ling Lai and Cui Lao's shocked expressions, Ling Yun smiled faintly and said, Grandpa, let me tell you a joke. When we were in Qingshui City, Tai Xiaohu was driving with me. He parked illegally and got fined by the traffic police. Ling Yun glanced at the two of them again and purposely kept them in suspense. Guess, how did Tai Xiaohu do it? Ling Lai and Cui Lao's interest was piqued by Ling Yun. How did he do it? Hee. Ling Yun chuckled. Tai Xiaohu couldn't possibly drive away because I wasn't done with my business. He just parked his car there and let the traffic policeman slap more than 10 tickets on him. He only said one thing, stop your car here and punish me however you like. Cui Lao was stunned. He thought that Ling Yun and the others were definitely capable of doing such a thing. Ling Lai smiled bitterly. Aren't you guys messing around? Ling Yun smiled and nodded. We were indeed messing around a little. However, even though it was a small matter, it showed us a principle. It's true that we were in the wrong. It's not a problem for us to accept the punishment because we can take the punishment and pay the fine. Ling Lai's eyes flashed with understanding when he heard this. Ling Yun continued, the principle of the world is the same. You can see the big from the small. It's the same principle for our Ling family against the Long family. Grandpa, we do owe the Long family a favor. However, they can't use this to bully our Ling family. They can do it once or twice, but they want us to remember their kindness and rely on it. They want us to listen to them for everything. That's definitely not possible. We will definitely repay the Long family for this favor. However, we still have to do what we should do when it comes to the relationship between our two families. No matter what it is, as long as you discuss it with me, I will naturally respect you. Anything is fine. However, if you think that I owe you something, you want to order me around, plot against me, and bully me, I will first beat you into submission before talking to you about repaying the favor. We can still repay the Long family's favor. If the Long family really wants the Ling family to repay the favor, that's fine. They want my dragon saliva, right? I can give it all to them. Even if they want me to give them a true dragon, I can search the entire world to find one for them. That won't be a problem. Ling Yan said these words resolutely. Then, he raised his head and said sternly, but the Long family never mentioned anything about repaying us. They only wanted us to remember it in our hearts. Then, they relied on this to bully us. They wanted to use us as cannon fodder and even bully us. That's the Long family's fault. This is called taking advantage of kindness to bully others. Furthermore, this is the behavior of a despicable person. I always beat up such despicable people directly. After I beat them into submission, we can all sit down and have a good talk. That was Ling Yan's logic. There was no way they could bully me. Ling Yan was a little unhappy with the Long family because of Long Tianjiao and the kidnapping of Long Kuan and Long Wu. Now, this letter from the head of the Long family, Long Haoran, had made Ling Yan really hostile towards the Long family. At this moment, Ling Yan's heart was full of fighting spirit. He knew very well that the Ling family respected the Long family so much. Was it really just because of the favor? Definitely not. To put it bluntly, it was all in one word: strength. The Long family's strength made the Ling family look up to them. That was why they chose to bow down to them. It was like a salaryman who earned a few thousand yuan a month owing a billionaire a million yuan. He couldn't afford it and could only work hard to repay the debt. Then, in his daily life, when he faced the billionaire, he would naturally listen to whatever the other party said. To the person who owed him money, this kindness was too great. However, if the other party was also a billionaire, and also owed $1 million, and could repay it at any time, or even double the amount, would he bow and scrape to the other party one day? If the Ling family was strong enough that the Long family could only look up to them, would Long Haoran still dare to write such a letter? He wouldn't dare even if he was beaten to death. To be continued. Second chapter. Begging for monthly tickets. Begging for recommendation tickets. Begging for full subscriptions to receive the glory of the great God as soon as possible. Don't miss the event in a week's time. Ling Lai never imagined that his precious grandson would say such a thing. At this moment, in the eyes of Ling Lai and Cui Lao, what Ling Yan displayed was dominance. Dominance. They all realized that Ling Yan had now truly become the pillar of the Ling family, the backbone of the family. From Ling Lai's point of view, the other aura that Ling Yan displayed was undoubtedly even more shocking and admirable. On the 15th day of the 7th month, the Ling family paid respects to their ancestors. Facing the relatively weaker Sun and Qin families, Ling Yan was incomparably domineering. Today, Ling Yan had come out of seclusion. In the face of the threat from Long Haoran, the head of the Long family, Ling Yan was still unyielding and uncompromising. What did that mean? Ling Yan had a pure and innocent heart. His attitude and way of doing things wouldn't waver because of the strength of his opponents or the change of environment. Everything that Ling Yan had done after reuniting with his ancestors was a perfect illustration of this point. Ling Hao deserved to be killed. Ling Yan killed him without hesitation despite all the obstacles. Si Kongtu was a prisoner without any ability to resist, but Ling Yan still wanted revenge. He tortured Si Kongtu until he was hovering between life and death. He still hadn't killed him. He had avenged the Ling family. The Sun family and the Chen family deserved to be beaten up. In the prosperous capital city, under the feet of the emperor, in front of everyone, Ling Yan humiliated the two families until they were black and blue. He had no qualms about it. Now, facing the overbearing letter from Long Haoran, Ling Yan didn't compromise. Instead, he became even more domineering and overbearing. His heart was pure and without fear. His faith was as firm as a boulder. How rare and precious this was. Not only was he a genius, but he was also a peerless general. Definitely one in a million. In the short span of half a year, Ling Yan had single-handedly faced countless hardships and dangers. He had also managed to make so many people follow him wholeheartedly. That was the real reason behind his success. Such a peerless temperament was infectious. Ha 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 ha. Ling Lai suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. He stood up abruptly, flipped his wrist, and grabbed Ling Yan's hand. Good. Good. All right. Good boy, what a good boy. The haze in Ling Lai's heart was swept away. His aura condensed again, and he was no longer affected by the Long family's interference. Ling Lai praised Ling Yun before patting him on the shoulder. Yun, I didn't expect you to teach Grandpa a lesson today. Grandfather can finally hand over the Ling family to you. From today onwards, you can lead the Ling family according to your beliefs and do whatever you want to do. Grandfather will only do his best to help you and will never interfere. As Grandpa Xing spoke, he picked up the last letter on the table and passed it to Ling Yun. Yun, don't worry about the front yard. This is the letter your uncle left for you. Take a look at it. 2 documents and 2 letters. The last letter on the table was from Ling Zhen. Ling Yun had divine sense. He had used it to scan the letter just now and knew that it was written by Ling Zhen. He even knew the content of the letter. The letter was written by Ling Zhen to Ling Yun. The gist of it was that the Ling family was going to fight to the death with the Sun and Chen families, but he believed that Ling Yun could lead the Ling family to defeat the strong enemies. Ling Zhen's realm was low and he couldn't be of much help, so he didn't participate in the battle. He also asked the head of the family about the pain of losing his son and wanted to go out for a while. However, Ling Yun still opened the letter and casually scanned through it before asking, Grandpa, what does Uncle mean by this? Why did he decide to go out at this time? Ling Lai's eyes dimmed as he said, Yun, even though Ling Hao was unfilial and unjust, he was still your uncle's biological son. You killed him with your own hands, so it's normal for him to feel sad and sad. Also, your uncle was the previous head of the Ling family. Now that I've made you the head of the family, he really doesn't have the face to meet you. That's why he chose to go out for a walk. He's actually trying to avoid you. The pain of losing a son needs time to subside. The awkwardness between you and your uncle also needs time to wear away. Your uncle has been staying in Beijing for so many years, so this trip is a good opportunity for him to relax. Also, even though your uncle has reached the pinnacle of Xianxia realm level 7, he won't be of much use in the upcoming battle. Therefore, when you were in seclusion, your uncle came to me for instructions. After some consideration, I let him go. Ling Lai obviously didn't want to talk about the matter between Ling Zhen and Ling Yun. Therefore, he explained everything in one go and waited for Ling Yun's reaction. Ling Yun only nodded slightly. However, his mind was racing as he tried to figure out what was going on. He thought about it carefully. Ever since he killed Ling Hao, Ling Yun hadn't seen Ling Zhen except for visiting the grave on the 15th day of the 7th month. Moreover, even on the day of the grave, Ling Yun didn't have any interaction with Ling Zhen. He only called him uncle and Ling Zhen nodded. Ling Yun didn't need Ling Zhen's combat power in the upcoming battle to the death with the Sun and Chen families. It didn't matter if Ling Zhen was there or not. That was because even Cui Lao was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 now. Ling Zhen was nothing. However, Ling Zhen actually broke through to the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. This was a little too fast. On the 14th night of the 7th month, the Ling family paid respects to their ancestors. The ghost god Willow transformed the Ling family, and Ling Zhen absorbed a large amount of Xianhuang immortal spiritual energy. It was normal for Ling Zhen to break through to the late stages of the Xiantian realm in a short period of time. If not for Ling Xiao and Ling Yu's intentional suppression, they would have broken through as well. However, Ling Zhen broke through 5 levels in such a short period of time, reaching the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7 in one go. Wasn't he a little too impatient? Moreover, Ling Zhen was the previous head of the Ling family. Now that the Ling family was facing a battle of life and death, it was even more abnormal for him to choose to go out and relax. There had to be a reason for this abnormality. Ling Yun was very cautious. Ling Yun killed Ling Zhen's son with his own hands in front of him. No one would believe that Ling Zhen didn't hate Ling Yun. Ling Yun had his divine sense. He had noticed the vicious look in Ling Zhen's eyes many times. Even before he killed Ling Hao, he had seen it many times. Ling Yun didn't know the reason, so he didn't say anything. He wanted to meet Ling Zhen personally after the life and death battle to find out the whole story. He wanted to bring everything to the table and discuss it openly and honestly. This was the proper etiquette of a junior. Who would have thought that at this critical juncture, Ling Zhen would randomly come up with some specious excuses to leave the Ling family and the capital? As for where Ling Zhen went, no one knew. At such a critical juncture, Ling Zhen found an excuse to go out and relax. This reason was too far-fetched. However, Ling Yun didn't say anything. He was secretly on guard. He only nodded and said faintly, "That's good too." Ling Lai sighed in his heart. He knew that the rift between Ling Zhen and Ling Yun wouldn't be able to be mended in his lifetime. However, Grandpa Ling was also very clear that it was impossible for there to be no internal conflicts in such a large family. As an elder, he could only try his best to persuade them. It would be awkward to say another word. Ling Lai and Ling Yun had a tacit understanding and didn't discuss Ling Zhen's departure. Ling Lai raised his hand and placed a few sets of keys on the table into Ling Yun's hands. He said seriously, "Yun, these sets of keys belong to the head of the Ling family. Your uncle asked me to pass them to you before he left. This set is for the Ling family's ancestral hall, this set is for the Ling family's dungeon, this set is for the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence, and this set is for the head of the Ling family's secret chamber. You have to keep them carefully. Your uncle made it clear before he left that you are now the head of the Ling family, so he gave up the third courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence for you to live in from now on. As the head of the Ling family, you can't always stay in the guest room in the seventh courtyard. In the few days that you were in seclusion, I've already ordered people to tidy up the third courtyard. You will live there from now on. As for what you plan to do and what you need, you can just ask Cui Lao to do it. Get these keys and live in the third courtyard. That's the only way to match your current status as the head of the family." Ling Yan kept silent and nodded his head repeatedly. He took the keys and put them all into the Taishu ring. Then, he raised his hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. He also took the deathmatch agreement between the Sun and Qin clans into his ring. "Yun, Grandpa hasn't asked you yet. How has your seclusion been going?" Ling Lai finally asked about Ling Yun's seclusion after he finished talking about a few important matters. Ling Yun smiled and replied, "It's going very well. Don't worry, Grandpa. Just wait and see on the day of the deathmatch. I guarantee that the Sun and Qin families will suffer a crushing defeat." Ling Lai smiled and nodded. Since you're so confident, Grandpa can rest assured." Then, he changed the topic. "Yun, you should have heard about what happened in the front yard, right? How do you plan to deal with it?" With Ling Yan's current realm, his 5 senses and 6 senses were extremely sharp. Even without using his divine sense, he could hear the sound of ants crawling from 1,000 meters away, let alone the noisy quarrel in the front yard. He nodded and smiled. "Grandpa, I've heard about it long ago. It's just some small third or fourth-rate families. They're worried that our Ling family will suffer a crushing defeat. They're afraid that they'll lose everything, so they came to settle the score with us in advance. Due to the public alliance between the Sun and Qin families, as well as the fact that they were secretly stirring up trouble, the current situation in the capital was completely one-sided. No one believed that the Ling family would win this battle. Therefore, the quarrel in the front yard was caused by some small and medium-sized families that had financial cooperation with the Ling family. They rushed over to withdraw their investments and shares in order to cut ties with the Ling family. Ling Lai chuckled and said, "This situation has been going on for 2 to 3 days. Your second uncle is extremely busy. Since you're out of seclusion, go and help him deal with it." Ling Yan smiled coldly. "Grandpa, don't worry. I'll go over now. Let me tell everyone, there are more than 2,000 subscribers now. Why don't you accept the glory of the great God? It's just a small effort, everyone accept it quickly." Ling Yan bade farewell to Ling Lai and brought Cui Lao out of the small courtyard. The two of them walked side by side towards the front yard. Ling Yan didn't use his movement technique immediately because he still had some things to ask Cui Lao. "Cui Lao, do you know the background of those families that are causing trouble in the front yard?" Cui Lao bowed slightly as he walked. "Reporting to Master, these families are third or fourth-rate families in the secular world. In their eyes, there is only profit. Whoever can bring them profit, they will curry favor with that person. They will do whatever it takes to cooperate with that person." Cui Lao said angrily, "However, once they find out where there is danger, they will draw the line as soon as possible and escape faster than anyone else. In contrast to Cui Lao's rage, Ling Yan nodded and smiled faintly. I understand. They're just a bunch of fence-sitters who curry favor with those in power. Ling Yan smiled faintly and asked, however, I'm asking about their background? Cui Lao was taken aback, and his face instantly turned red as. He replied awkwardly, family head, these small families only have some business dealings with the Ling family. Usually, these matters are handled by your second uncle. I really don't know how to answer your sudden question. Ling Yan nodded silently and continued walking forward. After a few steps, he suddenly said thoughtfully, Cui Lao, it seems like we have to pay more attention to our Ling family's intelligence system. Ling Yan only asked casually, but he confirmed one thing. The Ling family's intelligence system could be said to be very poor. He spoke with fervor and assurance, now that communication is advanced, information can be transmitted extremely quickly. Whether it's information on ancient martial arts or the secular world, we have to think of a way to obtain first-hand information. Only in this way can we be able to predict the enemy's moves, take every conceivable possibility, and be prepared. Otherwise, our Ling family would be blind and controlled by others in every way. Ling Yan had a deep understanding of this point from one incident. Back then, Ling Lai had wanted to find Ling Yun. However, even though the Ling family was such a big family, they couldn't find Ling Yun even though all of Ling Yun's information was recorded in the Qingshui City public security system, even though Ling Hao had purposely hidden this information. From another perspective, it also showed that the Ling family's intelligence network was too weak. Now, Ling Yan was just using this matter to ask casually. As the head butler of the Ling family, Cui Lao actually had a blank look on his face as though he didn't know anything. This explained everything. I understand, I was too negligent in the past. Cui Lao started to sweat profusely after hearing Ling Yan's words. Ling Yun, however, shook his head and smiled. It's not your fault. In the past few years, the Ling family has been on the decline. Their morale is low, and they don't dare to think about stirring up any waves. Therefore, they have neglected this aspect. This is very normal. But in the future, we must establish our own intelligence system as soon as possible. No matter how big or small it is, as long as it is related to our Ling family, we must have a detailed grasp of it so that we can respond in time. What do you think? Ling Yan gave the order directly. Of course, because the other party was Cui Lao, he used a negotiating tone. Cui Lao's expression turned cold as he stamped his feet and said fearfully, yes. All right. Ling Yan nodded and said, in terms of establishing an intelligence system, the Assassins Organization of the Devil Sect has definitely good experience. If there's anything we don't understand, we can communicate with them and learn from each other. Cui Lao frowned slightly. Looking for the Assassins Organization of the Devil Sect. Wasn't that looking for the Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Yi Xingchen? Cui Lao could naturally see that Ling Yun was very close to Yi Xingchen now. He was very worried that Ling Yun and Yi Xingchen would repeat the same mistake that the Ling family had made 18 years ago. Cui Lao's worry was the same as Ling Lai's. There was no difference. Ling Yan seemed to read Cui Lao's mind. He slowed down his footsteps, put his hands behind his back, and looked up slightly. Cui Lao, there's one thing you have to remember. The Ling family and the Devil Sect can't be severed no matter what. Sever all ties with the Devil Sect? How was that possible? The previous Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Yin Qingxian, was Ling Yun's birth mother. She was still waiting for Ling Yun to go to the Devil Sect to save her. The current Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect, Yi Xingchen, had done so many things for the Ling family and Ling Yun. Even Ling Yun himself admitted that she was his favorite woman. It was already a foregone conclusion that the two of them would be together in the future. Yin Qingshuan's proudest servant, Qing Niao, was Ling Yan's savior and was now living in the Ling family. How could such a relationship be severed? Since it couldn't be severed, they naturally had to unite and fight against each other. Ling Yun was now the head of the Ling family, and Yi Xingchen was the spokesperson of the previous Holy Virgin of the Devil Sect. Since the two of them had made up their minds to be together and cooperate, what was there to hesitate about? Of course, the cooperation between the two of them was carried out in secret. That was only because the time wasn't right and couldn't be made public yet. Cui Lao broke out in a cold sweat. You're right, head. I understand. Let's go then. Ling Yan smiled faintly and continued walking forward with big strides. In the front yard of the Ling family's ancestral home, in the living room of the North House. It was brightly lit. Mr. Ling, you don't have to explain anything to me now. I don't have any requests this time. I only hope that you can allow the Zhang family to successfully withdraw its investment. Mr. Ling, it's the same for the Feng family. Please be merciful and withdraw the shares that the Feng family has in the Ling family. Mr. Ling, the project that the Lu family is working with you on, I think we should terminate it. In the living room, there were a total of 12 people sitting around an oval table. All of them looked at Ling Yu anxiously, hoping that Ling Yu would be merciful and allow them to withdraw their investment and shares tonight. To put it simply, they wanted to terminate all cooperation with the Ling family immediately. They wanted to sever all ties with the Ling family. At this moment, they only hoped that they could hide as far away from the Ling family as possible and cut off all ties with them. That was because the Sun and Chen families had publicly announced an alliance to have a life and death battle with the Ling family at the end of the month. The loser would lose everything and be left with nothing. Now, these small and medium-sized families were frantic. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get back their investment in the Ling family. Not only that, but they would also offend the Sun and Chen families. This situation had been going on for 3 days. Today, the situation was getting worse. After these people arrived, they didn't leave the Ling family. Ling Yu had been dealing with them for 7 to 8 hours. In the face of these people's pleas or coercion, Ling Yu was like an old monk meditating. He closed his eyes and rested, completely unmoved. Only when the other party said that they were going overboard would he occasionally open his eyes and look at them. At this time, someone else spoke up. Mr. Ling, your Ling family is one of the 8 big families in Xianxia. You can't be so shameless at this time, right? Another person added, that's right. Your Ling family wants to fight with the Sun and Chen families. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. His words were already very unpleasant to hear. Hearing these 2 sentences, Ling Yu's face darkened. He opened his eyes abruptly and looked at the 2 people who spoke coldly. One was Han Tiexin from the Han family, and the other was Zhao Jingming from the Zhao family. Being stared at by Ling Yu, the 2 of them felt as though Ling Yu's gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced their eyes. Feeling guilty, they quickly looked away in fear. Humph. Ling Yu snorted and finally spoke slowly. Everyone, it's not that I don't want to give you an answer. I've already told you that I'm not the Ling family head. I can't make the decision on this matter. Someone asked, you can't make the decision? That's fine. What about your family head? Get your family head here and let him settle this. Ling Yu said calmly, our family head is currently busy and can't come for the time being, Han. Tiexin opened his mouth again. He said sarcastically, yo, family head is busy? Don't tell me he's hiding out of fear? After being provoked by him, Zhao Jingming and the other 5 or 6 people immediately followed suit. The living room suddenly became a mess again. T. Just as the people in the house were ridiculing him and even cursing him uncontrollably, they heard a sudden clap of thunder in the courtyard outside the house. Along the way, the more Ling Yan heard, the more ridiculous it became. Now that he was in the courtyard, he could no longer wait and finally unleashed the mystical dragon hell. These 12 people were just ordinary people. They were merely rich and powerful. How could they withstand Ling Yan's mystical dragon hell? In an instant, everyone's eardrums were ringing. They were all dumbfounded and stunned. Whoosh! Everyone only felt their vision blur. Then, there was one more person in the living room, right beside Ling Yu. After entering the room, Ling Yan's cold gaze swept across everyone's face. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. He smiled sinisterly and pointed at the 2 of them. The 2 of you are here to stir up trouble, aren't you? On the way here, Ling Yan had been using his divine sense to lock onto the living room. He had seen everything that had happened here clearly. Based on his intuition, he felt that something was wrong with these 2 people. These 2 people were deliberately stirring up trouble. They had been inciting the entire situation to develop in a worse direction. Ling Yan wasn't as good-tempered as Ling Yu. Naturally, he wanted to get rid of them the moment he saw the problem. You. Who are you? Why are you scolding me? That's right, Mr. Ling, who is this person beside you? We are discussing matters with you. What right does he have to interrupt? Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming said one after another. Ling Yu was naturally more relaxed now that Ling Yun was here. He chuckled and stood up to let Ling Yun sit down. Let me introduce everyone. This is the family head of the Ling family, Ling Yun. Ahem, don't forget to vote once you're satisfied. Fellow readers, remember to receive your glory of the great God and join our hardcore fan group. Don't miss out on the month-end event. The method to receive your glory of the great God and verify it are all in the comments section. Please go and take a look. It's very simple. What? He's the head of the Ling family? How is that possible? Isn't the head of the Ling family Ling Zhen? Isn't he too young? He doesn't look more than 20 years old, isn't that too much of a joke? Ling Yun, this name sounds familiar. Why do I feel like I've heard it before? I think he's from the south. Which city is he from? In the living room, after Ling Yu announced Ling Yun's identity, there was an uproar. Everyone was flabbergasted. Ahem, Ling Yu raised his hands and pressed them in the air a few times. Everyone, please be quiet. When everyone quietened down, he smiled and said, don't worry, everyone. Anyone from the Ling family who is over 18 years old has the right to be the head of the Ling family. Now that Ling Yun is 18 years old, he is indeed the head of the Ling family. Ling Yu gave a simple explanation. He officially announced Ling Yun's identity to outsiders for the first time and pushed Ling Yun to the front of the stage. Since Ling Yun had already come out of seclusion, he must have made all the necessary preparations. Of course, there was no need for him to hide behind the scenes. In the face of those people's doubts and speculations, Ling Yun was very calm. The corner of his mouth held a hint of a sneer. He crossed his legs and leaned back against the back of the chair. He stretched out one hand and pressed it gently on the smooth and translucent table. His index finger tapped on the table rhythmically. Ling Yun's gaze was no longer as sharp as lightning. Instead, it was as calm as an ordinary person's. He sized up these people nonchalantly and felt that it was ridiculous. Ling Yu then said, everyone, please rest assured. Now that the head of the Ling family is here, he will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer. Ling Yu naturally couldn't explain too much to Ling Yun. These people in front of him weren't qualified enough to understand Ling Yun's background. He only needed to push Ling Yun to the front of the stage. TSK, this is the biggest joke in the world. The Ling family actually let a child who is still wet behind the ears handle such a big matter. Are you sure you're not joking? After recovering from his shock, Han Tianxin once again jumped out and mocked Ling Yun. He did not take Ling Yun seriously at all. Yeah, it's too funny. Ling Yun? Was he a member of the Ling family? I've never heard of it before. Is there really no one left in the Ling family? Zhao Jingming followed closely behind and immediately echoed, as if he wanted the world to be in chaos. After the Sun and Chen families publicly announced their alliance, they found the two third-rate families, the Han and Zhao families, and promised them huge benefits to cause trouble for the Ling family. Moreover, the public opinion of the Sun and Chen families was one-sided. However, the Sun and Chen families were only using them as cannon fodder. They didn't tell them that the Ling family now had Ling Yun and the Ling family's true strength. Ling Yun had successfully rescued Ling Xiao and trampled on the Sun and Chen families on the 15th of July. In the entire capital, there were no more than 12 forces that knew the details of the matter. How could these third-rate and fourth-rate families know the truth? Thus, Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming were completely unaware that they were being used as cannon fodder. Everything was afraid of being provoked. A matter could originally be easily resolved by sitting down and discussing it. However, once someone fanned the flames and maliciously sowed discord, there would definitely be unexpected complications and endless troubles. Someone said anxiously, "That's right, Second Master, please don't beat around the bush here. Your Ling family is a big family that dares to go against the Sun and Chen families. However, we have placed all our assets in your Ling family. We can't afford to lose." Someone cupped his fists towards Ling Yu. "Second Master, please be magnanimous and stop our cooperation first. Even if we have to wait until after the battle to the death with the Sun and Chen families, we can still cooperate again." The other 10 people had no idea what was going on. They were originally extremely anxious and worried that their investments in the Ling family would be lost. Now that they were being provoked by these two people with ulterior motives, they naturally exploded. In an instant, the living room was once again in an uproar. Everyone was discussing fervently, and the focus was on Ling Yu. They didn't even look at Ling Yun, who was sitting in the main seat. So noisy. Ling Yun's face suddenly darkened. Then, he grinned, revealing his red lips and white teeth. His gaze swept across Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. Don't the two of you think that you have spoken a little too much? After asking the two of them, Ling Yun turned to Cui Lao and said, Cui Lao, slap him for me. As for whose mouth to slap? Was there a need to ask? Yes, master. Cui Lao was already impatient. After receiving Ling Yun's order, he directly took big steps forward and arrived in front of Han Tiexin. His rough hand reached out and grabbed Han Tiexin's collar. Then, he raised his other hand high and swung it in a circle. Pa. 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 Pitter-patter, it was 8 slaps. The sound of the slaps was so loud that the entire Ling family's ancestral home could hear it. After Cui Lao was done slapping Han Tiexin, he immediately came to Zhao Jingming's side. Without any explanation, he gave him another 8 slaps. Silence. Complete silence. The entire living room was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. He really slapped them, slapping them just because of a disagreement. At this moment, the other 10 people were all stunned. This time, they were really scared out of their wits, looking at Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. Both of them were in a daze. Their eyes were seeing stars, and their mouths were bleeding. Their brains were in a mess, and their faces were covered in layers of finger marks. Very quickly, their faces swelled up, and they looked like pig heads. Ow, ow. 10 seconds after Cui Lao slapped them, the two of them seemed to have just recovered from the shock and fear. Feeling the pain, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. Ling Yun still had a smile on his face, and his eyes were calm. He said softly, still screaming? Scream again and slap again. Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming's hearts were filled with indescribable fear. What kind of person was this? He actually didn't care about the rules at all. Halfway through their screams, they heard Ling Yun's words and shut their mouths without hesitation, forcefully swallowing the second half of their screams back into their stomachs. They wouldn't scream anymore. They definitely wouldn't dare to scream anymore. They knew that if they dared to scream again, they would definitely be beaten again. Look, Big Brother Yun's way of solving problems is just that simple. Ling Yun chuckled. He raised his hand and pointed at the 2 pig heads. Let me tell you, before I settle this, if you dare to cause trouble again, I'll remove your lower jaws. At this moment, the entire living room became silent. No one dared to speak anymore. They turned their heads mechanically toward Ling Yun, looking at that unbelievably handsome yet terrifying youth. Now, no one dared to look down on Ling Yun anymore. Ling Yu smiled as he watched all of this without saying a word. He thought to himself, humans, evil people will be tortured by evil people. Where did your ability to torment me go? This slap in the face is really liberating. After Ling Yun finished speaking, his gaze swept across the room again to see if anyone dared to jump out. As a result, those people who were swept by his gaze immediately lowered their heads in fear. They didn't dare to look at him at all. Pa! Another loud sound broke the silence. Ling Yun suddenly raised his hand and slammed it heavily on the table. The crowd, who were already frightened out of their wits, could no longer sit still. When they heard the loud noise, all of them shivered and almost jumped out of their chairs. Then, they noticed that there was actually an additional book under Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun took out a checkbook and held it in his hand. He grinned and said, as for me, I don't like to talk too much. If there's a problem, we'll solve it. He swept his gaze across the crowd and said lightly, you came to my Ling family in such a hurry because you want to terminate your cooperation with us, right? Everyone fell silent and didn't dare to reply. They were afraid that if they said anything wrong, they would follow in the footsteps of the 2 pig heads. Seeing this, Ling Yun was speechless. He thought to himself that he was too shocked just now and didn't dare to speak. He smiled bitterly and said, now that I'm going to solve your problem, why aren't you saying anything? Yes or no? Speak. Ling Yun shouted again, but it was like the roar of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. The 10 of them were like little chicks pecking at rice, nodding their heads frequently. The cold sweat on their backs had long soaked through their clothes. Very good. Ling Yun smiled coldly and nodded. He asked again, then you must already know that 3 days later, our Ling family will have a battle to the death with the Chen family? Everyone nodded again. Are you so sure that our Ling family will definitely lose? Let me tell you in advance, if you stand on the wrong side this time and our Ling family accidentally wins, you won't have a chance to cooperate with us in the future. When Ling Yun said this, no one nodded and no one made a sound. However, most of them had their heads lowered. Their eyes were filled with disdain, and their lips were slightly trembling. It was obvious that they did not believe Ling Yun's claim that the Ling family would win. To these people, the Ling family was the weakest of the 8 big families. In the past, they couldn't even carry shoes for either of the 2 big families. Now that the Sun and Chen families had formed an alliance to deal with the Ling family, did the Ling family still have a chance of winning? Unless the sun rose from the west, if they really believed that the Ling family would win this battle, they wouldn't be sitting here right now. Ling Yun saw all of their expressions. He didn't mind it. He knew that no matter what he said, these people would still be determined to cut ties with the Ling family. Ling Yun smiled. Let me give you a piece of advice. Every time something big happens, think carefully. Don't be used by those with ulterior motives. In the end, you'll be the one to suffer. As for what he wanted these people to think, Ling Yun didn't say much. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and said to Ling Yu, "Second uncle, can I trouble you to get someone to bring the account book over to settle with them?" Ling Yu smiled. There's no need for any account book. Those accounts are all in second uncle's head. Ling Yu nodded and opened the checkbook on the table. To be continued. Second chapter. Friends who have subscribed to the book, remember to receive the glory of the great God. Don't miss out on the many activities at the end of the month. The way to receive it is by pinning it at the top of the book review section. He's really going to settle the debt? After seeing Ling Yun beat up Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming without a word, the representatives of the smaller families fell into a state of panic and despair. They thought that they could forget about their investments in the Ling family and that they would definitely lose everything this time. They thought that with Ling Yun's arrogance and unreasonableness, it would be a blessing in disguise if they could leave the Ling family safely. They didn't expect Ling Yun to really want to settle the debt with them after showing off his might. After the initial shock, they hesitated and looked at each other in disbelief. It was only when they saw Ling Yun open the checkbook that they were overjoyed. They had long forgotten about Ling Yun's meaningful reminder and advice before he said he wanted to settle the debt. They didn't even bother to think about it. However, Ling Yun opened his checkbook and took out a pen. Suddenly, he raised his head and changed the topic. I can settle your accounts, but because you unilaterally tore up the contract in the middle of the collaboration, no matter if it's the money you invested in the Ling family, the shares you invested in the collaboration, or any other collaboration project, you can only get back your capital. Furthermore, you have to compensate the Ling family according to the terms of the contract. Everyone here is a reputable person, so I don't think I need to explain more, right? Settling the debt was one thing, but there were procedures and methods to settle the debt. When did Big Brother Yun ever make a losing deal? Didn't you want to cut off all ties with the Ling family? Didn't you want to draw a clear line with us? Alright, then you have to be able to bear the loss. Ling Yun had money now and could definitely afford it. He wanted to take this opportunity to make a killing. Ling Yun smiled. No matter how you looked at it. He looked cunning. He scanned the crowd and said seriously, no matter what the cooperation project is, the Ling family will take over it. You can only take the money and leave. What Ling Yun said was very reasonable and legal. Those who heard it all nodded repeatedly. They already felt that the Ling family was very generous to be able to get back their capital and only need to pay a portion of the compensation. No matter how weak the Ling family was, they were still one of the 8 great families of Huaxia. In the past, they relied on the Ling family's influence to earn money. Now that the Ling family was in trouble, they dared to unilaterally terminate their collaboration. This was akin to hitting someone who was down. Who would have thought that they would be able to get their capital back? What else was there to be dissatisfied about? Patriarch, we understand that we are in the wrong in this matter. You're right, this is indeed a unilateral violation of the contract. According to the contract, we will accept the compensation that should be paid. You don't have to say anything more. Finally, someone dared to speak. It was someone from the Zhang family. His face was full of awkwardness. He had never thought that Ling Yun would really settle the score with them. Ling Yun smiled without saying a word as he scanned the others. The others didn't dare to say anything, but they were all busy nodding their heads. They would have to burn incense to be able to leave the Ling family safely after encountering Ling Yun, not to mention successfully taking the money. How could they not agree? Very well. Then let's do it this way. Tell us the total amount that you invested when we first cooperated. Then, we will calculate clearly how much you need to compensate the Ling family according to the ratio. After deducting the compensation, it will be the money that should be taken away. Is that correct? Ling Yun said with a smile, his abacus clanking noisily. Ling Yu, who was at the side, couldn't help but twitch his mouth after hearing Ling Yun's explanation. He finally understood why the old master was so anxious to let Ling Yun become the patriarch of the Ling family. Frankly speaking, with the Ling family's current financial resources, excluding Ling Yun's own assets, if they really wanted to settle the score with these dozen or so families, the Ling family wouldn't be able to afford it even if they sold everything they had. Ling Yu was in charge of the Ling family's finances, so he was very clear that the Ling family had been weak for the past 18 years. Gradually, they couldn't make ends meet and had long become an empty shell. The Ling family was just barely hanging on, tearing down the east wall to pay the west wall. Now, these partners wanted to settle the score with the Ling family. In the words of the financial industry, this was called a run on the bank. If they really agreed to it all at once, not only would the Ling family's assets be emptied in an instant, all of their businesses would immediately come to a halt, their shares would be taken away, and the projects that they were working on would directly collapse. If there was one word to describe such a situation, it would be bankruptcy. After the Sun and Chen families signed the agreement to fight to the death, they publicly announced their alliance and then spread the news to cause these small families to panic. This was all so that they could conduct a run on the Ling family to suppress their morale and cause the Ling family to collapse financially before the war. This was called subduing the enemy without a fight. How sinister and vicious was this? However, it was true that the Ling family didn't have money, but Ling Yun did. Ling Yu didn't know how much Ling Yun had in the bank, but he knew that Ling Yun owned the Heaven and Earth Group in Xianxia City. Ling Yun could afford to give them within 100 billion, therefore, not only did Ling Yun not reject these people, but he also took advantage of the situation and took the opportunity to settle the score with these people. This way, all the investments and shares that the Ling family originally worked on with these small families could all be taken back and controlled by the Ling family alone. In other words, after so many years of cooperation with the Ling family, these small families were basically serving the Ling family for nothing. They were letting the Ling family use their money and work for the Ling family for nothing. All the profits from those projects in the future would also be earned by the Ling family for nothing. Moreover, according to the contract, these people could only get back 60% of their capital after the compensation. Even their initial investment would have to be returned to the Ling family for nothing. This wasn't even counting the interest. The most important thing was that these small families knew this was the case, but they had to suffer in silence. Instead, it was their fault. The Ling family was settling the score with them, but they still had to be grateful to the Ling family. This was a profitable business. Ling Yun wouldn't be Ling Yun if he were to miss out on such a huge advantage. The Sun and Chen families' wishful thinking was to crush the Ling family financially. In the end, they had unknowingly given the Ling family a huge gift that was incomparably generous. This move of Ling Yun's was simply too beautiful to describe. That's right, let's do it this way. Thank you, head of the Ling family. The Ling family has done this beautifully. I have nothing else to say. After Ling Yun explained the settlement plan clearly, the people from the 10 small families nodded their heads and praised Ling Yun. At the same time, a huge stone in their hearts was finally lifted off the ground. At this time, how could they still think about profits? It would be great if they could even get back half of their capital. In any case, the Ling family would definitely be destroyed in 3 days. At this moment, Ling Yun smiled brightly. Very good, then let's start settling the score. He raised his hand and pointed at the Zhang family. Let's start with your family. When the person from the Zhang family heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, a smile blossomed on his face. He couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. He immediately said, "Our family cooperated with the Ling family on 5 oil fields, all in the northwest. The initial investment was 2 billion yuan. According to the contract, we unilaterally rescinded the agreement and had to compensate the Ling family 1 billion yuan. 5 oil fields in the northwest." When Ling Yun heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect the Ling family to have oil fields in the northwest. He immediately turned his head to look at Ling Yu. Ling Yu smiled and said through telepathy, "Yun Er, this was the oil business of our Ling family in the past. Now, it can be considered the only thing left. Even though the oil fields are still there, they are in the desert. Our Ling family is unable to develop them, so we let out a portion of our shares. The Zhang family invested in them." Oh. After listening to Ling Yu's explanation, Ling Yun nodded his head and asked, "Is what he said correct?" "Yes, it is." Ling Yu smiled. At this time, the person from the Zhang family smiled and said, "Invest 2 billion yuan and compensate the Ling family with 1 billion yuan. You only need to give us 1 billion yuan. As for the withdrawal contract, I have already prepared it and signed it. Please take a look." Then, he looked at Ling Yun with anticipation. The smile on his face was so wide that it could be seen from his face. He was afraid that Ling Yun would suddenly change his mind. However, what he didn't know was that Ling Yun was beaming in his heart. He was truly happy. Ling Yun seemed to be suppressing his laughter as he quickly filled up the check for 1 billion yuan. After signing it, he immediately handed it to Cui Lao for him to deliver to the Zhang family. Cui Lao took the check and handed it to the Zhang family. Then, he took the contract back and handed it to Ling Yun. Ling Yun used his divine sense to scan the contract. After confirming that there were no problems, he signed it and handed it to Ling Yu. Ling Yu looked at it seriously and nodded with a smile. "No problem, we're even." Money and goods were cleared. In this case, the 5 oil fields of the Ling family finally returned to the Ling family and became their sole proprietorship. On the other side, the person from the Zhang family held the check with ecstasy in his eyes. However, very quickly, he began to wonder if Ling Yun had written an empty check since he was so straightforward. His lips trembled as he wanted to ask the question in his heart. However, he looked at the 2 pig heads and hesitated. As if seeing through his thoughts, Ling Yun smiled disdainfully. "Don't worry. You can send people to check whether it's an empty check or not. I won't mind." 1 billion yuan was not a small amount even for these big families. Ling Yun couldn't possibly be so overbearing that they couldn't even be worried. Excluding inflation, interest, and the future ownership of the 5 oil fields and all the profits, this compensation of 1 billion yuan was all for nothing. How could Ling Yun not be more magnanimous? Hearing this, the person from the Zhang family smiled awkwardly. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat and said, "How can I not believe it? The words of the Ling family carry weight. Everyone in Beijing knows that." After saying that, the man stood up and was about to leave. He had already achieved his goal and was now satisfied. Facing Ling Yun, this malefic existence, he felt uncomfortable even sitting for a second longer. Of course, he wanted to slip away. Ling Yun said faintly, "Sit down and don't move. Since you came together, of course you should leave together." Third update. Requesting for full subscription, requesting for the glory of the gods. Don't miss out on the various activities at the end of the month. C-League and Ma League will give out a lot of benefits. Hehe, Ling Yun's matter wasn't over yet. How could he let the Zhang family take the money and leave? If he let these people walk away with the money, who would he be able to put on a show for the rest of the time? When the man from the Zhang clan heard this, his face immediately stiffened. He didn't even dare to say that he was leaving. He immediately sat back down obediently, trembling with fear as he smiled embarrassedly. Ling Yun laughed coldly in his heart. He raised his hand and pointed at the Lu family member. "It's your turn." The Lu family member wiped the sweat off his face and said honestly, "The Lu family and the Ling family are cooperating on a larger water project." As he spoke, he picked up the stack of contracts on the table and walked to Ling Yun's side carefully. He placed the contracts in front of Ling Yun and turned to look at Ling Yu. "Second master, the water project on the Yellow River can only end here. Look, it's only half a year away from completion. What a pity. The Liu family was really unlucky. The Ling family was in charge of the Huaxia Water Conservancy Department. The Liu family had carefully curried favor with the Ling family and finally managed to form a partnership with the Ling family. In order to build this water conservancy project, they had already spent more than 3 billion. Now that the project was about to be completed, they had no choice but to terminate the partnership. So much money, so much effort, and so much effort, all for nothing. Ling Yu only smiled faintly and looked at the Liu family with a hint of pity. Old Liu, don't say such things. You were the one who suggested terminating the cooperation. Then, he used telepathy to say, Old Liu, it's not too late to regret it. If you are willing to trust me, I suggest that you don't terminate the cooperation. The Liu family member had a bitter expression on his face. He struggled intensely in his heart and finally shook his head. Sigh, it's better to terminate it. It's better to get half of it back then, at least it was better than losing everything. However, the Liu family member wouldn't dare to say this. Wasn't it equivalent to saying that the Ling family would lose in 3 days? Ling Yu sighed in his heart and didn't say another word. The road of life was long, but it was often only a few steps at critical moments. Making a choice was the most difficult. You made the wrong choice, walked the wrong path, stood on the wrong side, and you must pay the price. Ling Yu couldn't dissuade the other party because the future was uncertain. Even though Ling Yun was heaven-defying enough, what if the Ling family really lost this battle? In that case, the decision that he had made now was extremely wise. Therefore, even though Ling Yu had a good relationship with the Liu family, he could only stop here. Whether he was right or wrong, whether he was ecstatic or regretful, everything would become clear in 3 days when the battle to the death was revealed. Since you want to terminate the cooperation, then just say it. How much is it? Ling Yun didn't care what the Liu family thought. He was busy earning money for the Ling family. At this moment, he was worried that the other party would suddenly change their minds. The person from the Liu family wiped his sweat and carefully said, a total of 3.6 billion was invested. According to the contract, we can get half of it back if we terminate the cooperation. Ling Yun laughed. That's 1.8 billion? I'll give it to you. Swish swish swish, Ling Yun's pen moved swiftly, and he quickly signed a thick stack of checks totaling 1.8 billion. He threw them into the hands of the person from the Liu family. Then, he glanced at the divestment contract and immediately signed his name on it. It was a done deal, and it couldn't be changed. The person from the Liu family received the checks and watched Ling Yun sign the divestment contract. His heart was bleeding. 1.8 billion was gone just like that. It was equivalent to giving it to the Ling family for free. The Liu family had racked their brains and struggled for 4 years, but they didn't even earn a single cent. However, blood was blood, but at least they got half of the money back. It was better than losing it all. Thank you, head of the Ling family. Thank you, second master. Old Liu, can't thank you enough. The person from the Liu family nodded and bowed, clutching the stack of checks tightly. He quickly returned to his seat and sat down. With these 2 families taking the lead, the other 8 small families gradually grew bolder. They realized that as long as they didn't cause trouble and didn't speak rudely, Ling Yun was actually very easy to talk to. Naturally, the next step was very quick. These people came with the prepared contracts. They were called by Ling Yun one by one, calculated the amount, and received their own money. In less than half an hour, the settlement of these 10 families was completed. In half an hour, Ling Yun signed a total of 9 billion worth of checks, investment funds, controlling shares, joint projects. Ling Yun signing a check of 9 billion was equivalent to earning at least 9 billion for the Ling family. He had earned a lot. Moreover, from today onwards, all these joint projects would completely become the sole assets of the Ling family. In the future, the Ling family would have the final say. The profits from these projects would naturally belong to the Ling family. After settling the score with these 10 families, the other party's heart was finally at ease, and Ling Yun's heart was even more at ease. Damn, luckily none of them changed their minds halfway. Otherwise, I would have earned so much less. Ling Yun was actually very thankful. If these people from the 10 small families knew what Ling Yun was thinking, they would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood. After settling the important matter, Ling Yun's face was relaxed. He put down the pen, shook his wrist, and finally looked at the 2 pig heads who still didn't dare to speak. Now, their faces were already swollen to the color of pig liver. Their teeth were loose, and even speaking was a strenuous task. They were in so much pain that they could only whimper, not daring to make a loud noise. Looking at their miserable pig heads, Ling Yun couldn't help but laugh. Now, it's your turn. Pass me the contracts. Tell me directly, how much do I need to pay you? Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming looked at each other. They completely didn't expect Ling Yun to settle the bill for them after beating them up. In the next moment, they were wild with joy. They hurriedly stood up and passed their contracts to the people beside them, asking them to pass it to Ling Yun. Zhao Jingming hesitated and asked carefully, Can I speak now? He was actually so scared. Ling Yun laughed. Look at your cowardly face. How can I settle the bill with you if I don't speak? The lesson I taught you just now is to let you remember that trouble comes from the mouth. Zhao Jingming didn't dare to say another word. Ling Yun glanced at the 2 contracts and asked for the specific amount. Then, he signed the check without hesitation. It was a total of 1.8 billion yuan. So far, there were a total of people from 12 families. Ling Yun signed a total of 10.8 billion yuan. Of course, this meant that he had earned more than 10 billion yuan for the Ling family. However, this money was only recovered from the assets and cooperation projects. It was equivalent to an investment, but there was no cash in sight. Even so, Ling Yun was still very happy. Now that he had returned to his family, he had the Heaven and Earth Group in Xianxia City and the Ling family in Beijing. Cash was no longer of any use to him. Being able to take this opportunity to help the Ling family recover these assets was like using a good steel on a knife's edge. Ling Yun looked at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming calmly, but in his heart, 10.8 billion yuan, the money in the bank should be enough, right? Don't give me an empty check. If that's the case, I'll lose a lot of face. Back then, Ling Yun had cut out the Imperial Greenstone King and sold it to major jewelry dealers in one go. From then on, he had 15 billion yuan in cash and was truly a local tycoon. Coupled with the large amount of cash from the opening of the Ordinary People's Clinic, he had a total of 20 billion yuan in savings. However, Ling Yun had spent a lot of money, especially before the establishment of the Heaven and Earth Group. He had spent 5 billion yuan to buy dozens of small and large businesses and bought more than 1,000 acres of land in Qingshui Wharf. That was another 7 to 8 billion yuan, damn, don't tell me it's really not enough. That would be embarrassing. Ling Yun hadn't worried about money for a long time. He had so many bank cards, but he had never looked at how much money he had in them. However, that wasn't the key. The key was that the checks he used today were all from the merchant's bank. What if the money in that card wasn't enough? Not knowing how much money he had was really a problem for the rich. Bam! Suddenly, Ling Yun slammed the table. How could he have forgotten about this? Didn't Chao Tianlong give him 10 billion yuan for the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group? That money had long been transferred to the merchant's bank. That's enough with the 10 billion yuan. Ling Yun calculated the bill and confirmed that it was not an empty promise. Only then did he feel at ease. The people from the 12 small families all got the money they wanted. They couldn't help but be speechless. They thought to themselves, didn't the Ling family become an empty shell? How could this young family head be so calm when he took out more than 10 billion in one go? Was the Ling family rich or poor? They were thinking about going to the bank to cash the checks the moment it opened tomorrow. That was when they heard Ling Yun slam the table. A loud noise startled everyone. They immediately calmed themselves down and sat down obediently. At that moment, they didn't even dare to breathe. First, they had already received the money. That meant that the harsh words they said previously were no longer reasonable. Second, they were afraid that Ling Yun would suddenly change his mind and take back the checks. Ling Yun smirked after slamming the table. Then, he looked at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. Han, let me ask you. Did the Ling family act shamelessly? The one with the surname Zhao, did our Ling family drag you down with us? After signing the contract with these two companies, Ling Yun naturally already knew their names. Han Tiexin was so scared that he closed his eyes. It was over. Zhao Jingming was so scared that his legs were cramping. His pig head turned even more purple, and his whole body was trembling. That was because the Ling family had given them the money. The checks were in their hands. Ling Yun was settling the scores after the fall. However, they didn't dare to not answer Ling Yun's question. Han Tiexin broke out in cold sweat. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Young master, I was born with a foul mouth. If I offended you in any way, please," Zhao Jingming also hurriedly explained. He almost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. Ling Yun sneered and asked casually, "Then tell me, was it right for me to hit you just now?" The two of them felt like needles were pricking them. They nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to be hit." "Well done." "Pa." Ling Yun slammed the table again. He suddenly shouted, "You didn't just deserve to be hit. The two of you were obviously stirring up trouble just now. You were afraid that the Ling family would be in chaos. Who sent you here? What are your intentions? Speak." To be continued. Speak. Ling Yun used the mystical dragon howl when he said this. His voice was like the roar of a tiger or a dragon, causing the eardrums of the representatives of the 12 families to buzz. It was so deafening that even the deaf could hear. This time, Han Tiexin was scared out of his wits. His back tightened, and large beads of sweat seeped out of his face. Clang, Zhao Jingming was in an even worse state. He was so scared that he couldn't control his body and knocked over the chair. He fell to the ground with the chair, sprawling on his back. The representatives of the other 10 families kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe, afraid that they would get into trouble. That was because they came together. They wanted money, and Ling Yun gave it to them. He had already agreed to all their requests. After giving the money, the Ling family was in the right. Now, Ling Yun wanted to settle the score. If he wanted to blame someone, all of them would have to bear the responsibility. Seeing this, Ling Yun could not help but sneer. He was even more certain that these two people had been fanning the flames just now. They must have been instructed by someone else. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk of the Ling family not agreeing to their request to terminate the collaboration. They might even anger the Ling family to stir up trouble here. As for who was behind this, Ling Yun didn't even need to ask. At a time like this, who else could it be other than the Sun and Chen families? However, guessing was just guessing. Ling Yun had to make them say it themselves. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled into a playful smile. He stood up slowly and glanced at the sweating Han Tiexin before looking at Zhao Jingming, who was curled up on the ground. "Get up." Zhao Jingming had never seen such a scene before. After being slapped 8 times by Cui Lao, he was already scared out of his wits. Now that Ling Yun wanted to settle the score with him, how could he take it? Zhao Jingming's face was pale, and his body trembled. A warm current gushed out of him, and he actually peed himself. The smell of urine assailed his nostrils. Ling Yun frowned and raised his hand to cover his nose. He said disdainfully, "Look at you." Then, he turned his head and waved his hand at Cui Lao. "Throw him out first." Cui Lao strode forward and reached out to grab Zhao Jingming's arm. He dragged him out of the living room like a dead dog and threw him into the courtyard. "The one with the surname Han, tell me, who sent you here?" Ling Yun stared at Han Tiexin and said with a faint smile, "Of course, it's fine if you don't tell me. However, I can guarantee that if you don't, you won't be able to leave the Ling family alive. Do you believe me?" Ling Yun lifted his chin and asked in a mocking tone. Han Tiexin's expression changed drastically. He clenched his fists tightly, and his lips trembled. He was extremely nervous, and his heart was struggling fiercely. Finally, he stood up abruptly, pushed the chair away, took a few steps towards Ling Yun, and knelt on the ground with a thud. "Please spare my life. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." Then, Han Tiexin knelt on the ground and recounted how the Sun and Chen families found them, how they promised them huge benefits, and how they led the Sun and Chen families to cause trouble at the Ling family. Following Han Tiexin's narration, the representatives of the other 10 families finally understood the whole story. They couldn't help but look at each other in shock. After Han Tiexin finished, He raised his head carefully and said with a sad face, "Young master, the people from the Chen family told me that your family will definitely lose the battle in 3 days. From then on, there will be no Ling family in Huaxia. As long as I promised them that after your Ling family falls, your businesses will be handed over to the Han and Zhao families to manage." Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard that. He quickly stopped laughing and looked down at Han Tianxin, who was at his feet, and asked, "So you believed their words and started to fan the flames, bringing these people to our Ling family to cause trouble?" Han Tianxin didn't dare to meet Ling Yan's gaze. He lowered his head abruptly, which was a silent admission. "Humph." Ling Yan snorted and laughed coldly. "What a bunch of pig brains. I really don't know how you've been living in Beijing for so many years. Haven't you thought about it? If the Ling family was still the original Ling family, would it be worth the Sun and Chen families forming an alliance to deal with it? Why would they form an alliance to deal with us? What kind of family in Huaxia is worth the two families forming an alliance?" Ling Yan's words weren't just for Han Tianxin to hear. They were also for the representatives of the other families present to hear. His gaze swept across the crowd, and the dagger was revealed. "You bunch of idiots, you only see the Sun and Chen families forming an alliance, but you don't know how to use your brains to think about why they formed an alliance. Why would they be so kind as to remind you to hurry up and ask for money before the battle? In the upcoming battle, if the Sun and Chen families win, all of the Ling family's businesses will naturally be divided by them. They can't wait to swallow such a huge business for themselves. Why would they be so kind as to let you guys manage it? Why would they let you guys terminate the collaboration and empty the Ling family first?" They were all dumbfounded. In the living room, the representatives of the 10 families all had their mouths open so wide that a duck egg could fit inside. They were all dumbfounded. Han Tianxin suddenly raised his head and looked at Ling Yun. His eyes were blank, and he only felt a chill down his spine, because the logic behind Ling Yun's words was really not difficult to understand. Now, all of them seemed to have woken up from a dream. In their minds, all of them recalled Ling Yun's repeated warnings and reminders before settling the accounts. Ling Yun was right. If the Ling family was really so weak, why would the Sun and Chen families form an alliance to deal with them? There was always a chance. What if the Ling family won? Currently, it was publicly acknowledged in Huaxia that other than the Dragon and Yi families, the Chen family was ranked 3rd and the Sun family was ranked 4th. If the Ling family won, then they would be able to crush the alliance of the Sun and Chen families by themselves. What kind of existence was that? Even if they couldn't be on par with the Dragon and Yi families, they would at least be in the top 3 in Huaxia. Then, what kind of existence did these 12 families offend? Furthermore, thinking back, Ling Yan was practically rushing to settle the accounts for them just now. Furthermore, he had been so domineering from start to finish. If the Ling family really didn't have the slightest bit of confidence, how could they have behaved in such a manner? Thinking about it this way, the representatives of the 10 or so small families finally started to have goosebumps. It was as if a pail of cold water had been poured from their heads to the soles of their feet. They started to feel some regret in their hearts. Someone looked towards Ling Yu. It was the person from the Lu family. He looked pitiful and at a loss. His eyes revealed a trace of regret and pleading. 6 billion yuan, money, time, effort, and energy had all been invested. As long as half a year later, they would be able to start reaping the rewards. But now, in order to break even and get 8 billion yuan back, he was willing to terminate the collaboration. He even breached the contract and compensated the Ling family 8 billion yuan. If there was medicine for regret in this world, old Lu would definitely bet on the Ling family to win without any hesitation. He would definitely not terminate the collaboration with the Ling family. If the Ling family really won this battle, old Lu didn't even dare to imagine the scene. He had suffered a double loss. His money was gone, his connections were gone, and he had completely offended the Ling family. There would be no more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. The withdrawal agreement had been signed, the money had been refunded, and the coffin was sealed. Everything was too late. The pity in Ling Yu's eyes deepened. However, he only sighed in his heart and shook his head slightly. He didn't say a word. Who to follow and which side to stand with were all their own choices. These families had worked with the Ling family before, so they naturally had a close relationship. However, after this incident, they had all revealed their true colors. They were all fence-sitters, people who fawned on the rich and powerful. The Ling family would never work with them again. It wasn't only the Lu family that thought this way. The Zhang family and the representatives of the other families all had expressions of regret on their faces. Hee hee. Ling Yun snorted coldly. Ling Yun sneered and said faintly. Just now, I repeatedly reminded you to think about it. What if the Ling family wins? But you guys didn't listen? Did you think that I, the head of the Ling family, was joking? Of course, I can honestly tell you that the Ling family isn't confident of winning this battle. Your decision tonight might be the right one. After hearing Ling Yun's words, the expressions of the representatives of the 10 families eased up. Their brains were already in a daze. They didn't have their own opinions and judgments. They were completely led by Ling Yun. Ling Yun chuckled. However, one thing is for sure. You don't have to wait too long. In 4 days, on the 1st of September, the outcome of this battle will be decided. After saying this, Ling Yun suddenly shouted, Men. Cui Lao answered and entered. Ling Yun placed his hands behind his back and looked at Han Tiaxin, who was sitting on the ground. He said coldly, Cui Lao, Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming have openly come to the Ling family to cause trouble. Break their legs as a warning. Yes. Cui Lao picked Han Tiaxin up from the ground and strode out of the house. He came to the courtyard and threw him and Zhao Jingming together. Then, Cui Lao laughed coldly. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, he lifted his leg and stomped down on their knees. Kacha! Kacha! The sound of bones breaking could be heard. Then, the two of them screamed like pigs being slaughtered. It resounded through the night sky. This was the outcome for daring to cause trouble at the Ling family. I'll give you as much money as you want. However, you dared to provoke the Ling family at this time. Breaking your legs would be considered a light punishment. Because of the Long family's interference, Ling Yun had just lectured Ling Lai in the backyard. Now, it was put to use. Those who deserved to be given would be given, and those who deserved to be beaten would be beaten. The representatives of the other 10 families could no longer sit still. They all stood up in fright, their expressions extremely horrified. Ling Yun waved his hand as if he was shooing away flies. He said coldly, Carry those 2 pig heads and scram. Ling Yun wasn't polite to the representatives of the 10 small families. They were just a bunch of fence-sitters. When they saw benefits, they would swarm over and fawn over you. However, once you were in trouble, they would hide faster than anyone else. They would be the first to hit you when you were down. Benefits were their top priority. That was their rule. They dared to do that to the Ling family, let alone to others. Ling Yun had ordered them to scram. The people from the 10 small families felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They kept quiet out of the living room and carried Han Tiaxin and Zhao Jingming, leaving the Ling family with their tails between their legs. They came with anxiety and fear. Now, they left with absolute fear and an indescribable sense of regret. The only thing they received was half of the capital they invested to curry favor with the Ling family. Just as Ling Yun had said, whether this matter was right or wrong, everything would be revealed in 4 days. After getting rid of these disgusting flies, Ling Yun, Ling Yu, and Cui Lao left the living room immediately. Zhao Jingming was scared out of his wits just now and had lost control of his bladder. The entire living room was filled with the stench of urine. Ling Yun and Ling Yu walked side by side with Cui Lao following closely behind. Yun, you've saved the Ling family once again. Ling Yu smiled and said slowly, To be honest, if it weren't for you, the Ling family would have gone bankrupt without waiting for the death match in 3 days. Ling Yun chuckled when he heard that. Second uncle, what are you saying? I'm the head of the Ling family now. Doesn't my money belong to the Ling family? If the Ling family went bankrupt, wouldn't I have nothing to eat? Ling Yu only smiled at Ling Yun's cheeky words. Yun, second uncle didn't expect you to have so much money. It seems like you've earned quite a lot in Xianxia City, huh? Ling Yun signed the check for 10.8 billion yuan from the 12 families in half an hour without so much as a frown. Even Ling Yu, who was used to seeing big scenes, was left speechless by Ling Yun's wealth and boldness. Hee hee, second uncle, I did earn a lot of money back in Xianxia City, but I also spent a lot of it. Ling Yun was elated when he heard that. Then, he scratched his head and said, "Hee hee, second uncle, I did earn a lot of money back in Xianxia City. If it wasn't for the opening of the Heaven and Earth Group and the fact that the Chow family got Chow Tianlong to send me 10 billion as a congratulatory gift, this would have been troublesome." Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu was in charge of the Ling family's finances, so he told Ling Yu the truth. Ling Yu chuckled. 10 billion? I think it's the dowry that the Chow family gave in advance. Ling Yin was helpless against Ling Yu's teasing. He scratched his head and said, "Second uncle, don't joke with me. We're talking about serious matters." However, after Ling Yu brought it up, Ling Yin suddenly remembered that ever since he saved the Chow family and separated from the courtyard house, Ling Yin hadn't contacted Chow Shanshan. Over the past few days, ever since he saved his father, Ling Xiao, he had been working non-stop. He was so busy that he had no time to care about these things. Now that the Ling family was going to fight to the death with the Chen family and the Sun family, the Chow family definitely knew about it. However, he didn't know how they would react. Ling Yan tossed the thought to the back of his mind. The Chow family wouldn't be able to help him in the battle in 3 days. The strongest person in the Chow family was Chow Juanxiong, but he was only at Xiantian realm level 4. Even if they wanted to help the Ling family, it would be a drop in the bucket. At present, the power of the Chow family was more reflected in the secular world. Moreover, their family was almost exterminated by the Chen family. Their control over power was greatly reduced and was not as good as before. From Ling Yan's point of view, the best choice for the Chow family was to remain dormant and recover their strength in the dark. At such a crucial time, the Chow family would be helping Ling Yan if they could ensure their own safety. Alright. Let's talk about serious matters. Whoosh. A folding fan appeared in Ling Yu's hand. He opened it casually and fanned himself with a leisurely expression. Ling Yun glanced at the ring on Ling Yu's hand and asked, "Second uncle, how is it? Is this ring useful?" Ling Yu laughed heartily and looked at Ling Yun. "Anyway, I won't trade with anyone who gives me 10 billion. Second uncle, don't make fun of me like that. Are you done?" Ling Yan's face turned bitter. After the two of them sent away the people from the smaller families, they walked leisurely and chatted. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the third courtyard. The entire courtyard was built majestically. It was simple and unadorned, yet ingeniously combined with the simplicity of modern architecture. The design of the layout was very ingenious. In the past, this courtyard belonged to the previous head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen. Hence, Ling Yin had never entered it before. Now that he was the head of the Ling family, the entire courtyard belonged to him. Ling Yu stopped in front of the courtyard. "Yun heir, your uncle has resigned from his position as the head of the family and is going out to relax. From now on, this courtyard will belong to you. Your grandfather should have given you all the keys, right?" Ling Yu nodded. Ling Yu pointed at the courtyard door with his folding fan. "Open the door and go in." Ling Yin took out the key, unlocked the door, and took the lead to walk in. Ling Yu and Cui Lao followed closely behind. They brought Ling Yin around the courtyard a few times, and Ling Yu introduced the layout of the courtyard. Then, he urged Ling Yin to open the door to the main house, and the three of them entered. After entering, Cui Lao immediately turned on the lights, and the house lit up instantly. The entire third courtyard was actually a standard Sihiyuan. The area of the courtyard and the main house were very large, and the house was very spacious. The facilities in the house were also a combination of ancient and modern. Facing the door, there was a square table with armchairs on both sides. It looked very simple and unadorned. However, in the living room, there was a brand new sofa and coffee table for the host and guests to chat over tea. This layout seemed a little out of place, but because the room was large enough, the placement of each piece of furniture was ingenious and reasonable, giving off a feeling that it was the way it should be. After the three of them entered the house, Ling Yu brought Ling Yin around and introduced the uses of each room to him. Finally, the three of them returned to the living room and sat down. Ling Yu was the first to speak. "Yun heir, this courtyard originally belonged to your father." He spoke with fervor and assurance. "The Ling family's third courtyard is for generations of family heads to live in. Your father is a genius. In terms of ancient martial arts cultivation, he is the best in our Ling family since your grandfather's generation. After finishing his sentence, Ling Yu immediately smiled and added, of course, you're too heaven-defying, so naturally, you can't be included. Before the Ling family's incident, your grandfather had already decided that your father would be the future head of the Ling family. Hence, he left this courtyard to him. However, after the incident, your father was completely disheartened and requested to no longer stay here. Hence, your eldest uncle took over the position of the head of the Ling family, and this courtyard belonged to your eldest uncle. Now that your eldest uncle has passed away, and you've taken over the position of the head of the Ling family, this courtyard naturally belongs to you. At this point, Ling Yu sighed and smiled. After all, the position of the head of the Ling family still belongs to second brother's branch. Ling Yan was slightly embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, hee, second uncle, I didn't want to be the head of the family in the first place. If you're willing, I can give it to you now. Ling Yan couldn't wait to be a hands-off boss. Who knew that Ling Yu would shake his head seriously? Yun the position of the head of the Ling family isn't something that can be changed so easily. Even if everyone wants me to be the head of the Ling family, I can't do it. That's because, with second uncle's realm, you won't be able to hold your ground outside. For example, those people who came today. They are all from third or fourth-rate families. Of course, I can handle them. But think about it, if the people from the Long family and Yi family were present, and their realms are higher than mine, how would I deal with them? If that's the case, our Ling family would be bullied by others. That would be a disgrace to our Ling family. Ling Yu's reasoning was simple. As the saying goes, a county official is not as good as a person in charge. If the head of a family wasn't strong enough, even if his family was strong, he would still be bullied and ostracized in special occasions where only the head of a family was present. This was normal. That's right, as long as he had the strength, he could bring people to regain his lost reputation. However, what was the use of that? Simply put, the head of the family is the face of the family. The stronger the head of the family is, the stronger the family is. That's why your grandfather made you the head of the Ling family. Ling Yu nodded his head and didn't say anything else. He thought to himself that he would do it for a period of time. Anyway, it felt pretty good so far. Look, Yuner, everything in this courtyard that originally belonged to your first uncle's personal belongings have all been moved away. I just had people clean it up and simply decorated it for you. In the future, if you have any needs, you can add more according to your personal living habits at any time. Just let me know at any time. Ling Zhen's personal belongings had been moved away long ago. Other than some necessary facilities, the entire room could be said to be empty. Of course, Ling Yan needed to add something. Alright, second uncle, I understand. Ling Yan didn't beat around the bush. He nodded with a smile. After that, Ling Yu inquired about Ling Yan's situation in detail. The three of them began a secret discussion. The main topic was, of course, the battle to the death in 3 days. This conversation took up close to 2 hours. After the secret discussion, Ling Yan asked Ling Yu about the location of the remaining hundreds of lead balls. Then, he let Ling Yu and Chui Lao rest. When it was close to midnight, Ling Yan left the Ling family's ancestral home alone to collect the hundreds of lead balls. Then, he went straight to the Assassins organization in Beijing. According to the old rules, the Ling family had to inform the Sun and Chen families of the location of the death battle the next morning. Therefore, Ling Yan had to take advantage of tonight to set up the battlefield and make the final preparations for this battle. To be continued. Ling Yan went to the border between Yunming Mountain and Longyun Mountain to set up the battlefield for the Assassins organization in Beijing. Speaking of which, after the representatives of the smaller families were kicked out of the Ling family, they carried Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, whose legs were broken, out of the Ling family carefully and quietly. It wasn't until they walked out of the Ling family's ancestral home and came to the roadside that the fear in these people's hearts began to subside. However, what replaced it was regret that grew heavier and heavier, as well as traces of anger that gradually rose in everyone's hearts. This anger was, of course, directed at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. Ling Yan's last words in the Ling family's living room were still echoing in their ears. It made them feel as if there were 15 drums beating in their hearts, making them anxious and restless. This was because Ling Yan's process of settling the accounts was too swift and straightforward. From the beginning to the end, his performance was too strong and too confident. Even though these people fawned on the rich and powerful, they weren't stupid. On the contrary, they were all shrewd monkeys. They could naturally feel that Ling Yan's confidence wasn't fake. Furthermore, even though they only got back half of the money, it was still more than 10 billion yuan. If a family really felt that they were going to be wiped out, they wouldn't have given away more than 10 billion yuan so easily. The Ling family should have left a way out for themselves. At the very least, they should have transferred a portion of their assets to their descendants so that they could make a comeback. This was because 3 days later, the Ling family was going to have a life-and-death battle with the alliance of the Sun and Chen families. For a family as big as the Ling family, no one would believe that they didn't leave a way out for themselves even though they knew that they were going to lose. However, Ling Yan's actions in the living room just now did not look like he was leaving a way out for the Ling family. Not even the slightest bit. What did this mean? This could only mean one thing. For this battle, at least from the Ling family's side, they were confident that they would win. Thinking deeper into the matter, the Ling family had never sent anyone to cause trouble for the Sun and Chen families before the battle to the death. Instead, it was the Sun and Chen families who found Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming, asking them to take the lead and instigate these people to cause trouble for the Ling family. Which side was more guilty, and which side was less confident? If he really had the confidence to crush his opponent, why would he use such a lowly method? Thus, the more these people thought about it, the more they felt that something was wrong. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had been tricked by Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming. This was especially so for old Lu. After listening to Ling Yan's words, he seemed to be in a daze. He didn't even help to carry the two crippled men. Bang! In such a worrying mood, someone let go of Han Tiexin and threw him to the ground after walking more than 10 meters out of the Ling family's main gate. It was Zhang Xiaodong, the representative of the Zhang family. He was the first to protest. Bang! Since someone had taken the lead, the other representatives of the smaller families also let go and threw Zhao Jingming to the ground. Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming already had their legs broken. Now that they were thrown to the ground, the two of them let out two miserable howls due to the intense pain. Everyone looked at him coldly, especially Zhang Xiaodong. He lowered his head to look at Han Tiexin, who was howling miserably on the ground, and said coldly, "The one with the surname Han, I'm warning you seriously. Listen carefully. This time, you were the one who came to my house to settle the debt. You were the one who urged me to come, telling me that the Ling family would definitely lose. 4 days later, if the Ling family really loses, I will personally come to your house to thank you and apologize to you. I will also not forget to compensate you. But if the Ling family wins, I, Zhang Xiaodong, swear that I will use all the connections in the Zhang family to make the Han family pay a heavy price." As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaodong practically gnashed his teeth, and he wished for nothing more than to fiercely kick Han Tiexin a few more times. The people from the Feng family quickly followed and said, "Yes, yes, it's the same for the Feng family. The one with the surname Han, if you didn't personally come to my house to tell me, I wouldn't even know about this duel to the death." The cooperation between the Feng family and the Ling family was good, but now it's all ruined by you. Yes, it's the same for the Wan family, count the Yu family in as well. In an instant, Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming became the target of the other 10 smaller families. This was human nature. When it came to the benefits of one's own family, there would be no friends or loyalty. It was all selfish. But at this time, Han Tiexin and Zhao Jingming were in so much pain that they almost fainted. They only cared about howling in pain. How could they care about defending themselves? The people from the other 10 families gritted their teeth and scolded the two of them. After saying some harsh words, they got into their own cars and left. They didn't care about the life and death of the two of them at all. In the end, the chauffeur and bodyguards that the two of them had brought with them found them. They ran over and carried them to the car to send them to the hospital. On the way to the hospital, Han Tiexin endured the pain and took out his phone. He found a number and dialed it. He called someone from the Chen family. The plan failed. Yes, the Ling family has already paid us back. Also, I have to trouble you, to tell Mr. Chen that the Han family will no longer be involved in this matter. The new master of the Ling family is too fierce. We can't afford to offend him. Han Tianxin didn't even dare to mention that his leg was broken by the Ling family. He couldn't afford to offend either the Ling family or the Chen family. On the other side, Zhao Jingming also made a call. What he said was similar to what Han Tianxin said. Today, they at least understood one thing. Even if they wanted to be used as a tool, they still needed to be qualified. Facing giants like the Ling family and the Chen family, their qualifications were far from enough. On the same night, in the Chen family's ancestral home in the south of Beijing. Different from the Ling family's 9-layered courtyard, the Chen family's ancestral home was a huge courtyard. Of course, even though it only had one courtyard, it was frighteningly large. Moreover, the Chen family's ancestral home was surrounded by more than 1,000 square meters of property. Of course, this place was far from the bustling city, and most of the buildings were mainly for the Chen family to live in. At this time, the courtyard of the Chen family's ancestral home was heavily guarded by the Chen family's suicide squad. The security was as tight as an iron bucket. Even a sparrow couldn't fly in. In the spacious living room of the main house, there were many people dressed in different attire. They were in a secret meeting. One of them was the number one person in the Chen family, Chen Jingxian of the Huaxia Heavenly Group. Behind him stood the current master of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng. The old master of the Chen family, Chen Jingtian, wasn't present. On the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, his right elbow was smashed by Ling Yun outside the entrance of the cemetery. He also had 7 or 8 broken ribs. He was seriously injured and was still recuperating. In the entire Huaxia, other than Ling Yun's healing talismans, no one could heal such injuries in 7 days, no matter how many people Chen Jingxian knew. However, Chen Haipeng had only suffered internal injuries, which were healed by Chen Jingshuan's true qi. After 6 to 7 days of recuperation, he was fine. Across from Chen Jingxian sat the head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu. Behind him stood his most outstanding son and grandson, Sun Tianluo and Sun Ju. Facing Chen Jingxian, the 3 heads of the Sun family were rather reserved. Even the head of the Sun family, Sun Jinwu, was no exception. This was because Chen Jingxian was from the Huaxia Heavenly Group, an expert at the peak of the first level of the divine power realm. Other than the Sun family and the Chen family, there were 2 other groups of people in the living room. These 2 groups belonged to the Sun family and the Chen family respectively. On the Chen family's side, there were 5 other people, all dressed in black and wearing masks. Even in the brightly lit living room, they refused to remove their masks. These 5 people were all Japanese ninjas, 5 shadow ninjas from the Tokugawa clan. The leader of the shadow ninjas sat boldly beside Chen Jingxian. Even though he was under the light, he seemed to be in a shadow. It was impossible to see him clearly. This shadow ninja was the leader of the ninjas sent by the Tokugawa clan. His name was Tokugawa Yuke's, and he was a level 3 shadow ninja. Behind Tokugawa Yuke stood 4 other shadow ninjas. They weren't tall, and they looked very skinny. However, their bodies contained shocking explosive power and combat power. The names of these 4 shadow ninjas were Tokugawa Muing, Tokugawa Takiaki, Tokugawa Takashi, and Tokugawa Takiaki. This time, the Tokugawa clan really went all out in order to deal with Ling Yun. They actually sent 5 shadow ninjas to help the Chen family in a life-and-death battle. They were determined to get their hands on the Shinnon cauldron. On the Sun family's side, there were a total of 9 people. Among them, there were 2 elders, 4 middle-aged men, and 3 youths. Ling Yun would have recognized these 9 people immediately if he had seen them. They were the 9 oddly dressed people he met at the Capital International Airport when he first came to Beijing. These 9 people were specially invited by the Sun family to deal with Ling Yun after they heard that he had come to Beijing for the first time. They were worried that Ling Yun would cause trouble for the Sun family. They were the Bailey family, a hidden family in the East Ocean Rogue Cultivators Alliance. The 2 old men were divinity realm experts as well. They were called Bailey Tianzua and Bailey Tianyu, and they were currently sitting next to Sun Jinwu, their expressions indifferent and silent. However, other than the Tokugawa clan and the Bailey family of the East Ocean Rogue Cultivators Alliance, none of the masters from the Huaxia Heavenly Group were present. The Heaven Group protected the country. Although the experts of the Heaven Group in China might not be completely united, they had their own principles and rules. Tonight, there were people from Japan, so Chen Jingxian couldn't let them come here to participate in the secret meeting. Otherwise, the Heavenly Group and the East Ocean Rogue cultivators might not see eye to eye and start fighting. Even Qin Jingxian wouldn't be able to stop them. If that happened, Qin Jingxian would be shooting himself in the foot. The people he invited to help him would start fighting before the life and death battle. It was almost 10 o'clock at night. The Sun family, Qin family, and the four big families had been discussing for more than an hour. The topic of their discussion tonight was undoubtedly the life and death battle with the Ling family in 3 days. To be continued. The living room of the Qin family's ancestral home was really too big. There were more than 20 people in the room, but it didn't seem crowded at all. After the secret discussion just now, I'm sure everyone has a thorough understanding of Ling Yun's true strength and the overall strength of the Ling family. Zhenwu, why don't you share your thoughts on how this battle should be fought? Qin Jingxian said to Sun Zhenwu. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. Tonight, after the Sun and Qin families met here, they immediately began exchanging information. They shared all the information they had gathered about Ling Yun and the Ling family without reservation. They conducted a thorough analysis of Ling Yun and the Ling family, since the Sun and Qin families had publicly announced their alliance to fight to the death with the Ling family at the end of the month. There was no need to hide anything from each other. It could be said that these two alliances had gathered all the information they had on Ling Yun. After exchanging information, it was equivalent to investigating Ling Yun's strength and abilities, as well as his past experiences. From the moment he rose to power to the very beginning, Ling Yun was a cultivator, and it was very likely that he was a Buddhist, Taoist, and demonic cultivator. The true strength he displayed was definitely enough to instantly kill a Xiantian realm level 8 master. He could even easily defeat a master who had just advanced to the first level of the divine power realm. Ling Yun could kill people above his level. Not only was Ling Yun's godly strength astonishing, but his Qigong was also superb. His ghostly movements were close to teleportation, and he had the devil's blade with him as well as a space-type treasure. Ling Yun had a large amount of dragon saliva, many magical talismans, and was proficient in spell formations. In the Immortal Ridge, Ling Yun once killed more than a dozen Japanese ninjas sent by the Qin family, as well as hundreds of marquises, earls, and viscounts of the Blood Clan, including Qin Jianhao and Tokugawa Mudo. At Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yun once fought against the 8 sects of Huaxia single-handedly, causing dozens of masters to return in defeat, even Grand Duke Dracula. Personally went to Qingshui City to find trouble with Ling Yun, but he never returned. He must have been killed by Ling Yun. The second time he returned to Beijing, Ling Yun rescued Ling Xiao at the first instant. No one knew how he found him, how he rescued him, or who his opponent was. Beside Ling Yun were 5 powerful members of the Blood Clan. They were willing to be his servants and were loyal to him. Now, the Ling family had mysteriously obtained a fortuitous encounter, and everyone's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Ling Lai from the Ling family, who had truly advanced to the first level of the divine power realm. In Qingshui City, Ling Yun was accompanied by a beautiful girl called Bai Xianer. Her strength was unfathomable, but no one knew if she would come for this battle. Moreover, now that it had been confirmed that Ling Yun was the son of the previous Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yin Qingxian, it was unknown whether the current Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yi Xingchen, would help Ling Yun in the deathmatch. And so on and so forth. In short, everything that Ling Yun didn't intentionally hide, the Qin family and the Sun family investigated thoroughly. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Ling Yun was like that, and the Sun and Qin families were facing a battle of life and death. Of course, the information that the Sun and Qin families gathered was only up to the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar. As for all the preparations that Qin Jingxian made after the battle with the Ling family, the two families still had no idea about the trump cards that Ling Yun had hidden. For example, Ling Yun had already advanced to the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2, and he already had divine energy. For example, the inheritance of the Ling family, the ghost god Willow, could reverse nurture the Ling family. For example, Ling Yun had cultivated the Yinyang True Qi chain and cultivated all kinds of level 7 talismans in seclusion. These were all top secrets that Ling Yun guarded with all his might. It was impossible for the Sun and Qin families to find out. As for the Emperor Brush, the Earth Emperor's book, the Bodhi seed, the mysterious gourd, and the Green Lantern Buddhist beads, other than a few people that Ling Yun trusted the most, no one else would know about them. At this moment, facing Qin Jingshuan's question, Sun Jinwu's expression was a little awkward. He pondered for a long time before saying, "Old Chen, I won't hide it from you. I'm sure you understand the current situation of the Sun family. We really have no choice but to fight 3 battles with the Ling family." Sun Jinwu addressed Qin Jingxian as Old Chen, which was a respectful way of addressing Qin Jingxian. He had no choice. The Bailey family had a total of 2 experts of the divine power realm. Including the one from the heavenly team who wasn't here, there were a total of 3. However, looking at the Qin family, Qin Jingxian himself was an expert of the divine power realm. Together with the 5 shadow ninjas and the 4 experts from the heavenly team, the Qin family alone had 10 experts of the divine power realm. Even though they were all part of the 8 big families of Huaxia, when it came to life and death, everything depended on strength. Qin Jingxian nodded. He nonchalantly glanced at the 2 elders from the Bailey clan, then indifferently said, "Jinwu, how about this? Since our 2 clans have formed an alliance, let's fight 5 rounds with the Ling clan. Your family will fight 2 battles, and mine 3. How about the best of 5? Even though the Qin family and Sun family had formed an alliance to fight the Ling family, they were doing it for themselves. The Qin family couldn't take on the Ling family alone just because they were strong. If that was the case, what was the use of an alliance? Qin Jingxian smiled. According to the current information, the Ling family only has 2 people who can participate in the battle of life and death, Ling Lai and Ling Yun. If we consider the possible factors, it would be Ling Yun calling by Xiener from Qingshui City and Yi Xingchen, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect. They only have 4 people at most, but both sides have to fight 5 battles. We can crush the Ling family in terms of overall strength and numbers. Sun Jinwu and the other 2 elders' faces darkened. If their family had to fight 2 battles, they would definitely be in the first 2. If Ling Yun fought personally, they might become cannon fodder. After all, there was no fixed format in a battle of life and death. It was understandable if Ling Yun wanted to fight 5 battles alone. Old Chen, Sun Jinwu wanted to bring this up, but he didn't want to ruin his family's prestige. If he didn't fight, it would be equivalent to admitting that he didn't believe the Bailey family could defeat Ling Yun. If that was the case, why did they come from the East Sea to Beijing? Qin Jingxian was an expert in the divine state. He could naturally sense the strength of the 2 experts from the Bailey family. He understood Sun Jinwu's worries. Hence, he glanced at the 2 elders from the Bailey family and said with a playful smile, "Jinwu, since you're worried, I won't force you. How about this, we'll win 3 out of 5 battles. No matter how they fight, as long as Ling Yun fights, the Qin family will handle it. How about this? Ling Lai just advanced to the divine state. His realm isn't stable, so it's not too much to leave it to the Sun family, right?" Qin Jingxian said faintly as he glanced at Bailey Tianzhua and Bailey Tianyu. Humph. Sure enough, after being goaded by Qin Jingxian, the people of the Bailey clan couldn't take it anymore. It was a young man named Bailey Lei. This young man was the one who confronted Ling Yun at the Beijing International Airport. At that time, he said to Ling Yun that there would be a battle the next time they met. Bailey Lei had a bad temper and an arrogant personality. He grew up on an island and was extremely arrogant. He looked down on the ancient martial arts sects of the mainland. Of course, he looked down on the Sun family and the Qin family even more. Just now, he heard the Sun family and the Qin family talking about Ling Yun. He couldn't hold it in anymore. Now that he was provoked by Qin Jingxian, he completely exploded. Bailey Lei snorted coldly and said without a care, "It's just Ling Yun. Who does he think he is? Isn't he just a cultivator? The East Sea has them too. He's just a kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How can he scare you like this? Has the ancient martial arts world of the Huaxia mainland fallen to such a state? On the day of the death match in 3 days, the Qin family doesn't need to fight. The Ling family will be handled by the Bailey family. I guarantee that they will piss their pants in terror." Bailey Lei was an expert at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. 2 months ago, he had provoked Ling Yun and almost fought with him at the airport. Unfortunately, Bailey Tianzhua stopped him. He absolutely didn't believe that Ling Yun could grow to such a level in less than 2 months. Therefore, he was very displeased to see the Sun family and the Qin family scheming against each other. Xianxia was waiting for this moment. He laughed in his heart when he saw that Bailey Lei couldn't hold it in anymore and took the initiative to speak. Lei shut up. Bailey Lei's grandfather, Bailey Tianzhua, shouted in a deep voice. Sure enough, one sentence made Bailey Lei shut up obediently. Then, Bailey Tianzhua looked at Xianxia meaningfully. After a while, Bailey Tianzhua suddenly smiled. Mr. Chen, there's no need to provoke me. Bailey Tianzhua looked at Sun Jinwu calmly. Don't worry, Elder Sunday, our Bailey family has been in the East Sea for a long time. No matter what, we are one of the big families in the East Sea Alliance of itinerant cultivators. At the invitation of Elder Sun, our Bailey clan has come to the continent to return a great favor to the Sun clan. Since we are here, our Bailey family is not afraid of anyone. Bailey Tianzuo's gaze swept across Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu again. How about this, no matter who the Ling family sends out for the first 2 rounds, the Bailey family will take them on. Alright. Chen Jingxian immediately cheered before Sun Jinwu could speak. He didn't give Sun Jinwu a chance to regret at all. Mr. Bailey is very straightforward. That's settled then. Sun Jinwu cried bitterly in his heart. The Bailey family had been in the East Sea for a long time and didn't know the situation on the mainland. They were too arrogant, Bailey Tianzhua continued. However, let me make this clear first. If our Bailey family kills Ling Yun in the first 2 rounds, then everything he has on him will belong to our Bailey family. No way. Before Bailey Tianzhua could finish his sentence, they heard a sinister voice. It was Tokugawa Xiongfeng. Ling Yun has killed too many people from East Sea. We cannot live under the same sky as him. This Ling Yun can only be killed by the Tokugawa family. His things must also belong to the Tokugawa family. Tokugawa Xiongfeng said coldly. Tokugawa Xiongfeng was insufferably arrogant. To be continued, there was once a joke about a husband and wife. The husband was a lottery addict and insisted on buying lottery tickets every day. It was a pity that he had never won a $5 million prize. One night, the husband and wife couldn't sleep, so they laid in bed and chatted. The husband said that if he won $5 million, he could buy whatever he wanted. Hubby, if you really win $5 million, what are you going to do with the money? The wife asked hopefully. In the end, her husband counted with his fingers and said that he wanted to buy a good car for himself first, then a good phone and a good computer. He also wanted to leave some for his parents and other relatives who were in financial difficulties. After that, he could consider changing his house. The husband talked non-stop, but his wife wasn't satisfied. How can there be such a stingy person in this world? I've worked so hard for this family, but you don't even want to share anything with me. You have no conscience at all. However, the husband was furious. I'm not giving anything to you. The more you scold me, the worse I'll treat you. In the end, the husband and wife quarreled and even fought. Eventually, the wife called the police. Things only calmed down when the police arrived. A couple in real life actually fought over the problem of unequal distribution of the prize because of their fantasy of winning the lottery. This was a real person and a real thing. At this moment, in the living room of the Chen family's ancestral home, the scene between Tokugawa Xiongkaze and Bailey Tianzhua was very similar to the situation in a joke. The battle between the Ling family and the Chen family hadn't even begun. However, the helpers from the 2 families were already arguing over how to split Ling Yun's belongings after killing him. If Ling Yun were to see this scene, he might burst out laughing on the spot. Unlike Sun Jinwu, Bailey Tianzhua was very confident about the battle in 3 days. He firmly believed that his family could easily kill Ling Yun. However, the Japanese ninja, Tokugawa Xiongkaze, was even more confident about killing Ling Yun. He was even more arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This was because Tokugawa Xiongkaze was a level 3 shadow ninja. The Japanese shadow ninjas were divided into 9 levels just like the Divine Realm. Level 3 shadow ninjas corresponded to the 3rd level of the Divine Realm. Moreover, among the 4 shadow ninjas, Tokugawa Takeaki and Tokugawa Takeaki were level 2 shadow ninjas, while the other 2 were level 1 shadow ninjas. Tokugawa Yoshikazu was arrogant because he had the capital to be arrogant. With his current cultivation base, he could naturally tell that the Japanese ninjas were the strongest in the huge living room. When Xianxia saw that the Bailey clan and the Tokugawa clan had started to quarrel due to his provocation, the corners of Xianxuan's mouth curled up imperceptibly. A cunning smile appeared in his eyes. Just now, they had already analyzed all of Ling Yun's combat strength in detail. They hadn't expected the Bailey family to be unafraid of Ling Yun at all. This made Xianxia a little surprised. He knew that the Bailey family definitely had their own trump card. They had analyzed Ling Yun's strength in detail just now, but they didn't expect the Bailey family to be unafraid of Ling Yun. This surprised Xianxia. He knew that the Bailey family had their own trump card. No matter how strong you, Ling Yun, are, in the end, just an early-stage qi cultivating stage cultivator. With these two parties rushing to make a move, even if it's a battle of attrition, you, Ling Yun, will still be exhausted to death. Xianxia was indeed a sly old fox. He calculated everything in his mind. However, the Sun and Chen families were in an alliance now, so Xianxia naturally couldn't let the people they had invited fight each other before the actual battle. Therefore, he hurriedly assumed the role of a peacemaker and advised, Mr. Tokugawa, Mr. Bailey, I absolutely believe that both of you have the ability to kill Ling Yun now. However, the real battle is still 3 days from now, and the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. There's no need for us to quarrel over something that hasn't even happened yet. Otherwise, we'll hurt our relationship, don't you think so? As for the distribution of Ling Yun's belongings, why don't we wait for him to be killed or captured alive, or after the battle is over before we sit down and discuss? Xianxia smiled and spread his hands. However, the Chen family will make our stance clear first. After we win, we won't take anything from Ling Yun. Then, Xianxia looked at Sun Jinwu. It was obvious that he wanted Sun Jinwu to make his stance clear as well. Sun Jinwu invited the Bailey family over to protect the Sun family from being annihilated by Ling Yun. Even though he coveted the things that Ling Yun had on him, he deeply understood that the Sun family had no right to share the spoils with the other 3 parties. Therefore, he nodded his head and smiled. As long as we can win and kill Ling Yun, defeat the Ling family, and let the Sun family vent our anger, we will be satisfied. As for Ling Yun's belongings, the Sun family won't take any of them. The Sun family and the Chen family had paid a huge price to invite the Bailey family and the Tokugawa family to help them. However, what they wanted was to defeat the Ling family, protect their status in Xianxia, and covet the Ling family's assets. As for the rest, they didn't dare to think about it. Their goal was to lure the wolf to drive the tiger away. It would be too greedy to think about snatching the meat from the wolf. After hearing Chen Jingshuan's advice and the Sun family's stance, Bailey Tianzhua and Tokugawa Yankes finally stopped quarreling. They both snorted coldly and dropped the matter. The East Ocean was above the East Ocean. The East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance was naturally inextricably linked to the entire East Ocean. They had all kinds of cooperation between them. Of course, they were also deeply wary and guarded against each other. Xianxia calmed down the quarrel between the 2 parties. His goal had been achieved. Therefore, he looked at Sun Jinwu and said, Jinwu, then this matter is decided. 3 days later, our 2 families and the Ling family will win 3 out of 5 rounds. Your Sun family will fight the first 2 rounds while our Chen family will fight the last 3 rounds. With so many of us, we can take turns to wear him down. At that time, even if it's a battle of attrition, we can still exhaust that little bastard from the Ling family to death. Xianxia said viciously as a sinister expression appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly. What else could Sun Jinwu say when the Bailey family was already fighting? He bowed slightly and said, then we shall follow old Chen's arrangements. Xianxia suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He stood up amidst his laughter and released his aura. He said fiercely, Ling Yun, you little B*****, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you go against the Sun and Chen families at the same time? With that, he retracted his smile and looked at Sun Jinwu again. Jinwu, according to the old rules, we can get the Ling family to tell us the location of the deathmatch tomorrow. Why don't the 2 of us go to the Ling family and pay them a visit? We can also find out the truth about the Ling family. Sun Jinwu had already stood up. He smiled and said, let's do as old Chen says. In Sun Jinwu's opinion, since the Bailey family still had the confidence to win after thoroughly understanding Ling Yun's combat strength, then the Ling family was definitely going to lose this battle. His mind was greatly relaxed. Thus, he said in a relaxed manner, "But I think the Ling family should be in a terrible mess right now, right?" Ha 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 ha. The Sun family and Chen family's public alliance created a huge commotion that was like a sudden clap of thunder. They had already formed a one-sided crushing force against the Ling family. Sun Jinwu naturally knew that the Chen family had arranged for Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming to take the lead and cause trouble at the Ling family these few days. This was only the first step for the Sun family and the Chen family to deal with the Ling family. In their opinion, the Ling family wouldn't be able to handle this step at all. The Ling family must be in a mess by now. However, it was at this moment that a member of the Chen clan's younger generation hurried over to the door. His face was clearly filled with anxiety and a deep sense of defeat. Chen Jingxian turned his head and looked at the junior of the Chen family. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" "Uncle, Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming called separately just now." The Ling family. Halfway through his sentence, the man saw that there were so many people in the room. He suddenly shut his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Chen Jingxian knew that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Haiming, everyone in this room is one of us. You can speak freely." All he saw was Chen Haiming standing outside the door with a bitter face. He said softly, "Uncle, we just received news that the first step of our plan has failed. The Ling family has already settled the accounts of all the small families that worked with them. Those people only got half of the money back. Moreover, Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, who we sent to cause trouble, had their legs broken by the Ling family." "What?" This, Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu were instantly shocked after hearing Chen Haiming's account. Both of their faces were filled with disbelief. How did the Ling family get so much money all of a sudden? That was absolutely impossible. Moreover, that wasn't the key point. The key point was that the Ling family was going to have a life and death battle in 3 days. Why would they still be willing to settle the accounts with these small families at this time? Did the Ling family not even leave a path of retreat for themselves? Chen Haipeng and Sun Tianluo looked at each other and asked the question in their hearts almost simultaneously. They heard Chen Haiming say with an extremely ugly expression, "Reporting to master, Ling Yun is now the master of the Ling family." He actually used his own money to settle the accounts of the Ling family, a total of 10.8 billion yuan. Hearing this, the faces of the Sun and Chen families showed a look of realization. However, they were also shocked by Ling Yun's boldness and wealth. Ling Yun's move was simply a slap in the face. This way, as long as the news spread tomorrow, the momentum created by the alliance between the Sun and Chen families would be instantly reduced. Chen Jingxian snorted coldly and said angrily, "Humph, it's that 10 billion yuan from the Chao family that helped that little bastard a lot." However, Chen Jingxian didn't care about the matter of money. His expression was so gloomy that it was almost dripping water. He asked in a low voice, "Did you just say that Ling Yun actually became the master of the Ling family?" Chen Haiming lowered his head and answered honestly, "Yes." To be continued. Chen Jingxian naturally knew that Ling Yun was already the head of the Ling family. On the afternoon of the 15th day of the 7th lunar month, Ling Lai announced that Ling Yun was the new head of the Ling family in front of the Chen family and all the spies sent by the various forces at the entrance of the cemetery. He officially pushed Ling Yun out. At that time, this announcement had shocked everyone in the Chen family and those who were paying attention to the movements of the Ling family. However, Ling Lai had announced this because he was forced by the situation. Chen Jingtian was talking to Ling Lai, and Ling Lai couldn't handle Ling Yun's sudden appearance. Chen Jingtian found an excuse to accuse Ling Yun of not respecting his elders and not following the rules. In order to protect his grandson, Ling Lai had no choice but to find an excuse at the last minute to push Ling Yun into the center of the whirlpool in Beijing. After thinking about it, the various forces all felt that the Ling family was only giving Ling Yun an empty title to push him out. It was impossible for him to truly take over the Ling family. The announcement was one thing, but whether or not it was the truth, whether or not Ling Yun had truly taken over the Ling family and started managing the internal and external affairs of the Ling family, that was another matter entirely. Was it for convenience? Was it just an empty title? Or was it because he had actual power? The difference was like heaven and earth. That was why Chen Jingxian asked such a question. What the hell is that old man Ling Lai doing? Has he lost his mind? After getting another confirmation, Chen Jingshuan's expression became even uglier. He frowned, his eyes flickering as he pondered the Ling family's intentions. In fact, Chen Jingxian knew that Ling Yun's current strength was definitely the best in the Ling family. According to his realm, he was naturally the most suitable person to be the head of the Ling family. However, Ling Yun was only 18 years old after all. Furthermore, he had just returned to his family. Ling Lai couldn't wait to push him onto the position of the head of the Ling family. This was too hasty. This was too much of a child's play. Even if Ling Zhen didn't become the head of the Ling family still had Ling Lai, Ling Yu, and Ling Xiao. The position of the head of the Ling family would never be given to Ling Yun. He was too young and a cultivation genius. His cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and this was the time when he should be focusing on cultivation. How would he have the time to deal with the miscellaneous affairs of the Ling family? Chen Jingshuan's thoughts flashed like lightning, and he instantly understood two things. Firstly, around the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the Ling family must have undergone a huge change. Or rather, something unknown must have happened to the family. At the very least, it was not like what the Ling family had announced to the public. The Ling family must have been hiding something. Otherwise, Ling Zhen would not have been able to step down from the position of patriarch. Secondly, the current Ling family, from the outside to the inside, had undergone a profound change. These huge changes were something that the spies sent out by the Sun and Chen families could not find out at all. From these 2 points, it could be seen that the current Ling family had undergone an earth-shattering change compared to the original Ling family. On the 15th of July, Chen Jingxian rushed to the cemetery to save Chen Jingtian and Chen Haipeng. He also met all the direct descendants of the Ling family there. Of course, Chen Jingxian was well aware of the things that the Ling family had deliberately revealed. However, he felt that he could not see through the Ling family now. This made him feel a deep sense of fear. Just as Chen Jingxian was thinking hard about the changes that had taken place in the Ling family in the past 7 days and what preparations Ling Yun had made for the battle of life and death, Tokugawa Xianxia, who was beside him, suddenly laughed maniacally. His laughter sounded like the cry of an owl, dry, hoarse, and extremely terrifying. Mr. Chen, Tokugawa Xianxia suddenly stopped laughing. His small eyes flashed with obvious disdain and mockery as he said faintly, "Mr. Chen, you Huaxia people really like to scheme and play these little tricks behind the scenes." He raised a hand to the tip of his nose and shook his index finger a few times. Then, he said coldly, "We East Asians are completely different. If we find someone who dares to go against us, we will always crush them." At that moment, Tokugawa Xianxia's eyes and expression were filled with pride and confidence. "Mr. Chen, don't worry. You don't have to resort to any tricks. No matter who the Ling family sends out to fight in 3 days, we, the Tokugawa family, will settle everything for you." Chen Jingxian was very unhappy to be looked down upon by Tokugawa Xianxia. However, he was the one who invited the Tokugawa family to help him. He could only suppress his anger and say calmly, "Then, I will have to trouble Mr. Tokugawa during the battle of life and death." The Chen family paid a huge price to invite the Tokugawa family to help. Not only did Chen Jingxian promise that the Shinnon cauldron would belong to the Tokugawa family after Ling Yun was killed, but he also promised the Tokugawa family huge benefits. Chen Jingxian did this because he not only needed the Tokugawa family to help him kill Ling Yun in the battle of life and death, but he also needed to leave a way out for the Chen family. Chen Jingxian was a genius to be able to cultivate to the peak of the first level of the divine power realm. As the saying went, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Even if Chen Jingxian was confident of winning, he had to be prepared for failure. Now that Chen Jianwei was finished, he was nowhere to be seen. The Chen family of the blood clan couldn't be counted on, so he could only rely on the Tokugawa family in the east. While the Chen family was making all sorts of preparations for the battle of life and death, they had also arranged for some important figures and outstanding juniors to go to the east to seek protection from the Tokugawa family. Of course, due to the country's restrictions, the Chen family couldn't transfer such a huge amount of wealth overseas in such a short time. This was the Chen family's way. out. Therefore, Tokugawa Xianxia could only choose to endure before the outcome of the battle of life and death was revealed. Naturally, the Sun family was the same. However, the Sun family's way out was the East Ocean Itinerant Cultivators Alliance, which was the Bailey family. This way, the Sun family and the Qin family were already at a disadvantage compared to the Ling family. Ling Yun didn't think of any way out at all. He was prepared to fight with all his might. Ling Yun firmly believed that he would win. Qin Jingxian knew that the first step of the plan against the Ling family had completely failed due to the news brought by Qin Haiming. They had been dealt a heavy blow by Ling Yun, so they no longer had the mood to continue the conversation. After a few more casual words, Qin Jingxian got up to send the guests off. He asked the servants to bring the Tokugawa family to the guest room to rest and instructed them to take good care of them. On Sun Jinwu's side, Sun Ju brought the Bailey family back to the Sun family to rest. In the end, only Qin Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, and Sun Tianluo were left in the living room. They still had to discuss in secret. Of course, Chen Haipeng and Sun Tianluo had no right to interrupt with Qin Jingxian and Sun Jinwu around. They could only listen. Jinwu, I've met Master Lu Mingju from the Heaven Group of Huaxia once or twice, so we can be considered acquaintances. Lu Mingju was a direct disciple of the Arhat Hall of the Shaolin Temple. His cultivation base was in the middle of the first stage of the Divine Realm. He had 9 of the Shaolin 72 ultimate techniques and was born with extraordinary strength. His weapon of choice was a Luohan spade. The Heaven Group of Huaxia only had a few hundred people. Apart from the younger generation that was still being nurtured, the rest had basically reached the Divine Realm. However, these people only joined the Heaven Group to protect the country. They would only be summoned together to fight for the country when the country was facing a huge disaster, including natural and man-made disasters or foreign invasions. Usually, these people were very free. They all had their own sects or families, and they also had their own cultivation grounds. They wouldn't see each other for 8 to 10 years, sometimes even 20 to 30 years. For example, although Qin Jingxian belonged to the Heaven Group, he hadn't carried out a mission for the Heaven Group for more than 10 years. Even if they occasionally carried out secret missions, they would only travel in groups of 3 to 5 people. Now that the country was prosperous and the world was at peace, there was nothing too big for these people to move together. The internal members of the Huaxia Heaven Group might become mortal enemies because of the conflicts between sects and clans. This kind of thing was very normal. If there was a personal grudge or a family grudge between them, as long as the situation was not too big, the country would not interfere. However, the interests of the country were paramount. Once the country was in trouble and these people were summoned together, all personal grudges and family feuds must be put aside. Otherwise, if anyone didn't listen, the old men of the Heaven Group would personally suppress them. This was the management method of the Heaven Group. When it was necessary to fight for the country, everything else must be put aside. However, when the country didn't summon them, as long as they didn't harm the country, it didn't matter if their members were friends or enemies. Even if they were crippled, no one would care. It was precisely because of this that the life and death battle between the Chen and Ling families was a family matter. The Chen family could invite the Tokugawa clan to help. This was the solution to the mixing of the secular world and the ancient martial arts world. Private affairs, family affairs, and national affairs were clearly separated, clearly. Of course, there were many benefits to joining the Heaven Group. First of all, the members of the Heaven Group would have terrifying privileges. Another was that they could receive the cultivation resources they needed at fixed intervals. Terrifying privileges and the ability to receive cultivation resources at fixed intervals. Just these 2 reasons alone caused many people who had reached the requirements to be very willing to join the Huaxia Heaven Group. The Master Lu Mingju that Qin Jingxian mentioned was naturally the person whom the Sun family had invited to help in the life and death battle against Ling Yun with the protection of their ancestors. That was why Qin Jingxian said that he and Master Lu Mingju had only met once or twice. The Heaven Group wasn't a military unit. People in a company or a squad were as close as real brothers. Sun Jinwu was the head of one of the 8 big families in Huaxia. He was able to invite Lu Mingju, so he naturally understood the situation of the Heaven Group very well. That was why he nodded. Qin Jingxian simply used telepathy to say, due to my status and duty, I didn't say much in front of the Bailey family and the Tokugawa clan. Sun Jinwoo nodded solemnly again to express his understanding. Qin Jingxian said, Jinwoo, now that things have come to this, I can tell you the truth. I am confident that if Ling Lai from the Ling family were to fight, with Master Lu Mingju's cultivation, he would definitely be able to defeat him easily. It's the end of the month, please check your ticket warehouse and give your precious vote to Martial God Dragon Emperor. Old Boo thanks. Please vote monthly. Qin Jingxian could clearly see that Sun Jinwoo wasn't at ease, so he was trying to boost his opponent's morale. He had decided to win 3 out of 5 rounds and let the Sun family fight the first 2 rounds. The Sun-Qin alliance. Even if the Qin family was really using the Sun family as a spear, he had to at least make the spear sharper so that it could cause more damage to the Ling family. Even if the Sun family was really cannon fodder, Qin Jingxian had to make sure that the sparks from the cannon fodder would splash out and burn the Ling family a little more. Are you serious, Elder Chen? Hearing Qin Jingshuan's words, Sun Jinwoo's eyes were indeed a little more excited, and he hurriedly asked for confirmation. Frankly speaking, the Sun-Qin alliance meant that the Sun family was relying on the Qin family. This was something that both families were well aware of. If the Sun family joined hands with the Qin family and joined hands with the Ling family, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. However, if the Sun family didn't join hands with the Qin family and the Qin family lost, the Sun family would definitely be crushed by the Ling family. Therefore, even though Sun Jinwoo knew that the Qin family was using him as a tool, he could only swallow his anger. He had no choice because he didn't know if the people he invited could win against Ling Yun. This was because Ling Yun was simply too heaven-defying. This point had been fully verified outside the gate of the cemetery. Ling Yun swept through the entire Sun family with just a lift of his hand. There were only a few dozen people in their family, but they couldn't even fight back against Ling Yun. The Sun family was completely terrified of Ling Yun. Moreover, the Sun family couldn't figure out Ling Yun's strength, and it wasn't convenient for them to ask Lu Mingju and the Bailey family if they had the confidence to win. The Sun family invited them over to help. If they asked them directly, wouldn't that mean that they didn't trust them? That would be a slap in the face. Moreover, it would be useless to ask. First of all, the battlefield was ever-changing, and it was hard to predict the outcome. Every ancient martial arts practitioner, when they reached the Xianxia realm, would have their own unique skills and trump cards. This kind of top secret that concerned one's life, who would take it out and say it to others? Also, the strongest person in the Sun family was Sun Jinwoo. He was only at Xiantian realm level 7, so he didn't know how terrifying a Xiantian realm 9 was. It was just like how an ordinary person would know that boxing champion Mike Tyson's fists were terrifying, but as long as one did not fight with Tyson, one would never know the power of Tyson's fists. Furthermore, even if you experienced it for yourself, you still wouldn't know, because Tyson knocked you down with a light punch. Do you know how much strength he used? Therefore, Sun Jinwoo could only look at Ling Yun, Qin Jingxian, Bailey Tianzhua, Lu Mingju, and the others and lament their inadequacies. He had no confidence in a battle between these people. If you didn't have enough strength, you wouldn't have enough confidence, and you would definitely be wronged. This was true everywhere. That was why Ling Yun was making every second count. He was constantly improving himself so that no matter where he went, no matter when, he wouldn't be bullied by others. Qin Jingxian nodded with certainty. Jinwoo, don't worry. Master Lu Mingju and I both practiced Shaolin martial arts, so we sparred before. At that time, there was no clear winner. I can tell you clearly that I can kill Lu Mingju as easily as killing a chicken. Sun Jinwoo was dumbfounded when he heard that. It took him a long time to understand what Qin Jingxian meant. He couldn't help but be excited. However, he quickly became depressed again, and he sighed. I'm just afraid that little bastard Ling Yun will fight personally the moment he comes up. My eyelids have been twitching for the past few days. I have a feeling that Ling Yun has a trump card that we don't know about. Now, in the eyes of the Sun and Qin families, Ling Yun was a malefic star. He was strong and never played by the rules. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so much effort discussing, guessing, and discussing the battle strategy. Qin Jingxian smiled faintly. That's fine. If Ling Yun starts from the first round, we have a total of 13 Divine Realm Masters on our side. He won't be able to last until the 5th round no matter how many trump cards he has. At this point, Qin Jingshuan's expression became strange. He laughed sinisterly. Don't forget, I've also invited 4 masters from the heavenly group to help. Zhenwu, since we're going to ask for the location of the duel tomorrow, I'll be frank with you today. The 4 masters from the heavenly group all have a grudge against that little bastard Ling Yun. One of them is a monk, one of them is a swordsman. One monk is the master of Jianhao and Xianxia, Master Ji Kong from the Shaolin Temple. One of them is Taoist Lai Hua from the Celestial Master Abode of Mount Longhu. 2 of them are Di Yutong from the Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect and Spiritual Master Ziyu from the Kunlun Sword Sect. Ling Yan killed 2 of my most outstanding grandsons. They were also Master Ji Kong's proudest disciples. Master Ji Kong has long wanted to seek revenge on Ling Yun. During the battle at Dragon Gate Mountain, Ling Yun defeated the Celestial Master Abode of Mount Longhu. 4 of their Xiantian realm level 8 heavenly masters were all killed by Ling Yun. At the same time, Ling Yun also killed Ziyi and Ziyang from the Kunlun Sword Sect. He even seriously injured Ziyang and Li Kunwu. From then on, he became a mortal enemy of the Kunlun Sword Sect. As for the matters of the Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect, Zhenwu, and the Qin family, I don't think I need to mention them, right? I have confirmed that Ling Yan's adoptive mother, Qin Shuyue from the Qin family, is currently suffering in the Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect. And Di Yutong is the cousin of Qin Shuyue's love rival. Do you think he won't go all out in this battle against the Ling family? Sun Zhenwu was so agitated that he stood up from the sofa. No wonder Qin Jingxian was so confident. It turned out that all the people he found to help him had a mortal enemy of Ling Yun, Master Ji Kong from the Shaolin Temple, Venerable Lai Hua from the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Venerable Ziyu from the Kunlun Sword Sect, and Di Yutong from the Heavenly Sword Sect. Qin Jingxian laughed sinisterly. In this way, Ling Yan's enemies are all gathered in one place. What do you think the Ling family's chances of winning are? How can Ling Yan survive this 8 months? He looked up at Sun Zhenwu and smiled sinisterly. Zhenwu, you should know what I'm saying now, right? Sun Zhenwu was so excited that his lips were trembling. He actually bowed to Qin Jingxian and said, Elder Chen, you've taken every conceivable possibility into consideration. After this battle, the Sun family is willing to submit to the Qin family and follow your lead. Sun Zhenwu didn't say this out of excitement. Instead, he finally understood how terrifying Qin Jingxian was as a member of the Huaxia Heavenly Group. The Sun family had used up all their ancestral power to invite Lu Mingjiu and the Bailey family. What about Qin Jingxian? He only needed to move his lips to gather so many forces together to deal with the Ling family, Shaolin Temple, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Tianshan Heavenly Sword Sect, and Kunlun Sword Sect. These were almost half of the ancient martial arts world in Huaxia. Sun Zhenwu finally understood the true gap between his family and the Qin family. Although they were both part of the 8 great families of the Huaxia secular world, and one of them was ranked 3rd and the other 4th, the true gap between them was worlds apart. If they won this battle, the Sun family could use this opportunity to submit to the Qin family. They would definitely benefit from it. Qin Jingxian was very satisfied with the results of this secret discussion. He stood up with a smile and said, since that's the case, we won't waste our breath. Everyone, rest early today. We'll go to the Ling family together tomorrow. Sun Zhenwu also knew that there was no need to continue the discussion. He left the Qin family's ancestral home with Sun Tianluo. Uncle, the Sun family finally took the bait. It wasn't easy. Chen Haiping smiled at Qin Jingxian after Sun Zhenwu and his son left. That sly old fox Sun Zhenwu. He won't take the bait so easily if we don't show some of our strength. Qin Jingxian sneered, speaking casually. But after he finished speaking, his expression quickly collapsed, and he seemed deeply worried. He was like a completely different person compared to his previous confident self. Uncle, what's wrong? Chen Haiping asked in surprise. Haiping, you don't understand. In this battle between the Sun and Qin families and the Ling family, our own strength is important. However, there's another factor that even I can't guarantee, Qin Jingxian said with telepathy. That's? Chen Haiping asked immediately. The attitude of the Long and Yi families. Qin Jingxian didn't beat around the bush. Peng Er, you have to know that our Qin family has been planning for many years. In the past 1 or 2 years, we've started to show our true strength. We originally planned to fight with the Long family, but who knew that something would go wrong halfway and you'd offend Ling Yun. This little bastard single-handedly destroyed all the strength that we had accumulated in the open and in the dark. That's not all. He's still overbearing and wants to destroy our Qin family. Our Qin family is really at the point of life and death. We have no choice but to fight with the Ling family to the death. We definitely can't watch the Ling family continue to grow. But this way, our Qin family will be used by the Long family. The Long family will be the fisherman who reaps the benefits when we fight with the Ling family. The Long family's background is unfathomable. They have many spies everywhere. They must have sensed our actions against the Long family. It's just that they're relying on their strength to hide. To be honest, your original plan wasn't wrong. First, you turned the Chao family into a puppet. Then, you forced the Ling family to become our vassal. Then, you dealt with the Long family. But what happened now? With Ling Yun, the Ling family has undergone earth-shattering changes. Their strength is no longer inferior to our Qin family. Moreover, he saved the Chao family. Coupled with his relationship with the Qin family and his influence in Xianxia city, right now, the Ling family, Qin family, and Chao family have formed a secret alliance to deal with our Qin family and Sun family. At this point, tell me, what do you think is the attitude of the Long and Yi families? Therefore, no matter who wins or loses this battle, who the Long and Yi families support after the battle ends will be the one who dies. This is what I'm really worried about. Chen Haipeng sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt a chill run down his spine. To be continued. There are only 26 hours left before the month is over. Bu Jing is sincerely asking for a monthly vote, uncle. Uncle, then what should our Qin family do? Although Chen Haipeng was the head of the Qin family, he was still far from being able to control his emotions. He stuttered a little after understanding the intricacies of the family game. After all, even Qin Jingxian was worried. This was a matter of life and death for the Qin family. Qin Jingxian sighed in his heart when he saw Chen Haipeng's expression. He waved his hand and said, Haipeng, what I said just now was just what Uncle was worried about. Actually, it doesn't matter. Uncle still has a backup plan. Chen Jingshuan's calculations were flawless. He actually still had a backup plan. It was obvious how complicated the game between the big families in Beijing was. Without outsiders, Qin Jingxian asked Chen Haipeng to sit down. He pondered for a moment before saying, Peng Er, think about it. Ling Yun became the head of the Ling family, so why did Ling Zhen retire? Where is he now? Ling Zhen? Chen Haipeng seemed to have understood something after Qin Jingshuan's reminder. He immediately started thinking. Don't worry, the Yi family won't do anything to the Qin family. I have something on them. The problem with the Yi family is whether they will help us or not. I will write a letter tonight. When the time comes, you can take it to the Yi family. There are two purposes for this letter. First, if the Qin family wins the battle in 3 days, we need the Yi family to restrain the Long family so that they won't take the opportunity to attack us. Second, if we really lose, this letter will allow the Yi family to protect the lives of those who don't participate in the battle. This will preserve the bloodline of the Qin family and prevent Ling Yin from killing us all. Qin Jingxian paused for a moment before continuing, as for the Long family, I have something on them too. Peng Er, you should understand that the reason why we want to deal with the Long family is because the Long family has the dragon blood, while our Qin family has the blood element bead. Once these two are used together, it can allow our entire family to defy the heavens and change their fate, allowing us to possess the same bloodline as the Long family. But now, our Qin family's blood element pearl has been obtained by Ling Yun. The Long family is definitely determined to obtain the blood element pearl. According to Ling Yun's character and temper, he definitely won't give the blood element pearl to the Long family. That's because the Long family already knows that Ling Yun has the dragon's saliva. They have sent people to ask for it many times, but to no avail. Therefore, it is really hard to predict what kind of decision the Long family will make while our two families are in a life and death battle. However, in my opinion, the Long family probably wants to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They're waiting for us and the Ling family to both suffer heavy losses, and then they can reap the benefits. Chen Haipeng already knew about Chen Jingshuan's analysis of the Long family, so he was not surprised at all. However, he still stiffened and asked in shock, "Uncle, you've invited so many people. Do you think our Chen family will lose?" Chen Jingxian said gravely, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Arrogant words are meant for outsiders. You have to understand that Ling Yun is a cultivator. Just like what Sun Jinwu said, who knows how many more trump cards he has?" Then, he glanced at Chen Haipeng and said telepathically, "To be able to cultivate Buddhism, Taoism, and the demon path, he has an ancient godly body. It's rare to see one in 100 generations. Ling Yun is a heaven-defying person. You have to know where Ling Yun comes from. Qingshui City. Don't forget the Huaxia proverb. The human sovereign and earth sovereign come out of Qingshui. Huaxia relies on one person to deal with the calamity." Chen Haipeng was shocked. He never imagined that Ling Yun would be so terrifying in his uncle's heart. "Uncle, what if he really is that person?" he asked with a pale face. Chen Jingxian looked up at the sky and sighed. "Our Chen family is doomed. Otherwise, why would I spend so much effort to invite so many people to help?" Chen Haipeng nodded blankly. He was infected by Chen Jingshuan's low spirits, and an indescribable sense of defeat welled up in his heart. "But what does our seeking help from the Yi family have to do with Lingzhen?" Chen Haipeng asked suspiciously as he recalled Chen Jingshuan's words. Chen Jingshuan's expression turned solemn as he said telepathically, "Peng Er, this concerns two cases in Huaxia. One case is naturally the one that happened 20 years ago. The Ling family was besieged by both the righteous and evil sects, and they were almost wiped out. I don't know if your father told you that the instigator of that battle was actually closely related to Lingzhen, the Yi family, and the Long family. As for the other case, it happened 40 years ago. At that time, eldest uncle was still in his prime. Even though he had already made a name for himself and was known as a peerless genius, eldest uncle's cultivation talent was nothing compared to the true geniuses of the Long family, Ling family, and Qin family. It was that case 40 years ago that sent the peerless geniuses of the Long, Ling, and Qin families into action. They never returned, and their fates are unknown. And the instigator of that case was the Yi family." Chen Haipeng didn't think much of the case from 20 years ago, but when he finished listening to Chen Jingshuan's recount of the case from 40 years ago, he was flabbergasted and dumbfounded. His mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed inside. That case from 40 years ago could be said to be extremely secretive. Even Uncle was confused at the time and didn't know what happened at all. It was only after Uncle's cultivation became successful and he joined the Huaxia heavenly team that he gradually learned some bits and pieces of the secret through various inquiries. Only then did he know that the case was actually related to a shocking secret on Earth. "Peng Er, let me tell you. Actually, the Yi family is the representative of Shu Mountain in the secular world of Huaxia." Following that, although Chen Jingxian still used telepathic communication with Chen Haipeng, he carefully lowered his voice as if he was afraid that the god above him would hear him. There was no need to mention the shock that the case from 40 years ago brought to Chen Haipeng. That was because every little thing that was involved in that case could be said to be a shocking secret. The more Chen Haipeng listened, the more shocked he became. In the end, his eyeballs almost popped out. 40 years ago, the whereabouts of the people sent by the Long, Ling, and Qin families are still unknown. As long as those people are not found, that case will not be considered over. Furthermore, the case of the Ling family 20 years ago, if we really think about it, has a lot to do with the case from 40 years ago. At that time, the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yin Qingxian, purposely approached Ling Xiao to find out some secrets about that case. It was just that she really fell in love with Ling Xiao and even gave birth to a son for him. Who knew that this Ling Yun would become the archenemy of our Qin family? Chen Jingshuan's expression was filled with hatred. He was almost about to beat his chest and stamp his feet. Then, there was endless desolation. Chen Haipeng looked at the expression on his uncle's face that he had never seen before. For a moment, he had the illusion that what Chen Jingxian said to him just now was actually his last words. So what if you're a Buddhist, Taoist, and devil cultivator? So what if you have the ancient godly physique? So what if you're a heaven-defying person? you're still young and haven't risen yet. Our Qin family will fight with you even if we have to fight against the heavens. As long as we kill you 3 days later, your luck and the luck of the entire world will naturally be transferred to our Qin family." In the end, Qin Jingxian suddenly stood up and roared madly like a ferocious beast that had gone mad. In the northwest of Beijing, near the Fourth Ring Road, there was a high-end villa with beautiful scenery. At this time, in a luxurious villa with its own door and courtyard, Qin Dongxue was wearing a set of snow-white lace pajamas that wrapped around her petite body. She was extremely graceful. At this time, she was lying on the spacious and comfortable sofa barefooted. She stared at the dragon vein sword on the coffee table in front of her, lost in thought. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something. Her pretty face blushed, and she spat lightly. After a long time, Qin Dongxue waited for her emotions to calm down before muttering to herself, think about it. I've been thinking about it for more than a week, and I still have to think about it. No, if I let him think about it any longer, the two families will go to war. I have to make Qin Chongqing make a decision tonight. After muttering to herself, Qin Dongxue immediately reached out and picked up the communication device beside her. The call went through quickly. "Hey, Qin Chongqing, how much longer do you want to think about it? In 3 days, the Ling family and the Chen family will have a life and death battle." Qin Chongqing was already used to Qin Dongxue calling him by his name. He didn't mind at all. Qin Chongqing smiled and said, "Dongxue, I've already considered this matter. We won't be forming an alliance with the Ling family for now. We won't participate in this battle either." "What?" Qin Dongxue jumped up from the sofa and raised her voice by an octave. "Not forming an alliance with the Ling family? I say, Qin Chongqing, have you gone senile? Are you crazy? Why? Let me tell you, if you don't give me a reason today, I'll announce on your behalf tomorrow that the Ling family and Qin family will officially form an alliance, and I'll represent the Qin family in the battle." Qin Chongqing was helpless. He could only smile and explain to Qin Dongxue patiently. "Dongxue, I have 3 reasons for not forming an alliance with the Ling family for now. First, with Ling Yan's current strength, the battle between him and the Sun and Chen families will definitely be at the level of the divine power state. Other than Ling Yu, no one from the Qin family can interfere. Second, I know what you mean. You want me to announce the alliance to build momentum for the Ling family and suppress the alliance between the Sun and Chen families. However, do you know the status of the Qin family and the Ling family in Huaxia? Once we announce the alliance publicly, it will definitely arouse the vigilance of the Long family and the Yi family. If they participate, we'll be doing Ling Yun more harm than good. As for the third reason, the matter with the Qin family has progressed to the most critical stage. It'll be a success in half a year's time. Tell me, under such circumstances, how do you expect me to stand up for Ling Yun and announce the alliance between the Qin and Ling families?" Qin Dongxue lost her temper after listening to the third reason. The third reason was a top secret of the Qin family. She didn't expect it to have progressed to such a stage. Finally, Qin Dongxue said helplessly, "All right, you're always in the right. Up to you, but I still have to help Ling Yun in the battle." Qin Chongqing chuckled at his daughter's rare compromise. "Of course, it's not a problem for you to participate in the battle, but it's up to Ling Yun to let you." Qin Dongxue was annoyed by her father's teasing. She raised her voice again, "Go and do whatever you need to do. Get Ling Yu here, I want to talk to her. Students, take note, it will be July in an hour. Buzheng, please reserve your minimum monthly ticket. After midnight, come and collect your monthly ticket red packet from Martial God Dragon Emperor, Beijing, outside the West Fifth Loop, Chao family mansion." 10 days had passed since Ling Yan's successful treatment of the Chao family, and the Chao family had returned to their own homes. Now that they had been successfully treated, the 10 Chao family members who had reverted from blood clan to normal people had completely returned to normal. They had also adapted to normal life once again. The entire Chao family naturally returned to their previous lifestyle. However, the pain they had experienced, the pain of losing their loved ones, and the humiliation they had endured were deeply engraved in their hearts. It was like a brand that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Under Chao Juanxiong's lead, the Chao family returned to the Chao family mansion publicly. However, after they returned home, no one left the Chow family for 3 whole days. During those 3 days, the entire mansion was terrifyingly quiet. On the 20th of August, the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar, the Chow family finally made their first public appearance. The 12 members of the family went out together to pay respects to their ancestors. They were paying respects to their ancestors, but they were also paying respects to the new generation. There were close to 20 new graves on the Chow family's ancestral grave. Of course, the Chow family's ancestral grave was also a famous national cemetery in Xianxia. However, it was in another place with good feng shui in Beijing. It wasn't in the same area as the Ling family and the Chen family, so they didn't encounter it. After the day of paying respects to their ancestors, the Chow family began to show their faces frequently. They had never been so high-profile before. Chow Juanxiong's grandfather frequently met with some of the higher-ups in Huaxia. The head of the Chow family, Chow Xingcheng, also went around openly. Some of the leaders in the military, government, and business sectors of Huaxia began to frequent the Chow family. Old Master Chow had been in business for many years. The Chow family's power was mainly reflected in the secular world of Huaxia. Once he decided to make a move, the impact in Beijing was imaginable. Of course, the impact of these actions only spread among the higher-ups and top forces of Huaxia. It wouldn't affect ordinary people, and it wouldn't be reported by the major news media. It turned out that during the 3 days when the Chow family was extremely peaceful, the Chow family mansion was actually not peaceful at all. The Chow family used a secret method to interrogate Chen Jianwei, who was brought back. They interrogated him about the secrets he had obtained from the Chow family using the evil eye, as well as what the Chen family had done after learning the secrets. The Chow family then began to mend the holes one by one. It could be said that the process of the Chow family interrogating Chen Jianwei was also a process of their revenge and venting. Chen Jianwei was tortured, and the pain he suffered wasn't any less than Sikong II in the Ling family's dungeon. The members of the Chow family were once members of the blood clan, and they all knew the weaknesses of the blood clan. Hence, the torture Chen Jianwei had to endure was imaginable. Even to this day, Chen Jianwei wasn't dead. He was still locked up in the secret chamber of the Chow family, living a life worse than death, tortured by the Chow family. This was a true blood feud. The Chow family wouldn't be satisfied even if they cut Chen Jianwei into 1,000 pieces. How could they let him die so easily? The interests of the secular world were nothing more than power and money. Old Master Chow was still alive. He personally took action, and his might was astonishing. Soon, the Chow family regained a lot of power and gradually regained control of the situation, recovering part of their vitality. The Chen family had already formed an alliance with the Sun family and was preparing for a life and death battle with the Ling family. They didn't have the time or energy to care about the Chow family's actions. In the eyes of the Chen family, the Chow family didn't have any experts. Their influence was only in the secular world. The biggest threat to the Chen family now was the Ling family. As long as they successfully destroyed the Ling family, what could the Chow family do to them? At most, they could destroy the Chow family again. However, even though Chow Juanxiong and Chow Xingcheng were active in the past 10 days, the only remaining male of the third generation of the Chow family, Chow Tianlong, was nowhere to be seen. After the Chow family experienced a disaster, Chow Juanxiong finally realized that there was no one strong in the family. All the power they had was just an illusion. Hence, he only made one request to his grandson, Chow Tianlong, when he returned home: cultivate like crazy. This was the current situation of the Chow family. That night, another important person in the Chow family, who was also the most idle person in the Chow family, Chow Xianxia, was sitting in her own room. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at the phone in front of her in a daze. It had been 10 days since Chow Xianxia and Ling Yun separated. In these 10 days, she didn't receive a single call from Ling Yun. She missed Ling Yun and was worried about him. Of course, Chow Xianxia tried to call Ling Yun more than once. However, Ling Yun's phone was always in his spatial ring. How could she get through? Chow Xianxia wanted to go to the Ling family to look for Ling Yun, but she knew the situation the Ling family was in. She was afraid that she would cause trouble for the Ling family and Ling Yun. Moreover, Chow Juanxiong had specifically instructed that Chow Xianxia couldn't go to the Ling family without his permission. Really, as she thought about it, Xianxia's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. She couldn't help but mutter to herself, is it so hard to give him a call? At most, it'll only take a minute or two. After complaining about Ling Yun, Xianxia bit her lower lip and started to blame her grandfather. Grandfather, who doesn't know about my relationship with Ling Yun? Why can't I go look for Ling Yun? Cough cough, there were two coughs outside the boudoir, and a slightly old voice sounded, oh, I was wondering why I kept sneezing these past 2 days. So it was you who was talking about your grandfather behind his back? The one who spoke was, of course, Chao Juanxiong. Hearing this, Xianxia's beautiful eyes lit up. She quickly left her seat and ran to open the door, then, she was dumbfounded. Chao Juanxiong wasn't the only one standing outside the door. Chao Xingchang and Lu Qiongfeng were also there. Grandpa, Daddy, Mommy, why are you all here so late? Chao Xianxian asked as she hurriedly let the three of them into the room. Chao Juanxiong had been nourished by the 1,000-year ginseng and knotweed given by Ling Yun. Not only had his body recovered to its original state, it was even better than before. His face was glowing and his voice was loud. After entering the house, Grandpa Chao sat down on the sofa and smiled at Chao Xianxian. His eyes were full of meaning. Chao Xianxian's heart skipped a beat. She knew that Grandpa Chao definitely had something to say to her tonight. Sure enough, Grandpa Chao quickly spoke. He teased, why, are you thinking about Ling Yun again? Are you still blaming Grandpa for not letting you look for him? Being heard by Grandpa Chao, Chao Xianxian's face instantly turned as red as blood. After teasing Chao Xianxian, Chao Juanxiong immediately straightened his face and went straight to the point. Xianxian, these few days, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want you to see Ling Yun. It's that you can't go. Even if you go, Ling Yun won't have time to accompany you. The Sun and Chen families have already formed an alliance. The Ling family is going to fight to the death with these two families. This is such a critical juncture. If you go rashly, won't you be causing trouble for Ling Yun? Chao Xianxian naturally understood Chao Juanxiong's painstaking efforts. She could only nod lightly to show that she understood. Sigh, Chao Juanxiong suddenly let out a long sigh. He shook his head and said, actually, these few days, Grandpa and your father have been busy. One is for the Chao family to regain control of the situation. The other is for the Ling family to take the initiative to look for us. Chao Xianxian was puzzled. Take the initiative to look for us? Chao Juanxiong nodded. That's right. Before returning home, Grandpa had Ling Yun agree to your engagement. In fact, it was to tell him clearly that the Chao family and the Ling family will be in the Iron Alliance through marriage. After saying that, Chao Juanxiong sighed and said, however, ever since the 15th of July, when Ling Yun crushed the Sun and Chen families, Chen Jingxian proposed a battle to the death with the Ling family. Then, the Sun and Chen families announced an alliance. Until today, the Ling family still hasn't looked for our Chao family for help. What does this mean? Old Master Chao was a little angry. He frowned and said, this means that Ling Yun didn't even mention the marriage to his family after returning home. Chao Xianxian hurriedly defended Ling Yun. Grandpa, Ling Yun was busy, and he still needs to cultivate. He must have forgotten. Humph. Chao Juanxiong was a little amused. He said, only a silly girl like you would still speak up for that rascal at this time. Then, Chao Juanxiong said in a daze, Ling Yun isn't busy. He knows that the Chao family won't be able to help him in this battle with the Sun and Chen families. He doesn't need us at all. However, very quickly, Chao Juanxiong laughed heartily. He had a look of relief in his eyes. However, even though this rascal handled things a little shamelessly, his heart is really thinking for the Chao family. He doesn't want us to be involved in this battle. Hearing Old Master Chao praise Ling Yun, Chao Xianxian was secretly happy. In fact, after spending so much time with Ling Yun, Chao Xianxian didn't need Old Master Chao to say anything to understand Ling Yun's thoughts. However, Chao Juanxiong glared. If that rascal doesn't look for us, do you think we won't look for him? According to the old rules of Huaxia, tomorrow is the day the Ling family will inform the Sun and Chen families of the location of the battle. So, the Chao family must hurry up and make a gesture tomorrow. We must let all the forces in Huaxia know that we will form an alliance with the Ling family and give them our full support. Chao Juanxiong knew that with the Chao family's current strength, they wouldn't be able to help the Ling family. However, he could promote the Ling family. Chao Xianxia covered her mouth in shock. She said in shock, "Grandpa, you mean?" Chao Juanxiong laughed heartily. He glanced at his son and daughter-in-law and said, "What Grandpa means is that tomorrow is the 28th of August. It's a good day. Our whole family will go to the Ling family and propose for you." At this time, Chao Xianxia noticed that her parents were holding something in their hands. One was holding an antique wooden box while the other was holding a silk cloth bundle. Chao Xingchang and Lu Qiongfeng looked at each other and smiled. They opened the wooden box and bundle at the same time. Phoenix crown, shawl. To be continued. The 28th of August was a rare good day. It was a cloudless day, and the blue sky seemed to have been washed. The thick smog that usually shrouded Beijing was nowhere to be seen. It was already the Chuxia solar term, and the weather was starting to turn from hot to cool. There was a hint of autumn air in Beijing. At around 5 in the morning, Ling Yan had already set up the battlefield for the deathmatch. He checked carefully to make sure that there were no more flaws before leaving with Edward and returning to the Ling family from the Assassins Organization in Beijing. Ling Yan took what he needed and took what he needed. The Assassins Organization's branch in Beijing looked like a mansion deep in the mountains. Other than that, it was empty. There was nothing special about it. The battlefield was set up, so there was no need for Edward to guard it anymore. Thus, Ling Yan brought him back to the Ling family. In order to prevent anyone from following them, Ling Yan deliberately took a big detour. He first went from the 6th Ring Road to the southwest of Beijing before driving the van to the Ling family's ancestral home. This detour delayed them for more than half an hour. They only entered the Ling family's main gate at 6 in the morning. After entering the house, Ling Yun habitually used his divine sense to scan the house. He realized that everyone in the house, regardless of age or gender, had woken up early to cultivate. In the entire Ling family's ancestral home, there were people meditating with their eyes closed. In the backyard, there were also Ling family loyalists sparring. From time to time, there were shouts coming from them. Ling Yun smiled. He was very satisfied. This was the atmosphere that an ancient martial arts family should have. The Ling family was thriving. Of course, Ling Yan also saw Ling Xiao and Cui Lao. At this moment, the two of them were sparring in the Ling family's training room. Their fists and legs flew back and forth, and their movements were as fast as lightning. The qinggong they used was Ling Yan's dragonfish phantom ability. Ling Xiao was currently at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 6, while Cui Lao was at the pinnacle of Xiantian realm level 7. They were evenly matched. Oh, father is still the best. He's one realm lower than Cui Lao, but he's actually on par with him. Ling Yan only needed to use his divine sense to see that the two of them were evenly matched. Neither of them could do anything to the other in a short period of time. Unless they used their killer moves, that was obviously impossible. Ling Yan brought Edward straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Cui Lao to meet him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the 8th courtyard. They stood at the entrance of the Ling family's dungeon and met up with Chester, Pierce, and Els. "Boss." Ling Yun nodded. Without waiting for anyone to speak, he used telepathy to summon Paul from the dungeon. At this moment, Edward, Pierce, Els, Chester, and Paul, the 5 members of the Blood clan, finally reunited after the night they rescued Ling Xiao. After greeting Ling Yun respectfully, Chester and the other 3 members of the Blood clan turned their attention to Edward. Their faces were filled with shock, astonishment, and envy. "GP Grand Duke." Pierce and Els looked at Edward in astonishment. Disbelief flashed in their eyes as they stammered out the words, "That's right, after last night, Edward had successfully advanced from Peak Marquis to Vampire Grand Duke. Before Ling Yan's embrace, Edward was already an advanced Marquis. After receiving Ling Yan's embrace, he reached Peak Marquis. However, Ling Yan's bloodline and the power of the Dark Storm were too powerful. Peak Marquis was just the beginning. After another 2 months, Edward felt that he could advance at any time. Especially after the night Ling Yun saved his father, he had a flash of inspiration and injected the blood element bead into Edward's body. Edward guarded the mansion for the past 10 days and could focus on his cultivation there. Coupled with the magical effects of the blood element bead, he could no longer suppress his realm. At midnight last night, Ling Yan had arrived just in time. He crossed the mountains and arrived at the mansion, but he didn't find any trace of Edward. Ling Yan immediately expanded the range of his divine sense to the maximum and circled the valley. Then, he discovered that Edward was at the peak of a dangerous mountain in the south of the valley. He had completely transformed. His face was green and his fangs were green. His purple wings were spread out, and he was bathing in the moonlight. Of course, Ling Yan knew what this meant. He immediately went to the peak as fast as he could and landed on Edward's head. Stellar condensation technique. The power of the moon turned into a divine rainbow in the form of moonlight. It was as if it had formed a heavenly river that descended instantly and enveloped the two of them. Then, Ling Yan started to multitask. He activated the Black-Yellow Sutra and released the Black-Yellow True Qi in his body continuously. A portion of it was injected directly into Edward's body, while the other portion turned into a thick yellow mist that completely enveloped the two of them. In an instant, Edward's tall figure was enveloped by the moonlight and Ling Yan's black-yellow True Qi. Moreover, his body also received a large amount of black-yellow True Qi. The essence of the moon and the mysterious yellow True Qi were like bejeweled nectar to Edward. They were like divine medicines. He bathed in them in an instant. The tearing pain that had been brought about by his breakthrough immediately disappeared. It was replaced by an indescribable feeling of comfort. That feeling was like a celestial brew to a wine immortal, or like a drug addict to a drug addict. Roar, following a long howl, Edward's tall figure increased by 2 feet again. His body was almost 3 meters tall, and his wings grew again. His wingspan expanded by 2 meters, reaching a distance of 10 meters. Edward successfully advanced and became a Grand Duke within an hour. In one fell swoop, he reached the late-stage Grand Duke of the Blood Clan, just like Grand Duke Dracula. However, Ling Yan wasn't satisfied. In for a penny, in for a pound. Edward, you should have advanced now, right? I'll give you another drop of blood. Can you withstand it? Now that Ling Yan's treasure body was complete and had reached the pinnacle of Qi cultivation stage 2, the blood in his body not only contained spiritual energy but also various kinds of immortal spiritual energy. For example, the Emperor Brush's golden immortal spiritual energy, the Earth Emperor's book's black-yellow immortal spiritual energy, dragon spiritual energy, and so on. As long as Edward could withstand it, he would benefit greatly. Edward was at his peak. He was full of confidence. Master, Edward is willing to try. All right then. Ling Yan smiled. He bit his fingertip and squeezed out a drop of blood. He injected it directly into Edward's energy center. Ling Yan knew how overbearing his drop of blood was. He didn't dare to inject it directly into Edward's heart or head. He was afraid that Edward would explode. If you can't absorb all of it, force the remaining blood into the blood element bead and store it. I'll help you then. Ling Yan wouldn't have dared to do this before his advancement. However, Edward was now a late-stage Grand Duke, and his control over blood was at least 3 times stronger. Coupled with the help of the blood element bead and Ling Yan's protection, he felt that it wouldn't be a problem. That was the truth. Edward's body almost exploded from the power of the blood, but he endured the pain and successfully absorbed half of the blood's power. His realm increased once again, and he finally stabilized at the peak of the Grand Duke rank. Ling Yan helped Edward inject the remaining half-drop of blood into the blood element bead so that Edward could absorb it slowly. Because of that, Edward had directly crossed a major level in less than 2 hours, rising from Pinnacle Marquis to Pinnacle Grand Duke. The change in his body was so drastic that Edward didn't know what to do. Edward was now in the form of a humanoid bird. He was more than 3 meters tall, and his purple wings spanned a full 12 meters. The purple wings had a metallic texture to them. He was like a demon in the night, standing on a perilous peak. Thump, 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 this was the sound of Edward's heartbeat. It was firm and powerful like a drum. It was even more obvious than the heartbeat of an ordinary person. Moreover, his body had real warmth. His blood was no longer cold, but hot. Edward's originally cold and indifferent eyes were filled with human emotions even in his transformed state. They weren't blood red, but azure, like sapphires. Master, I feel like I'm alive. It's a true resurrection. This was Edward's true feelings, and he said it directly. A pure silver arrow appeared in Ling Yan's hand. He raised it in front of Edward and smiled. Are you afraid? Edward shook his head awkwardly. Master, you don't have to talk about me. After the Blood Clan advanced to Grand Duke, we're no longer afraid of pure silver, sunlight, or flames. This was like a mouse being afraid of a cat, but a huge mouse wouldn't be afraid of a house cat. This was a change brought about by growth. Haha, Ling Yan laughed heartily and immediately put away the pure silver arrow. Then, he took out a fire talisman and shouted, "Appear." Immediately, a huge blazing fireball appeared in front of the two of them. Edward instinctively took a step back, but he immediately stopped and didn't even blink his eyes. He wasn't afraid of pure silver, flames, or sunlight. Whoosh! The green shadow flying sword appeared. Ling Yan smiled at Edward. Test your defense? Edward's eyes were full of loyalty and respect. Please, Master. Go. Ling Yan activated the green shadow flying sword and stabbed it at Edward's wing with lightning speed. Only a metallic clang could be heard as the green shadow flying sword was blocked. Very good. Ling Yan used 50% of his strength just now. He used his divine sense again to 70%. Tisk, tisk, the green shadow flying sword was finally able to pierce through Edward's wings, but it was as slow as a dagger piercing through cowhide. Ling Yan used his divine sense to make the green shadow flying sword fly back. He then shouted and used 90% of his strength. Tisk. This time, the green shadow flying sword pierced through Edward's wings. Very good. Very powerful. You'll be able to help me in the next battle. This was the entire process of Edward's advancement to Grand Duke. Ling Yan had a loyal servant at the peak of the Grand Duke level, and Edward's strength had far surpassed that of Grand Duke Dracula. To be continued. Now that Edward had completely transformed into a humanoid bird, even a Huashao level 1 Divine Realm Master with an ordinary sword would find it difficult to break through his natural defense. That was because Ling Yan had used the green shadow flying sword as an experiment. The green shadow flying sword was an inferior grade spiritual weapon, and its sharpness was now comparable to the Devil's Blade. The Blood Clan was strong to begin with, and their movement techniques were as fast as lightning. With Edward's defense and the secret techniques of the Blood Clan that the Grand Duke of the Blood Clan possessed, Edward's strength would definitely be enough to crush an expert of the first level of the Divine Realm. Edward could definitely match a level 2 Divine Realm Master, but Ling Yan wasn't sure if Edward would have the strength to fight a level 3 Divine Realm Master. With such strength, Edward would definitely be of great help to Ling Yan in the upcoming life and death battle. The current Edward was like a living demon god. Originally, Ling Yan didn't intend to let the 5 Blood Clan participate in the life and death battle. He wanted to crush the alliance of the Sun and Chen families with his own strength. That was because Ling Yan felt that since the Blood Clan relied on absorbing the essence of the moon to grow and level up, the mid-autumn full moon would naturally be at its brightest. Ling Yan had a vague feeling that the mid-autumn full moon was a great opportunity for these 5 members of the Blood Clan. He wanted to wait until that night to help the 5 Blood Clan members break through together. However, when Ling Yan arrived last night, he realized that Edward could no longer suppress his realm and had no choice but to break through. He could only do his best to help Edward advance. Even though these 5 Blood Clan members were Ling Yan's servants, Ling Yan didn't want to treat them indifferently. As long as they were loyal, of course, Ling Yan wanted to nurture them seriously. This was a brand new field for Ling Yan. He was also very curious to see how far these 5 Blood Clan servants could grow under his meticulous nurturing. That was why he considered the issue of their clothes and asked Xianxia for the golden black devilish silk. At this moment, Grand Duke Edward looked at the shocked and envious gazes of the other 4 Blood Clan members. He smiled elegantly and said in a voice full of absolute respect, "Thank you, boss, for giving me the most wonderful night." *CK, Ling Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. He rubbed his forehead and wanted to cry but no tears came out. "Edward, what do you mean? I made it a wonderful night for you." Indeed, before Edward could finish his words, Chester laughed, revealing a wicked expression as he screamed, "Boss, I also want you to give me the most wonderful night." Hearing this, Ling Yan's forehead was filled with black lines, and he instantly felt a headache. "Patriarch, you're back?" Fortunately, Cui Lao rushed over from the practice room at this time. he greeted Ling Yun and interrupted the conversation between the six of them, saving Ling Yun from the awkwardness. Yes, I'm back. Ling Yun nodded slightly at Cui Lao and gave him a reassuring look. Cui Lao immediately understood that Ling Yun had already prepared the battlefield for the deathmatch. Cui Lao, I called you over this time to ask if the 5 sets of clothes for these 5 fellows have been completed. Ling Yun smiled. Cui Lao nodded his head hurriedly. It's done a long time ago. They were all made according to your instructions, and they're all here with me. As he spoke, Cui Lao took out all 5 sets of golden black devilish silkworm coats with a single thought. Now that Cui Lao had his own spatial ring, everything was just as Ling Yun had expected. It was too convenient for him to do things. Come, these are the clothes I prepared for all of you. Each of you will have a set, and you won't have to worry about transforming in the future. These 5 sets of clothes were specially made for the Blood Clan. They had fully considered the possibility of the 5 Blood Clan members transforming at any time. The clothes were tight and exposed, and the golden black devilish silk was extremely elastic. Even if they transformed completely into human-shaped birds, the clothes wouldn't be damaged. Ling Yun's actions could be said to solve the problem once and for all. Thank you, boss. The 5 Blood Clan members rushed to take the clothes. Their faces were filled with joy, and their hearts were naturally more loyal to Ling Yun. The embrace relied on the restrictions of the Blood Alliance to show loyalty. However, these 5 Blood Clan members were loyal to Ling Yun from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, it was different. Ling Yun smiled and waved his hand. All right, there's nothing else for you to do here. He sent the 5 Blood Clan members to the Ling family's dungeon. For the time being, this dungeon would be their temporary residence. Ling Yun turned around and went straight to the 3rd courtyard. At the same time, he instructed Cui Lao, I'm a little hungry now. Arrange breakfast for me. All right. Cui Lao chuckled and personally went to arrange breakfast for Ling Yun. It was already past 8 in the morning by the time Ling Yun returned to the main courtyard, washed up, and had his breakfast. After breakfast, the first person to enter Ling Yun's room was Ling Lai. After greeting his grandfather, Ling Yun invited him to take a seat, and the two of them started chatting. Ling Yun first told Ling Lai in detail about the specific arrangements of the Assassins' organization in Beijing. Ling Lai listened with a smile and nodded his head continuously. After that, Ling Yun asked seriously, Grandfather, according to the rules, will the Sun and Chen families come to our house today to ask about the location of the decisive battle? Ling Lai smiled and replied, That's true. I think they'll be here in a while. In a battle of life and death, timing, location, and people are indispensable. Especially after the time is confirmed, the location is the most important. They definitely won't be able to wait. Ling Yun heard this, and a glint flashed across his eyes. He pondered and said, Grandfather, if I'm not wrong, this time, the heads of the Sun and Chen families should be coming personally. They will definitely take this opportunity to find out the truth. Ling Lai heard this and laughed. You brat, you've thought of everything. That should be the case. However, Yun, what are your plans for this? Ling Yun chuckled. Grandfather, don't worry. Today, I promise to make them vomit 3 liters of blood. At this moment, Ling Yun's divine sense moved. He noticed that an old man had arrived at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral mansion. He was asking someone to inform him that he wanted to enter the Ling family. This old man was over 60 years old. He didn't know ancient martial arts, and Ling Yun had never seen him before. Cough cough, it's Dong Shanchuan. At this moment, Ling Lai stood up and said awkwardly, This person is Dong Rulan's father, your father's father-in-law. Dong Rulan's father was, of course, Ling Zhao's father-in-law. However, Ling Yun had nothing to do with this Dong Shanchuan. Ling Lai was naturally very awkward to introduce him. Yun, take a seat and rest first. I have to go and welcome him personally. Ling Zhao's father-in-law was, of course, Ling Lai's in-law. Since he was here, Ling Lai had to welcome him personally. Ling Yun didn't mind Dong Shanchuan's arrival. After all, Ling Lai was there to welcome him personally. His father, Ling Xiao, was also at home. He sat on the sofa and pondered for a while. Then, he used telepathy to call Cui Lao over and smiled as he told him about it. Cui Lao nodded his head and left to carry out the order. At 9 in the morning, a black, luxurious Lincoln limousine slowly stopped at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral mansion. Very quickly, 4 people got out of the car. They were Chen Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, and Sun Tianluo. Sun and Chen had formed an alliance. The 2 clans had indeed come together to ask the Ling clan for the location of the decisive battle. Of course, there was no need for the 4 of them to come out personally to ask for the location of the battle. They had come here personally because they had planned to use this opportunity to find out the truth about the Ling family. Humph. This group of lackeys is really haunting us. After Chen Jingxian got out of the car, he raised his eyes and scanned the surroundings. He discovered that the area around the Ling family's main entrance was filled with all kinds of vendors, as well as people pretending to buy things from them and bargaining with them. However, these people kept turning their heads to stare at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral mansion while they were acting. Needless to say, this was another plot by the various forces in Beijing. They knew that the Sun and Chen families were coming to the Ling family to ask for the location of the decisive battle, so they came here early to spy on them. Chen Jingxian was furious, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only let them do as they pleased. He looked up at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral mansion and gestured for Chen Haipeng to come forward and negotiate with the guards. They wanted to enter the Ling family. The guards guarding the entrance today were the 2 loyalists of the Ling family, Ling 1 and Ling 7. Ling 1 didn't even look at Chen Haipeng. He picked his nose with his index finger and said slowly, "I'm sorry, our master is very busy today and doesn't have time to meet you." Ling 1's voice wasn't loud, but he secretly used his internal energy to let the scouts hear him clearly. "Meet you?" Chen Haipeng was furious. He was the master of the Chen family, and he was here to ask for the location of the Ling family's residence. How could he be rejected by a small guard? Humph. Chen Jingxuan's face turned cold when he heard this. He stomped his feet lightly, and the stone pavement beneath his feet cracked. In just an instant, Chen Jingxuan's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Sun Jinwu and Sun Tianluo were also furious. If the Ling family didn't allow them to enter, then they would have wasted their trip. It would be too embarrassing. However, I can help you pass on a message to the patriarch and let him make a decision. Ling 1 looked at the situation and thought that if any one of them couldn't control themselves and made a move, he would be dead on the spot. Even though loyalists weren't afraid of death, they couldn't sacrifice themselves for nothing. That would be too stupid. Hurry up and go in to report. Chen Jingxian was so angry that he directly spoke with a thunderous voice. But at this moment, a woman in her 50s walked out of the Ling family's residence. With a basket on her arm. She walked to the door and casually glanced at these people. Finally, she asked Ling 1, "What are these people here for?" Ling 1 knew that a good show was about to start. He immediately said lazily, "Mother Lu, they must be here to ask for the address of the Ling family." I was just about to go in to report. Mother Lu immediately frowned and said impatiently, "Oh, they're here to ask for the address? Is it this?" As she spoke, Mother Lu took out a map from the basket and passed it to Ling 1. Then, she said, "Cui Lao said that the address is marked on this map. Hurry up and let them take it and leave. They're wasting my time buying groceries." With that, Mother Lu glanced at the 4 people from the Sun and Chen families in disdain before leaving. Ling 1 took the map and stuffed it into Chen Haipeng's hands. He said calmly, "The address is on this." Chen Haipeng was dumbfounded. He held the map, not knowing what to do. He was at a loss. This is really infuriating. Seeing this scene, Chen Jingxian and Sun Jinwu were so angry that they almost vomited 3 liters of blood. At the same time, in the third courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Yun, Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and the rest couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You want to come to the Ling family to find out the truth? I'm going to anger you to death." To be continued. The masters of the Sun and Chen families personally came to the Ling family to ask for the location of the duel. This was making a mountain out of a molehill, but Ling Yun went with the flow. What was Chen Jingxuan's status? He was the ancestor of the Chen family, a peerless master of Huaxia. Chen Haipeng was also the current master of the Chen family, Sun Jinwu was the master of the Sun family, and even Sun Tianluo was the future master of the Sun family. Although the two families could send anyone to ask for the location of the battle as long as they knew the location, since the four of them had come personally, according to etiquette, the Ling family should at least send someone of Ling Lai and Ling Yu's level to welcome them personally. Fighting was one thing, but they were all big families, and etiquette couldn't be ignored. However, the master of the Ling family was Ling Yun, and everything was decided by Ling Yun. He would never play by the rules. What would happen in 3 days? A duel to the death. It was a fight to the death. The loser would be completely removed from the Huaxia family. We've already shed all pretenses of cordiality. Who would still be in the mood to play those hypocritical tricks of reciprocation? Moreover, Ling Yun had already guessed the purpose of their visit. Of course, he wouldn't let them in. Didn't you come personally? I let the 2 guards stop you and let the grocery auntie at home go greet you and give you the address. The Ling family only used 1 guard and an ordinary auntie to get rid of the 4 of them. The difference in status was too great, and this slap in the face was too harsh. Ling Yun was clearly slapping the faces of the Sun and Chen families. Anyway, according to the old rules, before the duel, both parties couldn't attack each other. Whoever attacked first would be considered to have broken the rules. Furthermore, Ling Yun wasn't afraid that the 4 of them would attack him out of anger. If they were to be blinded by anger and dare to attack Ling 1 and Ling 7, they would be playing into Ling Yun's hands. He would charge out without hesitation and kill the 4 of them on the spot. I'll give you the address if you ask for it. If you dare to attack, I'll make sure that you won't be able to return. That would save us the trouble in 3 days. Sure enough, the 4 people at the door were trembling with rage, their faces ashen. However, they were doing their best to suppress their anger, and none of them made a move. They came to ask for the address of the duel, and the Ling family had already given it to them. It was in Chen Haipeng's hands. However, the 4 of them would never have thought that Ling Yun would use such a method to give them the address. It was too childish, and at the same time, it showed that he did not respect them at all. Humph. Chen Jingxian suppressed his anger and said with a livid face, "Peng give me the map." Chen Haipeng hurried over and handed the map to Chen Jingxian. Chen Jingxian casually unfurled the map and glanced at it. He immediately saw the clear mark marked out with a red-colored pen. It was very conspicuous. The address was a valley surrounded by 5 peaks at the junction of Yunmeng Mountain and Longyun Mountain in the northeast corner of the capital. However, although the address was clear enough, there was something even clearer. It was a sentence written in red on the map. The color was as red as blood, bright and dazzling. 3 days from now, the Sun and Chen families will be buried here. 12 large words were drawn with silver hooks and iron, like swords, displaying a sharp killing intent. Why yeah. Simply arrogant and conceited to the extreme. It truly angers this old man to death. After seeing it, Chen Jingxian was so angry that he almost tore up the map and killed his way into the Ling family. Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, and Sun Tianluo were curious and came over to take a look. Instantly, they were also infuriated, gritting their teeth. Suddenly, Chen Jingxian took a deep breath and shouted at the Ling family, "Junior Ling Yun, I, Chen Jingxian, am giving face to the Ling family. That's why I came here personally today. I didn't expect you to hide your head and show your tail. What's the meaning of this?" Chen Jingxian was so angry that he actually questioned the Ling family directly. He really couldn't swallow this anger. He had to explode. The Ling family doesn't need your 2 families to give face. Since you've already gotten the address, get lost. Oh, let me remind you out of goodwill, don't forget to prepare your coffins when you go back, in case you don't make it in time. Inside the Ling family's ancestral home, a cold voice came instantly, every word as sharp as a knife. The one who retorted was, of course, Ling Yun. This was the Ling family's home ground. Naturally, Ling Yun wouldn't let Chen Jingxian take advantage of him. You. Chen Jingxian was so angry that his whole body stiffened. He was about to speak again, but at this moment, he only heard a playful voice from behind him. Yo, isn't this old Mr. Chen? Who are you talking to? Why are you so angry? Chen Jingxian turned his head suddenly, his heart instantly filled with vigilance. He was really angered by Ling Yun. Someone actually came within 2 feet of him without him noticing. Long Haochang? What are you doing here? The person who came was about 40 years old. He had an ape's back and a wasp's waist, thick eyebrows, tiger-like eyes, and a square face. He was dressed in a green robe that was neither ancient nor modern. He wore cloth shoes on his feet and walked briskly, but his figure was very steady. However, this person's eyebrows were slightly raised as he spoke, and his eyes were frivolous. When he spoke to Xianxia, there was an indescribable sense of mockery in his eyes. This was someone from the Long family. He was a cousin of the Long family's patriarch, Long Haoqiang. Long Haoqiang quickly came in front of Xianxia. He looked around and casually used his eyes to greet Sun Jinwu and the others. He nodded as a form of greeting. Then, he smiled proudly and said, "Oh, aren't the Sun and Qin families going to have a battle to the death with the Ling family? This matter has already caused a lot of commotion among the higher-ups. This is very bad. I'm here today to represent the Long family and see if I can be a peacemaker for you guys. Let's turn a big problem into a small one and a small one into nothing. Why don't we bury the hatchet?" Long Haoqiang was very straightforward. He actually said what he wanted to say. Just like that, in front of the four most important figures of the Sun and Qin families, he stated his purpose of coming here. There were 3 layers of meaning in Long Haoqiang's words. First, it was equivalent to criticizing the Sun, Qin, and Ling families. He made it clear that it was not right for them to have a battle to the death. Secondly, he was here to be a peacemaker. He hoped that the 3 families could sit down and negotiate and not fight if possible. Lastly, and of course most importantly, he said that he was here on behalf of the Long family. His words naturally represented the Long family. This, Chen Jingshuan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened his eyes and exchanged a look with Sun Jinwu. There was too much information exchanged in that one look. The Long family had really interfered. Moreover, they were openly interfering. Moreover, it seemed like the Long family wanted to punish the Ling family and the Sun and Qin families respectively. They wanted both sides to give up. Frankly speaking, if one were to disregard the Qin family, only Sun Jinwu would be happy for the Long family to interfere. Right now, the Sun family could only be crushed by the Ling family with their own strength. They couldn't wait for someone to come forward and suppress this matter. That was because the Sun family didn't have much enmity with the Ling family. Their enmity with the Ling family was mainly focused on Ling Yun. The Sun family only lost 4 members of Sun Tianbia's family, Sun Tianba, and dozens of Hotian realm masters. Moreover, the cause of this matter was the spoiled brat of the Sun family, Sun Xing, who provoked Ling Yun first. Now that the Ling family was too strong, the Sun family truly felt that it wasn't worth it to put the lives of dozens of people and the fate of the entire family in jeopardy for the sake of 5 dead members. They had already admitted defeat and were trying to avoid Ling Yun. It was just that they were blocked at the entrance of the cemetery and their whole family was humiliated by Ling Yun that they could not take it lying down. The Sun family didn't dare to fight. They didn't want to fight. They had no choice but to ally with the Qin family and fight to the death with the Ling family. However, the Qin family was different. The enmity between the Qin family and Ling Yun and the Ling family was too deep. There would definitely be a battle between the 2 families, it was only a matter of time. Indeed, after Qin Jingxian and Sun Jinwu looked at each other, he laughed coldly and raised his hand to throw the map to Long Haoqiang. "Humph, Long Haoqiang, since the Long family wants to interfere, why don't you take a look at this map first?" Qin Jingxian was still worried about not being able to enter the Ling family. Now that Long Haoqiang was here, the ball was in his court. "Don't you want to interfere? Let's see if you have the ability to get the Ling family to show their faces." Long Haoqiang received the map suspiciously. He opened it and glanced at it. His face darkened instantly. Who wrote this? How can he be so arrogant? Just as he finished speaking, a lazy voice came from the Ling family's ancestral home. "I wrote it myself." "What's wrong? Whose dog is this? How dare he come to my Ling family's doorstep and behave atrociously?" Ling Yin immediately brought Ling Yu and Chui Lao out of the Ling family's ancestral home when Long Haoqiang appeared. This was the first person from the Long family that Ling Yin saw in Beijing other than Long Tianjiao and Long Tianyu. Of course, he had to meet Long Haoqiang. Ha 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 ha, Qin Jingxian suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He casually glanced at Long Haoqiang and teasingly said, "Did you see that, Long Haoqiang? The Ling clan doesn't care about your Long clan at all. They even called you a dog." Ling Yan wanted to destroy the Chen family, but Chen Jingxian wanted to destroy the Ling family too. The deathmatch had already been issued. Of course, he couldn't stop fighting just because of a few words from Long Haoqiang. Now that he had the chance, he wanted to drag the Long family down with him. The Ling family would definitely lose this battle if the Long family was also angered by Ling Yun. F***ck, since when did the Ling family become so arrogant? How dare they speak to the Long family like this? Are they courting death? Indeed, Long Haoqiang flew into a rage. Whoosh! A figure suddenly appeared in front of Long Haoqiang, and that person raised his hand. Pa! Pa! Two crisp slaps landed on Long Haoqiang's face. Long Haoqiang instinctively raised his hand to block, but the other party was too fast. He actually blocked nothing. How dare you act tough in my Ling family? You're the one courting death. After slapping Long Haoqiang, Ling Yan suddenly used the mystical dragon hell and raised his leg again. Bam! Gotcha! The kick landed directly on Long Haoqiang's knee, breaking Long Haoqiang's leg. To be continued. Ling Yan didn't dare to show his face? What kind of joke was that? He was waiting for Long Haoqiang. Ling Yan was furious with the Long family. He said that he would break Long Haoqiang's legs, and he did it. Long Haoqiang didn't even get to see Ling Yan's face before he was slapped twice and broke one of his legs. Ouch! Long Haoqiang was slapped twice for no reason. Before he could react, his left leg was broken by Ling Yan's kick. Under the intense pain, Long Haoqiang held miserably and directly fell head-first onto the ground. Gotcha! Ling Yan's second kick landed on Long Haoqiang's other leg, breaking it with brute force. Ling Yan wanted to break both of Long Haoqiang's legs. Otherwise, he would have wasted his time coming out today. Ling Yan's speed was simply too fast. Other than Chen Jingxian, no one else could see Ling Yan's movements clearly. All they saw was a blur in front of their eyes. Chen Jingxian, who saw everything clearly from the beginning to the end, was dumbfounded when he saw Ling Yan break both of Long Haoqiang's legs. The legs of someone from the Long family were actually broken by someone from the Ling family? And both of his legs at that. Did the sun rise from the west today? Chen Jingxian was shocked. Sun Jinwu, Chen Haipeng, Sun Tianluo, and the spies sent by the various forces were all dumbfounded, not to mention the outsiders. Even Ling Yu and Cui Lao, who were following closely behind, were stunned when they saw this scene clearly. Both of them felt as if their brains were buzzing. Ling Yu closed his eyes and thought to himself, "This is it." Cui Lao staggered and almost fell to the ground. He really broke both of Long Haoqiang's legs. Living ancestor, he really is a living ancestor. At this moment, Cui Lao only had these two sentences in his mind. He didn't know what to do on the spot. Ling 1 and Ling 7, who were at the door, kept rubbing their eyes. They looked again and again, and after confirming it a few times, they finally confirmed that they weren't hallucinating and weren't dreaming. It was real. The patriarch is actually not afraid of the Long family? The two men of sacrifice looked at each other and saw shock, astonishment, and excitement in each other's eyes. Courting death? How dare you? In the distance, two people flew over. Their movement techniques were shocking, and they appeared in front of Long Haoqiang like lightning. One on the left and the other on the right, they blocked Long Haoqiang's path and prevented him from continuing to attack. These were two spies sent by the Long family. They were both at Xiantian realm level 6. After the initial shock, they finally understood that someone from the Long family had been beaten up by Ling Yun. They couldn't be bothered to hide their identities anymore as they rushed over to stop him. Ling Yun had already vented his anger. Naturally, he wouldn't attack again. He didn't even look at the people around him. He only smiled calmly and looked at Long Haoqiang, who was howling on the ground. "You with the surname Long, you want to walk around my Ling family's front door? You are not qualified. You came to my house yesterday because I wasn't around. If I was, your legs would have been broken a long time ago. Let me tell you, this is a matter between the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families. The Long family doesn't need to interfere. Scram back to where you came from." When you go back, help me tell Long Houran that the Ling family is no longer the Ling family of the past. Tell him to be more courteous to us in the future. Otherwise, I'll beat him up too. The Ling family is not to be bullied. Awesome, Ling Yan actually announced in front of everyone that if Long Houran dared to be rude to the Ling family, he would beat Long Houran up too. Long Haoqiang really deserved to be beaten up today. Ling Yan was really going all out. He was simply too domineering, to the point of defying the natural order. He didn't put the Long family in his eyes at all. Furthermore, this was before the battle to the death with the Sun and Qin families. Wasn't he afraid that after offending the Long family would join forces with the Sun and Qin families to destroy the Ling family? At this moment, this was the true thought in everyone's heart except for Ling Yun. So, was Ling Yun afraid or not? The answer was, of course, no. If he was afraid, he wouldn't have come to Beijing. When he was on Turtle Island, Ling Yun wasn't even afraid of the 9-colored tribulation cloud, let alone the Long family. Could the Long family be stronger than the 9-colored tribulation cloud? Absolutely not. However, after the shock, Qin Jingshuan's mind flashed like lightning. After he understood some things, his heart was filled with ecstasy. Ling Yun had offended the Long family. He was indeed a young man. He was simply too arrogant. The Ling family had made a huge mistake by letting Ling Yun take charge. Whoosh! Qin Jingxian appeared beside Long Haoqiang in a flash. He bent down and pretended to be concerned. Mr. Long, are you all right? Then, Qin Jingxian turned his head and shouted at Chen Haiping, Peng Er, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and help save him. Since the Ling family had offended the Long family, the Qin family would naturally take the opportunity to curry favor with the Long family and take the initiative to express goodwill to them. This was a ready-made advantage. This old man really knows how to take advantage of others. It's a pity that he was given the cold shoulder. What a waste of effort. Ling Yan had no intention of stopping Qin Jingshuan's act. He only sneered coldly at the scene, not saying a word or moving. At this time, a tall figure rushed out of the Ling family's ancestral home. It was Ling Lai. He froze the moment he stepped out and looked up. Ling Lai was originally in his own courtyard, chatting with Dong Shanchuan. However, he didn't forget to pay attention to what was happening at the door. When he heard that Long Haoqiang had appeared, Ling Lai couldn't sit still anymore. When he heard that Ling Yun had left, he immediately rushed out. Who knew that he would still be one step too late? Ling Yun was good in every aspect, except for one thing. He was too lawless. No matter who it was, as long as they offended him, they wouldn't have a good ending. The Long family offended Ling Yun, and Ling Yun even wanted to beat up Long Houran. What was Long Haoqiang? This time, the Long family had completely miscalculated. They wanted to be the peacemaker and let the Ling family and the Qin family bury the hatchet. In the end, not only did they fail, but they also lost their own family. This way, who could interfere in the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Qin family? Who would dare to interfere? Grandpa, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Yun hurriedly used telepathy to reassure Ling Lai when he saw him come out. To correct an injustice, one had to go overboard. If Ling Yun didn't do this, the Long family would always think of riding on top of the Ling family and always be high up. Even though Ling Yun knew that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the Sun and Qin families, he knew that these two families were already at the end of their rope. However, the Long family was different. The Ling family couldn't let go of the Long family. They always felt that they were inferior to the Long family. Any random person from the Long family could criticize the Ling family. To Ling Yun, this was absolutely intolerable. He had to change this situation, and today was the best opportunity. This was because he did it in front of the Sun and Qin families. This was a good way to build momentum for the Ling family and also to let all the forces in Huaxia know that the Ling family wasn't afraid of the Long family. This way, coupled with the matter of Ling Yun settling the debts of the small families last night, was equivalent to turning the one-sided situation in Beijing around. After this incident, the Ling family's prestige and morale would definitely reach its peak. I'm not afraid of the Long family or even the alliance of the three families. As long as you dare to provoke me, I'll beat you all up. That was why Ling Yun didn't give anyone a chance. He stepped on Long Haoqiang the moment he came up and said those words, tyrannical enough. Arrogant enough, the Ling family can't be bullied. After saying that to Ling Lai, Ling Yin smiled at the two spies from the Long family. If you want to fight, go ahead. If you don't dare, then carry Long Haoqiang and scram. The two spies from the Long family looked at each other and saw the deep fear in each other's eyes. They swallowed their anger and didn't dare to attack Ling Yun. Long Haoqiang was already a half-step Xiantian 9. If they attacked, they would only be killed in seconds. How boring. Ling Yan's thoughts moved, and an envelope appeared in his hand. It was Long Haoran's letter. He pinched the corner of the envelope with his index and middle fingers and threw the letter at Long Haoqiang's face. I'll return the original letter. Remember what I said, scram. After saying that, Ling Yin turned around and was about to return to the Ling family's ancestral home. However, he didn't wait for a few steps before he stopped and turned his head to look at the road in the distance. There were a few cars speeding over there. Ling Yan's divine sense swept over, and the corner of his mouth curled into a bright smile. The people from the Chao clan had actually come. Chao Juanxiong, Chao Xingchong, Lu Qiongfeng, and Chao Tianlong. Of course, there was also Chao Shanshan. This family of 5 came in a luxurious limousine. They were definitely high profile. Behind this carriage, there were 3 other large carriages. The carriages at the back were filled with all sorts of luxurious furniture. Ling Yin noticed that there was an ancient bed in the back compartment of the first carriage. The bed was square, wide, and shiny. There were 6 dragon pillars at the head and the end of the bed, supporting the flat canopy on top of the bed. Not only were there dragons and phoenixes carved on the bed, but he could also feel a kind of spiritual energy fluctuation. Dragon energy. Royal energy. It was a dragon bed. Ling Yin was dumbfounded when he saw it clearly. It can't be, right? This is too exaggerated. Soon, the 4 cars arrived at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home and came to a stop. Once the luxurious limousine stopped, the 5 members of the Chao family walked out. Chao Juanxiong's gaze swept across the crowd. His gaze lingered on Chen Jingxian and Chen Haipeng for a while, then passed by Ling Yun and finally landed on Ling Lai. Ha 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 ha, Elder Ling, I didn't expect your family to be so lively today. Ling Lai's mouth twitched. How could it not be lively? Other than the Yi family and the Li family, the rest of the 7 big families in Beijing were all here. However, Ling Lai still took a big step forward and greeted him. Old Chao, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why are you here? Chao Juanxiong laughed and said loudly, Elder Ling, aren't you asking the obvious? Our Chao family has already sent the dragon bed to you, so naturally, we are here to propose marriage to your Ling family. The Chao family proposed marriage to the Ling family, and they even sent the dragon bed that was passed down in their family? When the people of the Sun and Chen family, as well as the people of the Long family, heard this, they were all stunned and showed a certain amount of shock. Even the Long family's Long Haoqiang sat up from the ground in shock. He was flabbergasted. Marriage proposal? Who was the Chao family proposing for? Could it be for Chao Tianlong? According to Huasha's marriage customs, the groom should be the one to initiate the marriage proposal. It was rare for the bride to go to the groom's house to propose marriage. However, Chen Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, and the other big shots only took a glance at Chao Tianlong before they immediately rejected that idea. It was because Chao Tianlong was dressed too casually today. He didn't look like he was here to propose marriage to Hui Yuhao. Moreover, if the groom went to the groom's house to propose marriage, who would send the bed? If the bed was sent to the groom's house, would the bride and groom have their wedding night at the groom's house? That was impossible. Those who had brains in the hall immediately understood the answer in their hearts. The Chao family had come to the Ling family today to propose a marriage for Chao Shanshan. This was a reverse marriage proposal. Humph. Chen Jingshuan's face turned green and he couldn't help but snort. Actually, the reason why the Chao family came to the Ling family today wasn't important. What was important was the timing that the Chao family chose. The Ling family was going to have a life-and-death battle with the Sun and Chen families in 3 days. Today, they personally came to the Ling family to ask for the location of the battle. Ling Yin first sent 2 guards to keep Chen Jingxian and the rest out of the door. Then, he got an auntie from the Ling family to bring out the map. That was a huge slap to the face of the Sun and Chen families. Then, Long Haoqiang rushed over, but before he could say a few words, Ling Yin suddenly appeared, slapped him twice, and broke both of his legs. the Ling family was in the limelight. Just when the Ling family was at its strongest and most arrogant, the Chao family came to the Ling family to propose marriage. They were here to publicly announce the alliance between the Ling and Chao families. The Chao clan did not come earlier or later. This timing was just too perfect. The Chao family was helping the Ling family. At this moment, Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong held each other's hands tightly and shook them a few times. At a time like this, others might need to guess who the Chao family was proposing to, but did Ling Lai need to guess? Wasn't his future granddaughter-in-law standing there shyly and timidly? The Chao family was such a big family. For the female to take the initiative to propose marriage, how much face was she giving the Ling family? Old Chao, why are you getting involved in this mess at such a critical time? Ling Lai held Chao Juanxiong's hand tightly. His eyes were filled with gratitude and apologetic at the same time. He sent a telepathic message to Chao Juanxiong. I know everything about Yun'er and Xianxia. Originally, I was thinking that after this battle, if our Ling family was lucky enough to win, I would personally bring Yun'er to your family to propose marriage. Chao Juanxiong laughed heartily. He didn't need to use telepathic messages. Instead, he said directly, Elder Ling, our Xianxia and your child are a match made in heaven. Moreover, these two children have been together for so long and are very close. I feel that now is the time to decide on the marriage. As for who is going to propose, that's just a small matter. Chao Juanxiong was shrewd and ruthless. Not only did he not try to cover up the matter of the marriage proposal, he only used a few words to play down the matter and let it pass. However, Chao Juanxiong emphasized the words now is the time. He used his internal energy so that everyone present could hear him. Chao Juanxiong even glanced at Qin Jingxian as he spoke, his eyes filled with hatred and icy-cold hostility. My Chao family has specially chosen this opportunity to slap your Qin family in the face, to build momentum for the Ling family. Isn't your son Qin family an alliance? Then, my Chao family will form a marriage alliance with the Ling family. Good, good, good. It's time, it's indeed time. Ling Lai naturally understood the meaning behind Chao Juanxiong's words. He couldn't help but say good 3 times in a row. Everyone in the world knew about the relationship between Ling Yun and Chao Xianxian. Their engagement was a matter of course and could be done at any time. However, Chao Juanxiong specially chose this time. Ling Lai's motive was self-evident. How could Ling Lai not understand? While Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong were chatting happily, Ling Yu had already come forward to receive Chao Xingcheng and his wife. Naturally, he greeted them warmly. The Ling family had gained a lot of face today. Ling Yu was the real head of the family. Of course, he had to be a good host and not neglect the Chao family. As for Ling Yun, who was the center of attention, ever since Chao Xianxian had appeared, he had not looked at anyone else. He had long forgotten about everything else. That was because Chao Xianxian was very different from usual. The two of them hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days, but she gave Ling Yun a breathtaking feeling. Chao Xianxian was originally the most beautiful girl in Qingshui High. Even in Qingshui City, where beauties were as common as clouds, her looks were still top-notch. Today, she purposely dressed up to propose. Her entire body was radiating with beauty. However, that wasn't important to Ling Yun. What was important was that Chao Xianxian had returned to her family. After staying for so many days, the Chao family's vitality had recovered. The haze in Chao Xianxian's heart had been swept away. Her entire body was brimming with unparalleled confidence. The aristocratic aura that was cultivated in the top families of Huaxia was displayed perfectly, giving her a stunning charm. A noble princess, a cold and elegant goddess, unattainable. At this moment, this unreachable princess was looking at Ling Yun alone with her watery, beautiful eyes full of love and tenderness. One day felt like 3 years had passed. What about more than 10 days? Xianxian. Ling Yun used his movement technique and traversed more than 20 meters in one step. He arrived directly in front of Chao Xianxian. Chao Xianxian didn't expect to see Ling Yun the moment she arrived at the Ling family's house. This gave her an indescribable surprise. She was overwhelmed with emotions. There were thousands of words that she wanted to say, but at this moment, she was so emotional that she couldn't say a single word. Chao Xianxian blinked her beautiful eyes lightly. Her eyelids were covered with a layer of mist. She only said gently, Ling Yun, you've lost weight. Just this sentence alone contained all of Chao Shanshan's worries, tenderness, and endless concern. Being thin is better than being fat, Ling Yan said casually. Then, he raised his hand and wrapped it around Chao Shanshan's slender waist. He pulled her into the Ling family's house. Come, let's go home. Now that Chao Shanshan was here, Ling Yan couldn't be bothered with the people at his house. Anyway, he had already given the location of the duel. He had also trampled on Long Haoqiang. The Ling family had gained enough face for today. Being hugged by Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan only felt her delicate body heat up. Her heart fluttered, and her body tensed up. She said shyly, I haven't greeted Grandpa Ling yet. That's rude, Ling Yan chuckled. Can't you see that those two old men are busy? It won't be too late to greet them when we get home. Then, Ling Yan said to Cui Lao through telepathy, there's no need to unload the cars at the entrance. Let those 3 cars drive directly into the Ling family's house. Now that all the core members of the Ling family had spatial rings, there was naturally no need to expend effort to unload the cars. As long as the cars entered the Ling family's house, Ling Yan could use the spatial ring to store the items and then return to his house to retrieve them. It had to be said that having a spatial ring was really too convenient. Just like that, Ling Yan actually hugged Chao Shanshan in front of everyone and swaggered back to the Ling family's ancestral home. He went straight to the main courtyard of the Ling family. As for Qin Jingxian, Chen Haipeng, Sun Jinwu, Sun Tianluo, and the others, Ling Yan actually didn't say a word to them from the moment he came out. He chose to ignore these people because, in Ling Yan's eyes, they were already dead people. Shanshan, your waist has become slimmer. On the way back to the house, Ling Yan hugged Chao Shanshan's big hand and began to rub it mischievously. Even though Chao Shanshan was shy, she enjoyed Ling Yan's tenderness very much. She didn't resist at all and only said shyly, I'm training. Ling Yan nodded, his pair of shifty eyes glancing at Chao Shanshan's chest. He said solemnly, your chest has become bigger. F***CKU. You're already the head of the Ling family, yet you're still so indecent. Chao Shanshan's heart thumped wildly, and she almost couldn't walk anymore. This is too slow. With a beautiful woman in his arms, Ling Yan felt that walking so slowly was really too slow. Before he finished his sentence, he exerted a little force in his left arm and pulled Chao Shanshan into his embrace. Chao Shanshan cried out shyly. Ling Yan laughed heartily and teleported to the 3rd courtyard of the Ling family. Then, in a flash, he returned to his own room. This is my own courtyard, it's quieter here. After entering his own room, Ling Yan didn't put Chao Shanshan down. Instead, he carried her directly to the sofa and lowered his head to look at Chao Shanshan's delicate face. He said with a naughty smile. Chao Shanshan's heart thumped wildly, and her beautiful face blushed. She said in a hurried voice, what are you doing? Ling Yan didn't say anything. He lowered his head and aimed at Chao Shanshan's lips and kissed her forcefully. Chao Shanshan let out a soft moan and wrapped her arms tightly around Ling Yan's neck, passionately responding to Ling Yan's kiss. At the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral residence. This brat is really, Ling Lai originally wanted to call Ling Yan over to let him greet Chao Juanxiong. Who knew that before he could say anything, Ling Yan would directly enter the house with Chao Shanshan in his arms. Chao Juanxiong, on the other hand, laughed and said, Elder Ling, people like us are getting old. Those old rules don't work on kids anymore. Ling Lai laughed heartily and said, anyway, she's abducting your granddaughter. As long as you can accept it, it's fine. Then, he held Chao Juanxiong's hand and said heroically, this isn't the place to talk. Come, let's go home. I'll treat you guys well today. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong held hands and walked side by side into the Ling family's main gate. This iconic scene instantly spread to all the major forces in the capital. The Ling family and the Chao family had officially formed an alliance through marriage. To be continued. Brother Chao, my 3rd brother, Ling Xiao, is at home now. Why don't we come in to talk? Ling Yu suggested to Chao Xingchong with a smile when he saw Ling Lai and Chao Juanxiong enter the Ling family. The Chao family was here today to propose for Chao Shanshan. Hence, Ling Xiao and Chao Xingchong were the main characters, not Ling Yu. Chao Xingchong laughed heartily. That's how it should be. At this moment, Cui Lao walked over and reported to Ling Yu, second master. Master said to drive these cars directly into the courtyard. Ling Yu immediately understood Ling Yan's intention and nodded with a smile. Chao Xingchong turned to Chao Tianlong and said, Tianlong, I'll leave this place to you. Take care of these cars and drive them into the courtyard. Chao Tianlong nodded and smiled. Rest assured, father. Thus, Ling Yu brought Chao Xingchong and Lu Qiongfang into the Ling family's ancestral home. At the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home, only Cui Lao, Chao Tianlong, and the Chao family's cars and drivers were left. With Cui Lao's help, Chao Tianlong began to instruct the drivers to drive the 3 loaded cars into the Ling family's ancestral home. Chen Jingxian, Sun Jinwu, and the others stood at the entrance of the Ling family's house and watched silently. They didn't say a word, but they each had their own thoughts. Even Long Haoqiang, whose legs were broken by Ling Yun, didn't leave immediately. After some simple treatment, he endured the pain and observed everything in front of him. The Ling family had changed, it had really changed. And it was an earth-shattering change. Once upon a time, as long as someone from the Long family came to the Ling family, no matter who it was, the Ling family would welcome them with open arms and be respectful to the Long family. Even last night, when Long Haoqiang came to deliver the letter, it was the same. But today? Long Haoqiang had just arrived at the entrance of the Ling family's house. He hadn't even spoken for 2 minutes when Ling Yun rushed out and slapped him twice and broke both his legs. This was in broad daylight, at the main entrance of the Ling family, and in front of the most important figures of the Sun and Chen family. Just now, Long Haoqiang was lying on the ground with a broken leg. However, the 2 core members of the Ling family, Ling Yu and Ling Lai, actually rushed out from the Ling family one after the other. They didn't even say a word and didn't even bother to greet Long Haoqiang. None of them had anything to say about Ling Yun's actions. The Ling family had obviously tacitly agreed to all of this. The Ling family actually dared to allow all of this? Where did the Ling family get the guts to be so rude to the Long family? Where did his confidence come from? Was it because the Ling family had Ling Yun? Mr. Long, that junior Ling Yun is so rude and overbearing, and his actions are so extreme. You should have a deep understanding by now. I wonder if your Long family is still willing to mediate for our life and death battle? Chen Jingxian suddenly spoke indifferently, yet his words carried a trace of hidden ridicule. He was trying his best to sow discord, and this was an extremely rare opportunity. Humph. Long Haoqiang snorted coldly, but he didn't answer directly. He intentionally avoided this topic. Frankly speaking, Long Haoqiang was only a cousin of Long Haoren. His position in the Long family wasn't considered high, and he had no say in such a major decision. Yesterday, he came to deliver the letter, and today, he came to ask for the result. The reason why he was so overbearing was because he was a member of the Long family, and he only borrowed the Long family's power. Until he was beaten up, he still maintained his habitual thinking and attitude towards the Ling family. However, now that he was beaten up by Ling Yun, Long Haoqiang had no idea whether the Long family would stand up for him. Not to mention whether the Long family would directly fall out with the Ling family because of him. Moreover, now that the Chao family and the Ling family had formed an alliance through marriage, even though the Chao family's position in the ancient martial arts world wasn't much, in terms of power in the secular world, even the Long family and the Yi family couldn't underestimate them. The impact of the marriage between the Chao family and the Ling family on the secular world was too great. That was because the current Ling family was no longer the weakling they used to be, and they were no longer a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. Otherwise, why would Ling Yun beat up Long Haoqiang without any explanation? He even dared to say that if Long Haoren dared to treat the Ling family like before, Ling Yun would beat him up too. How much confidence and strength did he need to be able to say something like that? In any case, it was definitely not just out of arrogance. Indeed, Long Haoqiang's thoughts were immediately verified. His communication device rang, and he received a message. Long Haoqiang hurriedly took out his communication device and saw only 2 words on it. Come back. The corner of Long Haoqiang's mouth twitched, and he immediately withered like a frosted eggplant. That was because he vaguely had a bad premonition that he might really have suffered the beating today for nothing. It would be difficult for him to regain his face in a short period of time. Long Haoqiang gripped the letter that Ling Yun threw to him tightly. He lifted his head silently and stared at the two words Ling residence on the main door of the Ling family's ancestral home. He then said to the two spies from the Long family, "Both of you, help me back." He was even treated as a VIP when he came to the main door yesterday, and he could strut around arrogantly. However, not only did he not enter the door today, but he even had both of his legs broken at the entrance. It was only after one night. The two spies immediately helped Long Haocheng up, got him back into the car, and drove off quickly. Humph. The Long family is just SOSO. Xianxia realized that he had indeed been snubbed. He couldn't help but turn pale as he watched Long Haocheng's car disappear into the distance. "Elder Chen, what should we do now?" Sun Jinwu asked softly. Now, the three carriages of the Chao family had already entered the main door of the Ling family. Cui Lao and Chao Tianlong had also entered the Ling family. At the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home, only the four people from the Sun and Chen families were left. They had been given the cold shoulder, and it could be said that it was as awkward as it could be. Humph. Chen Jingxian snorted coldly again. He clenched the map in his hand into a ball and said angrily, "What else can we do? We'll fight to the death in 3 days. Peng Er, let's go." Ling Wen crossed his arms in front of his chest and stood at the entrance of the Ling family's ancestral home in a carefree manner. He smiled as he watched the Sun and Chen family leave. Suddenly, he turned his head and asked, "Ling 7, did you enjoy yourself today?" Ling Qi laughed. "Boss, do you still need to ask? Today was really too fun. Our Ling family has never been so proud before." Ling Yi laughed. "Look at how happy you are. How far have we gotten? The best is yet to come. Let's go. The show has ended, and our mission has been completed. Let's go back and report to Cui Lao." At this moment, the Ling family could be said to be extremely lively. Ling Lai invited Chao Juanxiong to his own courtyard in the backyard. The two of them were having a private conversation. Of course, it was a secret discussion. For the time being, Ling Yu invited Chao Xingcheng and Lu Qiongfeng to his courtyard. As a host, he invited them to have some tea and chat. Of course, the main topic of their conversation was about the marriage. Dong Shanchuan had already arrived at the fourth courtyard of the Ling family, which was also Ling Zhao's courtyard. He was sitting there drinking tea slowly. Facing the silent Ling Xiao and his daughter, Dong Rulan, who was running around happily, Dong Shanchuan wanted to speak a few times. However, he swallowed his words every time. He didn't know where to start. This was because when Dong Rulan wanted to marry Ling Xiao, Dong Shanchuan had strongly opposed it out of consideration for his daughter's lifelong happiness. If it wasn't for Dong Rulan's pleas and threats of death, the marriage between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan wouldn't have happened. In the past 18 years, other than the day his daughter got married and the day Ling Shui was born, Dong Shanchuan had never visited the Ling family again. Today was the third time he had visited the Ling family. This was because Ling Xiao loved another woman. It was the Holy Virgin of the Devil sect, Yin Qingxian. Every father who loved his daughter and was responsible for his daughter wouldn't agree to her marrying a man who didn't love her at all. This was human nature. However, his daughter had set her sights on Ling Xiao. Even though she knew that Ling Xiao didn't love her, she was still willing to marry him. As a father, what else could Dong Shanchuan do other than accept it? In Beijing, the Dong family was a small family. In terms of scale, it was even smaller than the families who came to the Ling family to cause trouble last night. Dong Shanchuan was a straightforward person. He never wanted to climb up to others. Therefore, he didn't use his daughter's marriage to curry favor with the Ling family. He didn't want to use the Ling family's influence to expand his own family. This was extremely rare. Only a father like this could raise a daughter who was so righteous. "I'm here for 2 things. Dong Shanchuan finally broke the awkwardness after a long silence. "I've never paid attention to the conflicts between the big families. It was only last night that I heard that the Ling family was going to fight to the death with the Sun and Chen families. I also found out that those families wanted to terminate their cooperation with the Ling family." Dong Shanchuan took out a bank card and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. "There's 700 million in here. I gathered it overnight. The Ling family needs money now. Use it first." Ling Xiao felt as though he was struck by lightning. His blood rushed to his head. Dong Shanchuan hadn't visited the Ling family for more than 10 years. Who would have thought that he would come immediately after hearing that the Ling family was in trouble? Ling Xiao naturally understood Dong Shanchuan's net worth. The total assets of the Ling family, including movable and immovable assets, were definitely less than 500 million. This extra 200 million must have been raised by Dong Shanchuan. When the Ling family was in trouble, someone hit them when they were down, while someone else helped them in their hour of need. It's not for you. Just as Ling Xiao was about to speak, Dong Shanchuan continued, I'm doing this for Rulin and for my precious granddaughter Xiao Shui. As for the other thing, I've kept it in my heart for more than 10 years. I have to say it today. No one knows a daughter better than a father. My daughter has been with you for more than 10 years. I know very well what kind of grievances she has suffered. The Dong family has never coveted anything from the Ling family. I only hope that no matter what happens to the Ling family in the future, you will not let down the 18 years my daughter has sacrificed for you. Ling Xiao lowered his head. In the bedroom, Dong Rulin covered her face with her hands. However, she couldn't stop the hot tears from rolling down her cheeks. To be continued. He had been holding it in for a week. He had thought about this plot for a long time and wasted millions of brain cells. He was finally able to write it, and he was very satisfied with it. If you don't like this chapter, you can slap me. If you like it, you can vote for it. At this moment, in the third courtyard of the Ling family, Ling Yun's room was filled with the sound of moaning. Xianxia was lying on Ling Yun's lap. Her clothes were in a mess, and she allowed Ling Yun's big hands to roam all over her smooth body. Her face was flushed red, and she was panting. Suddenly, Ling Yun's mouth moved away from Xianxia's snow-white breasts. He raised his head abruptly. Ling Yun listened attentively, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sigh, he suddenly let out a deep sigh. Ling Yun, what's wrong? Ling Yun stopped what he was doing, and Xianxia finally had a chance to catch her breath. She quickly sat up, and her face was red. She hurriedly tidied up her messy clothes and asked Ling Yun curiously. The two of them had just reunited after a short separation. They had a passionate moment just now. Today, they were officially engaged. There were no more barriers between the two of them. They were just one step away from crossing the final step. Who would have thought that Ling Yun would actually stop at this moment? Ling Yun's divine sense enveloped the entire Ling family's ancestral home, and he saw everything that was happening. At the same time, he silently chanted the clear heart technique to extinguish the rising flames in his body. It had been close to 2 months since he rescued Xianxia. Now, Xianxia's physical and mental state had recovered to its peak. Long before the Qiao family's incident, Ling Yun and Xianxia had already crossed the line in Xingshui City. Now that they were engaged, Ling Yun could, of course, eat Xianxia up whenever he wanted. Anyway, the goddess in his arms didn't show any signs of resistance. She was enjoying Ling Yun's caresses and responding passionately. However, he could eat Xianxia up, but not now. He had to wait until nightfall. Ling Yun knew that Xianxia must be thinking the same way. It has nothing to do with us, it's my father. Ling Yun frowned, and his face was filled with helplessness as he said this. Now, his father, Ling Xiao, was sitting in his own house, being scolded by others. However, Ling Yun could not do anything to help. This was because the person who had scolded Ling Xiao was his father-in-law, and what he said was extremely reasonable. This father of mine is really— Ling Yun frowned and clenched his teeth helplessly. He swallowed the second half of his sentence and replaced it with another sentence. He's really too good to my mother. The mother he was referring to was the previous holy virgin of the devil sect, Yin Qingxian. Ling Zhao's love for Yin Qingxian was too deep. In contrast, he was too cold-blooded and cruel towards Dong Rulin. Ling Yun couldn't help but feel frustrated. No matter what, Ling Xiao had married Dong Rulin. Furthermore, it was an official marriage. Furthermore, the two of them had even given birth to Ling Shui. Yet, he still refused to touch Dong Rulin for so many years. From this point, Ling Yun could naturally understand that Ling Xiao was deeply in love with his biological mother. In fact, he even respected his father's choice from the bottom of his heart. However, he really couldn't imagine what kind of torture it was for two normal people living together every day. It was not worth it at all. After all, it was a legal marriage. Ling Yan even thought that even if his biological mother, Xianxia, knew about this, she would not agree with Ling Zhao's actions. This can't go on. After the death battle, I have to think of a way to persuade Dad. However, I still have to ask for Mom's opinion first, Ling Yan muttered in his heart. While Ling Yan was deep in thought, Xianxia had already tidied up her clothes. She got up from Ling Yan's body and stood in front of him. You bullied me just now. Xianxia could still feel her body going soft. She blushed and bit her lips. You're putting the blame on me. Why do I feel like I was bullied by you just now? Ling Yan chuckled. F***CKU. Xianxia stomped her feet and pouted. Ling Yan laughed heartily and didn't bring up this topic again. He smiled and asked, what's up with the 3 carriages? Did your family prepare your dowry in advance? If you say so. However, it's only a small portion. It's just for us to use. Xianxia blushed and squirmed. In the end, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Ling Yan enjoyed Xianxia's shy expression and asked, for us to use it first? Including the dragon bed, right? Xianxia whimpered and covered her face with both hands. Ling Yan's question was too direct and embarrassing. How was she supposed to answer? Xianxia, I have something for you too. Quick, take a look. While Xianxia was covering her face, Ling Yan took out a spatial ring and held it in front of Xianxia. Hearing that Ling Yan had something for her, Xianxia immediately retracted her hands. Then, her delicate body stiffened and her eyes flashed with endless joy. This was a spatial ring. Today, the Chao family suddenly came to propose marriage without informing the Ling family. Who would have thought that Ling Yan had prepared the ring? How could Xianxia not be excited? Xianxia stared at the ring without blinking. Tears welled up in her beautiful eyes. After so many trials and tribulations, this day had finally arrived. Even though the ring was only a platinum ring and there was no diamond on it, as long as it was a gift from Ling Yan, it was enough. Ling Yan smiled affectionately. This is the engagement ring. Come, let me put it on for you. As he spoke, Ling Yan took the initiative to hold Xianxia's delicate hand and put the spatial ring on her right middle finger. Xianxia giggled and reminded Ling Yan, that's right, but it should be the left hand. Ling Yan smiled mysteriously and said nonchalantly, you're used to the right hand. It's more convenient with the right hand. This is the spatial ring. What? Xianxia was instantly dumbfounded. Ling Yan already knew that this would happen. He smiled and did not say much. He directly explained the usage of the spatial ring to Xianxia. When Xianxia had more or less understood, he suddenly stood up. Let's go and test it out now. We can also move all the things that your family sent into the house and decorate the bridal chamber tonight. Ling Yan had just moved into this courtyard and had yet to start decorating. Now that the Chao family had sent so many luxurious furniture, it saved him the trouble of going out to buy them. Stop being so smug. Who said I'm going to the bridal chamber with you? Xianxia's heart trembled as she pouted. Ling Yan smiled casually and did not argue. He directly held Xianxia's hand and the two of them walked out of the courtyard to where the 3 large carriages were parked. The 3 carriages were filled with all kinds of luxurious furniture and necessities. It could be said that everything that a normal family would need for a wedding had already been prepared. Xianxia, find a few light things to practice with first. Leave the large ones to me. As Ling Yan spoke, he flew directly to the first cart. This cart was filled with large items, from the sofa to the wardrobe, to the fridge, and the color TV. This included the huge dragon bed. It was like a crane in a flock of chickens, and it was the most eye-catching. Ling Yan did not stand on ceremony and accepted everything. He first put the dragon bed into the Taishi ring and then swept away the other large items in the carriage. The space in the Taishi ring was simply too big. So many items only occupied a corner of the space in the ring. On the other side, after a few experiments, Xianxia quickly grasped how to use the space ring. She happily stored some of her important belongings, such as her underwear, makeup table, and makeup items into her own space ring. Very quickly, the two of them stored everything in the 3 carriages into the spatial ring and returned to Ling Yun's room. Xianxia, this is our room. You decide how to decorate it. You tell me, I'll arrange it, okay? Xianxia heard this and smiled like a flower. For the entire morning, Ling Yun and Xianxia were busy in the room, discussing and attentively decorating their bridal chamber. This was a happy time for the two of them. Until noon, when Ling Lai sent someone to invite the couple to the engagement banquet, they had just finished arranging everything. At this point, Ling Yan's new residence was filled with furniture. It was completely new. Everything that should be there was there. At noon, the Ling family's engagement banquet officially began. The entire Ling family, from top to bottom, was in a jubilant mood. Congratulatory words could be heard everywhere. They were all celebrating the official engagement of Ling Yun and Xianxia. Because it happened so suddenly and because it was a special period, this engagement banquet was not announced to outsiders. Only the Ling and Qiao families were present. It was a small-scale event. However, Ling Yun was now the head of the Ling family. His engagement banquet was a big event for everyone in the Ling family. Naturally, it was very lively. Of course, other than the people from the Ling and Qiao families, there were also a few outsiders who attended this banquet. Green Bird, Mo Wudao, and even Dong Shanchuan, who was forced to stay behind. The banquet finally ended at 3 in the afternoon. During the banquet, Xianxia was teased by the crowd. She drank some wine. At the end of the banquet, she secretly said to Ling Yun, promise me that from now on, you're not allowed to use your divine sense to observe our room. Oh? Ling Yan's heart skipped a beat. However, he quickly smiled and agreed. Brother Yun thought to himself, fine, I'll not look. I want to see what you're up to tonight. After the banquet in the afternoon, the core members of the Qiao family were invited to the courtyard by Ling Xiao. Ling Yu accompanied them, and everyone chatted in secret. Ling Yu's wife, Li Xinmei, Ling Xiao, and even Ling Zhao's wife, Dong Rulan, came to Ling Yun's room. They all took the initiative to help Lu Qiongfeng make the bed and tidy up the room. According to the customs of most places in Huaxia, an engagement was actually more important than a marriage. As long as they were engaged, the young couple could stay together freely. This was very normal. Especially in the case of Ling Yun and Xianxia, the two of them were well matched in terms of social status and were in love with each other. Once they got engaged, it would be impossible to change it. Hence, even if they were to stay together tonight, no one would say anything. When it was close to evening, the Qiao family bade farewell and left. All the direct descendants of the Ling family came out to send them off at the main door. After dinner, Ling Yun went to Ling Lai's courtyard and had a long discussion with Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Chui Lao. It wasn't until 10 at night that he ended the day's matters and returned to his own courtyard. Ling Yun remembered Xianxia's reminder. After that afternoon, he restrained himself and didn't use his divine sense to scan the courtyard. Pushing open the door, Ling Yun's heart suddenly became hot. He knew that Xianxia was waiting for him in this house. She had a surprise for him. After entering the house and closing the door, Ling Yun followed the sound of breathing and went straight to his bedroom. The door to the bedroom was unlatched. Ling Yun came to the entrance of the master bedroom, took a deep breath, and suddenly pushed the door open. F***ck. After seeing the scene in the bedroom, Ling Yun was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground. This room was brightly lit. Under the light, there was a pair of fiery red candles burning on the table. There were also exquisite dishes, fruits, and snacks. There was also a pure gold wine flask, wine glasses, and 2 pairs of chopsticks. However, all of these were not important. None of them were important, the important thing was Xianxia. At this moment, she was wearing a phoenix coronet, a red veil, and red embroidered shoes. She looked like a real bride as she sat quietly on the edge of the dragon bed. The dragon bed, the phoenix coronet and red veil, this was too much of a shock for Ling Yun. Our Qiao family once had an empress. Hearing Ling Yun enter, Xianxia, who was under the red veil, spoke softly. Her voice was like an aureole, and her tone was filled with endless happiness. Even though this phoenix coronet and red veil is new, it was made according to the standards of the empress. This dragon bed is a real dragon bed. It was the bed of the Qianlong Emperor when the Qing dynasty was at its peak. Ling Yun, tonight, you are my king, and I am your empress. Ling Yun was dumbfounded. He was stunned, and his Adam's apple trembled. He knew that there would be a surprise tonight, but he didn't expect Xianxia to give him such a big surprise. Xianxia said coquettishly, "What are you standing there for? Come and lift the veil for me." Bam! Ling Yun slammed the bedroom door shut, and the bedroom instantly became an independent world. A world of two people, a wedding night. Ling Yun flew forward and raised his hand to lift Xianxia's red veil. Xianxia reminded him shyly, "You need to use a scale." Ling Yun then noticed that beside Xianxian, there was a scale on the dragon bed. The scale was made of agarwood, and the hook was made of pure gold. Yes, you should use a scale. This is called gratification, it is indeed gratification. Ling Yun chuckled and immediately picked up the scale. Using the hook of the scale, he lifted the red veil off Xianxian's head. Under the light, Xianxian, wearing a phoenix coronet and red veil, shone brilliantly. Her beauty was breathtaking. Xianxian pursed her lips and smiled like a flower. "Do you like it?" Ling Yun nodded in a daze. At this moment, he had already forgotten everything. In his eyes, there was only Xianxian. I like it so much," Ling Yun said, and was about to pounce on Xianxian. Unexpectedly, Xianxian laughed and blocked Ling Yun. She said shyly, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let's drink first." F***ck, was he going to go through the wedding night procedure? Every moment of the night was worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Big Brother Yin moved and filled the 2 pure gold wine cups with wine at lightning speed. Then, he flashed back without spilling a single drop. Xianxian smiled and took the wine cup. She glanced at Ling Yun with her enchanting eyes. The two of them crossed their arms and drank the wine in one gulp. Go! At this moment, Ling Yun's heart was burning with passion. He snatched the wine cup from Xianxian's hand and threw the 2 wine cups back on the table. Then, he suddenly leaned forward and was about to push Xianxian down on the bed. "Don't move." Xianxian smiled coquettishly and pushed Ling Yun away again. Ling Yun was about to go crazy from Xianxian's teasing. He asked helplessly, "Empress, is there anything else? I can't wait any longer." Xianxian stood up with a smile and took the initiative to remove the phoenix coronet. Then, in front of Ling Yun's stunned eyes, she bent down and lifted the skirt of the red cloak inch by inch. As the red robe was lifted, Xianxian's delicate ankles, smooth calves, and slender thighs were slowly exposed to the air. They were all revealed to Ling Yun. Xianxian was still lifting it up. Ling Yun's mouth opened wider and wider. This was because he was shocked to see that Xianxian was not wearing a single piece of clothing under the red silk robe. By the time Xianxian had lifted the robe above her slender waist, Ling Yun felt as if his brain had exploded. He could not care about anything else and pushed Xianxian onto the dragon bed. That night, Xianxian really served the king like a phoenix coronet, recommending a book by a friend, Seamless Medicine. Introduction: What can destroy mankind is not war, but disease. When Zhu Xiaojun, a medical student, graduated, all he wanted to do was to go back and fool the neighbors with his father, who opened a clinic. However, he did not expect to be involved in the whirlpool of a power struggle in the hospital, and thus began his extraordinary medical career. At the same time, there was a large group of people from another world who wanted to control the health of mankind to conquer the earth. Zhu Xiaojun's chance to cheat had finally come. A medical tycoon? The richest man in the world? A superhero who saved the people of Earth? Yes, all of these are possible. The book is not bad. Those who like to read should go read it. To be continued. End of chapter 1231. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.